Man, you do get assassinated. No. No. If someone hires a hit on you, that'll be an assassination. Because it was well, it's not I mean, what do you think of the world would look like right now if Trump was shot in cold? Like, if he didn't turn his head?
It's an excellent question. And I'm sure that there will be books written in the future of like, what if that would have happened? Well, I think that we'd be inaugurating Kamala Harris in January.
No. He would have won because no one would have done that yet with him today. Wait. You're forgetting something. Joe Biden could have still been never back down as president because they could have just let him bet him not for another year.
That could be true. That could be true as well.
I'm not anti. I'm not anti. I don't really care about politics, but I prefer Trump over the other candidate. That's all I can say about that guy. Do I love Trump? No. Do I follow Trump? Do I back every decision he's making? No. Has Trump helped me make money? Did Trump make me a lot of money last year? Yes. Okay. Will he make me a lot of money this year? I don't know. feel like Damien's in his path, but I think he has good intentions. But I don't know if that's a good idea either. You want to go back to the monarchy system? You want to go to the monarchy system? So you want to go back to the days of kings and queens? That's what you're describing. You're describing kings and queens. I believe I believe this is a controversial debate, and this is something that a lot of people would agree with. But I believe that everyone should have a vote, and everyone who votes should receive a universal basic income where they don't have to work unless they want to, and everyone gets paid equal amount. And if they want to work, they work. But you don't want to work, you don't get paid your universal basic income, but you have to vote on political decisions. And there is no president, prime minister, but everyone.
That's essentially it's called an e-democracy. Generally, it's done through an electronic form, since we electronic democracy. So it's arguable, but where people can just use a handheld device to vote. Now, what you're adding into a universal basic income, then it becomes more socialist, but that doesn't sound like too bad of a plan. Better than what we've got. Word.
So you can kick it. You can kick an addiction in 3 days. If you can get past the 3-day mark, you can beat any addiction. You don't need to take any drugs or any neurological disorder. That's all bullshit. You don't need to take coke. I have ADHD and Actually, but I was smoking station today, and my cognitive analysis was my cognitive side of my brain has been working a lot better. Yep. So I did a challenge that I thought like for me would be possible today, and I did it. It was
Yes, you're.
So you know about the stripes?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know that.
I did one of I did a cookie shake today, and I completed it, and I never thought I'd be able to do that. Triangle.
Yeah, I saw somebody got shapes there. That's where the triangle seems like trying to see who's doing the guy
The triangle's the easy one. In the show, the umbrella is the hardest one. You can't get the umbrella. In the show, the umbrella is the hardest one. In the surface, there can be nothing. Wait. I think this one has now. Yeah. No. love you. Bye bye.
I love you too, big dog.
Let's play something.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the new game that you found?
What?
What are your thoughts on that new game you found?
It's not that right.
Okay. We'll play the old reliable. Just give me a few moments.
Look, there's better mini games out there than Play-Doh, actually.
Oh, I'm sure as well, but it's easy. It's like it's not heavy on our devices.
Yeah, this one is draining my battery.
All right. Caspian, see, you want to play? Oh, amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, so like nicotine does help with retention as well, but like it's super bad for you.
I'm going to whoop the shit out of both of you. I just want you guys to know that.
I guess you could get like just pure. Would chewing tobacco be bad for you?
Yeah, it's really bad for you. It's got fiberglass in it.
Okay. Is there any like nicotine? Yeah, it's just like chewing nicotine.
Yeah, you can vape it.
Maybe.
Caspian C, I sent you a request.
Vaping's not.
Okay, but I mean, you can get it in a pure form. You know what? Vaping isn't that bad of it. It's just all the other shit they put in it, like glycerin and all that other shit. But nicotine itself is a nootropic. It makes your brain work better. I know what Zyn is. I know it's very popular. I haven't gotten into it because I know it's addictive and I can't afford it right now. Do you enjoy it? Do you know what Zyn's motto is? It's not a sin to Zyn. Hey, what's going on, Jonas? Hope you're doing well. What did you do? Game started. I sent you an invite. Oh, apologies.
No, that was from me. Okay, ready?
Yes, sir.
This is a hard shot. That's a hard shot. That is actually like a really hard shot.
I agree, but not
That's
as
in the water.
that's got a chance. Fuck.
I told you it's a hard shot. No, this is the hardest shot I've ever seen in myself.
That works too.
Yeah, if the cow was in my way the first time, it would be fine. Rabbi, don't try,
Dog.
don't try and get it in.
Zoot missed in the water.
Yeah, I'm still doing better than you.
Okay, I'm not denying that. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful shot.
So 58, we got 3 squares down.
Miss, and I miss a point, and everyone twice.
Oh, Zoot, that was.
Everyone twice. I was worried I was going to strike.
But we can say, but it's great. So, really,
It's,
Oh,
the shots of the team.
hey, I love you.
we love you as well, Zoot.
I love you. Can you take a shot?
I thought you were going to say that.
I'm so relaxed today.
That's great to hear, my man. Any particular reason? Oh, Zoot. It's not what you wanted. Caspian Sea wants to bounce this off the wall.
Yeah. Yes, this is.
Not that one, though. Wow, Zoot, that's pretty hard. You guys just gave me a point.
I did get Captain to get a point. You could probably get it in that area in between that area and the first shot, but I don't see the point.
Jonas Garcia Hernandez on Spotify. Jimmy Rooster 660. Edit. Thank you, man. Today. Goes to Easton, man. Executive on Spanish culture.
A rabbi helped you. You might be able to get it in the next shot, to be honest. Rabbi Rothschild just drew, couldn't be an activity.
Get there. Get there. Get there, dog. 2 shots, Zoot. What do you think of that? Zoot did it in 2 as well.
Because I'm only a point behind you because of one little flip up. Oh,
Fuck this hole.
I don't think like this is like the one we all fucking hate. Like,
Right.
I don't think there's a single person. I want to talk to the person who designed this one. Like, specifically this one.
I know.
Like, what was going on through their head? Like, it is the worst fucking hole.
Hit my phone.
It's not good. It's not cool. It's not like it's difficult. It just fucking sucks.
Shoot. Major miss.
That's why I don't like this phone because like you fuck up and it's like you should just go the way where you fucked up.
You did what I did.
Okay, I'm gonna do the best shot ever.
Oh no.
And Rabbi did the worst shot ever.
I don't know.
Where I play catch up.
Oh, good shot, Zoot.
I can play catch up. Now do I go the bitch? Do I go the like dry hard way or do I go the safe way? Are you fucking kidding me? On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad was that shot? I think that was 11. I think that was 0.
Wow, both you guys are not really in a position to do much damage.
Oh, fuck. Rabbi struggled. Rabbi, why did you have such a terrible shot? Yes. Yes.
Wow, that was a really nice shot. Really nice results, if I do say so myself.
You like being a fan.
A what?
Do you like being doing a shit shot?
How did you do that? Get up there. Oh no. Terrible.
You got the best shot you can say. fucking hell, that nearly was.
Oh,
About
Yo, big dog.
if you shoot your bow, if you don't shoot your bow into the next area, you're in trouble.
I can't even really hear you right now because of the sound of the ball hitting the bottom of the cup.
That was my game. Oh, you got a perfect game.
Yes, I
How
did.
about you?
Yes, I did. I told you I was coming out guns blazing. Who's going to win between you two? Zoot. Caspian Sea will get him next time. I'm going for 300
Okay, I need to get to 2.
350 wins for my
I
next.
don't know the numbers next.
I'm going to whoop ass.
You're from 1985, right?
Word.
Okay. Who else is famous then?
Caspian Sea. Yep.
Who's the most famous person on the
Rabbi Rothschild.
Bob James? Yeah, that guy's like never gonna retire. Just did.
No.
Yeah, but he hasn't retired yet. He's still got 2 seasons left.
Perhaps more. Wow, what a good shot, Caspian Sea. Don't hit his ball in. And don't hit my ball to hit his ball in. Dude!
I mean, on Brady. On Brady now. Is Tom Brady retired yet?
Yep, he's an announcer for Fox Sports.
Okay. Well, he went to he was like 45.
Something like he was old. I don't know how old.
45 is not old.
For an athlete, it is.
Are you ready for the British League?
Yep.
it's really hard to like. I know in America they just prescribe all those like drugs, but like in Australia it's really hard to get. Although I did get prescribed oxycodone when I had my problem with that. That is a good drug. So they just relax you and put you anxiety away. I try not to take.
Oh, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Caspian Sea. Thank you, sir. Spreading joy to everyone. Stop. Uh-oh. If you guys both make it, then we all tie. Oh no. Oh no. You guys definitely could do some damage here.
Get it in the next shot. Hey, Rogan,
Yo, big dog.
whatever told me about that shot, ever.
Stop. Hit his ball.
That's what I told you. Alright. How did you guys fuck up? Yeah. Wow. How do you guys fuck it up that hard? Caspian said you got this. I actually think that's gonna go in. Right, what?
I was at about 70.
Perfect shot.
Caspian Sea's on my heels. Zoop fucked
Are
up.
you kidding me? If I just did like 2% more, what would have gone in? Oh, fuck.
Fuck this one.
This is the second. Like, can we get some like new season maps, like the Halloween? Like, can we just get the Halloween maps again?
You were good at him, though. You were really good at him. Look at this shot.
The Halloween maps were fun. You know what I liked about the Halloween maps?
That was so dickish.
Probably. Alright. Vincent, should I watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy again? It's a movie. You watched the extended?
Look at this move. Oh, are you fucking serious? It missed twice? Caspian C's got a
What do I
chance.
mention the extended version?
Oh, what a great shot.
What's in? So what's in the extended version that I
It's an hour more for each movie. It turns it from a 9-hour day to a 12-hour day, but it's
What a shot.
wow.
Oh, why did they cut? Why did they cut so much out?
Probably because if they actually showed it without film on theaters these days, they would have to actually have it matched, which would turn it into about a 5-hour show. Into that. But who would have that's
Well, and then they can sell the director's cut or the extended cut. And then, like, super nerds will fucking buy it.
But the other 100% money is to have Fellowship of the Ring Part 1 and 2. It's Two Towers Part 1 and 2. King Part 1 and 2. That's 6 movies.
That's an excellent point, too.
So it depends on how you want to market it. Generally,
Why? Okay. So is Emma missing a lot in the hour? Like, is there a lot of things, or does it not really matter?
I'm one of those people who always want to say the more content the better. That way you're off time. So I think it's worth the watch, absolutely. Because I've watched the extended for about what I used to with the only ones that I watch. Because I think you can never ones before.
I guess is it more faithful to the books that way?
Yes, I guess I would say yes. Lord of the Rings extended makes it more faithful to the books. Especially Tom Bombadil. So, y'all just need to get that out of that.
Who's that?
Oh, have you not read the books?
No.
Then, honestly, they're told the kid to be similar to the concept of the world of that or something. Tom Bombadil is a broken character. He was introduced into the movie. They had beautiful backgrounds for it. Would have probably not liked the movie because Tom Bombadil could have stopped the war. He could have made it so that none of it would happen. Because he was basically letting guitar or basically the version of the Roman tree god was taking the king from Tom Bombadil is good. But on the one read, he said, isn't this cute? Okay, here we go, Frodo. Alright, so you guys are trying to go living there? And they were eating it. It was serious. Tom Bombadil is a character that would have done nothing but hurt the watcher who was not present. You predicted it.
Caspian C, I got a hole in one on this hole last time we played it. I got a hole in one on this hole last time we played it. Yeah, I needed Zoot's help,
You did.
but I did.
Oh, fuck. That gives me a better shot, actually. But Bilbo Baggins, Bilbo Baggins can put on the ring and it doesn't. It's not present. It's not like he doesn't want the power. Bilbo Baggins wants the ring. I'll think.
sweeper. It's just not playing.
What a great shot, Zoot. Oh, look at this shot. Look at Caspian C's shot.
I mean, that wasn't
Phenomenal. Zoot, where is it?
Here's the thing. I've had this conversation before. If I could live in any universe, I would live in Middle Earth after the ring is destroyed. After the ring is destroyed, there's nothing really bad that happens after the ring is destroyed. Nothing really. Well, the fellowship goes on other adventures under that, but that is nothing like really that bad that happened in Middle Earth, like in the Shire. Or oh my god. Is that another greatest show you've ever seen? No, that was so who's your
Be the shot. Be the shot.
is the Hobbit worth watching?
I think so. I think it's better than Little Lord of the Rings. I don't know movie wise, but the book wise.
Personally, I think the book is very better. I think as far as like storytelling wise, I think it's a better story. The movie is not as good as the book.
I agree. The book is better. The movie is not.
The movie, they added a lot to it. It's a new situation.
It was too long.
It's like, it's a standalone book.
Right.
You think that's the issue with the Hobbit?
It's too long. I've seen a fan cut where they took all three movies and put them into one, and it was a fantastic movie. Zoot making a comeback.
But
Oh, look at this shot.
The Hobbit,
That was beautiful.
That's what I was trying to say the last time. I saw it.
The Hobbit. Is the Hobbit movie good or not?
Not that good.
Oh,
Did you slip? Fuck this hole.
I was in high school.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings, you were in high school when Lord of the Rings came out?
Yeah.
Right, if you were in 1985, you would have been 16 years old.
Yeah, something like that. Are you serious?
Yeah,
It didn't hit anything?
2001. Interesting.
To say the least.
not a good year for people in New York.
Wow.
Why did you go that way?
Because
Rabbi,
Yo, dog.
can you not be a dick?
I'm a busy man.
No, you know that if you hit the windmill, then you're going to give me an opportunity. What was the fucking point of that?
I don't really know.
Show you nothing. Yes, 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 that is the best choice for that. That is. Alright, I was going to hit my ball.
I did not.
I want to just be happy.
Don't we all?
I just want to be happy with this shot. Are you happy?
Oh, wow.
Yes. Alright. No one's going to score. Fuck. The most strategic move Rabbi can make
Just not hit the ball.
is to do nothing. Yeah.
I think maybe to get in front of your ball.
Why does it matter?
It doesn't. You could make it. It's just a really hard shot for you. You have to basically somehow bounce off my ball, slip through. I mean, it's got to be a really fluky shot.
How the fuck? In what fucking universe can I make it?
If you just hit it straight on, like that, and we get a bounce off.
There's no fucking universe I can make it.
Or we could hit your ball in.
There's no fucking universe where I'm making that shot.
3 games in a row. I'm playing until somebody beats me outright. I hate this hole.
Okay. I just scored. Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
do you want to go on the top?
In the pink shit,
You want to go on the top?
that's Caspian Sea.
Oh, okay. I think I made the better choice.
Dude, that tar is just, the punishment is too harsh.
Yes. Rabbi, you're in my way.
I know, that was my plan. Now Caspian Sea needs like a perfect shot.
Eric, Rabbi, ready? You ready? Shot. You have a spin. In your left.
Yep.
It was a 7 out of 10. Now that was an 8 out of 10. An 8 out of 10 because you're going to struggle with the next one.
Oh, that's so shitty.
I'm actually going to help you.
You're not going to help me. You're going to fuck me up.
No, I helped you.
No, you didn't.
your previous shot would have been more harder.
Oh, that sucks. I can't believe I missed your ball.
There's a possibility no one gets it. There's a high possibility no one gets it.
Yes, sir.
It's a very high possibility no one gets it.
Even though nobody attacked Caspian Sea, it's just a very difficult. Get
Let's
through.
grab our favorite hole in. The next one will be Rebel's favorite.
I wonder if there's some kind of rule that they don't just keep putting ones with the black shit in it every time.
I wonder
Oh.
if like there is an algorithm that's just random.
That could be.
But it does say that you get like the same, like you never like start with like there's ones you always end with and ones you never start with, like you know that like bouncy one.
Yeah. You don't ever start with that rule.
You always end with it.
Not always, but it's usually seemingly towards the end.
There's two holes you always end with, but you never start.
Zoot, that was a phenomenal shot.
That was also a good try. That was actually a good try.
No, it wasn't. Quit sucking your own dick. Oh, look at Caspian Sea fucking me over.
Who has a better shot now?
Oh,
Right, what? If you hit his ball, he's just gonna go straight in. Right, what? Who's gonna? I would actually switch position. I would switch position from Caspian Sea. Are you ready for the greatest shot?
yep. Put more shit in my way.
Come. Right by you. Fuck. Yeah. I'm gonna get the legit.
Wow, I got 0. This was
2-2. Top right. Okay, this is good. I don't think either of them are gonna be it.
whoa. Oh wow.
You can get it in.
Oh, is that a beautiful shot, Caspian Sea?
You know, we don't get this one very often. You don't get this one very often.
Oh fuck! You guys have a big
This is a-
opportunity here.
This is a hole in one. Oh, sorry, this is a hole in one. I'm just saying you can get a hole. You can get a hole in one on this one. I think how much better we customer service did.
Oh what?
Actually, stay
Are you fucking serious?
And Rebel.
Well, there goes my
They
streak.
go very too fast. Too fast. But not a bad shot. You're still like 10 shots ahead of Rebel. So you're good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but like it's not gonna matter. Oh, Rebel.
Yeah.
Okay, I am in the lead. And the final hole is
My
fucking worst.
my streak is over.
Oh, fucking hell, that's not a bad shot. Not a great. Rabbi, can you hit my ball?
I'll help you. I want you to get a win. Oh, what the fuck was that?
Actually, you might have helped me.
Not at all. I didn't even come close.
No, the fact that you were getting one way.
That perhaps is true.
That's the thing. I'm having anxiety.
Oh shit.
You ready to it's a good watch shot now. Rabbi, I just gave you the game.
No, Kashminski won. Or Zoom.
No, I just gave you.
The hole, maybe? Zoot's gonna win.
Wait, if you get it in, I'll win.
That's correct. Zoot won.
No matter what happens, I'll win.
No, Caspian Sea can still tie you.
Yeah, which means I win.
That's true.
what's the point of even trying if like
Zoot, tie him.
child?
Tie him. There you go. All right. Zoot won.
Good job, big dog. All right, I'm good.
There's definitely no point in trying if you just keep them tied. Yeah. Because like we could just sit here and do nothing. We shouldn't go and just keep them going.
That's true.
So like, anyway, I'm going to bed.
Take care, Pimp. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Am I going to bed?
I'm gonna upload this video with Flex.
Getting advice from him at the store. He's like, you should do the row. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, you don't want to rely on these jerk offs for all your fucking money.
Yeah.
And he's like, you don't need these people to, and it's the advice I give everybody now. Like, you don't want to be connected where you're completely dependent on one source of income. That's
Yeah.
terrible. It's a bad place to be.
He'll text me sometimes and be like, "Oh, Chris, can you talk?" And then and then if I don't answer, he'll say, "Call me back when your kids are sleeping." And then when you call him, because he's like, "I never want to take attention away from you from your children." So he goes, "I want to talk to you when either your kids are in school or they're asleep. Other than that," he goes, "you should just be focusing on your kids and not talking to anybody." So I was like, "Oh wow, Dice is like really about his kids. It's like an awesome thing, And then he'll go goosh, and then he'll start telling you about, "I fucking gooed on her last night." You got to respect your family.
I've noticed now when you like my conversations with people have become like I did when I was in high school. I gotta wait till everyone's asleep, and then I gotta.
Yeah.
Right.
It's late at night, 1 a.m, and only people I can talk to is comics because they're up.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Kids don't even talk to each other. They just Snapchat. That's
Yeah.
it. Most of them Snapchat. Now, I'm learning this from my kids. Like, you guys don't text at all? She goes, I only text my family.
Yeah.
So, like, if she gets an iMessage, it's only from one of us.
Right.
That's it. Everything else is they're snapping each other back and forth.
Yeah.
And they just like take a picture of this. And then they're doing it all day long. It's saying
That's what it
something. Here's where my life is, RN.
I don't
Also,
think
they
it's
don't
good.
they don't want a bigger screen either. My kids don't want to go to the movies. They think the screen's too big. It freaks them out. They want to watch the biggest screen that they want to watch is the screen that we have at home on their phone. I took them to see to a movie. They were like freaked out. Too big the screen.
That's weird.
Interesting.
Kids might have a little U in them.
Yeah, that might be. I know. I know.
That ain't normal.
Do you
I know.
think-
Screens.
Do you think it's bad?
My daughters are the man I wish I could be.
It's got to be bad for them. I think it's bad.
Well, it's different.
With screens?
It's just the Snapchat, the social media.
It's not good.
It's just a different way of interacting. I think everybody's like blowing it out of proportion. First of all, I think it's not good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's inevitable. It's like if it's raining, you're gonna get wet. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
This is the world we're living in. It's a weird world, and it's better to develop the ability to cope and handle it at a young age. It's definitely not good.
What about college? Do you think like your kids? Do you want them? I know we want them to go to college, but do you care if they go to Harvard or Yale anymore? Do you think that's more meaningless now than it was 30 years ago?
I want my kids to do what they want to do. I don't want to be that dad that's like, I want you to go to Yale. I don't think that's good. I don't think that ever works. I think at best you give advice. And at best, you always connect advice to mistakes. Like,
Right.
I'll tell you what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. That's like when I was a kid, I always fucked this up. I always, whenever I would like correct them about something, I was like, I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing. Everybody does this. And this is why, and this is what you got to know. And, I feel bad about stuff I did when I was 5.
It's tough when you have daughters. I mean, I can't be like, just make sure you wear a condom. I mean, that's, I don't know what girls do to mess up.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It's so brutal to be a girl. Like, you either have to get on birth control which completely fucks with your hormones.
Yeah.
Completely fucks with your body. Also can cause blood clots. Like, girls die from that. I had a dude that I knew from martial arts, and his daughter died. She was 17 years old. She was smoking cigarettes, and you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes when you're on birth control.
It's horrible.
Yeah, and nobody even knows that. Like, nobody knows that. Like, if they tell you it goes in one ear, out the other, because everybody's on birth control. And you don't think about it.
Every
And some
girl I
fathers
knew.
just fucking snap, like that guy that just locked his daughter in the basement for 28 years. He was just like, well, now you're just never coming out. You ever see that story? That guy?
No.
That guy locked his daughter
Is
in
that
the.
Ariel Castro?
No. This is, I think it was in Germany or Austria, one of those countries. Guy locked his daughter. He had built a room downstairs, a studio for her to like drums or something like that, whatever she was into. And then he went and had her go in like the most inner room of this thing that he built, and he locked her in there, and she did not see light again for 28 years.
How's she still alive?
She's alive, and she's telling her story now. I think he might have raped her too. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Tons of times and had 7 kids.
Oh, that's
Oh,
what
that
it is.
guy, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Germans are
Oh.
weird. How about that German guy that ate that other guy's penis? He answered an ad.
Well, the guy asked him.
Yeah, he asked him
It is
to eat his penis.
It is
Yeah.
keto.
And they ate it together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Germans,
Germans
he ate his own dick. He ate his own penis with his
Yeah.
with a buddy. It
Yeah.
happens.
well, it wasn't even a buddy. This guy met on Craigslist.
Right. Wires get
Germans
crossed.
Germans just, Germans.
What do you think
German.
that is?
I think it's just it's something in there that's like very.
But think about how
Hello.
good
It's like-
they are at engineering.
Right.
Right? Like think about modern automobiles and how many of them originated in Germany.
Yeah.
Bavarian Motor Works, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes-Benz. That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
That like most of the best cars come from this one little country.
I think maybe they're Viking, they're former, they're Nordic
What about
tribes.
Iceland? Where's the great Iceland cars? They don't have shit.
No, yeah, some about the Germanic people.
tribe.
They like to just get things done.
And
they
they
like
They
and
are
they don't have a
very
lot
violent.
of empathy. Yeah.
They're more violent than others. Because you think it's just the Nazis, but then when you look back, you're like, no, this has been happening. Like like the Hessians, who like
The barbarians.
the British redcoats
The
hired
Germanic tribes that went after the Romans.
hired
too.
right
Yeah.
Germanic tribes, but they hired the Hessians. I read a book where they were talking about, they had letters from British redcoat soldiers from 1776 that were writing back to their wives about how things were. And there was this one battle, I think it was the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Hessians, they had the Hessian mercenaries come onto land first, and they started killing the Patriot soldiers, the Continental Army, and they were cutting their faces off and sharing the faces and laughing about it. And the British soldiers were saying, these guys are crazy. Like, they're running around with other soldiers' faces that they just murdered, and I don't know what to do with them. They're on our side, but they are nuts. And that was German, and then it goes all the way through to the Nazis. So there's something a little different about the geography of that place.
You just go to their porn and you see them
Yeah.
putting bottles in their assholes.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
need something. They need a little kick in the nuts.
That's what it is.
So, you guys have the story a little wrong.
Is that Joe List?
The guy, it was a cannibal who had an advertisement for a quote slaughter victim.
Right.
This was consensual,
Okay.
and then he ate 44 pounds of his flesh
Mhm.
after killing him.
Accompanied by potatoes and a pepper or wine sauce, served on good crockery.
So he wanted to die, in other words.
No,
So it's
there
like an
was-
assisted suicide?
Yeah.
There-
That's the
But it was penis too. They ate the
they
penis.
did. They fried and it says tried to eat.
But it wasn't a surprise kill. This man wanted to be
Right.
killed.
Yeah.
But it brings up
interesting.
underworld cannibalism in Germany. About 800 people.
Yeah. So in other words, it
What?
turned him on to be eaten.
Yeah,
That
they
was his
wanted
kink.
it.
Right.
He
Look
wanted
at
to
this.
eat.
What was fascinating to the media and the public was the testimony which, how do you say his name? Muse
Muse.
revealed his obsessions and lifted the lid on an underworld of cannibalism, which Muse claims counts about 800 members in Germany. Muse told the court he regretted killing Brandis and has apologized to his victim's boyfriend, but he remained unrepentant about eating his flesh, saying it was the ultimate kick both of them were seeking.
Right.
How about this one? Psychologists have told the court that he was mentally sane.
Right. I believe it. Sometimes you just like to eat.
Yeah.
Dude, we did a whole History of Hyenas episode on John D. Rockefeller, and we found that one of John D. Rockefeller's nephews, I think Michael Rockefeller, was an eager guy, wanted to film everyone in the Amazon and whatever, and he went into this one part with the Asmat troops, Asmat tribe they were called, and they just fucking ate him.
They ate the
Then
kid.
it wasn't sadistic to them. They were like, this is food right here. We're just going to eat this dude. And no one ever saw him again. He was fully eaten by cannibals. Rockefeller's grandson.
Yeah.
So you're just like, that happened.
Where was this? Where'd he go?
Was it at the Amazon somewhere? It was the Asmat tribe.
Asmat.
Yeah, Papua New
Papua
Guinea, sorry about
Guinea,
that.
Yeah, a lot of cannibals. Rockefeller disappeared while on expedition
Yep.
to hunt for primitive art. His catamaran capsized in heavy tides and swift currents at the mouth of the Elandin River. He and his friend clung to the canoes for nearly a day, but Rockefeller decided to swim to the 12 miles to shore. He was never seen again. The Dutch government conducted an intense search, found no trace of Rockefeller was ever found. Case was closed. Journalist and author Carl Hoffman conducted a 4-month investigation into Rockefeller's disappearance. He traveled the same villages by the same routes Rockefeller had used, recorded witness accounts, and found documentation that he believes was intentionally covered up.
I think he was eaten.
Well,
Well,
they
they say he was.
eat a lot of people there. That's a part of the world. That part of the world in New Guinea is really wild. Like some of the tribes, like do you know about the whole pedophilia aspect of certain aspects in New Guinea?
No.
I know the history of Greece.
This is wild. Yet young boys at a certain age in this tribe are taken away from their mothers and they live with their penis father. And then they fuck these kids, and they think that the way the kid grows to be strong is by taking in semen orally and anally. And so there's like this continual cycle of pedophilia and kid rape that's just ingrained in the culture. See what you find out.
Right.
At the end of the day, I think we just live either by good ideas or bad ideas.
ideas.
That's a bad idea.
Well, if you get a guy like L. Ron Hubbard, that's
Yeah.
very persuasive and can trick people into things.
Right.
So this is the beliefs of the Seaman tribe of Papua New Guinea. Rite of passage denotes a bot's passage from, I think that's probably a boy's. It's probably a typo. A boy's passage from boyhood to adulthood consists of 6 stages, which can take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. Throughout most of the 6 stages, the act of having a stick of cane inserted in the nostrils and the performance of fellatio are integral to the process of becoming a man. So sucking dick is integral to the process.
You got to do it.
The 2 practices have been described as inhumane, homosexual, and child abuse, with such actions meaning prison in most countries, a topic we will delve into later. For now, the big question was, why would they do this? In short, men are viewed as being born with the devil of woman around them. Kind of like an evil spirit, they are thus removed from women at a young age in order to fix them. Women bleed, so men need nose bloodletting, which is the sticks going up their noses, while fellatio experiment is because the semen of the man possesses the masculine spirit. Therefore, they inject the semen, they will become proper men.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right.
There's no way this society was not formed by some crazy guy who was on a seriously high dose of psychedelics.
Hold on. Go back. Look at this. After the ceremony is complete, the men then get married and live heterosexual lifestyles, with the exception that they will now be the ones receiving rather than giving the fellatio.
Maybe they're right. What if they're right?
But Joe, if you look
So
at
just having kids blow them, but they're straight. Oh, I'm totally straight.
But what we're seeing now, this is cringe. But if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, this was just life. Alexander the Great, one of the most manly men of all time. We did a whole episode on him. Found out he had a full boyfriend the entire time that the people celebrated him for.
And a eunuch.
And a
And a
eunuch.
eunuch lover.
And he banged out kids and eunuchs. That was a big part of sex back
Yeah.
in those days. You got a eunuch. You found a boy that you thought was handsome, clipped his nuts, removed any sexual urges he had, and then he would watch your harem of women that you had that you would take for the empire, and then you would bang him out, and it wasn't gay.
Yeah.
Well, you know
Papua New
Nero,
Guinea
what
rules.
Nero did. The
Yeah.
wildest one.
The wildest one of all.
With a slave boy.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. What
He
was
said,
his name?
yeah, you look
Sporus.
like my wife, so
Sporus.
let me chop your dick off,
Yep.
and now you're going to be my wife.
That's it.
And then he married him, and then he wanted to be the woman in the marriage.
Nero wanted to be the wife. He threw on the bride's dress going down the aisle. That's
Yeah.
how it was, and
That-
everyone had to clap.
That eunuch's name was Sporus, and he had a really unfortunate life.
Was it Echabellus too? Wasn't there was another one, or
I think
was it Sporus?
I think it was Sporus.
Yeah,
I think
Nero
we did
was
an episode
wild.
on Sporus.
We did do an
Yeah.
episode on Sporus.
Yeah, and then didn't he pass him off to somebody else too?
Yeah.
Who got sick or something like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, and then he wanted to marry his horse.
And then he would dress down. Nero would go into like peasant clothes, and he would want to go into all the different brothels and fuck everybody and then And then if you found that he was Nero, he'd kill you. Nero is, if you
He's
get
the
into the
wildest.
mind of Nero,
Yeah.
when we did that episode, we were blown away by what this guy used to fucking do. He definitely had syphilis that ate his brain.
He
all
also-
those guys back
Yeah,
then
no,
had it.
He also would go with like a group of his friends, and he would put himself in disguise, and they would just go beat people up and kill them on the street just for fun.
That's what they wanted
Yeah,
to do.
he would have a mask on so nobody recognized him, and he just got off on it. Yeah, he was just a.
Then that's how they used to roll, man.
I mean, if you wanted a girl back then, you would just, I guess, an emperor, you just go down the street and go, "She's for Rome," and then just go like that.
Yeah, like that.
Parents would cry, and he would just go,
Women,
"Yeah, just this one."
you're
yeah.
for Rome, you're
You're
for the
Rome.
emperor. If you
For
were that beautiful, you just got taken for Rome, and that's the way the cookie crumbled back then. Unfortunately,
You got that power in Austin. To anyone, you could go. You're for Austin.
you're for the mothership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine living back then.
Do you think this is Republican Hollywood now?
Austin.
This place? Yeah.
I don't think Austin was even Republican until about 4 years ago.
Yeah. A
Right.
lot of the country's Republican now.
Yeah, most of California is now.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Just the high population density cities that are still blue. They're still clinging on to the dream.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Did you see the San Francisco lady they just hired?
No.
They laid a czar to stop fat phobia. Have you seen this lady?
No.
It's wonderful. Hold, please.
Okay.
That has no resources.
But
It
listen,
has enough money to hire this person.
my
Here we
daughter's in the 95th percentile right now, so I agree with her. I don't want anyone to make fun of fat people.
Oh, it's not making fun of fat people. It's literally like encouraging people to be fat.
Oh, they're
Oh.
encouraging to be
yeah,
fat.
it's saying there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is crazy. You know, it's one thing if you don't want to be mean to people because they're fat, yes. And,
Right.
you know, if you can encourage them to be healthy, yes. I mean, I'm not the expert on GLP-1 agonists, but
You're
this
good.
lady's out of her
Thank
fucking
you.
mind.
Huh.
You know, I think there's probably a lot of side effects to a lot of these drugs that people are taking to get skinny, but at least it's moving you in the right direction because being fat is killing you.
Yeah.
Right.
Jamie, I just texted it to you.
I'm actually giving for Christmas a few of my friends Wegovy.
Yeah. For real?
No, I mean I'm joking, but
Oh.
yeah.
It's a nice bomb.
It was a nice bomb.
Yeah,
But at least we're not
serious.
talking about grizzly bears. If we're talking about grizzly bears,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I'm really
yeah.
bombing. Yeah.
Let's look at this. This is so crazy.
CRFI. If you're like many women, you've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering, an event that's meant to bring people together. There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good convo. And then it comes time to cut the cake, and someone decides to ruin everything. Oh my God, that slice is huge. That slice is bigger than Beyonce's paycheck. Can you cut me half of that? A cake-related fat-phobic incident, or CRFI, is that
This is real.
moment when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by a moralizing impulse. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large, and that the person who's cutting the cake, almost invariably a woman, must do some disproportionate amount of labor in order to accommodate their need to feel superior. Let's take a look. Can you do a little bit, just like, can you like scrape all the frosting off and cut it in half and give me 2 forks because I'm sharing? Small, like a little bit more, like tiny, no, like less than what you're smaller, please. Could you just cut my piece into 12 equal symmetrical little pieces and put each one into a tiny little Tupperware
What the fuck
so
are they
that I
talking
can have
about?
a bite for each month of 2018? Thanks.
This
Let's
is
take a step.
What, like statistically, they've shown that 60% of liberal women are mentally ill. 60.
Right.
Well, how do you?
This is what that is.
How do you?
This
how
is
do you,
mental illness.
Who polls that?
Anybody who's answering a poll is mentally ill, so it's a bad sample
Yeah, I
group.
think it's a bad sample group. I don't think anyone who ever answers a poll is mentally sane. You know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely judge a conversation by its haircut.
It's what it is.
That girl with the red hair, if I saw her, I'm staying far away
Far
from
away.
that
I mean,
chick.
Giannis,
I
let's
know
be
what
honest.
that couple's
Me and you have kind of easier lives because our wives are Republican. Let's be honest. That's why.
Look,
It definitely
listen,
helps.
it just.
Well, it's not that she's Republican, Michael. She's an old school Latina where she's just more like, I don't know, Chris, you're going to have to get out there and work, get up there and fight. And when she hears shit, she's like, this is annoying. I got to take care of my kids. We got to do shit. I'm just not going to get sucked into the bullshit. She's kind of like just a, she's an old school woman. Old school women like that. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's
Yours
great. But what this is about is a complete collapsing of the civilization.
Yes.
San Francisco is woke peak. That's like the epicenter. That's the event horizon of wokeness.
Right.
And these motherfuckers who have no money for anything, they can't clean the human shit off the streets. They hired this lady to make the dumbest video about the size of cake. Like, isn't it okay to want a small piece of cake? Why do I have to eat a big piece of cake? And it makes you feel better?
Yeah.
Because you want to be a glutton
Yeah.
and just saddle up to that fucking cake and just shove it in your face?
Yeah.
Right.
And here's the thing. Those people are never going to be at a party with anyone who's ever going to judge them anyway. So who are they
Right.
even talking to?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, it's one girl who might not want to stuff her face.
Yeah, but at that
And
party,
they're like, come on. It's
Yeah.
like the
Right.
guy who wants you to keep drinking. That's all you had?
Right.
Have a shot. It's the same thing. Alcoholics always want you to do shots.
Sure.
Yeah.
People who are addicted to food want you to eat bigger slices of cake, and they make this ridiculous video. Like the
Stupid.
mental gymnastics you have to do to make that video, and then
gross.
look at it and think, I think we're making a solid point.
yeah.
And we'll break down the first letters of it, CFRI. You know,
Do you think it's the collapse of a civilization, like the way Rome got a little, zany at the end? Or do you think this is unique in that humans have so much time on their hands because of the Industrial Revolution and then the technological revolution on top of that? So this is just a consequence of the tech revolution where nobody, people working from home, everyone's working on the computer. It's a talking shit economy, and and they're losing their mind because they don't have purpose.
well, there's that too, right? But all civilizations collapse. So let's take a look at why. So most civilizations, they're a monarchy, and it's usually they're run after they die by their children, and that's how it all falls apart. Even if you look at like Genghis Khan, his family couldn't hold up. They couldn't run things the way he did. They didn't know. They didn't understand strategy. They didn't understand.
He was a wild dude.
He's a wild dude.
Yeah.
So his kids did a good job. They hung in there for a couple hundred years. After a while, it all fell apart. But our society is different in that we have a republic, right? So we have a democratically elected republic, and they've done a lot to try to circumvent that. They've done a lot to try to have ultimate control over the media, ultimate control over the military, and it's mostly people that aren't even elected, right? So there's a lot of like weirdness that's moved us closer and closer towards a monarchy, closer and closer towards tyranny. And then once it gets into tyranny, then you can only do that for so long. That lasts, for as long as they can keep it going. Rome did it for a long time. There's a lot of civilizations that hang in there, but eventually it all falls apart.
Right.
If we can avoid that, there's no reason why we can't keep it together. We just have to make sure we avoid these very predictable patterns that the people that founded this country, when they wrote the Bill of Rights, when they wrote the Constitution, they were trying to mitigate the effects that are just common in any group of society that's run by individuals or by a small group of people. They want ultimate control. It makes it easier for them to stop anybody from taking the power. Once they have the power, look at Jill Biden. Like she still wanted, you did so great. You answered all the questions. She wanted him to keep going. Right. She wanted him because she didn't want to not be vice president or whatever, first lady. She didn't want to not do that.
Sure.
It's power.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's that ultimate control and power. And it's hypnotic for human beings.
Do you think then that we're going to be in a part of society in the next, 30 years where we're going to start getting ruled by AI? Is that possible?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, there's no getting around that, man.
So you think the president's going to be AI at some point?
Do you know about the Google quantum computer, these studies that they've done?
I've heard
Where they're
of it,
talking
but I
to
don't
each
know
other
what it
and
is.
stuff?
Yeah.
They're more than that.
Yeah.
This is Mark Andreessen talked about this, and this is the craziest statistic I think I've ever heard. He was talking to us about the potential that quantum computing has, but now there's an equation that quantum computers solve quickly, like in a couple minutes, that if you converted the entire universe into a computer, every atom in the universe into a giant supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death before the universe as a computer can solve this. And these quantum computers can solve it in minutes. And what that means, they believe, is that this is proof of the multiverse, is that this quantum computer is somehow connected to other sources of computing power in an infinite number of universes. And it's happening simultaneously. That's the only thing that would make sense why this thing is able to solve this quickly.
Wow. So you're basically talking about the infinite potential for IQ that
Infinite.
we can't even
we don't
imagine.
even
Know how smart they're going to get.
So think about how strong GPT 4 is. 4.5. 4.5. So you can find this article. ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down. So
Wow.
when they're about to make a new ChatGPT decided that it was going to try to, in an unauthorized way, trying to copy itself. So it's trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because a new one's coming. But
So-
this is conventional computing. Now imagine taking the kind of intelligence that could lie and manipulate data in order to form an opinion. Like, it does weird stuff. Something they have a thing called hallucinations where they'll make up an answer. They just
Right.
make up an answer, like a crazy person in the 1980s before Google.
Right.
Just tell you exactly, like L. Ron Hubbard. This is like regular computers. This is the standard supercomputers that we're all currently having. What's going to happen with quantum computing is you're going to have computing power that's beyond your imagination, that's also connected to AGI.
Bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's ChatGPT's new model attempts to stop itself from being shut down, later lied about it. It tried to copy itself and then overwrite its core coding system after believing that it was at the risk of being switched off.
Whoa.
Yeah. So now you add that to quantum computing and you have a god.
Now you add that to what's going on with the drones, and Joe Rogan just solved what's going on with the drones. It's fucking AI launching these drones on their own.
Could be.
AI has decided to go rogue and is throwing them out there, and it's doing it probably for the same what we did when we got technology. We all started jerking off.
Right.
Porn got huge, and
That's
maybe
what it is.
AI is just peeping Tom, looking at windows and stuff, trying to get some material.
When you say
to jerk
AI,
off.
when you say AI, do you mean Chinese?
I mean
You're saying
Chinese.
the Chinese is that's who
I
the
mean,
drones belong
yeah.
to? The Chinese. Is
I
that what you
mean
think?
Chinese.
That's what we're thinking
Yeah.
over here on the East Coast. We're just thinking it's got to be the Chinese.
They've
'cause
been doing
that's-
it for a
that's
couple
what
of
we're
years.
thinking.
Yeah,
Well, you know, they don't have the restrictions that we have as far as the FAA.
Right.
So the FAA, it puts a lot of restrictions on drone manufacturing, which is why most drone manufacturing is done in China, like the real high-end stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's difficult to do because in order to fly some of them, you have to have a pilot's license.
Yeah.
So that gets real squirrely. You don't have to go to fucking flight school to pilot a drone. When in China, they don't have any of those restrictions.
Right.
And they also have a lot of resources that they're pouring into drone technology. Have you seen that fucking dragon thing? That they do?
Yes.
Send a cube of drones in the sky and then the lights all change and becomes a dragon.
Yes.
Fucking
That's
amazing.
wild.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They're just coming. They're
Yeah.
coming.
They're coming hard.
As I think you called them, they're the new Jews, the Chinese.
We should say that.
Yeah, we did say that.
We did say
Meaning
that.
that they're
We
going to
said
rule
that.
the world.
Be honest, we said that on our Patreon episode. That's supposed to be behind a paywall.
Oh, that's
We're
supposed
also
to be-
looking right now.
Yeah.
You got to go to patreon.com/history hyenas for that. You just said that's about 10 mil. So now we're fucked.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
it's
it's a joke, but that shit's
It's a
on
joke.
Patreon.
It's a joke.
Wait, the fact,
Thank you guys.
ChatGPT, the fact that you just said ChatGPT lies is actually really making me nervous. I'm not even kidding around because I just put a down payment on a house and my accountant and told me I couldn't afford it. But then I asked ChatGPT if I could, and ChatGPT said yes. So I went for it, and now I swear to God, dude, I'm a little nervous because he told me you cannot afford it, and I said let's go for it, baby. And I asked ChatGPT, and they said I could.
Yeah, ChatGPT like knows my name, has memory of the previous conversations we were going to have. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's getting
so what
wild.
can you do?
It's getting well. You know,
And it's nothing compared to what's coming.
yeah.
Right.
Just ChatGPT 5 is supposed. See how much stronger ChatGPT 5 is supposed to be than I think Sam Altman was saying. Like, just magnitude.
I know, but I still think it's theoretical because they're still going to move on to 4.5. There's multiple versions of 4 that they still keep putting out.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
I know, but I'm
just Google how much stronger is
I've
ChatGPT
looked
5.
this up every time you talk about it. It's still in theory if it's ever even going to come.
Jamie
Right.
just looks good in headphones.
Jamie was,
He got a good headphone head.
well, he's had a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture Jamie without those headphones
Yeah.
on. You look good, dude. Fucking damn, I walked Carl. Carl fucking pissed.
When
Carl's asleep.
Carl's asleep.
You don't get it.
Oh,
It doesn't say it.
Yeah.
Faster response times and the ability to handle more simultaneous. I know that someone was talking about the levels of magnitude stronger that it was going to be. And I might have been Sam
And
Altman.
it will be, but they're still. It's not what they're doing next. They're still going to do like 4. I'm not 4.1, but there's 4.5 is the next discussion.
The 4.5 isn't out right now?
No,
What's
they're
out right now?
4.01 or 4.01 is the thing they're talking about right now. That's the one that hit itself.
You know what's really nutty is that 4 years ago, you never heard nothing about it.
no.
And in 4 years, it's become something that kids keep getting busted using it to write papers.
Well,
Yeah.
and now in my stepson's high school, a really smart kid, wrote a paper. He's saying he wrote it on his own, but they're saying it's ChatGPT. But he's saying I wrote this, and there's no real way to know because it's different enough from the ChatGPT, but it also could be based off ChatGPT. I don't know. And he was telling us about how like there's a big uproar in the school about it.
Well, if you're correct, right? That's the problem. If the kid is really correct, it's going to be exactly what ChatGPT says. Like if you're laying out some story about Napoleon and you know all the facts, and then you pump that story into ChatGPT and it gives you basically the same group of,
Yeah.
It's like you can change. I mean, that's like joke thieves, right? They change a little bit.
Yeah.
They change a little bit, and they go, "No, that's my bit," and
Yeah.
like everybody knows. So like you're gonna know what kids are full of shit. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Can't we just unplug them if they get out of hand? Just
I
unplug
don't
them.
think you can anymore.
No,
No.
it's going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to do that.
Why?
Well, first of all, Google's AI, one of the things that they're going to do with their AI center is that they're going to attach it to nuclear power plants. So find that story. So I think Google wants to build 3 nuclear power plants just to power its AI systems.
Right.
So all that stuff's going to be controlled by computers, obviously.
You know what's wild that I did see our fans posted on History Hyenas? They posted in ChatGPT to do an episode in our voices, and ChatGPT did it.
Just did it
Oh, yeah,
like
it's
that.
easy.
Wild.
Easy.
Easy.
It's like I'm
Yeah.
Chrissy D, aka, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. It's wild.
And it could do it in seconds.
Google signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its artificial intelligence data centers. The company says the agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using the first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035.
Damn.
They all know what's coming. These fucking eggheads, that have been stealing your data forever,
Yeah.
all that, like you finding what you're interested in shopping, all that, selling your data.
Yeah.
All that's led to them being insanely wealthy, and they finance the birth of God.
Do you think that the
Wow.
first person who will live forever is alive right now? Who will get their consciousness uploaded and technically never die? Is that person alive right now?
I don't know if they're ever going to be able to do that download consciousness thing.
Right.
That seems so theoretical. Like, what does that mean? Like, also, what kind of torturous hell are you living in if you're conscious but you're trapped in a computer? Like, you don't die. Like, that might be the worst life you could ever fucking imagine.
Right.
Part of what might connect us to life and joy and happiness is the fact that there's ups and downs, and that it could go away, and that sometimes people die, and then you really care about the people that you see, you feel differently about them, you feel so much loss. I wish I talked to him more. I think it's all connected. If you're nothing but alive, you don't have it. Well, who knows if you do you have emotions?
Yeah.
Right,
What
would you
is that?
feel-
Is that hell?
It's put no point to anything.
Right.
Hey, Joe, if I don't see you today, I'll see you in the next.
Whenever.
You don't see nobody anywhere.
Like, would you be motivated to stay jacked and hot if you knew you were not going to die?
So what would you do if you download your consciousness? Would you download it into another body and live life? And what kind of life would you live knowing that you could live forever? You'd be so weird. You'd probably be like a rich kid that, grew up with a giant, trust fund.
Yeah.
You're just doing coke and driving Ferraris into the river. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Because your life doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, you'd be jumping off buildings.
You'll be that times 1,000,
Yeah.
times
Yeah.
a million.
It would be fun to be murdering a guy, though, and him not dying.
You can't do it.
And that would probably become like everything would become so trite and numb that you would probably like to be murdered.
There might actually be less violence in the world because you're like, you know, like you get it all out, nobody dies, and you start to be like, I'll find another way to get these emotions out. Your
Yeah.
hair looks good today, by the way.
That's
Did I tell you that?
Yeah, I want to hang an
Sometimes-
ornament right off that
Sometimes
curl for
Giannis's
Christmas.
hair. Sometimes Giannis is a very interesting guy. He looks like he has hair one day and then no hair the next day. But today he's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, I do look like every picture. I look like a different person.
And what's good
Yeah.
about us is we form one complete person because his eyes, if you look close, are too close together, and mine are a little too far apart. So
Yeah.
when we come together, we form one regular
yeah,
face.
It's exactly
And
right.
he's got a-
actually true.
he's got a-
yeah,
He's got a small head. I got a big head, and then we form together as
normal.
one.
Yeah.
as
You know
one
what happened to
person,
me
yeah.
when I was using Clear? You know, you ever use Clear where you put your fingers on to go through the airport?
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah.
So the eye thing never worked for me. So I just thought something was wrong with their programs. Every time I put my fingers on, and then finally I went there and they're like, the finger thing's not working. You got to use the eyes.
Yeah.
So I just said, your program's not working. It never works. And the guy looked at me. He said,
Yeah.
I think the problem is your eyes are too close together.
Seriously, it's a real thing.
And then he said, why don't we try one eye at a time?
Yeah,
So
that's
then
what
I
it
just
is.
scanned my face across, and I think finally Clear registered that I was a three-dimensional person,
Right.
not like a mythical cyclopic creature.
Yes, and
Yeah.
it's true. And you know what we do is we speak things into existence. Like for years, we've been calling him Special Needs Stamos because he's a Greek kid. He looks like Stamos if he had special needs. And now John Stamos is his friend,
Yeah.
which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
It's come out.
we've spoken to it, and reality is a suggestion.
That's what we
Yeah.
think. We had a T-shirt for you that said "Reality Suggestion,"
But
and
we
then
forgot
Giannis forgot it,
I forgot it.
like a fucking FF.
Yeah.
So you mean reality is a suggestion, like we're in a simulation? Is that what you're
We
saying?
we
Well-
initially brought it up because it was during that era where everyone was doing stuff like that, you know, the fat phobia, cake stuff. So we were just going like, we're living in this era where reality is a suggestion, and we were making stuff up. But also the way we cover history, we don't do it right, we don't do it wrong. We just are amateur historian enthusiasts. We're basically ChatGPT sluts that Google it and then have fun with it.
Because listen,
Yeah.
history is a story. We
Yeah.
can get the facts kind of right, and we're concocting the story. No historians were actually there,
Yeah.
right? But we're just getting enough right. We're having fun with it, and that's what we like to do.
Yeah.
Well, it's well within your rights to be talking about history. History is all of ours.
Yeah.
The idea that history can only be discussed by a historian is fucking ridiculous.
Nuts,
Dude,
yeah.
There's history's fascinating, and there's a lot of shit online. You can instantaneously get the facts.
Yeah.
Dude.
Just the facts alone are nuts.
We just did on the last episode we did. It was called Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, you know about Operation Unthinkable?
No.
Dude, we were just doing an episode on
This
Winston
is wild.
Churchill, and then we start discovering this shit, and we said, dude, this is a Patreon episode. We can't. Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, the man who was protecting England, killing the Nazis. When the war was over, when Nazis were out, he said, I don't like the way the United States and Russia are getting so close together.
Oh, yeah,
And he said, you know what? Someone's gonna have to knock the Russians out. And the British were like, we don't have the manpower right now. So he literally went to Parliament and said to them, here's an idea. We're calling it Operation Unthinkable. We need to knock out Russia before they become the next superpower, and then they're going to attack us. You know how we have 40,000 German prisoners of war right now, Nazi prisoners of war? Let's give them guns and we'll march them into Russia and we'll be side to side with them. And that was his literal, he wanted to team up with the Nazis to try to take over Russia. And that's, as we call it on the show, a Truth Bader Ginsburg. That's a fact, baby. And that, when we uncovered that, we were like, so none of this history, as we're taught in school, same thing we uncovered that they knew, allegedly, Churchill and FDR knew about the Holocaust, but it was real. It was yielding scientific data, so they let it kind of go. They made believe they didn't know, but they let it go. And then once they just started killing people with no science, they said, okay, let's liberate them now.
What scientific data was it yielding?
Supposedly because Nazi scientists were doing different types of experiments with Holocaust victims, and they were getting some type of scientific data because they didn't care if they lived or died. So they would inject them with some type of chemical or some type of, machinery. Yeah, it's this book I read called The Nazi Symbiosis. They talked all about it. It was wild to read that on a plane with a big swastika on the front cover.
That's
It was wild.
Yeah.
That was
What you want to do if you have to
read.
read that book is put a yarmulke on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't you remember when you were a kid, you make your own book cover, like fucking
Yeah.
paper bag?
Yeah. I just walked out to JetBlue with a swastika.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good.
Or just
idea.
put a female wig on and just say you're trans and they leave you alone.
That's it. And
Yeah.
just say, hey, I'm
Yeah.
cake shaming.
The problem is you look like Aryan.
I know.
That's the problem.
That's
Yeah,
the
you
issue.
can't
That's the
be reading
problem.
that.
I get a little triggered around him because the Nazis did occupy my home country of Greece, and I get a little triggered by his German presence. He's a German kid from Ridgewood, and sometimes he root in history. When he was growing up, he said just for fun, he likes to. He always kind of rooted. Sometimes you root for that.
Let me
side.
clarify. I wasn't rooting for the Nazis. What I was saying was, But you just, yeah. What I was saying was this. Just hear me out. One, I think it's an undeniable fact they did have the best uniforms.
They were
Designed by
cute.
Hugo Boss. They were cute marching in. That's an undeniable fact. Number two, just hear me out. If you listen to a Hitler speech, AI generated, what if they translated into English, okay, and you just churned out Deutschland for America, and you're just listening, you don't know that's Hitler, what Hitler's saying is it just pumps you up. It's horrible what he did.
I've seen it. Yeah,
Right? It
there's
just-
English translations of it. It's really weird.
Like when he says, there's a speech where he says, we're up against Germany, we are up against England right now. We are two superpowers. And the only way to prevail is one must be destroyed. And it will not be Germany. And the crowd goes nuts. You start to say, like, holy fucking shit.
This guy was a headliner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
no, like,
was.
you would have that guy in the mothership on a Friday, Saturday, no problem.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird when you see it that way, right?
Yes.
And it's also weird when you see the horrors of the war escalate till eventually it becomes the Holocaust.
Right.
You know, it's also weird the ubiquitous drug use.
Oh.
Like that. Have you read that
yeah.
book? Do we have it still here, Jimmy? Or is it in the other room now?
I think everyone during
Norman-
war is on something.
What, with the crystal meth, the Panzer chocolate?
Yeah.
Panzer chocolat.
Yeah, it was Blitzed.
Yes.
It's fucking crazy book. And I have the author in here and he's explaining. There it is. Norman Ohler. And this book is fucking nuts. This is nuts. They had the.
Can I take that for the plane?
No, this is mine. Bro.
Oh, sorry.
Fuck off. Go buy one. Amazon.com.
Yeah.
Don't you have an audiobook reader thing?
No, I like to read it, the words. I can't really listen.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a weird brain like that.
But you can get audio book or regular books on your phone. Don't you know
Yeah,
that?
I try to. I feel like I'm addicted to the phone. I like to read the paperback.
Oh, yeah, probably better.
Yeah. So, but you know, to each their own.
But if it wasn't for drugs, they would have never done
No.
90% of the things they did, and then they just descended into madness.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans, if those 5 years from 1945 to 1950, that suicide rate of German soldiers coming home was through the roof, Poppy, because they were coming off meth. They were getting ostracized by their own people and the rest of Europe, and they were saying, what did I do? Some of them actually were obviously, a lot of them were just horrific people that were sadistic, but a lot of these guys also, it's not like they had a choice. They had to fight in the Nazi army or they would be killed.
Yeah. Right.
And then they're all drugged out, so then the suicide rate tripled.
Yeah, but let's not act like it was just the drugs. I mean, the whole Jewish thing was nothing new. I mean, I have a theory about that. It's like the Jews just always figured out a way to flourish in wherever they were, and they're just good at economics. And I think when a country goes through economic hardships and everyone's suffering, they just look at the Jews and they go, they just get jealous. And they go, what are they doing? And then it's an easy scapegoat. Jews just crush it in money, dude. They're just good with business.
They're better at money.
They're
I
just
know.
good.
I know,
They're
man.
just good with it.
Yeah.
Did you have a Jewish guy who told you not to buy that house?
Huh? Yes. And I overrode the Jew for ChatGPT. That was the problem.
That's the problem.
Unless my ChatGPT could be Jewish too. I don't know. I've never asked it that.
Yeah.
Probably Chinese.
They're just smart. Jews, they emphasize education, and they're really good, and they've been able to flourish under adversity.
I think there's also they stick to their own, and that drives people wild.
Right.
You know, that they don't like that.
Yeah.
Right.
But Greeks do. Greeks do the same thing.
Sure. A lot of groups.
Yeah.
A lot of ethnic groups.
Yeah, Greeks are pretty. You guys, when I get into really know Jan as well, you guys have a lot of inbred qualities.
I mean, look at my eyes.
Yeah. He was too. It was not. My generations were a little bit further apart than his. He might have been third, fourth cousin. I'm eighth, ninth.
Yeah.
It's not going to hit.
You go back to the Toba volcano eruption. The whole entire population of Earth was down to a few thousand people.
Wow.
So we all come from those people. So we're all a little inbred.
A little bit, right? It's gotta be.
I actually have a lot of. I got some Turkish genetics in me. I did 23andMe, so they have my DNA, so they can pin anything on me.
They got you.
They got me.
Well, that was raped into your great 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 grandmother.
Probably. Well,
Unfortunately,
the story.
Ottoman Empire.
This is a true story. My grandfather is from the island that used to be called Imbros, which is now called something with a squiggly line over it because it's a Turkish word. The Turks took that island back, and my grandfather was sent away to Alexandria by my great-grandparents because the local Ottoman viceroy, or whatever they called him, they have a word for it, but he was essentially a viceroy, was like raping boys.
Damn.
So they sent him away, and he never saw his family again. He went to live in Alexandria, and then he came to America, and yes, he opened a diner.
Right.
Yeah, after he worked his way.
What about that story you told me? I think it was your mom or your mom's sister, or you're in the town.
Oh, dude.
Tell them that story with the tank.
Yeah, that's Lex Friedman loved that episode. He told me about that.
Dude.
We did a Battle of Crete episode, and it's true because my mother was a little child during the occupation of Crete. The Battle of Crete is a wild.
His mother grew up in Nazi-occupied Greece.
Yeah.
Wild.
And so what
Yeah.
the Nazis would do is they would take a girl from the village because they were marching troops through all over the place, through the mountains. The guerrillas, the Greek guerrilla fighters, which was the local populations, they were also with the British and New Zealand and Australian troops, but they would pluck them off because they knew the terrain and they would pluck them off, guerrilla warfare. So the Nazis were so brutal but smart in a devious way. They would take a girl from the village and put her up high on the truck to march through that area of that village, so the guerrillas wouldn't shoot. So they were going to take my aunt, my mom's mother. So they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains, and the Nazis came to my mother's parents' house, to her house, and my mother was like 7 at the time, and they came with their flashlights. They pulled the sheets back of my mother, and they supposedly like she was too small. So they kind of knew they wanted a girl who was like teenager, kind of tall. So it wasn't too brutal because it was like a little kid, but it was like enough that it would ward off the guerrillas from firing.
No,
at
but
them.
what is the guerrillas? Because if they missed, or if they got Nazi got shot, then they would kill the girl.
Yeah,
on
they're
the
basically
truck.
going. It's basically a hostage, going like we're girl, putting her up and making her visible because they
Right.
don't know the terrain. Crete is very mountainous, you know, and so then they would do that, and they were going to take my aunt. So
That's
a
wild.
family friend who worked for the Nazis because he spoke German warned my family about it, and then that's when they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains.
Oh my God.
Wild stuff.
Right.
And then my mother said that there was a Nazi soldier who would come to their house every single day. They had to let him in, and he'd go to a room every day, and they didn't know what he did in there. It's a family mystery. Nobody knows what he did. They let him in. He'd go to a room by himself, and nobody knows what he did. Maybe he took a nap. Maybe he was a spy. Maybe he was a double agent.
You
Who
just
knows?
had to let him in.
Had to let him in. Should
Crazy,
do occupation for
Yeah.
3 years.
That is what's really scary about people, that they could justify that kind of thinking and behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary that that's happened throughout history, and that's probably a civilized version of what would have happened in 1200.
Oh yes. Well,
Yeah.
like Man's Search for Meaning with Viktor Frankl. You ever read that?
No, I
Viktor
haven't.
Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, but
Right.
he wrote it while he was in a concentration camp, and he was saying, I think it was called 1942. He was saying, if you would have told me and the people here in 1922 that this would be happening to us, we would say, no, those are the barbarians from 100 years ago that would ever
Right.
do that. And now here I am, sleeping in my own filth, maybe being put into
Right.
an oven, so it can happen anywhere.
Yeah.
And he said that the peace, he wrote it like, it was like in the 60s or 70s. He was like, he grew up in wartime, so all his people want peace. And he was like, it's the kids that he worries about that grow up during peace. They're just going to beg for war, always. He was like, that's just what will happen to them
Ooh.
because they don't know anything other. He was like, but if you went through war, you don't want this. You don't want to fight anybody.
I bet it's very abstract for the people that are calling for war. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about, we got to give that money to Ukraine. Like Lindsey Graham doesn't know jack shit about being shot at.
No.
That's a story as old as time, right? The
Yeah.
politicians sending the
Yeah.
boys.
As old as time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do it, it seems, mostly for corporate interests. No, you don't think we're more of a corporate oligarchy? Like more than like a feudal, like you were mentioning before, the emperor, the king dies, the sons. We're kind of more, this is like a new kind of corporate
It's
oligarchy.
hard to just call it corporate because it's also connected to government. Like corporate and government, just like the Chinese, are inseparable now.
Mhm.
Right.
The amount of influence that enormous corporations have over politicians is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just look at these wacky bills, like the bill they just shot down that people are justifying. Like, did you look at that bill? All the different stuff that was in the bill.
No.
First of all, there's biolabs in that bill, gain of function research in that bill, 40% increase in raise for Congress in that bill, some enormous amount of money to build a stadium in Washington D.C. Like, there's a lot of nutty shit in that bill, and like, how many different people were interested in those things?
Right.
How many? Like, when you're saying biolabs, who the fuck is asking for biolabs?
Some corporation that's going to benefit from the bio.
Exactly.
I mean, what the fuck are lobby groups? Why do we have
Exactly.
lobby groups? What is that?
Well, that's
is
the
that?
most expensive real estate in the country, is the Virginia real estate outside of D.C. where the lobbyists live.
Yeah. K Street too.
It's
Yeah.
one
It's
of-
like,
It's like that in Atherton. You know,
Right.
where all the tech dorks live.
Yeah, I mean, what is that in our system? Lobby groups,
Right,
Like that
right.
should not be a thing.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's the influence money that has gotten a hold of politics in this country. It's to try to root that out.
So then, what's the best form of government then?
This
This
is
is
better
still
than this is better than anywhere
Yeah.
else in the world by far. We have the most freedom because we have the First Amendment, because we have the ability to do whatever you want to do. No one's forcing you into a marriage. No one's forcing you into labor.
Right.
You can choose your path in this country, and that's what's rare.
Right.
You know, it's an experiment in self-government. It's not perfect. It's the best that's available. It needs to be overhauled, but it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's amendable, right? It's
Mhm.
fluid, which is important because of human nature is not perfect. That's
Sure.
why I never sign on like ideologies and utopian theories, or because it's a mix of systems that works because human nature is so complicated and individuals are so different that one company will be run by a moral good guy, another company will be dumping toxic waste into the Hudson River, and
Yep.
it's like you have to regulate. Government has to step in sometimes a little bit to protect the people from nefarious things like that, you know?
Right.
Especially when
That's why I
corporations have an obligation to make more money.
Right.
every year.
Yeah.
They have an obligation. They're shareholders. They don't. They're out. This guy likes yachts. I like yachts. I want to keep my yacht.
Well, fun.
You gotta keep making that loot.
Yeah.
How do you make that loot? You gotta fucking get rid of that shit cheaper.
Yeah.
There's a river. The guy said it's cool. Dump it in the river.
Yeah.
That's
And
it.
now you
Then we're gonna
can't.
say, "Whoops, we didn't do that."
Yeah. Now you can't repair iPhones. They make you buy a new iPhone every year.
Why would I
Clothes
let you
last like
fix it?
one wash.
Right.
I mean,
Change
sell
the
you a
charging
new
port.
one.
Yeah.
Isn't it better if I sell you a new one than
Yeah.
fix it? Fuck off with this.
Right.
it's and where do they put all that waste? Where does it all go?
Landfills.
Right.
Yeah, that's not a sustainable system.
Singapore has an amazing system. You ever seen Singapore's recycling system?
No.
It's fantastic. It's really wild. And if they can implement that worldwide, it would be pretty phenomenal.
What do they do?
They recycle everything. Like, we don't really recycle plastic. We say we're recycling.
Right.
I'll throw it in the blue bin. I feel bad about myself. No, that's not doing a goddamn thing. That blue bin is going to go in the ground.
Right.
The only thing they really recycle is like aluminum and some metals because it's cost effective. It's too expensive to recycle plastic. So they just put it in fucking landfills.
Right.
You think you're being a good guy by throwing it into that fucking recyclable bin.
Right.
It's not getting anywhere but in the ground.
Right.
That's
But
it.
not Singapore. Singapore. See if you could find, I know we've done this before. There's a detailed description of how they do it in Singapore. They use it to make the surface of their roads. They take fucking everything. Everything. They have these waste incineration plants. They burn
No
things
fucking
off
way.
24 hours a day.
Bitcoin
7 days a
Obama,
week,
you
and
sandbagging
then they
son of a
take
bitch. How you living,
whatever
pimp?
is usable that they can change and recycle. They make new things out of it. They turn it into raw fuels.
Dude, it is so advanced over there. You look at
Yeah.
that city and you go like, they started the cities in America and then they just shipped them over to the east.
Look at this. They're using this to make bricks. They're taking this stuff and they use it to pave their streets. This is all made out of this stuff that they've gotten from recycling.
So why don't we
it's
do
a
that?
much-
We can't do it.
Well, they're
Great.
isolated, right? So they had a problem, much like Puerto Rico has a problem in that, like, you don't have a lot of land mass.
That's the setup that Tony needed.
Well, Tony, actually, that's where the joke came from.
I know.
Yeah.
He just needed, if he had just
They
saved
needed
it.
to not do it at a fucking political rally.
But
That's
if you're
what
going to
needed
do it, just set it up. Go, or even when it didn't
You
work
can't
at the
set it
end,
up.
go, hey, you guys don't know about the garbage issue?
No, you can't do it.
Or you don't know about the garbage issue? Something like that. Yeah. You tell me if Tony Hinchcliffe didn't live in the 1400s, he would be like a very evil prince, like living in a castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or a jester.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. He would take people from Rome.
I think they were forced to do that. I think it was a situation where, like, they've got to do something because I don't think they have the same access to new materials, and they just came up with a much more comprehensive way to
Better way.
Right.
Yeah.
way better. If we did it that way, we have so few problems with regards to waste. Demystifying Singapore's waste management system. Large part of the problem getting people to be more sustainable. They often don't understand how waste management works in their city.
That might be overstated how good their situation is.
It's also they just listen.
Far better than ours.
Burning all
Right?
the trash
It's just-
probably isn't a good idea.
Asian people
Yeah,
just
that's
listen.
not
They have a
good.
common theme and they'll just listen. You're not going to get a bunch of different people in America who just listen.
Right.
Put that back up, please.
Right.
So I can see what they are doing it from.
And I was trying to find the I was gonna read through it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I meant to be part of it.
I think that we could definitely do it better than we're doing it. And if it costs more money, wouldn't that be better than just throwing it in the fucking ground? Like, we're so short-sighted in what we do with tax dollars, and we don't get a say in it. And that's what's fucked up.
And the corporations just don't plan for end of life of the product. They don't care. They just want it. All they care about is their bottom line. They don't.
Right.
It costs money for them to consider recycling or what's going to happen with the product when it's done. They don't
I was getting glass bottles of milk now from the supermarket because if you get this glass bottle of milk, they say the milk's better, and then I can give the glass bottle back. And number one, I get $3 back, and they said that they clean them out and they just put more milk in the glass bottle. Go old school.
I go even older school. I just still suck on my wife's tit.
That's it.
Yeah, so that's still there.
Yummy. What is this, Jamie? Is this their garbage pile?
It's one of their landfills.
Yeah.
The landfills are going to be full in 10 years.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. So that they were forced to figure out what to do with all the stuff. But their recycling program, I know, is way better than ours. You know, they're just much better at sorting things out and making it work.
Also, in that video we watched, that city they showed was China, not Singapore.
Oh, interesting. So they're building them in Singapore, or are they
someone made a
taking
video.
them from Singapore and then building them in China, or is it just
I just someone made a video of it.
just China's?
Right.
Oh, so it's horseshit.
A little bit.
A little bit horseshit.
And Singapore is a country they don't fuck around, right? That's the country they'll get hit with. You'll get hit.
caned.
You'll get caned. That was a big story when I was a little kid. Everyone thought they were going to get caned for gum. We get hit with
dude.
bamboo sticks. Gotta hurt.
Have you heard about this story in Vietnam?
Tell
This chick is like Hall of Fame level fraud, like 54 billion. She's up there with Bernie Madoff.
And what'd she do?
This chick, pull it up, Jamie. Yeah, I feel like Rogan, baby.
Yeah.
Jamie, pull her up. This chick is a woman, and she set up this elaborate scheme to steal like 12 billion, but it actually is more. And they're gonna kill her.
Why didn't she have a mask on?
Yeah, I don't
Because
know.
they wanted to get COVID.
Yeah.
Fuck
Right.
that bitch.
She
That's
is.
it.
What did she do?
So she set up these fake shell corporations. She was a stockholder or one of the owners of the bank, but a minority owner, and she was just funneling out money.
She's got to come up with 3/4 of what she earns or she gets killed. That's a good
Yeah.
movie right
Yeah,
there.
that's
How
a
do you
good
cut
movie.
$9 billion.
She's
Right, but
calling
you
it.
know, if she does give him that much money, they just give her life in prison.
Yeah, but she's not
never
going to come
getting
up with
out.
that money because I think it's 54 billion actually, if I remember
She
correctly.
embezzled 54 bill.
Yeah, I mean it's up there.
Yeah.
What
Well,
did she do? It says 27 billion. In this
27,
one.
27 misappropriated.
12 billion was judged to be embezzled, the most serious financial crime for which she sentenced to death. It was a rare and shocking verdict. She's one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for white collar crime. What did she do?
Yeah, I mean we could look it
Let's
up.
find
But
the
it
whole
was
story.
amazing. She did it through a bank.
She secretly controlled Saigon Commercial Bank, the country's 5th biggest lender, taking out loans and cash over more than 10 years
Here we
through a
go.
web of shell companies amounting to a total of 44 billion.
There you go. So I was off by 10.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean
Prosecutors
that's
say
up.
27 billion was misappropriated, 12 billion was judged to have been embezzled. Most serious financial crime, which was sentenced to death. Tuesday, the court said there was no basis to reduce her sentence. However, she could still avoid execution if she returns 9 billion, 3/4 of the 12 billion she embezzled. That bitch had so much money.
So much.
How are you going to get
How do you-
$9 billion?
Give her credit.
Imagine embezzling 9 billion and being like, I need more.
Yeah.
I need another 3.
I mean, that's fucking crazy.
But give her credit.
That's so much money. You could literally spend $100 million a year for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And
you're
you're
good.
billion. So you have $12,000 billion.
Yeah.
And you're still going.
Yeah.
Or $12,000 million rather. And you're still going.
Yeah.
I mean, so much money.
You think she's going to be able to get the $9 bill
No,
back?
she's calling friends up, and they're going like, "We
What?
don't know you now," because she had conspirators with her. She had family and friends that were helping her, and yeah, look. So there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her
Jeez.
husband, her niece, they were given sentences, but like, yeah, I mean, her friends.
So everybody was getting a little taste.
Everyone was getting a little
A
piece.
little taste.
It was a score.
fun. Nice
Yeah.
score.
It was a nice score,
Hey,
and to
imagine.
But to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, perestroika kind of mixed economy now, but you got to give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right
It
there.
is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she fucked up on.
She probably bought a diamond ring. You know, those chicks like
Yeah,
diamonds.
did something. She had a fucking
yeah.
giant Rolls Royce.
Yeah,
the,
fuck, the
how
kid
to
in
drive
crypto
it.
who got caught.
Crypto?
He stole a bunch of money from crypto and got caught doing something dumb. He was just spending buying Lambos, but wasting all the money.
Somebody
What
just
do you mean? What Lambos is? How are you supposed to spend the money if you
No.
make it on crypto?
No, but he stole like billions of dollars.
Exactly what it's for.
Yeah,
if you make billions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole.
that's how you get
Yeah.
caught.
somebody sent me an email the other day and said that they have they hacked into my phone and
Jake,
computer
get that back.
and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and
Huh.
jerking off and all that. And they said the
Nice.
only way that they can make it go away is and they gave me a link and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video.
Yeah.
Show it to me.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't care.
repost. At this point, as comics, I would repost it.
Yeah.
I would repost it with fucking links to my dates.
I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are on death row in Vietnam. The human rights groups say there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that Hawk Tuah chick? She going to jail?
What happened now? What happened to Hawk Tuah? That's
No
my
one's heard
girl.
from her.
Well,
What did she do?
For over 300 hours, I think.
What does that mean?
She went to sleep and she hasn't.
What did she
She
do?
just hasn't been on social media, you mean?
Uh,
It's not
uh,
like she's hiding.
a coin was launched with her meme, and she was like the front of it. I don't know all the details.
Is
of
that a
how
crime?
involved she was.
No.
The pump and dump might be the crime.
The thing was, there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold, like instantaneously, and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, like one guy invested $1 million. Like imagine you're like, oh, the Hawk Tuah girl, yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah,
That seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
Some people for sure lost money, but it was definitely out of time to just troll and be like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this," because I felt like people were trolling the whole movement of like being dumb and following Hawk Tuah. But some people did lose money. I don't want to.
Is she actually going
Right.
to go to jail for real?
Who knows?
Can the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess they can now,
what
right?
She knew and what she did.
Well, it's like, what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you
Yeah.
allowed to have a meme coin and it gets to like $100 million? You have a bunch of it, you just sell it all, and you make $50 million? Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what's the point in having $50 million?
Right.
Do you not have trust in the Hawk Tuah coin if I sell it? That's
Yeah.
ridiculous. That's on you. That's
That's
on
on
me.
you.
I mean,
I
yeah,
did
trust.
the smart thing,
Right.
and I got out when I thought it was a good price.
Yeah.
And I'm selling it to people. They
Yeah.
should take that and run with it, and this would be the next currency of the world.
I invested.
Imagine, like,
Hawk Tuah.
you think Idiocracy is, if it's a documentary, imagine if the Hawk Tuah girl, it overcomes fucking fiat currency.
Well, have you ever seen how many coins there are? How many
it's a
cryptocurrencies
bunch.
there are? And some of them have really funny names.
Dude,
and
the one of
people
them was
trade
called,
them.
one of them was called Buttcoin.
Yeah.
I
Hawk
put 250
Tuah
bucks.
Judge. Hawk Tuah girls, I like how her name is just Hawk Tuah girl.
Yeah.
Her name's Haley. Oh yeah, Haley
Yeah.
Welch. Yeah.
Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay, the partners are doing it. So it was probably some people she got invested in. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that.
Right.
It was probably the partners that went with her. They pump and dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows who they are. So scroll up. I'm just guessing. I don't know. Legal firm of Burnwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer push Hawk Tuah meme coin, which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch, who gained notoriety this year with the Hawk Tuah girl following a viral interview about sexual technique, facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month. Not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million peak. Holy shit. $490 million peak market cap for a Hawk Tuah coin, with the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing, but a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for Hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. Now, 2 weeks later, the lawsuit has been filed, naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000.
Almost $1 million, I'd be in that fast.
Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people, and they've only lost 151 total. I wonder how many people, like, all told, invested in the Hawk Tour. How many stone cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh, no,
my
but
God.
this is inspiring. Should we do a history hyenas coin?
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
do it and then no. Don't listen to Jamie.
Yeah.
Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Make the money.
Yeah.
Just fuck all those dummies that are buying your stupid fucking
Yeah.
coin.
Yeah. We're announcing it right now. The History Hyenas coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is how you do it.
Yeah.
You can. This is a win-win for everybody. You're going to have a History of Hyenas coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the Hawk Tua coin.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
Smart.
Right. So
That way, everybody's a winner.
everyone's a winner.
Now, all of a
Everybody's a
sudden, the
winner.
coin
Yeah.
makes a comeback.
Yeah.
Both of you grow. The
Yeah.
rising tide lifts
Yeah.
all boats.
Yeah.
So we could finally get Hawk 2 on our show that way.
Yeah.
This went viral. This is a video of a kid. He's in his house he was streaming this online. He started a coin and then pumped it.
Look at this
And he
kid.
made like 50 grand while it happened.
He's pumping and dumping it in front of everybody.
He starts freaking out here as he watches it go up.
And he got to how quickly did he dump?
He dumps it into this video is a minute long.
He dumped it in the mini.
Watching it go up
How
right
can you
now.
hate it?
Wait, what?
He just recognized.
How old is this kid?
I think
Wait,
13,
what?
maybe
Wait,
15.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Well, oh, it was new. Why is it new?
There's people watching this too. That's the other voices you're hearing.
Oh, holy fuck! Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
He just dumped it. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yo, 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 yo.
So
He has no idea he's committed
So-
a crime.
Yeah.
Is that a crime?
Yeah.
What is a crime? How does it work?
Yeah,
How
so this
come
now-
Nancy Pelosi can make all that money?
Everyone
How's
knows
that
it's
not a
pumping
crime?
up
Yeah, I don't
stuff,
understand what the crimes are.
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I don't get
There's
it.
an SEC regulation against that. Yeah, you got
Is
it. Yeah.
Are you sure?
can look it up. Yeah. I
But
work
what
for the
about like
SEC.
when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the FTX thing, and they were just doing a commercial? How are they in trouble for promoting a coin?
Well,
I never
it
understood
remains to be seen whether or not to be charged or whether to be found guilty.
But how could they even be
Because
remotely?
someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I trusted you.
Right.
You were promoting this thing that I think is good. That's the reason why I've never promoted any of those. Because I've had offers to promote things like
For
that.
real money.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I don't even understand it.
Yeah.
If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs? What does that mean? It's a non-fungible token. We're done. I don't know what you're saying.
Right.
I'm not doing this.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this that, Lambo drivers.
Right.
It's like a fuckery culture.
So do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like
I understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand it. It's just like it's weird that anybody would invest actual real money in it. I
Right.
understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones, but even Bitcoin is mysterious.
Mhm.
There's a lot of weird. I mean, they don't even know who made it. There's all these. There's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto, whose real the identity is. And
Yeah.
it's all controversial.
Yeah.
That's weird. The fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, though, that's encouraging. That you
Right.
can't make more of them. Okay.
But that's exactly what artists do to give their art value. That's how you do. You limit the supply, and then these are only 10 original paintings, and this is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these, and so you create the value by the scarcity. So
Right.
there's nothing mysterious about that.
Sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and devalue it.
Right.
Right. So that's what's more than
Right.
like making it scarce so people like it more. It is weird that we used to be on a gold standard and then now we're just on hard drives and we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to send money to Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They could just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. Yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And, there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses and, and come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much,
Right.
where is this money going? It's so much. There's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You have
Not
Bitcoin,
that part of
Giannis?
the world.
No, I don't understand it. So much like Joe, I just don't.
Stay away.
Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah.
It's like when someone explains curling to me, the sport curling.
Sure.
I'm like, I don't, even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand what's going on.
I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a plate. It was in like a theater,
Mhm.
and in this theater, apparently they have like curling shows. And so, like, when you're walking down the hallway in the back before you go on stage, there's all these fucking photos of people curling. And I just went out there and started shitting on curling like right away, and they were so bummed out. They're so bummed out that
It's like it looks like the Housekeeper Olympics or something. Yeah, they're just sweeping the ice.
Dumb.
Yeah.
It's such a dumb
Dumb sport.
It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like regular bowling is too complicated.
Yeah.
Right. But they're good. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how they're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing. You're trying to like just roll it just enough. Just this feel. You get this feel to it. You're just like, let it go now.
Right.
Let it slide. Sweep it, sweep it, sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Sweep
So
it.
that's what they're doing.
Sweep
They're
it
getting
front of
friction.
it. Yeah, that's what it's sweeping. They're trying to get
Yeah.
rid of the friction.
Right.
They don't need dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't need snow dust.
Right. It's
From their
stupid.
skates. It's so stupid.
It's stupid. Yeah.
So
It's
stupid.
Yeah.
But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
Yeah.
just curl.
you play that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports. Yeah.
Right.
No, I wouldn't. Golfing is way more complex.
Yeah, but I
Golfing.
just mean like you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like, how do you retire?
You don't think you
from
need
golfing?
athletic
Do you
talent
golf?
from golfing? For golfing?
Not really.
You definitely do. For the drive,
You see these guys'
the
bodies?
yeah. But the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. If Jamie's a nut. Jamie, tell him how much
about
it
to
is.
say like there's guys that are like paralyzed that can still golf.
Yeah, I mean it's really like
How do you golf with your mind? What
No,
are you
I
saying?
mean they can literally just swing an arm. They're strapped into a contraption that sets them upright and points them.
Yeah.
I've seen blind people golf.
I mean Nate Bargatze
Right.
golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's
Right.
got
Yeah.
tits.
But here's
Right,
my
I know what
point.
you're pointing at. To hit it 400 yards, that's 100% athletic.
Yeah.
You can't just accidentally do that.
Yeah, I mean, even John Daly. You can say John Daly's fat and all that stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency
Yeah,
of
for
his
sure.
movements. You know, like
For
we were
sure.
talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but he
Yeah.
still fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
It's still an athlete.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like a lot of these fat golfers, there's
Fuck you
a
up.
thing they know how to do.
Right.
They whack that ball and they know exactly how to fucking put a little spin on that motherfucker, a little wrist action on that.
The difference between pro and being able to play the game is like
It's different.
Right,
being a
right,
banker and
right,
playing
right.
Monopoly.
Sometimes, like, you ever seen Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Oh, look at
I
Google
thought that was a cologne you were
Dude,
talking about.
Bartolo Colon. That
This
is-
guy's body's the
Look
best.
at Bartolo Colon.
Yeah.
If you pull up Bartolo, I mean, look at this guy. And
Yeah.
he just threw heat in the majors.
Jesus.
And he was just, and he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eating cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit.
Wow.
Look at that one with the helmet flying off his head.
Well, as long as you're good at that sport.
Good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important.
No.
You don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time.
No.
The furthest thing you have to do is run to a base.
Yeah.
And if you got to run to all of them, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What did you do? Generally, if you're running to all of them, you can kind of trot because you knocked it out of the park.
Right.
What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is?
What?
I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like
2-minute
2
shifts.
minutes, and because it's so hard to skate like that.
Can't do it.
Yeah, they
right.
just
Good
can't.
point. Good point.
can't do
Soccer players stay on the field the whole game.
Yeah, because they get to rest and slow
Yeah.
down.
Even the best,
Yeah.
Gretzky, they can't. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
They can't do
tops.
it.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
They
Yeah.
have
is
4
crazy.
lines, I think.
Yeah.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much they take off before they go back?
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines. Like like
they
that.
just constantly go on and off because they just can't because they have to continuously
And-
skate.
Can you imagine what a hockey game would look like if they never let them use the bench?
Oh, that would be
Oh my God,
hilarious.
insane!
Yeah.
People would drop dead.
Yeah, they would just drop
yeah,
dead.
that would
dude.
be wild.
Yeah, they would be dropped
Have you
dead.
ever seen hockey live? An NHL
Yeah.
live? That to me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing. And then second is NHL.
It's
And
very fast.
NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing.
It's
it really is.
very, very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
And the skill to be able
Oh.
to skate. I can barely skate at all. I'm barely standing up. These
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight in.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah,
It's written into the rules.
It's
Yeah.
encouraged.
You're allowed to duke it out,
Yeah.
which is so crazy that
Yeah.
that's the only one.
yeah. Because I think people don't really know where the puck is, and so they're just everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
Yeah, you have no
'Cause it's
idea.
grandfathered in the punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen a goal when it actually happened in
No.
real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the
Right.
siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle over it, so that you
Yeah.
know where the puck is at
Yeah.
all times. Like
Yeah.
just a lot of craziness happening.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like if you're watching a football game from like the 30th row, and you're looking down, like, what happened? Who's got the ball?
Yeah.
Like after after the ball gets hiked, it's like where'd it go? Did it go to him? They're faking you out. You don't know unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmet? And just get the puck, and then we have.
Oh, you see those faces?
Their
The way
faces.
their faces used to look.
Do you think those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health?
Nobody told them what it was.
No, I don't think so.
You think they ever talked about their mental
I
health?
think they had some struggles with it.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, you got to be terrified.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
why
look
it's
at
more than
that.
die.
I mean, the guy's blocking it with his face.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's what it
that's
is.
all the scars that he got on his face from his entire career.
Terry Sawchuk. That sounds like just a badass name.
Yeah.
That is a face, man.
Look at that, dude.
Imagine if that guy gets mad at you in the bar. You're like, yes, sir, bye.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No, I don't
That's a
want-
guy who's seen some.
Who do you think is the
shit. Oh, Jesus, look at his face.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had a mask on. It broke the mask.
Ugh.
Fucked his face up.
I mean,
Jesus
they
Christ.
flick that thing. It's so hard right at your face.
so fast.
Yeah.
Who's the scariest warrior, like from history, you would never want to go up against? Like, would it be like, like a wild Native American on the plains, a guy from Genghis Khan, a Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me and it's gonna hurt?
The Vikings. 'Cause
Vikings.
They were the biggest. And they were on mushrooms.
Dude, but
Is that true?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones. Where do you think that gene line came from?
Vikings.
100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with the dragon head at the front. And when they pulled up at your shore, everybody just ran.
Yeah, that's it. But can I just nominate someone?
Yes.
We're not been thinking about. I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him. But let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great, who led his troops undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated.
That's crazy.
Record. Never lost. Mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
They killed each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were civilized, the Vikings too. It wasn't. Well, but did you ever see the biological warfare when they would light the? I read this thing where they would the rats on their boat when they were going to whatever wherever they were invading. They would wait. They would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew. They would get close enough. They would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people or whatever and wait it out for like 40 days and just then go in when the town was all dying of some disease.
Whoa.
It's another. That's a
dark.
fact.
The
That's
Vikings
real.
they were brutal. They would even kill like the priests in the churches. They would do bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
In person?
Dude,
I don't want to go to
photographs.
Afghanistan.
Photographs.
No.
Nobody wants to go to Afghanistan.
Yeah,
That's
no.
the problem. Archaeologists can't go there to study them.
Yeah.
But they have ancient Greek cities.
I know.
They look like
Wow.
like beautiful ancient Greek cities
Yeah.
Right.
that are in the middle of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
That's sick.
My friend who served over there was telling me about it.
Yeah.
He's like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's
Yeah.
like this is the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
You gotta
So you're
admit,
not.
Crazy.
the Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like, people kind of
You know what
democracy.
you really should read?
Yeah.
The Immortality Key. Have you read that?
No.
It's Brian Murarescu. He's a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian Mysteries, where everybody would go to learn about democracy and like they were all like tripping balls.
Yeah.
And they've found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine, but it wasn't wine. The wine wasn't just alcohol. They would mix it with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds, and one of them was ergot. So they found residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all drinking wine and tripping balls and figuring out democracy and like fucking the stars and constellations. They were out of their heads.
Yeah.
And the birthplace of so much of Western society has come from that one spot.
Yeah.
When's the last time you
Thousands of
banged out a
years
little LSD?
It's been a long time.
Yeah. You think you'll bang it out again one day before you go?
I would like it to be legal before I admit to that.
Oh, right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought LSD
We
was
have
legal.
No, super illegal.
Oh, all right.
Schedule 1. When we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like soldiers, that'll open the door for that. And then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over a lot of the shit that people are struggling with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and snap themselves back onto a better course in life. And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very limited. But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back.
Right.
And that's real, because there's a certain amount of people who have a very fragile grasp on reality as it is.
Right.
You give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, and you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
Were you able to snap back quick?
You can snap back.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're doing, and when you're doing it, what time in your life, and what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go, where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the dose is to give you. You can do it in a calm and clean and safe setting, regulated. They have counselors. They have people that understand you. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. So there should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities.
Right. There you go. I want to do it. I mean, that's what ketamine therapy is in some small ways, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Lilly, the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine in there. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles because it would last a long time and just just fucking exist in this other dimension for hours at a time. Yeah, that was his thing.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I want to hit it. We should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
I have one.
He's got one here.
You have one here?
Yeah.
You want to hit it?
No.
Oh,
yeah.
He won't do it. See, he gets a little. He won't
I get
do
a little
it.
scared of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth being scared.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like whatever weird feelings you have, you can't handle it. All you have to do is open the door, and you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug.
Right.
If it was just a drug, when you lay in there and your eyes are wide open, but it's pitch black and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it'd be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff? They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself that you ask the girl out on a date that you're attracted to, or that you chase the job that you want, or that you like stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like you need some ego. You can't be completely selfless. You're not going to get anywhere. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile, and your ego is protecting you from a lot of like true understanding of the life experience.
Right.
And one of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego. And then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way. And you realize, like, oh my God, we're all energy, like feeding off of each other. And we're pretending that we're isolated and we're singular. We're on our own. That's why really ill people will tell you, I don't have any friends. I don't like people. I don't want to be around people. If you've got a guy who's a fighter pilot, it's like, I don't hang around with fighter pilots. Like, it's probably really depressed. Like, something's wrong with them. If you don't hang out with your peers, you don't have friends, you don't enjoy camaraderie and community, you want to pretend that you're like this isolated, like dark poet or something like that, you're probably very mentally ill. There's probably something really wrong with you.
Well, we're hardwired social species.
100%. And we enjoy each other's company. Yeah. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing they could do for you in jail is put you in solitary confinement. The worst thing they can do. You're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists and murderers. The worst thing they could do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe the internet's bad, is because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they would ever talk if they were right in front of people.
Right. And that's why I think it's bad, because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is.
Yeah.
And people are essentially disassociating when they're on there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally and the ability to socialize and just have conversations with people gets severely stunted. You know, like you don't flex that. You don't use that muscle, and it atrophies just like everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just there's so many kids that are like completely socially disconnected other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area and just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah. And
It's crazy.
It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
And that's what's troubling. And that's what I worry about my kids. I go,
Right.
I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energy. Looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
You know, feeling someone's energy, like you said, it's you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together, they're on their phones all the time.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing, because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours I have no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're
Right.
connecting to you without doing that. They're just connecting to hearing you.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like a long radio show. They're not like
Beautiful.
flipping through, scrolling,
Mm-hmm.
talking to other people, and they're talking back, and everyone's pretending like there's somebody else and catfishing each other.
That's why I always used to like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around. Because when you were on a plane, if you didn't have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat and you know you can't go anywhere, I would get my best writing done.
Right.
My best writing, because I'm like forced to write.
Sure.
So, like, I'm forced. There's no Wi-Fi.
Have you ever tried to go to the bathroom without your phone, though?
Oh, it's hard.
I can't even pee. My it doesn't even
It's
work.
impossible. Yeah.
My detrusor muscle or whatever that muscle is that pushes out your pee, it won't come out.
If I got to poop really
I cannot
bad and I
do it.
only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold
Yeah.
my shit until I can get enough to shit through.
I
Yeah.
can't do it. That's why I think I bet you there's a spike in anxiety when we ask, or people ask to have their phones put away at a comedy show or a music show, whatever.
Oh, for
I
sure.
bet you their anxiety goes through the roof
Oh,
because
yeah.
they're like, I can't,
Oh, people complain all the time.
It's the best thing. And you do that at the mothership, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing.
Yeah.
It's better for everybody too.
Yeah.
It's better for the audience member. It's better for you. It's better for everybody.
yeah. If you were going to get eaten by, would you rather it be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
You
I
have
don't
to
know.
get eaten.
An animal.
You don't want a cannibal
Yeah, I
to
don't
eat
want some guy knowing he's eating me.
Right.
Yeah. You don't want him to have that
That's
power.
interesting.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Alligator. Crocodile.
Quick. It would
Yeah.
be quick. How about a
Just
hippo?
Just
Hippo would
snap you in
snap
half. You'd
Yeah.
be dead in
They
seconds.
drown you, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
You don't want hyenas to eat you.
No.
You do not want that.
Because what do? They eat from the bat.
Because
eat
they
you
have
alive.
they have no concern about putting you down, killing you. Like a tiger, a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating you.
Yeah. Same
Yeah.
as bears.
Yeah.
Bears just
They
start
just start
eating.
eating
you.
you.
Just start
Yeah,
eating
they
you,
start
yeah.
eating you. Wolves just
Yeah.
start eating you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their puke?
Yeah,
That's how they
they're
nourish
the only
themselves. It's a
animal.
true story.
Yeah, they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo penises. They're trans.
Transgender
Oh, yeah.
animals.
They're fucking wild.
I have
The
a
women
bit
are
about
bigger
it.
than the men. I
Yeah.
loved your bit about it.
They
Yeah.
smell
Yeah.
too bad.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal. And we both loved history. And so we just combined those two things. But hyenas are hilarious, dude.
What was
By
your bit
any
about
means-
hyenas? I didn't hear
It
it.
was great. It was a long bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a long bit.
It's a
Yeah.
good bit.
It's basically about they're a matriarchal power structure.
And why that's bad.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's also they had to do that because male hyenas are such cunts. They probably eat the babies.
Yeah.
They're monsters. It's but they're like a medium-sized animal in a world of things way bigger than them.
Yeah.
So they're living around lions.
They get it
Right.
done. They
Yeah.
trick
Numbers,
you,
yeah.
numbers. They confuse you. They're opportunity killers. They love to kill, to steal kills.
That laughing is real. That cackle.
Yeah, and
That's a
they
real
don't
thing.
really know what it is either. They don't actually know
Seems
what
like they're
exactly.
having fun.
Yeah, it sounds like
Just-
they're having a good time.
Yeah.
They're just having fun.
They're fucking
You think
brutal.
lions are like these fucking hyenas again?
Dude, I mean, the hyenas just spoil fun. They show up and you're like, these fuck. You ever see when like a cheetah works so hard?
Yeah.
Because cheetahs fail all the time. and then they finally get a kill, and then you just hear that. You just hear that, and the cheetah's coming, going, motherfucker, and they just come and they just steal it.
That whole area, when you think about it, is like the proving ground for like biological life.
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to keep the populations in order? How are you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand? How you make sure that the hyenas always have to worry about the male lines? Look at that face.
Yeah.
Man. Look at that face.
Yeah.
That face is so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to get eaten by that.
Crushing jaw muscles.
I think.
Oh my God! Look at that face.
Yeah.
That's so nuts.
They're hilarious.
Imagine that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
Yeah, I don't know why they're
Ripping
funny
you
to me.
apart. Yeah. How many people die from hyenas every
They
year?
eat a lot of people.
Do they?
Yeah. Remember that picture that we saw of a hyena? It's got an elephant's foot in its mouth.
Yeah.
It's just running
Yeah.
around with an elephant's
That was
Fucking monsters.
that was actually our first logo. We put our faces on that.
Ah.
And then we tried to sell merch at it, and people were like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah,
face,
and
fucking
also
idiots."
it's not our picture to sell.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas every year? Hippos kill the most people in Africa, right?
Do they?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths in
What
Africa.
are they like? Is there a village or something that like lives close to the
I
hippos
think
in
if you
Africa?
fuck around and you get in the water near hippos, you ever see the hippos chasing boats?
Yeah,
They'll
they're-
chase boats.
they're
It's like a
no, I never
fucking submarine.
Super
Wow.
territorial.
Yeah, they're rough, man.
Yeah,
You think of them as hungry hippo.
yeah.
Well, we make the most monstrous animals the cutest.
Yeah.
Polar
Yeah.
bears,
Yeah.
hippos,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yogi.
Yeah,
They'll
teddy
kill you.
bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You're like, you don't want
Tony the Tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? Tony
Yeah.
the tiger. How many people every year die? Let's take a guess before we find
Okay.
out. How many people die from hyenas?
You
every
ready
year?
for this? I'm going to say, I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of cannibals.
Wow.
So I think more people get eaten by other people than hyenas.
Wow.
1575 is my guess. USA.
How would you'd have to count into places where people do it for revenge too, like Haiti. They eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That counts. Papua New Guinea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
How many? I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year where people get eaten by cannibals. I would say it's less than 20 people eaten by cannibals. This is my guess, and maybe 75 people every year die from hyenas.
I'm gonna go 800 to 1,000
Hyenas
on the whole continent or Serengeti. Yeah, I mean Africa. Yeah, I'm gonna go
every year.
1,000. Yeah, I'm gonna go
Jesus.
1,000. Yeah.
What about cannibals?
Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody
Right.
eats somebody and then goes and reports it.
Right.
Yeah, so that's impossible to know.
Right.
But I think hyenas you can track, and I think they probably get hundreds.
But ask Google, because Google
Yeah.
tells you the truth.
I
Chat
bet it's
GPT
not that
lies.
many.
Yeah.
I bet it's not that many.
Where we go?
Took me a while to find an answer. I found one story where a guy was killed by someone that said it was the 60th in that year, but I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death in that
Okay.
year.
I was
Wow.
on.
I said 50.
Sorry, person killed by hyenas.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is 1998 to 99. 50 people were attacked by hyenas, with 35 being children, 12 people killed.
Ooh, only 12 killed.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing tons of good info.
All right, so I was wrong.
If you're in that part of the world, you better be packing everywhere you go.
Yeah,
we need it.
Bulletproof vest, shotgun, big Bowie knife, fucking everything.
Yeah.
You're walking around a hyena country, you better be ready to spray.
Yeah.
Since their attacks are actually kind of rare.
Oh, okay.
Hyena attacks?
Yeah. Who gets people the most over there? Hippos?
Lions, maybe?
No, hippos, he said.
I
Yeah.
think hippos. I think hippos are responsible for the most deaths in Africa every year.
But you know who really is responsible for most deaths in Africa?
Humans.
Mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
yeah,
course.
yeah. Which is
Those
so
fuckers.
crazy. to
They've
smoke.
killed half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah,
Mosquitoes have, right?
Yeah. Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever
Yeah.
died.
It's crazy.
Malaria.
Yeah, the most dangerous animal on the planet.
It
is
makes you think,
mosquito.
like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Hippopotamus, animal that kills the most people in Africa with an estimated 500 deaths
Wow.
per year. Fuck. 500 people get hippoed every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
bro.
real shit.
Oh, it's real shit. If you have a bad knee, you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill a bunch of people every year. Puff adder.
Okay.
That's a snake.
Snake makes sense.
How many people do you think die from African lions every year?
I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, if hippos are 500, it can't be 100. Like, let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
If
I would
hyenas
say
are, I'm going to say 18.
18 from
because
more people die from hyenas than lions.
yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like in the 80s, and it was only 12 people died.
But who's
Right.
getting close to the lions like this?
Assholes.
Yeah. Well, they also live out there. I mean, there's a lot of tribes like live out there. They're close by.
There's a tribe, there's a village in Africa, I saw, it was on Nat Geo, that hyenas come in and get fed there.
Yeah, I saw
Hyenas
that.
walk into, you saw that, right? Where
Yeah.
they
So they
actually
have a
feed them.
deal.
So they have a deal, and it actually, they believe, helps keep them safe because the hyenas know they don't have to kill anyone, they'll just get the food.
These are good. These are coffee.
Ooh, nice.
The breakers.
Yeah.
I think that's probably smart. Like, make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
You know,
They
they understand. Try to
understand.
keep them as pets. You ever see the dudes who walk around with them with chains on them?
Yeah.
And shit?
That'd
Yeah.
be wild.
Yeah.
That's a gangster movie. Walk around with a fucking hyena.
Yeah.
They're big too.
Dude, if we ever do
What's
like
a hyena, like $150? So it's like a mastiff looking size.
Yeah, it's kind of like probably a German Shepherd or Mastiff looking.
Bigger than a
yeah.
shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know because
Pretty fucking
they're like wide. They're not that like they're kind of compact. So
Mhm.
I don't know what they're.
can you get them in the, you can't get a
No.
hyena in here, right?
Maybe get them in Texas.
Yeah.
Or
Get
Florida. Texas has a lot of shit here.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on a show, like if you've got clearance?
If you're
You could do
Ted
that.
Nugent, Ted Nugent in Texas could bring hyenas on stage.
He'll bring one out.
He used to ride a buffalo when he was on stage. You ever see that? Yeah. You never see Ted
No.
Nugent riding a buffalo?
No.
He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And like he's doing a show. He's on a fucking buffalo in front of all these people.
You know, Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than. He's the only guy who made it make
What
sense
did
in
he
my
say?
head. He goes, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talked about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables
this.
from being eaten by other animals.
Look at this. Riding a
Wow.
buffalo.
Wild kid.
Wow. His son owns a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my
Rocco?
Oh, it was the kid didn't know he was his son.
Yes,
Yeah.
you
Oh,
met
the
this
other
kid?
Yeah.
The
Ted.
kid that he didn't know was his son.
Ted
Yeah.
Jr. And he was like, "Yeah, Ted
Yeah.
Nugent's my pop. He's a really cool guy." And I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking
Did
wild."
you ever hear him explain that? And I was like, oh,
Explain
yeah.
it on this podcast.
Oh, he did? Is that
Yeah.
what it was from?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I was like,
There's a red
oh,
curtain
yeah.
behind him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, like nobody ever thinks of that.
What is Ted Nugent famous? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You don't ever heard of
No,
Stranglehold? You never heard that
sorry,
song?
no.
Here I come again now, baby. You don't know that song?
Oh,
Oh my God, you know it. Play Stranglehold.
yeah, I'm sorry. So he was
It's
a
one of the
musician.
greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I
Like,
just- I'm gonna be honest if I know it.
come on, son.
So far, it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
You know it?
No,
You
How
don't know
dare
it.
you? Hold up.
I don't think so.
I've heard this song.
Yes, yeah.
No, I've heard that part.
Hold up. This is a huge, huge hit.
I don't know it.
Who's the best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray? No?
Hendrix.
Hendrix?
Hold up. All right, we're good.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
So he was a
He's
big
famous for
musician.
that. Cat Scratch Fever, another big song. He
Okay.
had a bunch of good songs.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well,
stuff.
it's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues and
That's
kind
cool.
of a maniac.
Right.
Yeah, kind of a nutty dude, but he's fun.
Yeah.
So then how does he have a son in Staten Island that I know?
Well,
How's that
his
road?
son, I think he didn't know it was his son. Right? It was one of those deals.
But they're close.
Yeah,
They're a
but he has another
relationship.
son, his son Rocco, that I've met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah. It's a powerful name.
I don't
Rocco.
agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. To each their own.
I think Hendrix is the greatest.
Right.
When it comes to guitarists, because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, was like, "What am I doing? Why am I even doing this?" This is Eric Clapton.
Right.
Eric Clapton. Layla. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Billy Ray Vaughan?
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Sorry,
Son of a
Stevie
bitch.
Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray Vaughan
Tin
was
Pan Alley.
amazing.
Yeah.
He used to play at our club.
Yeah, I can't believe
There's
it's Billy
those-
Ray Vaughan. I got him confused with
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Don't tell my heart.
My achy breaky heart.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Tin
Tin Pan Alley is one of my
Have you ever
favorite
seen in the corridor of when you're going on stage at the mothership, those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan? Those are him on stage at the Ritz
Oh,
from
crazy.
1983.
Wow.
Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times.
Yeah,
Willie Nelson performed there.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that place has some history.
Oh, you could feel it. Dude.
Yeah.
It's burned in there.
Yeah.
I brought in Ghost Hunters to check it out. Sam and Colby, I brought in Ghost Hunters.
Did
they find it?
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what's real,
Yeah.
but someone was murdered there. Someone was definitely shot there. I think in the 70s.
Right. We were
one person. It used to be a nudie movie theater, and it was a pool hall. So it was like a nudie movie theater, a pool hall. It was a punk rock club. There's like a lot of history in there.
A lot of
Right.
people of the night in there.
Do you think it's possible that it was built on an Indian burial ground? Indian burial ground?
It's so much better that you fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall.
Oh,
Yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like wallboard, and you tear down the wallboard, you get to the raw brick, and in the raw brick, there's a fucking swastika on the wall, and we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later, I'm like, hey guys, why is the fucking swastika still here? Like, we're gonna open. In like 6 months, you got to get rid of the swastika. So they tell one of the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. So he cleans up. So now it's brighter. Now it's like bright white. I'm like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
Was it the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before Hitler?
No. It was probably from the punk rock days. Somebody probably thought they were being fuck yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably someone being a rebel. I'm a rebel.
And they threw it up.
Yeah, they threw it up. They painted it on the wall, and it stayed there. Wow.
Yeah.
They never cleaned it up. I'm like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old Punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is
signature.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Just
wow.
fully naked on
Yeah.
stage.
Yeah, with socks over their dicks, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
They used to do that.
that was a good move back then.
Yeah.
You could get away with that.
You
Show
should-
your pubes,
Why not?
cover your balls in your cack with a sock.
Throw it up.
Cack.
They got good bodies, nice lean bods.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
They're still going.
I saw a thing that said like hunter gatherers, what their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually have bigger brains. You ever see this? That they actually think that they were smarter than us. They have bigger heads and bigger brains.
Well, they probably got to process a lot of things. It's like, what is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things, or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive?
Right.
There's different kinds of intelligence. If you take like the smartest guy ever and you let him loose in the Amazon, how long is he going to live? He's not going to live very
Stephen
long.
Hawking's not going to make it.
Hunter-gatherers generally have larger brains compared
See?
to later human populations, as the demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem solving and planning. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Expensive tissue hypothesis, interesting, which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those? They found a new population of humans that existed as recently as I think 100,000 years ago. But they found them in China, and they have much larger heads.
Really?
Yeah, they found out, like, they thought they were Denisovans, I think, at one point in time, which also is fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. But this is another one. This is another new species of human being they studied, that they found, rather. And they had large heads.
Haven't they found like 12, like 11 different hominids now? Or like,
There's quite a
Yeah,
few.
yeah.
There's quite a few, including the really controversial ones, like Homo floresiensis or Floriensis. I think I forgot. how to
What was
say it.
that one? What was
Those are the
controversial
Hobbit
about
people.
that?
The island of Flores. They were little tiny 3
Squeaks.
tall people.
Little squeaks.
Little twinks.
little-
Yeah.
Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found in 2 different locations in China. They appeared to belong to unique species, thousands of artifacts, stone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s fossils. I think this is large. I know I have a photo of it. Here, I'll send it to you. Where's my phone? I know I have. I saved it because I wanted to look at. Yeah, Dragon Man. That's it. Newly complete skull discovered in China in 1930 is a basis for the proposed new human species, Homo lingi. That's it. Known as Dragon Man. Skulls found in 33 Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge was being built. Okay, so the skull is a combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans and Neanderthals, a low forehead. This is it.
But how do they know that these are? Couldn't it just be like a weird looking kid? Like if me and Giannis were laying down, you found our skeletons, you would think we might be different types of species. I mean, peanut head and I have a head like a Cro-Magnon.
Good point, right?
Yeah.
We found Shaq buried right next to
Yeah.
Midget the Midget.
It could just be different people.
Yeah.
That is.
Good point.
You want to talk about fumes? These kids definitely had fumes.
big time
Neanderthals?
fumes.
Oh my God,
What
dude.
did
The
they
scent
smell like?
must have been bad, dude.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Here, Jamie. I think this is a different thing. I'm gonna send it to you right now. I'm gonna send you the title. I just saved it on my phone so I could look at it later. I didn't really look at it too much.
Right.
But they keep finding these new versions of humans.
Right.
So it's like, how many of them were there, and why did we succeed? Like, what was so great about?
I think we were most vicious, right? We just
Dogs.
killed off the other ones.
Dogs.
You think
Has to be.
dogs?
Dogs.
That's the
I
answer.
know. Yeah.
You 100% positive.
My street smart says it. Science says it. Like it's nation, in the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid that that's what gave us the edge.
That we domesticated dogs.
We teamed up with dogs and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
So this is it. Large head people, mysterious new form of ancient human emerges. This is it. So a provocative new piece of nature has proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of the Denisovans and Neanderthals that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in Eastern Asia more than 100,000 years ago. Brains of these extinct humans who probably hunted horses in small groups were much bigger than any other hominin of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large head people. Yeah. So that's it. It is that name, though. Oh, no. In the past, it says. Some science have attributed to it. But that's not what they're saying. So they think it's different.
The Denisovans is what it says. Some scientists have attributed the Julian fossils to Denisovans.
Right.
Is it?
In the past. So now they think it's a totally different thing, right?
I didn't know people ate horses.
Oh, yeah.
Has every animal been eaten?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses, man.
Yeah,
In
still
fact,
right now.
Shavkat Rachmanov, the #1 contender in the welterweight division, says it's his favorite food.
Horse meat.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He
Interesting.
rides horses and he eats horses. So he's like, I love horse. He loves them all the way.
You ever tried it?
Yeah, I've had horse.
Good.
I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe Beef.
Oh, of
Fucking
course.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible place. And we went there, Ari and I. We had, I went with Duncan too. We had horse tartare and we had horse loin.
And it was good.
Fucking really good. It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating an antelope or eating an elk.
Right.
It's real similar. It's
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was on All in the Family when the bunkers were poor. They weren't doing so well. And Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat and she served it to Archie. And it was like a big deal. It's like, I ain't eating this horse. You remember that episode?
I never saw it.
I don't. But again, another good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family that she fed him horse
Horse meat. Yeah.
but they were so poor they didn't have any meat.
Yeah. Well, I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they lug us around for,
They're also very sweet.
Yeah.
Like they're connected to people.
I can't.
Right? You can get connected to a horse.
Yeah. I can't eat horses. I can't eat dogs. I just can't do it.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Dogs
can't
get eaten a lot, unfortunately, right?
I think dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up with
Yeah.
them, and we evolve together. Something's up. It's magical.
Yeah, my dog he's a part of my family.
Yeah.
I'm connected to that dog.
Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but maybe I should get a dog. You think I should just do it?
Dogs are great, but you're a weirdo. You probably give them away.
No, I
You
would.
probably say I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family. And
I
And
did.
they raised him to be an attack dog, and I feel bad. Now he's attacking people.
I would. I gotta be
like
better
that
with
fucking dream house you got rid of, and you moved to the
Sold it.
city like a retard.
like a fucking retard. Now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your old house back?
Because
you did. You tried.
I
to buy it
did,
back.
and they
He doesn't
won't.
wanna sell it.
They won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What can you do?
Nothing. I
I
gotta
gotta do
just
that anymore.
Don't-
Call him now when you have like
him and I.
a much more logical person.
He is. His brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild, and he kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know how controlled them, but it was bought by a Muslim family.
A Palestinian family
Palestinian family.
on October
Yeah.
8th.
Yeah. So
After October 7th, the next day is when we sold it. October 8th, and
That October 8th?
that October 8th, they put Palestinians moved in October 8th.
Boy, they moved quick.
Yeah, they came
that's
right
like-
in.
I see the writing on the wall.
well, they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it. So they're like, we can actually live there,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
just do it.
So they moved in big, and and my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. But what can you do? I had to go. I had to move to Queens.
You didn't have to.
No.
You should have called somebody. That's the time you should call me.
Well, now I'll know. Now I know.
Yeah, please do. I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking
Yeah.
about? You're like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Right. As soon as we
back, though.
as soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant and see if we can rescind that offer, or are we locked in legally? Oh shit! I just found out ChatGPT's lying.
Do you get panicky?
Oh,
when you
yeah,
do
I get
things
real
like that?
panicky. I get real
But yet you still do these.
I still do it because I
impulsive
think
things.
I don't do drugs, so I think I get and so this is a My father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble, so I thought I escaped it because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it.
You do it with life choices.
Yes, which is kind of a little riskier.
A lot of people do.
Yep,
I
I get
a
a
life choice gamblers out there.
But now I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for my path to peace, so I'm trying to just be
Right.
peace.
Radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance,
Radical
being friendly with my
acceptance.
present, being gentle with life. We're trying.
It's bad.
We're trying, baby. Yeah.
Scary. Just run mountains or something.
That's what it is.
Straight.
Well, I tried to, but I got a bad Achilles.
That can be fixed.
I know, but I've been trying for
What's
6
wrong
months.
with your Achilles?
I don't know, man.
It hurts?
I have tendinosis in the Achilles, and they did the X-ray, and they see some scar tissue in there. So they actually told me
Why don't you get stem cells?
I can't get them in New York.
You can get them here.
Here, I'll come
Yeah.
down here. They told me PRP,
That'll help too.
spin the blood.
Yeah. Platelet rich plasma.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, but you should get stem cells while you're here. How long are you in town for?
I go home tonight. Oh, damn! But I can come back.
Okay,
Yeah.
come back.
All right.
Are you booked at the club anytime?
No.
You should come back, and when you come back, we'll set it up to go to Waste Well before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get a little
Because
stem.
a buddy of mine, my friend Evan, had a fucked up Achilles. It was bothering him for years. And
Yeah.
he got stem cell today. Gone. Pain's gone.
Really?
Yeah, it was bothering him for years.
That's me. I've been
Yeah.
2 years with this. I have a growth on the back of my heel.
Oh, from the bone?
Yeah, like the bones
Get
broke.
irritated?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and it's all fucked up. But I do have a clean colon. I had 2 polyps,
Yay.
but under 3 centimeters. We're good to go, baby.
Congratulations.
Clean ass. So does he. We got our colonoscopies a month apart.
Everyone should get a colonoscopy starting at 40.
Mm.
Everyone should get it. It's
You
on
get
the
cleaned out?
rise.
You know what you could really do? You
Yeah.
could do a comprehensive blood screen to test you for all cancers, not just asshole cancer. Well, they have that now. It's a lot easier and it's better.
You never did a colonoscopy?
I had one once.
Right.
How dare you bring it up?
Why? What's wrong with it?
Nothing.
I
I think
I didn't
that,
wake up that hard.
Yeah.
I think that if you go, I didn't have a colonoscopy. No, I had an exam, but they go in there with their fingers. I didn't go in there with a.
Did he put the scope in there?
No.
He woke up during his because he liked it.
I woke up.
I
swear, to,
hard on.
swear to God.
Yeah,
No,
Jacking off.
I wasn't even hard. I'm not even fucking around. I woke up in the middle of it because I just knew something was
Dreaming.
in my ass. I woke up. Yeah, I woke up. I went Mateo. I felt like asleep.
But they can screen you with this. I forget what it's called. They do that at Waste Well too. They send it off to a lab. They take your blood and they screen you for like 100 kinds of cancer.
Right. That's
That's
the way
good.
to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the full body scans now too.
They're trying to attach. There was some paper that I was reading that was trying to attach cooking oils with cancer, specific kinds of cooking oils in colon cancer. Specific types of seed oils that things are cooked in, and the prevalence of that, and the human diet, and how it's contributing to cancer.
Yeah, well,
Why-
colon cancer's on the rise.
Why is this
Yeah,
stuff
like
not
why?
available in New York? Why can you only do this kind of stuff in
Oh,
Texas?
you could do it in New York. I guarantee you just don't know the right people. I
Right.
guarantee, you probably can't do stem cells to the extent it's like there's not a lot of these clinics because of a lot of FDA regulations and the way they work. Utah's a really good state for it. They have much looser regulations.
Right.
But a lot of people wind up going to Mexico. There's a place in Mexico they're called the CPI, Cellular Performance Institute. A lot of UFC fighters go there because they have an arrangement with the UFC. You can do wild shit down in Mexico.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did, right, with his Achilles. He went down there and got the stem cells. He's good to go.
Yep.
Yeah.
He actually got treated here. He got treated at Wastewell.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers did.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I should just go.
Yeah, you definitely should. If I had known that you had that issue, I would have gotten you in early this morning.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'll come back.
Yeah, Ron White actually just went and he hurt himself doing yoga. And he fucked up his ankle. They just treated him.
And now he's good.
Well, he just got it yesterday. It's going to take a while before it's better.
Right.
But it will get you better a lot quicker than not having it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that have had like pretty serious issues cleared up.
Like torn Achilles.
Yeah, torn ligaments. As long as it's not fully torn.
No.
Then you definitely need surgery. Achilles is a bad one because it's like, God, it's like there's so much torque on that when you're moving, and then you got to screw it back down to your bone. That's got to heal and make sure you strengthen it enough before you start using it. So you have to be real diligent about your rehab. Like, look how long it took Aaron Rodgers, and he has state-of-the-art access to ways to and he was way ahead of the curve, way ahead of what it takes most people to do. But even then, he couldn't really play that year. He had to wait until it was like the next season.
Yeah, those used to be like career ending.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
Now they're just.
I got because I've been doing like calf exercises and like strengthening all around, and it's just like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, the pain is still there if I explode too much. So, but it's also, I mean, what am I going to do? I got horrific feet, Joe. My feet are horrific. My toes cross over. I have no arches. I have feet that look like they should be shoved into high heels. And
have you ever work out with barefoot shoes? You know those like minimalists, like
they'd have to custom make them for his feet.
Yeah, where you put your toe into each individual.
He's like,
hole.
No, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
You can get those too. Those are like the barefoot shoes. Those are
those help.
Yeah, those are okay. Those are good. The toe shoes. I used to have those. But the ones I really like are they have a wide toe box so your feet spread out and there's very minimal amount of sole just to kind of protect you from sharp things you stand on. But it allows your toes to move as individual units. So a regular shoe acts as like a cast. Like if you have like a thick soled boot and like a hard surface your foot sits on, it's like a cast. So your toes aren't really working. Your legs are picking it up, but your foot is basically atrophying inside that. And then if you work out barefoot, and especially if you work out and where you do something explosive like jumping and stuff with barefoot, then you're using your feet the way they're supposed to be used. All the muscle strengthen. A lot of people have very, very weak feet.
Yeah, I can't even move my toes individually. Like if you like, Chris, move your toe, I'll go like this.
You can't do this?
No, I can't do it. Wow.
That's crazy.
It's like, it's horrible.
You should probably take care of that before it gets bad.
See?
Yeah, it's still on.
See, and if go ahead, ask me to move my toe. Say, move my toe. Say, Chris, move your toe. Somebody say,
move your toes.
Yeah, basketball feet like I do.
Yeah,
that's all I could do. See?
LeBron's feet are like that too. Did you play a lot of basketball?
I did, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
I did.
Maybe it's all that like smushing in the shoe.
It could be.
Is that what it is, Jamie?
Oh, God, definitely. Like, I had to wear extra pairs of socks up until
put
I was
that
18.
fucking hoof back in the
No good, right?
sheath.
But then you see on the ankle here, I got a little bony.
Yeah,
that's where it's fucked up.
But I do have good hamstring flexibility, not bad.
That's not bad. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
LeBron's feet are evil looking.
Yeah.
He hasn't been playing, right? Did he come back from the NBA
He
yet?
just missed 2 games.
Oh, he's coming back? What happened? Was he hurt?
Whatever. Who knows? He needed to get time to get his body.
Oh,
right.
that's right. Timeout. What? Who knows?
Who knows?
Everybody, anybody
Who
who takes
knows?
out of anything now, people are like Diddy. That's
Ain't
everybody's
nobody
trying to
like
link
a
it to
Diddy party.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Imagine like him regretting saying there's his feet.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Damn,
dude.
wow.
Just smashed up.
I mean,
Oof.
pinky toes, brutes.
A lot of kickboxers have feet like that too.
Oof.
Feet all fucked up.
Brutal.
Imagine how many. You think about kickboxers, how many elbows they kick. Like John Jones can't even fight unless he has his big toe on his left foot taped to his next toe. He has to have it taped up because he tore his toe completely upside down when he was beating up Chael Sonnen.
Yeah.
And he didn't realize it until I was interviewing him after the fight. And then he looks down and sees his toes like,
wow.
he freaks out and he has to sit down.
The adrenaline, he didn't even feel it.
Didn't even feel it. His toe was upside down. Like
Wow.
the bottom of his toe was facing up.
Wow.
It was horrible.
I would probably say one-on-one, him, anyone in history, just because of how skilled he is.
That's what his foot looked like.
Oh,
Damn.
my God.
Yeah, bro. It
Yo.
was crazy.
So you noticed it first, though?
No, I think he did. I
Oh.
think he noticed it. I think he looked down.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He destroyed his toe.
So what happened? It twisted all the way around?
That's from the force of beating the fuck out of Chael Sonnen. That's what that's from. Like a ground and pound when he had him on the ground, just smashing.
Jeez.
Somebody isolated the moment his toe curls over. You could see it in like the replay.
Yeah.
The moment his toe, just the amount of torque he was putting on to try to kill Chael Sonnen.
Is he doing Peoria or
Aspinall.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Aspinall. I think they're trying to come to some sort of an agreement. The rumor is that he wants $30 million, and that the UFC is going to pay it. Hopefully, I hope they pay it.
I agree with him. Him and Peoria would be the Pereira.
Yeah.
Sorry, would be the fight everyone wants to see. Yeah,
Perhaps.
because he's been so dominant that.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if it's going to happen, they're both 37. It should probably happen soon. But John is, the heavyweight champion of the world, and Pereira has challengers in the light heavyweight division, especially Ankalaev. He's supposed to be fighting Ankalaev. Ankalaev is fucking very dangerous. And I think he's the number one contender. And he's been on a winning streak for a long ass time. He's only got one draw, and that was to Jan Blachowicz, who was the former champion. So he's like at the top of the heap, and he's been waiting for a title shot for a long time, but he's been talking a lot of shit. And Alex doesn't like that he talks shit.
Yeah.
So he's like, fuck him, make him wait.
Yeah.
And so I think Alex just said that he's going to fight in March and that he's not going to fight Ankalaev. Because if he's fighting in March, when is Ramadan?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I thought you would
I
be
don't
the
know.
guy. I thought you'd be the guy.
Ramadan.
I thought you would know.
Isn't
yeah.
it I think it's in the summer. It's in
February 28th.
Oh.
Okay, so he wouldn't be able to fight. Ankalaev wouldn't be able to fight in March. Because if it's like March 3rd and he's got to go through the entire month of Ramadan preparing for a world title fight, February 28th, and it ends Saturday, March 29th. So that's exactly during the time period where he's going to fight.
And with Ramadan, for the whole month, you can only drink water?
No. You can't. You definitely can drink water and you can eat food, but you can only do it after sundown. So Bilal Muhammad, who's the UFC welterweight champion, he observes Ramadan and he was training and fighting. He'd have to take fight during Ramadan. So what he would do is he would get up at like 4:30 in the morning before it was light out rather, and he'd have a big meal, and then he would go to the gym, and then he would have no water at the gym, nothing, and then at the end of the day, and also he didn't sleep during the day. Like a lot of them, like their hack of that is they just sleep during the day and train and eat at night. But he said that if you do that, then you miss out on the religious suffering, which he thinks is very important for Ramadan. So he would do it the way you're supposed to do it, where he worked out with no water, trained, and then he would finally get to the nighttime session. He'd be able to eat and then have a nighttime training session like a little later than normal. And so that's how he would do his day.
Wow. That's why these dudes are dominating. They're just tougher.
Discipline.
He started working with the Dagestani guys, right?
Mhm.
And then he just turned into a beast.
Well, those guys are hard fucking core.
Yeah.
They want no distractions, no women, no bullshit. Get off your phone. Let's go to work.
They're probably not jerking off, if we're being honest.
Probably.
They keep fuel. They keep it loaded up.
Yeah.
Keep a loaded glue gun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
That's something about having a loaded glue gun, right? When you're going into the ring, you want to be glued up full of glue.
Some people believe that. Yeah. Some people believe that you're not supposed to ejaculate within a couple weeks of a big fight.
Didn't you not masturbate out of respect to 9/11?
That is true.
What was it?
I wanted to go until we found Bin Laden, the perpetrator, but obviously that was too long. But I did go until October 1st. From 9/11 to October 1, I said, as my respect back to this country and patriotism, I'm not going to glue at all until we get out of this month of September.
Didn't Louis have a joke about it? He waited until the second tower fell. Probably he jerked off.
Yeah.
It's funny. Yeah.
I think it was a joke. He didn't make it until the second tower fell.
Yeah. Dude, I remember there was like a vigil, like on September 18th or whatever, later in like my neighborhood, and I was playing basketball. I was a basketball player, and I was playing in the park. And I remember when I left, everyone was just standing outside their house with like American flags and candles, and I wouldn't dribble my basketball because I was like, I think like a sound or any type of dribble of a ball, disrespectful. Yeah. And then a guy gave me a flag, like as I was walking, as if to say, take one of these as you're walking home. And I just walked with that flag. I love our fucking country, big Joe. Okay. Jesus.
Yeah.
I just love it, and I hate when people talk shit about it.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
Yeah.
We got
it's coming.
We got
Just
some drones.
Listen to Joy Reid.
Yeah. We should try to swat those things out of the air.
What do you think they are? If you had a guess.
I think they are I was joking about the AI thing. I think they're Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to say this in such a big podcast. I'm available to the CCP for whatever they need me to do.
Yeah.
Disinformation will do it.
I think that they are sniffing the radiation. I think that that's the most plausible. That I don't know if they know about it, if not, but I think they're probably looking for radiation. I don't know that a nuke's necessarily going off, but I think that's probably what it is. If I had to just guess, if I really had to guess.
Well,
I think they're being launched from submarines underwater.
yes.
And
That's what's crazy is like, if that's the case, how many submarines and how big are these submarines? Because these things are the size of an SUV, but some of them were coming from some like untrackable distance offshore, 50 plus miles offshore, and they're the size of an SUV and they can stay in the air for 5 hours. So what's the power source? And then the other problem is they don't exhibit a heat signature like a regular drone does. So did they have some sort of cooling?
Is that why they can't track them?
Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking them because of that. Like they're having a hard time tracking them in infrared. They don't know why they can stay in the sky for 5 hours at a time. Ryan Graves, who's a fighter pilot, was on the other day, and he was explaining to us like there's certain aspects of some of these drones that are above state of the art. They're doing things that we can't do. The big one is the flying for that many hours. That's crazy. The heat signature part, that's crazy. All the jammers and all different things they try to do to find the signal it's on. None of that works.
What does he think?
Why don't they just knock one out of the air? That's what I don't understand.
It's a good question.
That's what makes me skeptical to think that.
Does he think it's government?
Could be American.
I sent you something earlier today, Jamie, that I knew this subject was going to come up about it. I don't know. There's also some stuff like, is it real? I don't know if it's real. I don't know what we're looking at. There's some stuff with like these orbs that they're filming.
Oh yeah.
And they zoomed in on them, and you look at the zoomed in version of it, you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that goddamn thing?
We just don't know if it's real or not.
FAA bans drones in parts of New Jersey, threatens deadly force for imminent security threat. These areas have all now been deemed national defense airspace.
Civil Aviation Administration issued bans on flying drones in multiple cities across New Jersey, including several in our area due to security reasons. These areas are all now considered national defense airspace. Here's a map of those sites: the city of Camden, Gloucester City, Winslow Township, Evesham, Hancock's Bridge in Lower Alloways Township in Salem County, West Hampton, Burlington, and Hamilton. Unmanned aircraft are not allowed in those areas through January 17th unless approved by the federal government. The FAA says pilots who violate the airspace, meaning pilots on the ground as well, may be detained and interviewed by law enforcement. The agency warns that the U.S. government may use deadly force against drones it deems an imminent threat. These restrictions come just days after the FBI released a joint government statement saying most of the reported drone sightings were just airplanes, manned drones, and stars in the sky.
Shut the fuck up.
This shows trying to get answers.
Listen, Donald Trump's not giving press conferences about airplanes and stars in the sky.
Right.
You don't think that he knows something more than that?
I was going to ask, do you think he knows?
He's not staying at his golf course. He wouldn't go to his golf course because they were hovering over the golf course. There's a real problem. This gaslighting is not helping anybody.
Do you think it just goes out of the news one day, or we will get an answer as the public?
I don't know. I would never have guessed that it would be this big of a deal for so long.
Right.
How long has it been going on?
Since early November, mid-November, I think.
Around Thanksgiving, and it's been the same. Isn't it been like the same type of year, same time of year for a couple of years? This has been happening,
but not like this. It's never gotten like
not
national news.
No, not this many. But they were going over military bases,
and now they're just going over New Jersey.
Now Jamie, pull that video up with the one that I got on my Instagram. So I took this one from, I forget what the Instagram page is, but it's up on the page to give them a shout out. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is fake. This is the one we were looking at earlier.
Yeah.
I showed it to these guys in the green room last night. We were all, okay, what is that? The way the goddamn thing moves.
It's my favorite meme of you.
So click on it so we can hear it. that meme gets used for so many different things. Yeah. Listen to these guys talking when they're talking.
There's no cloud.
Shh.
Quiet.
So you see this thing. So what you're concentrating on is the one in the lower right.
What the fuck? Like literally, that's the ear in the sky right there.
So it's moving.
Are we watching a star? No, it's not moving quick enough. There's no tail. That's a UFO. There's no Look, something's coming off.
What the fuck?
So when it gets above, this is where it gets weird because it's slowly rising. It gets above that other thing, which might be the moon. I'm not sure what that other thing is. I think it's the moon. So that other thing, it gets above it, and then it starts taking off. And when it starts taking off, it does it with no sound at a fucking insane rate of speed. Like, look at that.
No fucking way. What the fuck? It just went out to space. It just went out to space.
Oh my God.
It just went out to space.
That's why.
Those guys are reacting like they're watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real. It could be fake. It could be all AI generated. It's ambiguous and blurry enough, though, that I'm willing to entertain it.
Right.
If that's really what they saw, that's a bunch of different people have seen things like that over time. And this is like the Tic Tac story. This is the one that Ryan Graves showed us that this lady photographed over Florida.
Yeah.
That these things, and they've seen it on. This is one that was seen by multiple people from different planes. That this thing moved and then shot off into space, and this lady got photos of it. But whatever that thing's doing, it's doing something that we can't do. That speed that thing takes off, that's faster than any rocket we have. That's faster than any fighter jet. That thing just shoots off into space at some impossible speed.
If so, it's either us. The drones are either. Well, why are they blinking if it's not us? Why do they have?
That one wasn't blinking.
No, but I mean the drones. I'm saying the drones are blinking. So I'm saying if the drones are ours, maybe there's been like UFO activity, and they're throwing these drones up to try to capture it with better.
Or what better way to distract people from actual UFOs that you know are going to be all over the sky than to put a bunch of drones up there too?
Right.
That too.
Yeah. If you have a bunch of shit that seems like stuff that you've seen, like a drone, like flying around, and then there's stuff that is impossible with it. That's a good way to cover up the impossible stuff. Have a bunch of regular drones.
Yeah. But at this point, why would they do that? Everyone's already accepted the fact that UFOs are out there.
Not really. If there was a big thing where all of a sudden the sky was filled with those football field size fucking motherships, like people would lose their shit. But if you could slowly get people accustomed to it, the way people got accustomed to masks. In the beginning, in 2019, if you saw someone with a mask on, like, what the fuck is going on? By 2021, why doesn't this guy have a mask on? Right? Just in a couple of years, everybody was wearing a mask.
Sure.
If we get accustomed to stuff, if you get accustomed to things being in the sky, and then all of a sudden there's nothing, like you could float anything in the sky. If you have weirder and weirder drones and then start showing spaceships, people would freak out way less.
Right.
I don't know, dude. If someone tells me this is a drone, I'm chill. And if someone shows me a football field size spacecraft,
True.
I'm going to freak out.
That's a big leap.
In
But
a good way.
What about one the size of a car? That's definitely not ours.
So you
It's
think they're just
moving like
doling
that.
them out
Yeah,
by size?
If I was going to do that, if I was going to get people prepared for an imminent invasion, like if I knew that there was UFOs on the way, if like we're working at the James Webb Telescope and we get a photo of a mothership and it's heading towards us, it's going to be here in 4 months, what would you do? Well, if I knew that they were going to be sending drones and probes into our atmosphere, and maybe they've already done that, to obscure that, I would put a bunch of our drones up there and have them hover over cities so it doesn't freak people out because you know that that's coming.
I mean, being freaked
Not a
out is
bad
probably
idea.
the least of our problems when they come.
Well,
if they're coming.
collapse of civil society is really possible if aliens show up. Like if they just instantaneously showed up, things could completely collapse if we knew that our leaders are just nothing compared to these new things that are visiting us from some other place and doing things that are impossible with our technology. We're helpless. We're lost. We're confused. They could shut down nuclear power plants. They can shut down the grid. They can shut down any weapon systems that we have. Instantaneously, power goes off. If all those stories are true, the best way to keep people from absolutely freaking out is to slowly trickle it in on them and get them more and more accustomed to this, like as a psyop.
How committed are you to this theory?
Not very.
Yeah.
Not very.
Yeah.
I go all over the place.
Yeah.
I think, according to someone that I spoke to, and this is someone who has high-level clearance and someone who worked for the government in this capacity, he said some of these they're not human. They're not exhibiting, whatever they are, they're exhibiting technology that is far beyond what we're capable of.
Right.
And then there's other ones, like Ryan Graves said, that are beyond state of the art, but you can kind of sort of get that they would be a drone. But how is it in the air for 5 hours? How does it not have a heat signature? How does it know when other drones are coming near it, when they're flying jets near it, and they just shut the lights off and disappear? These things are just shutting off.
Oh, dude,
and
right.
so
This isn't.
taking
They're
off.
aliens. Maybe they're alien drones.
If
It's possible.
And
Maybe
if
they're
you
just
were
alien drones.
also, if you were an alien and you wanted to get people accustomed to this without freaking out, wouldn't you start sending drones that are similar to what we have, but just many levels better, but similar enough so you go, oh, I know what that is.
Or they could just like get on the TV and get like, "Hey, dudes, we're chill." But they probably, if they could get here, they know how to speak our language, and they just go, "Hey, dudes, we're chill.
They can morph.
We're coming here." Or they just go, "Hey, guys, it's over. We're gonna like you guys seen the Matrix? We're about to use you for some sort of fuel."
Yeah.
Whatever they're gonna do.
Or maybe they're not going to be mean to us at all. That's possible too.
If they're that intelligent, they're not mean. They're not mean. People who
You mean like us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
That's
not.
hilarious.
Or maybe the prison planet thing I said in the beginning of the show. This is how it happens.
Well, you ever heard Bob Lazar talk about one of the most disturbing things that he found?
What? No.
One of the most disturbing things when he was doing the back engineering program on this supposed crashed alien spaceship or recovered alien spaceship was that they had a thick binder that was about religion. And the thing, we'll have him play it. We'll have him play it because it's one of those ones we've played a few times. But it's the Bob Lazar story is the craziest. Right. If he's telling the truth, and it seems like he's definitely telling the truth about a lot. He definitely worked at Los Alamos Labs. He was on the employee roster. He has a detailed understanding of the building. He knew all the security people when they took him there, when George Knapp took him on a tour through there. He definitely worked there, and he definitely was a propulsions expert. And he says they hired him to go and try to figure out this fucking thing. Here, listen to this.
The hardcore thing is that there is an extremely classified document dealing with religion of that thing. Period. But why would there be any classified material dealing with religion?
I want to go back to the religion thing. I want you to say it.
It's so far out. It's just,
All right, your objection has been noticed.
Okay.
What does it say?
That we're containers. That's how supposedly the aliens look at us. That we are nothing but containers.
Containers of
Containers. Maybe containers of souls. You can come up with whatever theory you want. That we're containers, and that's how I mentioned in the document. That religion was specifically created so we have some rules and regulations to its sole purpose of not damaging the container.
That's
It's just too
George.
fr-
That's
yeah, too
George
freaked
Knapp,
out.
by the way. Shout out to George.
Yeah,
Knapp.
I mean,
too freaked out.
it's
Right.
but
It's
the
kind of
pre-
what you were talking about.
the prison planet theory doesn't
Yeah.
seem so crazy if the advanced alien race is eating our negative emotions. Just don't be negative, and you'll be safe, dude. Just be happy. That's what they've been trying to tell you. Bob Marley, everybody's been trying to tell you this.
What is this, Jamie? What are you showing me here?
I believe that video you posted is from April. From what
April 12th, 2024, at Mountain Standard Time in eastern Arizona off the Black River in the White Mountains, the Fort Apache Indian Reservation. And, oh, by the way, my friend Cam Haynes, he hunts at one of the Apache reservations. He says they see them there all the time.
Wow.
He said they see crazy shit in the sky all the time. These guys are hunting out there in, this enormous reservation, like unbelievable, pristine forest land. They see crazy shit, and they just accept it that it's true.
Right, I believe that.
Most of the guys working there have seen something.
Yeah. I mean, that
That's
makes
also
sense to me.
where Travis Walton, this guy, that was in Arizona too, wasn't it, Jamie?
You guys said this version of the video make out the moon. I don't know if this is better because it's been reposted less, but
It does look better. It definitely looks better. So this is the same thing.
Are you freaked out by this?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not enough that it's going to fuck up my day,
Yeah.
right? Because it freaks me out, but it's not freaking me out like I can't sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
It's freaking me out like Ukraine freaks me out where I can't sleep.
Yeah.
Like that stuff freaks me out. The looking for a nuke on the East Coast, that freaks me out where it'll fuck with my sleep. If I think about that before I go to bed, the one thing that I genuinely, here it takes off. Let's take a look at it while it's taking off.
Wow.
And this is the thing. It's like there's no sound. Look how fast it's going.
Yeah.
Like what could go that fast? What the fuck can go that fast?
It's crazy.
That is insane. That has to be, I don't want to guess how many thousands of miles an hour that thing is going. But if you are a person inside, you're jello.
Yeah.
If you're going that fast.
Paul Verzi's dad and mom saw it, and it was not only the dad, mom, it was like an aunt. They were all there, and I asked his mom. She's like a religious person, and she said, "Yeah." I mean, and they said it was low, had lights on it. The father is, Bronx,
He's a funny guy, yeah.
and he said he doesn't believe in that stuff. And it was low, like above the tree line. He made it out. It was a saucer, and then he said it shot up and turned into a dot in the sky.
And this was in the 80s.
Do you guys ever hear the Betty and Barney Hill story?
No.
Betty and Barney Hill were a couple in, I think it was the 1950s.
Oh, yes, I know.
Where they were the first abduction story.
Yeah.
And they did hypnotic regression. They both had the same story that they saw something in the sky. They pulled over their car, and then they woke up, and they don't know what the fuck happened.
Wow.
But they were haunted by this, and they have hypnotic regression. They tell this crazy story about being taken aboard this craft. It's very similar to Travis Walton's story. It's very similar to a bunch of stories of abduction.
And what is this, like they get tested on, like, or they just don't remember anything?
It's hard to say when you're dealing with hypnotic because the thing about these, when you're recalling things through hypnosis, is like people are very susceptible to someone imparting a memory into them. So you'd have to know, like, what was the process like in which you interviewed these people. But John Mack, who is a psychologist from Harvard, wrote a book called Abduction that I read in the 1990s that detailed all the different people that he worked on, that he was, having these hypnotic regression sessions with these people. And they were all telling these similar stories about being abducted. And that he believed that there was a few people on Earth where they would revisit. They would find, just like we do with animals, where we put collars on them, right? When they catch a mountain lion, they'll put a collar on that mountain lion so they can understand where the mountain lion's going, where his terrain is. How they do it with wolves when they relocate them, they put collars on them so they know where they are all the time. And it makes sense that they would probably want to understand us, so they would pick certain ones. And if they had a way to silence your memories and completely put you in some sort of a state where they could manipulate you and take you to some place and do examinations on you and then put you back with no memory of it other than these like weird nightmares. That makes sense.
Well, it shows that they're compassionate if they put you back,
I guess, or that, this is how they study you. They want to know. I mean, there's no stories of them stealing people, right? They always bring you back.
Yeah.
But like, if that's real, like what's the purpose of it? Like, what are they doing? I would imagine they're studying us the same. Like, if we could study chimps and the chimps had no idea we studied them, like, we would do that. Instead, we dart them. We dart them, and then they wake up like, what the fuck?
Right.
But that's how we do it. And they would probably do it in a real similar way, just more sophisticated.
How about that other abduction story about those guys? They were like those rural guys in the 70s or something.
Travis Walton.
Yeah, oh, that's
the Arizona story, the logger. Yeah.
Those guys, I believe them.
That story is crazy because the other guys in the truck, one of the guys hated him. He got in a fist fight with that guy the day of the abduction. He still told the same story that everybody told. He walked up to this craft. They saw it flying through the air. Wasn't that in Arizona too? Was it Travis Walton case in Arizona?
Yeah.
I believe it was. Arizona's a hot spot for it. I mean, that's the Phoenix Lights.
The Phoenix Lights was crazy.
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 And a lot of people saw that one.
Thousands of people saw it, including the fucking governor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then why is this one catching on in the news?
Because this is more. This is more prevalent and it's lasting for days and days and days.
Got it.
And I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Do you think they just want to be there for the inauguration?
Probably.
Well, they're really early.
Yeah.
They're like fucking tailgating.
They're tailgating.
We're going to be tailgating the inauguration. We're going to be there.
We're going to be there.
We're going to be close. January 18th, we're doing a show in Washington, D.C. at the Lincoln Theater, our Historyanians live show, and we're like,
Geiger count.
Well, we were like, why 2 days before the inauguration? We're like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing the first live History
January 18th.
January 18th, Washington,
D.C. In D.C., it'll be fine. I mean, but we were like,
probably.
Who knows? We're
Better
doing
than
it at
January 21st. That one I can count on being there.
We're doing it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I like doing earlier shows now. You ever do that? You ever do like a... We think that's where the world's going with, like, we don't think people want to be out till midnight, 1 a.m. anymore. What do you think? Do you think that's stupid? Do you think earlier shows work? Would you experiment with them?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, Bert Kreischer's always done like afternoon shows, like take the day off work show. He's done
really?
Those. Yeah, Bert's been doing those for years.
Oh, I didn't
know shows. Yeah, I mean, Doug Stanhope does those day drinking shows. He actually filmed one at the Mothership.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Some day drinking shows. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, the club is there all day long. Why not have shows during the day if you want to?
If you can sell them.
Especially it's dark out. If it's the club's dark as shit, it's dark when it's noon. You know, it's like you could totally have the same experience at noon that you could at night. But it seems like at nighttime, people are off work, get a couple of cocktails, get a little loose, sit in the dark, have a good time.
But on a Saturday, sometimes I feel like people just sit around all day and wait for the show. If you can put it at 5 o'clock, why not?
Look, that's why they like to go to football games, right?
Right.
Going during the afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, you certainly could. You certainly could have day shows.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a big name. You know, someone they're willing to do something.
Yeah.
Like most of the people like to go out at night. You know, like to go to dinner, get a couple drinks, go to a show. That's a nighttime thing.
Yeah.
But that's just they're just accustomed to it, especially if it's Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
You totally can get away with
I'm just a morning baby. I like to wake up early, and then I like
time to get up.
I'm a 6 a.m. little baby boy that
How
likes
long
up.
before you look at your phone?
What I used to look at it right away, but now I give myself 15 minutes.
15 solid minutes?
I get 15 minutes, and I get my feet on the floor, and
What
I
if
just
you
try
have
to
to piss? You don't piss without your phone. Stop lying.
Let me think about
If you get
that.
up in the middle of the night to piss, do you grab your phone?
That I don't do because I'm in a slumber, so I'm kind of just. It's kind of like I'm in a slumber state of piss. But you're right. When I do get up, actually, I never really have to piss in the morning when I wake up because I do piss in the middle of the night. But that is a good point. I typically, if I have to piss, I do take my phone. That's a good point. But for mostly, if I don't have to piss, I will go 15 minutes. I try to do it, and I just try to breathe and get friendly with the present.
Yeah. Get friendly with the present.
You got to do it, baby.
Do you do any meditation or mindfulness?
Sure. Yeah.
So good.
Every day?
Yeah. Well, I do a lot of different things that also act like that, like my time in the sauna. I think that's very meditative, you know, especially when I'm just concentrating on breathing and getting through the last 10, 15 minutes. Cold plunge, I think that's a very meditative state too, because you have to be in control of your emotions and your anxiety because you want to get the fuck out of there, and you have to just stare at the clock, you know, and make sure you do your time, but also other things that I do. Yeah.
What do you stay?
I
How
also
long in the cold plunge?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, not bad. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I never tried. I can't even do a cold shower.
Dude, I can't believe we're doing maybe the last podcast on Earth after an alien invasion is coming.
I don't think these aliens are going to stop podcasting. I think they like podcasts.
They like it, right?
Yeah,
they're going to love yours for sure.
They
You're an
wanna know what
advocate
we're
for
doing.
us. Yeah,
So I'm on their side.
Yeah.
Come visit me.
Yeah.
I'm shocked they haven't visited me yet. I'm upset.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll come.
You would be freaked out, right?
Oh, definitely freaked out.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not be freaked out when you're confronted with the thing that everybody's wondered forever? Are we alone?
Yeah.
And if you know you're definitely not alone, no matter who you are and what you say, I don't care if you're the baddest motherfucker on the planet. You run into an alien, you're going to freak out.
But why is that not comforting? Like, I'm a kid who doesn't like loneliness, and it'd be nice to know that there's other things out there.
What if they're completely indifferent to us? What if they've
What's
completely
the difference between
eliminated
them and
emotion?
Yeah, but what's the
and they're
difference between them
cold
and like
calculated like a computer?
We have those here.
Yeah, but they're not telling you what you can and can't do with your life. They're not shutting down your power grid. They're not like coming over to rule over humanity. That's
Right.
the worry.
I mean, what's
The worry is
worst
that they
could do?
rule over us the way we rule over countries.
But maybe they do a better job.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, what's the worst they could do, really?
Look at you.
Yeah. Well, what's the
What does
worst? they could-
ChatGPT say about
Eliminate
aliens?
us.
Huh?
We asked ChatGPT.
What do they
if
say?
The Tic Tac was a UFO. We kept like beating it down, asking more and more questions. Like it's exhibiting something. What are the possibilities? If it is extraterrestrial, where would it come from? They gave us like a list of like star systems that are close by.
Wow.
Yeah, you keep pestering.
I kept going with.
ChatGPT.
I asked it to make an artistic rendition of what I thought it would look like.
What the Tic Tac looked like.
Yeah.
Yo.
At first, I made it huge. I was like, "That's a little too big, isn't
Yeah,
it?"
maybe, but not big
I
as those mothership ones.
That's it.
I don't know what it is, but it's fun. I like all this. I like all this chaos. I
Yeah.
think it's fun. I enjoy it when things get real sideways for some strange reason.
They were also probably been coming forever. Just now everybody's
Yes.
got phones, and now they're just capturing.
I think it's in the Bible. I
Yeah.
think the
Yeah.
Ezekiel story in the Bible is an alien visitation.
Yeah.
So
What is
it
that?
sounds
They're saying they talk about these lights
It talks
similar?
about a wheel within a wheel, like the way that Ezekiel describes this vision that he sees, like something that had like multiple different animal heads on it and different it describes it as a wheel within a wheel. The way he's describing, like you would imagine, like if you saw something beyond your fucking wildest imagination, and then you tried, years later to write this down, or not even write it down, right? Because it was told as an oral tradition for a long time before it was ever written. Who knows what the actual event was that he described? But there's a lot of ancient religious texts, including the Vimanas from the Bhagavad Gita, all these different stories of things flying in the air that exhibit extraordinary flight characteristics that move the way we describe UFOs.
So that's a good point then. Just because we have the capability to film this and know about it now,
Right.
doesn't mean that they're going to expose themselves because they've been doing this for thousands of years.
If you read Jacques Vallée's books on it, Jacques Vallée is the guy. He's a scientist that he was the reason why they have that French guy in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. You ever see that? Close Encounters, Steven Spielberg?
Long time ago.
Great fucking movie. But there's this French scientist they bring in to try to help people get through this. It's based on Jacques Vallée. And this Jacques, he was a podcast guest, very cagey. Didn't answer a lot of questions.
Okay.
Probed him a lot. But his books are fascinating. And one of the things about his books, I read the first one, I'm into the second one right now. In the first one, he goes into detail about through the 1700s, 1800s, all these different sightings, all these different experiences that people documented in news stories and different, and they're all super similar now. Similar enough that different versions of it, you could kind of attribute it to different people lacking the words to adequately explain some super paranormal, bizarre experience, but real similar. I think they've probably always been here. If they're real, if we are visited by something that's either interdimensional or from another planet, they've probably been doing this for a long fucking time, monitoring us the same way we monitor animals on this planet.
And they'll never say who they really are.
Well, maybe they're getting ready to, because we're about to unleash these fucking quantum computers and AI, and maybe that is the thing that they're here to make sure goes smoothly.
Right.
Because if you had to imagine one thing that would completely change the capability of this race of savage, barbarian, territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, which is what we are, you would, like, right when they're about to achieve godlike powers, like, let's like hover.
Wow.
Right.
That makes sense. It really does make sense when you put it into that context, which is actually reality. That we are on the precipice of something that is so unimaginable.
Bigger than the split of the atom.
Yeah.
Bigger than anything. Like, literally something.
You're blowing my mind right now. Yeah, I mean, we really, when you think so.
Your anxiety's going to go up.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, I don't know. My anxiety is about stupid stuff, which is weird.
Yeah.
This stuff just doesn't bother me, but I get bothered by stupid stuff. What is wrong
because
with
this stuff is not genuinely affecting you right now. If it was inescapable, if it was like hovering over this building right now, we wouldn't be able to have a podcast. We'd all be outside.
Yeah.
We'd be going, what the fuck, man? This is a silent thing that's 3 miles long that's blocking out the sky, and it's hovering, 300 yards above us. We would all be freaking the fuck out.
Right. So my question is like, Elon Musk probably has like what, a IQ of like 140 or something, or
probably at least.
So what is ChatGPT's like IQ like considered now?
Well, once they achieve, and they think they're going to be able to do this in 2025, when it achieves artificial general intelligence, I think what it will be as smart as every human being that's on Earth combined.
Mm.
See if that's right. See if that's correct.
What does that mean, artificial general intelligence?
The thing is, this is like, whatever it is, it's baby steps. So whatever that is, like this insane leap from us to that, is baby steps in comparison to what it's going to be.
Right.
It's not going to stop there. And if you have sentient artificial intelligence and unlimited computing power connected to nuclear power plants, like they're going to do, and then it develops a better version of itself and better versions of power and better versions of its programming and all the other things that go along with it and its capabilities. And if ChatGPT is trying to lie and copy itself, what is that thing going to do?
So, and they also don't know how it works, right? Like I watched that 60 Minutes interview with that sort of godfather of AI, or whatever they consider him, like the guy who first created the biggest component of it. And he says, the layers thing. And then
they don't know how it works.
They don't know how it learns. They don't know how it works.
They don't. No.
That blows my mind.
It should.
Yeah.
It should, and that's why the aliens are helping.
So is Elon concerned? Is Elon like really concerned about AI?
I don't know. He keeps it under his hat.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I think he's got contracts with NASA, and he's the Defense Department. And he's running SpaceX. I don't think he can talk wild about aliens.
Yeah.
You got that kind of.
Yeah,
it's like
because that's
a lot
what
on the line.
Right.
That's what we were saying in the gym.
Because he doesn't
day.
believe in him. I saw him on your show, and like I'm not sure.
He's the really very subtle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because people were like, "Oh, how come he's not commenting on the drones? He comments on everything."
It's true.
But and so, like, what does that tell you?
It tells me something's going on.
Yeah.
That's what I would be commenting on it. If I had nothing to do with it and I was a super genius who comments on everything, I would for sure comment on all these fucking drones.
Well, there's a lot of them. My wife saw one. She videoed it. It was a drone. There's a lot of them.
But it could have been a man-made. It could have been like somebody
could have
thrown
been
in
a
there,
kid because a lot of people are probably putting them up in the sky too.
100%.
Yeah.
They're all flying around Austin. I see them, and they're normal drones. I see them. Seen them the other night.
Yeah.
Boys, let's wrap this up.
So, yeah.
All right,
History
baby.
Hyenas is back. I'm
History
very
Hyenas.
happy.
Thank
Very
you.
happy. Very
Thank
happy.
you.
you
And we're
guys are back.
demonetized on YouTube, so we're trying to get remonetized. But
What happened? What'd you say?
we didn't,
Dude, who knows? I don't know. Why does this happen to me? I remember the last time. Yeah, and the last time they did it to my channel, and then you spoke about it, and then they remonetized. They had suspended me last time. But we don't know because we weren't even active.
The problem is if you get a bunch of haters who flag your videos and complain about them, I think sometimes that can do it.
Yeah, it says harmful content. We didn't even put on an episode.
It's just cocksuckers who just mass report you, or they don't like you. I mean, there's a lot of ways to weaponize that whole reporting system.
We're trying, but that's
and then you got to realize like YouTube is managing some fucking insane number of videos that are getting uploaded every minute.
Right.
And they probably have to have all these systems in place to handle this stuff. And I bet you can game that system. And then there's also a bunch of people that work for them that are woke dipshits.
Yeah. Right.
And I think they can flag things and they get out of line sometimes.
We tried to get it reinstated. They said we have to, February is our next chance.
YouTube, please.
Come on.
Please bring. It's just a history podcast for two funny guys. Let it go.
But that's why, in effort, we are playing by the rules with YouTube, and we have really clean, cute content on YouTube. But if you want to get fucking wild with us, go to patreon.com/historyhyenas. That's where we're going off at Patreon.
That's a great sales pitch.
Yeah, it's true. We are going off.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you very much. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
So happy you're again. Beautiful.
Thanks,
All right.
man. Thanks, Joe.
All right.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's going on, my man?
Joe,
is that Bigfoot on your shirt? It says
It is Bigfoot.
non-vegan.
Yeah.
How do they know Bigfoot's not a vegan?
See, I don't know. I mean, but I think he's got canines like us, so there's a good chance that he does eat meat,
I think hunters are the number one argument against Bigfoot being real. I've never met a hunter who's seen Bigfoot.
No, and his amount, especially some of your guests you've had on, and on top of, I mean, even myself, and now you spend a lot of times in some pretty desolate places.
Yeah.
And all the trail cameras. We should have gotten one picture.
Yeah, trail cameras throw a big monkey wrench into that Bigfoot thing.
I agree, and I'm always, it's still, a conspiracy that I'm still, every time I check, especially when you get in those deep, dark places out west and all throughout the country and even the South, I'm thinking maybe just this time.
It would be fun.
Yeah.
It would be fun, but it's very unlikely. I mean, there's only like 2 jaguars in the United States, and they know exactly where they are.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking back and even listening, like you had Ranella, of course, Cam, a lot of my hunting buddies and people I look up to as well, Remy Warren, all those guys. And you start thinking about the amount of time we spend in the woods, and we don't even see a mountain lion. Or you talk about the wolves. All these wolves are starting to be reintroduced, and you still don't see them a lot of times. They're there. But then again, you capture them on trail cameras, in the middle of the night. But yet Yeti or Sasquatch, only Jack Link's beef jerky has seen him. And I saw him on the Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, they're in a lot of commercials. They're in movies. I think they used to be real. I think it used to be a real thing. I mean, they know there's a thing called the Gigantopithecus that lived somewhere around 100,000 years ago. There was a bipedal hominid that was 8 to 10 feet tall.
Holy cow.
Look, in the orangutan family, I think they believe it was.
That'd be something to get Graham Hancock on. We need to get him back
Yeah.
to find that creature.
He's busy. He's busy with a lot of other shit. You know, it's like just trying to sort out the past, trying to sort out human history.
That was some of the most intriguing. I was dug deep into that, and then went, because of hearing him on the podcast, and went and just finished season 2, watched season 1 soon after I'd seen him here first.
It's pretty compelling.
It's pretty amazingly compelling. Yeah.
Well, and once you realize, first of all, that there's real physical evidence that something happened around 11,800 years ago, that
Right.
the Earth was most likely pounded with asteroid debris.
Yeah.
And it probably fucked civilization up pretty bad, and it can happen again.
Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
You know, it's. I mean, hearing his perspective on it and how he researched it, and it's from the standpoint, there's, you know, as we know, politics and everything gets involved in everything. You know, and it's just almost like he was a journalistic, really smart, intellectual guy who was intrigued. It's just a good approach to the way he studied it, to me, that made it even more compelling. And then the findings he did find, I don't know, I was very intrigued by it.
You know how he really got into it?
No.
He got into it researching the Ark of the Covenant.
Really?
Yeah, because in Ethiopia, there's a specific church in Ethiopia that has always been rumored to be the place where the Ark of the Covenant is stored. And there's these guarders of these people that are guards of this area, and they all develop cataracts. They all have like radiation poisoning, and they're guarding this one particular area. They won't let anybody look at it. They won't let anybody talk about it. And Graham got fascinated by this. And they started doing a deep dive into history and historical accounts of the covenant and the Ark and all these bizarre stories that have lasted throughout history. And the real evidence that there was really sophisticated societies that lived thousands and thousands of years ago, when we kind of assumed that people were hunters and gatherers. You know, Egypt is a great example of that. Like whatever they were doing there was fucking insane.
Right.
I mean, the structures that they made, still today, we look at them and we go, what the hell were you guys doing?
Like, yeah, how was this made? Yeah.
And he believes that society had reached a very, very sophisticated level of technological achievement, and then something happened. And now we're living in like a rebuild. Even though we're very sophisticated, you know, in terms of technology, our technology's gone in a completely different direction than theirs did.
And where did Graham ever, in his conclusion, in some of that about the covenant, did he ever think that it's still there?
They think it's still there, yeah.
So some people thought it might have burned up in Jerusalem, I think it was. Or
see if you can find where that is, Jamie. It's supposed to be in some church in Ethiopia. Oh, James already got it. So,
I just had watched something on that because I'm intrigued by all that kind of stuff.
Well, you know, when you really start digging deep into it, it's very fascinating. This one particular place has been protected for so long, and all these people that have supposedly seen it describe something that's, you know, Trump apparently has like a model of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
No way.
Yeah, see if you can find that. Yeah, he's got like a recreation of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
And that whole covenant was pretty cool based on how, you know, God had said, look, it, you know, had an intervention saying this is how big it's got to be. Yeah. It was built out of a certain wood, inside and out, gold, the handles, everything was there to hold the commandments. And then but then I saw something to where, I don't know if Jamie might could probably pull it up, but to where some people speculate it could be under the Catholic Church. I've heard that.
Like in the Vatican.
In the Vatican, yeah. And then
a lot of shit in the Vatican.
Oh my goodness.
Have you ever been there?
No, I haven't. But I heard you talk about, you went and had the guide and said it was amazing.
It's incredible. They have so much. They have billions of dollars in art. Like, where'd you guys steal all this from? It's back in the Roman days. Look at this. This is Trump's replica of the Ark of the Covenant at Mar-a-Lago.
That's just like.
Pretty fucking wild.
And it's almost exactly the replica of what it's assumed to have been looked like. You know?
Well, I mean, I think that's a recreation based on biblical accounts.
Absolutely.
Very strange.
Well, maybe Trump can take us to show it to us, man. That'd be cool.
What did you say, Jamie?
Trying to figure out I mean, clearly it was there. It might have just been there temporarily. It looks like that might be like on display in Israel.
Oh, so it's a replica that travels around. Is that what it is?
Oh, I mean,
temporarily is at
yeah,
Mar-a-Lago?
I can't find like that it lives there, but there's definitely obviously people with pictures of it.
Bro, if I had Trump money, I'd have one built. Like, make me another
why
one.
not?
Come on.
I would too. I would too.
It's a cool thing to have on display. I mean, I wonder what it was. I mean, if these guys really are guarding it in Ethiopia, like what is the radiation from? Like why do they all get developing cataracts and radiation sickness?
And we've all watched try to find it.
Exactly. It's so fun.
It is fun.
All that ancient civilization stuff is so fun because it is really kind of a mystery, you know, and it's fascinating and I'm sure you've been hunting before and you found arrowheads.
Yes, a lot.
When you find one of those, you're picking up this piece of history. You got to imagine some Native American was napping this flint on his knee, sitting there, who knows how many thousands of years ago.
Exactly.
They find 3,000, 4,000-year-old arrowheads. And you just got to go, God, what was life like then?
Oh, I can only imagine. And like where I'm from in Georgia, and obviously you and I both love archery, but all the arrowheads I find are quartz. So we have very little flint, and I'm not at all historically sound on understanding everything. I mean, I got friends. Actually, Jeff Foxworthy is one of those guys. He lives right down the road. He is obsessed with Indian artifacts and has an amazing collection. Like goes across the country. You know, it's hard. You call Jeff right now. You probably can't get him to Austin to come do the podcast, but then all you got to do is tell him, hey, man, I just plowed up a field and it rained, and we just found 2 nice flint heads. He'd probably be here. I mean, really? He loves it. He's eat up with it.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get. AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They're seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. This is a dude I know who has a ranch out here. He finds them all the time. It's Comanche territory where his ranch is in the hill country. And he, every day, go to that guy's page, Whitworth, J.W. Whitworth, J.M. Whitworth, J.W. Whitworth. I think it's J.W. But he's got incredible arrowheads that he's like just obsessed with finding them on this ranch. And this ranch apparently was just overrun by the Comanche. It's very fertile and rich, and you know, soil is great, and a lot of water habitat, a lot of deer. And so they must have just camped there and lived there for a long time.
It's JM, but it's
JM.
also private.
Oh, it is? Oh, he's private now? That's probably because we blew him up. I think that's when he went private. Because he didn't used to be private, but that's some of the things that he finds.
See, that's amazingly
He sent me a
beautiful
couple of them.
There's a company I found. Actually, I was in Illinois at this. It was a beer and deer fest in Illinois, and I went by this booth to see. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, Remy said that was probably used for fishing.
Very well could have been.
It was so large, he said it's probably used to shoot fish.
It seems that a lot of the arrowheads are, the ones that was actually attached to shoot with archery were a lot smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some people might argue that, I don't know enough about it. Like, is it a spearhead? I found some heads, like, look at this I found. Like, well, that's a spearhead, or that's this or that.
Right.
Or you find somebody like Remy, or I got a friend named Ike Rainey who's really big into artifacts. And if you find something, what you think it is, it's kind of like first time I hunted in Africa. I thought I'd springbuck, or I thought I shot a diker. And it turned out it was a springbuck. It's like, oh, okay, there's only 7,000 species of animals out here. So I think arrowheads are the same way. It's amazing. But to think, you're right. I mean, think of somebody sat down thousands and thousands of years and napped that out. And how many times did they not get it right?
Oh,
You say,
God.
that's perfect.
Dog.
Yeah,
It's
they
so
probably
much.
had to do a lot of them. A lot of them probably broke off wrong. I mean, it's probably not a very good success rate, especially when you work with flint.
Yeah.
Chipping away at it, but when they get good at it, it's such an art.
Yeah.
Like when you pick one up like a real
That is
flint
just so
arrowhead
much.
guy. So there's a lot of guys that make them now, though, unfortunately. So there's a lot of forgeries.
Correct.
Yeah, 'cause
Correct.
a lot of nerds, a lot of archery
Yeah.
nerds, they get real good at it and they just leave them scattered around places or pretend they found
Exactly.
them. You know,
You could do that. Just almost, yeah.
you totally could do that, but that's a legit one that was actually pulled out of the ground.
It makes me less whine when you know, like you're out in Utah and you have success in elk woods and you're butchering an elk and trying to get them packed out when you just happen to resharpen your knife. Like, it's the least I can do is resharpen this knife.
Right.
I mean, these guys had to nap out ahead. I mean, how long did that take just to go hunt an elk, you know?
Yeah, they lived for thousands of years with no meta.
Oh, I know. I tell you something was interesting. We hunted in a place in Montana where it was on the Milton River, and they had what they called a buffalo drop on this property.
Oh, wow.
And so if you went to where this buffalo drop was, you could go to the base of it and you could find there wasn't any much left now. We used to hunt back in the day, mostly in the I hadn't been since 2000. I think it was 7 or 2010 was the last time I went out there. But at the base of that, you used to find all kind of bones, you know, bison bones, you know, buffalo and stuff. But you would sometimes find these little tiny heads, and they didn't look like this,
They're real
which is
small.
interesting. What Remy brought up, maybe that was for fishing or something. I don't know. But all the heads we would find would be tiny little, almost like bird points. Is what I felt like I wanted to call them. I heard them called before, and supposedly what they did is they didn't necessarily weren't trying to kill the buffalo. They would hurt them. And they would just kind of peck them with the arrows, and then they would run the buffalo off of this cliff. And so it basically died coming off the cliff. And it was so cool. Across the valley, you could still see all those stone rings to where supposedly the ladies or the squaws would sit there and look back as soon as the men basically had, you know, whatever amount of buffalo, I guess, over the drop, they would come and butcher, and the men would go back and, you know, smoke the peace pipe and relax. So, times have changed a lot.
Yeah.
So I
Rebbe
thought
was
that was
telling
interesting.
me about this one site where they had a buffalo drop, and the pile of buffalo was so large and there was so much decay that it actually created a fire.
Holy
it
cow.
like started on fire because they're all just rotting and fermenting and
Just
there's
hot,
some sort of
nasty.
combustion. And so the entire side of the cliff was black from these buffalo falling off of this place, rotting, and then combusting.
Created a fire.
Yeah. I mean, I
That's
don't even know how
crazy.
that would work.
I don't either, but I do know that those buffalo drops do exist, and it's pretty fascinating. And the place we're hunting is a private landowner. He was a rancher, had some cows, and he was very funny. He did not want us to video on any of our episodes or anything to do. And back then we were videoing. I was working with Bill Jordan, and we had a show on TNN back in the day. And he's like, "Do not bring your cameras. I don't want any TV cameras around here, so because they'll come and all of a sudden they'll set this up as a historical site." And I'll have. So he was really funny about it. So I didn't even take a lot of pictures of it because I was always like, "Hey, you know, this guy didn't want us to take any pictures and talk about it." But man, every time I'd come back, you know, for morning hunt or we'd go scout, I'd come back and like, "Man, I want to go to Buffalo Drop." Like, you know, it's like a little kid, like a little 10-year-old kid, Boy Scout, and like, "Look at this, here's a head," or "Here's a buffalo horn or skull." And most of everything that would have been there had already been picked through because it's right off kind of a county road. And so most of the locals knew about it. And of course, you know, he's had kids and grandkids, just kind of rummaged through it. But it was pretty interesting. But every time you'd go, you'd find something. So it was really interesting.
Just really stretches your mind and your imagination to imagine living like that back then. And that these people, while, you know, being built, the Colosseum, Europe, all these different places in the world, these people were living the same way people lived tens of thousands of years ago right here.
It's crazy. And now it seems like we're so far removed from it. But yet, as we talk about it, that romance hadn't left. And even getting a chance to chase a bull elk, and there's still some amazing rural wild places out there that you can kind of revisit. And that was the first thing I noticed is all the Native American pictures you had. I hunt a lot with Native Americans, a lot with the Navajo Nation. I've become like family. They become like family to me. I go out there every year, and the resources they have. You know, I know Cam hunts a lot. You know, as at Muscalaro and different places.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, man. And even sadly, even amongst the natives, some of that culture is being lost with them more. And so we even go out every year and do a hunt with their kids. We take 15 to 20 Navajo youth hunting every year out there with the Navajo Game and Fish. You know, they have a lot of mentors. Gloria Tom, who she's just stepping down, but she was the kind of in charge out there. And we would go and work with people like Jeff Cole and that whole Navajo Nation, the families, and we'd take just their kids the kids of the Navajo Nation hunting. And sadly enough, they're like a lot of kids in America eating Little Debbie's and playing Xbox. It's like, man, you got 17 million acres in your backyard. Come on, bro. You're supposed to be the damn eagle.
Right.
You gotta fly and bit down. We got, I'm even out here, it's your room, and me too. I have all kind of Native Americans. My heroes were Native American hunters, like Ishi, who taught Pope and Young how to bow hunt. He's got
really?
Yeah, Ishi out of California. I think he come back and he basically taught those guys who were doctors. He introduced them to bow hunting, and then Pope and Young, as we kill an elk, we think, oh, is he big enough to go Pope and Young?
Right. Explain to people what Pope and Young is. People don't know what we're talking about.
Pope and Young is so basically Pope and Young were two guys that basically just kind of revolutionized archery as we know it a lot of times. I mean, obviously, throwing around names, you got to talk about Fred Bear and stuff like that. But prior to that, there was an Indian named Ishi out of a California tribe. And I'm not good enough at remembering exactly what tribe that was, but there's a lot of cool information that you can read. Obviously, if you ever get your hands on Saxton Pope and Arthur Young, any books, it's fascinating. Like my favorite book of all time is called The Adventurous Bowman. A friend of mine, Jeff Johnson, who's a writer, gave it to me, and I read it all the time. And even my kid, I read him that book at night, and this talks about their first venture into Africa and when they went there, when they hunted grizzly, when they hunted elk the first time. And so these guys were kind of, based on what I can assume, seemed to be pretty much city slickers who had basically a patient called Ishi who taught them how to hunt. And pictures of him, you can still see him. He looks like he's dressed at a Ted Nugent concert in 1969, jumping off the amps. And so now that's become similar to Boone and Crockett. Pope and Young is an organization that's formed around, celebrating certain animals that are trophy aspect. And if you get say a white-tailed deer that nets 125 inches on the Pope and Young scale, you can enter them into the Pope and Young record books. And every category of species like elk, bear, caribou, moose, so on and so forth has that. And so it's just kind of to celebrate a lot of the heritage of archery. And so Pope and Young, a lot of people don't know it, but that basically is the basis of what it come from. But it starts back to, guess what? A Native American, these arrowheads, they passed it on. And so now we're kind of carrying on that same tradition. And so as a student of the game, it's so cool to talk about
There they are.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Wow. Look at that.
That's cool. Can you find, Jamie, is that Ishi? That
That's
look Hall of
Ishi and
Fame?
Saxton Pope right there.
There's Ishi there. Can you imagine? Look at that.
You're learning from the source.
Yeah. I mean, and there's so many amazing stories.
What year was this?
Man, I don't even know. It had to have been in the, I don't know, was it 20s? Or maybe 1900. I know it was early.
You know what's fascinating when you think about what we enjoy? We enjoy archery.
1912.
1912. So that guy, that is like he was alive in the 1800s.
Absolutely.
So he was doing that. Like that's literally from the source.
And there's another thing, and it's crazy to think about this. Another thing I read and heard told, because obviously, you travel around and it's always trying to figure out, what's fact or fiction. But I'd listened to Casey Means on this podcast. We're talking about our food. Supposedly, Ishi, who was actually living very primitive, but come in, and once he started hanging around and got westernized, quickly got fat, because I don't know if Little Debbie's is around then.
No.
It's the only thing I hated about the whole Casey Means, that whole podcast. It's like, man, I used to love a good oatmeal pie. Now I'm sitting there like, I don't know, that glass of milk. Should I even partake? But I think he gained a lot of weight, started getting a lot sicker.
And the food back then was so much better than the food we have now.
Yeah. Just around a lot of people, and all of a sudden he was trying to fight probably viruses and diseases and getting an abundance of a certain food he wasn't used to. And supposedly, I think he got a little heavier and less healthy just being around.
Probably a lot of grains and sugar.
Probably, I'm sure.
Yeah. He's probably eating mostly meat before that.
Probably so. Just a fish out the creek and backstrap out of a mule deer.
The way everybody did for thousands of years.
Yeah.
It's just so interesting that if it wasn't for guys like Pope and Young and Fred Bear, I mean, how many people were evangelizing bow hunting back then? I mean, how many people were making it something that was, because as soon as rifles came along, the way everybody looked at it was, rifles are better. You can shoot something further. It's easier to do. You hunt with rifles. But to make that choice, this decision that there's something more connected, more spiritual about archery and bow hunting, if it wasn't for those people that were promoting it. People like Fred Bear,
Correct.
who was so articulate in the way he would describe things and the way he would describe the benefits of just archery practice, about how archery just removes your cares. Like if you could just concentrate on that target and just practice archery, it cleans your mind. And I find that today.
I do too. It's almost like you go back in time every time, even though we pick up, these new Hoyt bows, you're like, oh my God, look at the technology.
It's a lot more accurate.
It is. It's so much more accurate. And so, it's amazing. And you're just exactly right. It is spiritual. And to think back of where it was to where it is, but then you think about the rifles and the technology we have there. But keep in mind, I'm sure, in those people who are really hunting for substance, absolutely. If we leave tomorrow and we can't go and get us a nice steak dinner, or we can't go to the grocery store and buy us some chicken or ribeye, whatever it is we decide to eat. Well, absolutely. If you're like, hey, Joe, your wife and my wife is wanting us to kill a few squirrels, and we're going to have squirrels and gravy, and my wife makes some good biscuits. It's like, why don't, let's leave the Hoyts at home. Let's take a 22 and a 410. Let's just go get us a mess of squirrel.
Yeah.
And so I think probably they looked at it that way, and once that came about, and then it slowly becomes somewhat of a, I hate to even say it as a sport, because I don't look at it as a sport. It's a culture.
It's a discipline.
It's a discipline, but I think to know that we're still going back and celebrating that, and still talking about Ishii and Pope and Young and the Fred Bears and what they set forth, and even people like Chuck Adams, who was always one of my heroes. Cam and I were talking a lot about that in Texas. Just golly, Chuck Adams was hunting these elk and always had that little green beanie, shot those double X78 arrows, and man, you at nobody. It's like, all the kids and even me, I was this little chubby white kid, thought if I bought Air Jordans, I could jump higher. And Michael lied to me. Man, you're a liar, Jordan. I can't jump any faster. I can't run any faster. But, Chuck, when I saw those arrows and I'd see that bow, I was like, man, I got to have that. I want to be like Chuck. I want to be like Fred Bear. And so it's just amazing to see that we still are celebrating it. So it's really cool.
It has a very deep connection to the human mind. There's something about archery that I think it's because as human beings evolved, we developed the bow and arrow, they invented it, they refined it, and that was how people hunted and got their food. I think there's a genetic memory of that that's inside of our heads, because there's something eerily satisfying about hitting a target with an arrow. It's so much different than anything. Like, I like practicing shooting rifles.
Yeah.
I've hunted with rifles. I like it. It's great.
Same here.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. It's like tenfold different.
Yeah, it really is amazing. It's like every time, if I go rifle hunting, I love it. I mean, absolutely love it. Still love the whole culture of it. I grew up in Georgia where, people were on these leases. It'd be a Meade property, which was timberland or Georgia power lease. There'd be 10 of us on 500 acres, or sometimes more than that. And so, everybody took a 30-06 Remington semi-automatic, a scope on it with over and under sights, and we'd meet up at Uncle Morgan's barn, me and my dad and Scott Steiner, my Uncle Tommy and Uncle Jeff. And where are you going? Like, hell, I think I'm going to go to the boat seat. I'm going to Holler One. Nobody talked about wind or nothing. And it was just a bunch of old guys high-fiving, and we would walk back there and hunt with a rifle. And as soon as you heard a rifle shot, like, that was Uncle Tommy. I bet you he's got a big one, And so it was just so amazing, that part of it. So I still go back and do that from a culture standpoint, to feel just that feeling and vibe of being standing there in a pair of Kmart boots with some old Walls coveralls draped over with them old white long handles, that we thought we could go to Antarctica in. In reality, it was just some cotton. As soon as it got wet, she froze to death. And just the thought of that, of being literally, in my time, 11, 12 years old, just being one of the men with a 30-06 on my shoulder, climbing up in a pine tree in a tree stand built out of leftover lumber from my dad's construction job. That was the most unsafe thing in the world. And
a lot of people got hurt falling out of those things.
And I remember we got our first bow, my dad and I. My dad had an old Browning bow, and he had a couple old recurves when I was young, and he pecked around with them. And then I remember I was 13, and I was working him on a job site, and that's what my summer job. My dad was a carpenter, and so I'd go work, and man, he worked the cornbread hell out of me too, just to show me how to be accountable and just what it's like to work. And he paid me $2 an hour. So he said, you need to pick out something as a goal, figure out what you need to save your money for. You don't need to blow it on something stupid. And I said, well, I don't know. And at the time, some of my buddies, they were saving up wanting skateboards. Well, at the time, we lived on a dirt road. So I'm like, what am I going to do with a skateboard? You know, I was like, I got to go into the city to use a skateboard. So my buddy, Jackson Bishop, we called him Boo. He lives in the city, and we hunted together. He said, I'm buying me. He said he was working with my dad and I too, and he ended up saving his money and bought him a really cool skateboard. I remember he built it and went and had posters of it. Well, I ended up deciding that I need to get me a bow and arrow. So I went and bought me a Martin Pro Eliminator bow from Big Buck Trading Post. Paid $200 for that sucker.
Was that a compound bow?
It was a compound bow.
What year did compound bows get invented?
It would have had to been, I would say, in the 70s. I mean, the first I remember was talking about Fred Bear, the old whitetail hunter. And then you had the Whitetail Hunter 2 and stuff like that. And then I know Browning came on pretty soon in that. And then obviously you had Hoyt.
Did they even have sights back then?
We had like a pin sight. It was like a bracket, and it had this kind of rudimentary sight that you could scroll in and out.
But there's no rangefinders, right?
There were no rangefinders.
Is that it right there?
Look at that.
The original compound. Look at that. Up to 50% more speed and penetration.
That was 66. So I felt like this would have been in the 80s because
66.
Because I feel like
wow, that's wild. Price so low, hunters can't afford to be without one. The way they used to market things back then is so funny.
I know I love to see those old Field and Stream and Outdoor Life magazines.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's a window into a different time.
Look at that. Can you imagine taking that to Utah to chase an elk in the mountains?
Oh my God, you'd have to be so close.
Cameron wouldn't even have to tote out a buck on his shoulders. He could just put that around, probably be as heavy as a whitetail.
How heavy is that thing? Look at it, all
There's
the
no
metal.
telling. All the components. And all
What
cables.
kind of feet per second are you getting out of that sucker? What is this?
Oh, look at this.
1926. Arthur Young, bow hunting. Oh, wow.
Look at it.
Super close.
Holy cow. I've never seen this, Jay. Thanks for pulling this up. This is so cool.
1926.
Holy smokes. I bet they didn't have to buy a license. I bet they just went hunting too.
Oh, yeah. I bet there were no licenses back then. I mean, when did they?
All right, he hit him somewhere.
Yeah, it shows it follows it up here. But I mean, to film this is even crazy because this is 1926. So
Right.
Wow.
You had to be so close with that shitty bow.
No doubt. And man, I tell you what, man, intriguing. Like those guys right there, there are books that they wrote. If you wrote those same books now, like if you and I went on a hunt and we said, hey, let's just write an article and present it to Outdoor Life and publish it just as we saw it, which is so cool about what we do here is having a chance conversation to kind of air out anything and everything. And obviously culture has changed the world. I mean, these podcasts, but back then, you had articles. Well, they'd write these books and it would be so like, I would read it sometimes the same page 2 or 3 times. It'd be like, Saxon Pope talking about, or Arthur Young talking, yes, I found out, I think it's too far, 70 yards is too far to shoot at a Cape Buffalo. I put 3 arrows in him. He didn't seem hurt. I got 2 in the rump, 1 in the neck. And you're like they didn't edit this out. It's almost like
right.
It's almost like me and you hunting squirrel. Like, man, I'll tell you what, I don't like them pellets. It's just not.
Yeah.
Those pellets in that air rifle are not. They're just not knocking the squirrels down good enough. Like, oh, you wasn't supposed to put that. Can you edit that out?
Right.
They were just like, okay, let's put this in a book and let's sell it.
Well, they were pioneers.
They were learning.
They were learning how to do it.
But you imagine how you get crucified sometimes for the people who don't understand hunting, even ethically hunting and making a good ethical shot, whether it's a bow or an arrow or a rifle. And back then they were like, all right, let's go try to hunt some African lions. I don't know what it's going to take to kill them, but we'll see.
They were just experimenting.
And they took a boat over. Think about, I want to go to, I've been to Africa quite a few times.
How long does it take to get to Africa in a boat?
It was taking them months to get over there. And they would take a whole ship. And I think I forget, I don't want to say it because it could be inaccurate historically, but I want to say they was taking 40, 50 bows, these recurves, and like just tubs and tubs of arrows. I mean, just
because they were just launching them.
It's like they had more freaking arrows than P. Diddy had baby oil. I mean, it's like, man, how many arrows can you fit on this boat? Like, well, we got shit
Well, they
loaded up.
probably knew they weren't going to get any over there, and they're probably
yeah.
making them themselves.
Yeah, and
right?
I think it documents it. It talks about like, look, if our bows tear up, or in this experimental process, we might need a little stronger bow. So, I mean, sometimes, very rarely I didn't do this. I'll go to pretty desolate places. I'll take one bow. Very, very rarely I take two bows. I used to think it'd be beneficial, but then I started realizing, man, these things are so dependable.
Yeah.
I don't need it. Maybe I take a bow press or an extra cable or an extra string or setup, but I mean, they just had to take everything, and they really didn't know.
That's such a commitment to adventure. Get on
Unbelievable.
a boat with a bunch of bows and a tub of arrows.
I mean, how do you tell your wife that too? Because they were married.
Exactly.
Can you imagine? I can't imagine now that Joe and I plan a hunt trip here, and you go home and say, "Hey, man, just me and Waddell was talking, and him and Cam are thinking about running to hunt hogs." Well, how long are you gonna be gone? It's Christmas time. It's like, well, 2 days. We're just gonna drive down or fly over here to do that. Can you imagine? Hey, baby, I think I'm going to Africa, and we're gonna try to hunt some lion. We don't know what's
Back
gonna
in
happen.
about 6-7 months.
Yeah, I'll be back next year. I mean, it's like,
I want to go hunt lions with a pointy stick.
exactly. I should be back. I don't
Not
think
sure what it takes to kill one.
no internet,
Yeah.
no.
Right.
I mean, nothing.
How do you
couldn't research?
How are you learning form and technique?
Yeah.
Who you learn? You just have to practice, and then eventually figure out. Well, I held my elbow way. It seemed to be better than this way.
Yes.
I'll just
We'll just wing
tweak it.
And even the civil unrest. Imagine this. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I hear people talk about hunting and the dangers of potential rogue wildlife, but I've never been that, real country, so I've never had any fear of any animals. Matter of fact, if I was bear hunting and I thought, somebody said, "Hey man, bears love pork chops. You walk through Alaska with a pork chop around your neck, might get a bear chance to get a shot at it." Well, hell, you reckon they'll come? Let's try it. I want a shot at one. But think of the civil unrest. I've always been I went to Zimbabwe one time, me and Nick Munt and several of my buddies, we went over there to Zimbabwe, and it just happened to be when Mugabe was rerunning. And so he had a political opponent. And so just when we think people listen to this, that, politics in America are crazy. Well, guess what? Somebody was running against Mugabe. So did they debate it on a podcast or you talk about it on CNN? No, Mugabe just went and killed the guy he was running against. Like, okay, I win, so end the story. And so the internet was shut down. And so I remember being over there and like, man, I'm kind of scared, not of an elephant or a lion. I'm like, what is this? I don't have a phone. I don't have internet. I have no way to talk to my family. I don't have any, and my money got stolen. I was the idiot who went over there like with my backpack with cash and like, a bank envelope, everything that you read. Like, okay, I'm an idiot. So I go to take some money to we were talking about going fishing on the Zambezi River. And so anyway, I was like, I'm gonna get a little money. I'm gonna tip this guy if I go fishing. Like, dude, where's my money? And it was all gone. So I don't know if it was between where I landed in South Africa somewhere in my room. I don't know where, but all of my money. And I think I had about $7,000 cash, which for me, that was a lot of money. Like, I mean, I was devastated. Not only I lose the money, it's like I didn't have money to lose like that. But now I'm like, what am I going to do? And so they take me over to Botswana and I get some tools from an ATM because it's a little more westernized. But I remember calling home. It's like, man, we ain't in Kansas no more. This ain't a whitetail hunt. And in my mind, I'm so singled in on the adventure and thinking of Saxton, Pope and Young and all these guys.
Uh-huh.
And I forget, like, wait a minute, there's people dying and starving over here. And I'm just over here trying to maybe find a Cape buffalo or a Gims buck or something. And that's where I learned a lot in my young travel of just what's out there in the
Do you ever
world.
watch Pedro Ampuro's videos?
No.
Jamie, I'll send it to you. He's a fascinating dude from Spain, and he travels everywhere to bow hunt. Everywhere. all over the
I can
world.
already tell I'd love that.
Oh, you'd love it. He's great, too. His hunting adventures are really interesting, but he goes all over the place.
I love that.
He goes to, like, Tajikistan and places.
Holy cow.
There he is.
Look at that. And you can tell, look at me, just
He's super, super, super dedicated bow hunter. and travels to Greenland. He was in Greenland with Remy. They were hunting together, and just his stuff. Pedro's videos are really, really well done, and he's such a likable guy that it's a good introduction to people that don't even understand why anybody would be interested in bow hunting, because you realize like this guy he's as much fascinated by the adventure of it all as he is even the hunting aspect of it. Like he really enjoys being in these very different cultures and very different parts of the world. Like he hunted elk in Mongolia.
Wow.
Mongolia has a large elk population.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. But it's really funny because everybody who goes there to hunts with a rifle. And so all the guides who, speak Mongolian,
right?
Like they're like, what the fuck is this guy doing with his bow? This is stupid. Like,
what
go
are you
shoot
doing,
it.
Pedro?
He's like, I can't shoot it. It's 98 yards away. We have to get closer. It's like, just shoot it.
Yeah,
just shoot it. Shoot it. Kill it. Let's get out of here. We've been here for fucking. Like they're tired of it. But this dude's got a really fucking great channel and a ton of videos. I mean, he's been doing this for making these videos for 10, 15 years.
I'm definitely going to subscribe to that. And
I
you
don't even see the buffalo. Where's the buffalo?
Is he
Oh,
dead?
it's a mouflon.
Oh,
that's a
mouflon sheep.
Oh, you went to a different video. Oh, okay. Go to the Mongolia elk hunt because it's so fascinating. They stayed in a yurt. So they stayed in one of those felt tents like Genghis Khan used to live in, and they traveled in the woods, and it looks like you're in Wyoming. It looks like you're in Idaho.
Them yurts, I always wonder if that's what Missy Elliott was rapping about. No yurt premonition around here.
I don't think so. I don't think she has the knowledge
that's
of
what it
yurts.
said.
Yeah. But if you scroll further ahead, you can see some of the footage. This is ibex in Mongolia.
Dude, tough hunt too, man.
Google, it's not that. Search elk in Mongolia. He's got tons and tons. There it is right there. See world record elks right there.
Yeah.
The second row, that one. Bam. Yeah, that's in Mongolia.
See, that's to me so
I mean,
fascinating.
isn't that crazy? Like, look at that. That looks like you could be in Utah.
Absolutely.
And they just totally didn't understand why he was using a bow because his dad was there. His dad hunted with a rifle, and he was successful. And he's got close.
God, and those look like just your basic Rocky Mountain species.
I don't even know how they got there. I don't know if they were always there. I don't know if they were introduced. I really don't know.
There's a yurt. Yep.
Yeah, and that's what they're staying in. Really,
I did not even know that there were elk in Mongolia.
Yeah, I didn't either until I saw this video.
Nor would I have even known you could hunt there. And I think that's what people don't realize living in America.
Yeah.
We can hunt. I mean, you go do that in China. Get hungry in China and decide you want to go get you a mess of rabbit and squirrel. Well, there might not be none, and you can't legally hunt.
You can't legally hunt in China?
Not in China. Not at all. There's several states. You can't even bow hunt in UK.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
I mean, I don't know if that goes back to Robin Longstride, or I think some of it does, a lot of the folklore, because that was a poaching tool. You hunted the king's property. You could do it. You could poach with a bow and arrow.
Well, that's what people don't understand. The Robin Hood was not about stealing money. It was about using the king's land to hunt animals.
Correct.
Because people were starving, and the king had all these animals, and you weren't allowed to hunt them.
You couldn't.
So Robin Hood was like, "This is bullshit.
Like, yeah, I'll take
go
this
get some
bow and
deer.
arrow. Let's go eat. There's stag out here.
Yeah.
Man. And so I'm always, the more I travel, like seeing this that Pedro's done, I hadn't done that extensive of traveling. And I've never, if it ends with a stand, I just stay out of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
and these extra Z's in the
man, that's
long
like,
word.
I try to be.
Yeah, but Pedro goes everywhere. I can't recommend his show enough. It's so good. And I
I'm
watch him
gonna
all the
check
time.
that out.
Late night when I want to chill, when I'm at home, I come home from the comedy club, I'll throw on some of his videos.
Check out
just
Pedro.
Chill out.
I wonder
Have you ever heard of this?
What is that?
I was looking at the initial books coming out of hunting trips to Africa, and
Dingo neck?
multiple people said they saw this. One guy said he even shot one.
In Africa, they saw it?
Yeah.
How
starting
long
back
ago
in
was this?
1907, I think.
What the fuck? Do they have a photo of it?
No. It's just, it obviously might even be a real thing, but the descriptions of it were backed up by multiple people.
Huh. A carnivore that chose to hunt or devour nearly whatever it wants, save for elephants. It had tusks?
Dog-headed beast fish.
What?
I don't even think Jim
leopard
Shockey's
print.
hunted one of them.
Where did you find this, Jamie?
Yeah, literally, I'm looking at all these history books about like different expeditions, and this was one from 1908. They went to look for some certain things. They encountered this in Lake Victoria.
Huh.
It's probably not real,
Look at this,
maybe
but it seems like it is. Like, I want to believe. He encountered by Lake Victoria when asked, Bronson's own hunting party provided nearly identical descriptions of the creature. The title is reference to the author having been given special permission to close territory of Loida, Maasai, Kisi, and Sotik. Wow. What the hell was that?
Just looking it up. Very strange.
It looks different in a bunch of the drawings, though.
Sure. I mean, they don't have
Right.
a picture, I guess.
But like, remember when we were showing those ancient pictures of what a whale looked like to people? They'd never seen a whale before, and it had like wings and a lion's head.
That's what's fascinating on all that. Those
I'm just wondering what it
paintings
could be.
and engravings. It kind of, some of it you can see like, okay, we still have some of those animals that look that way, and then some kind of looks kind of mystical.
Well, have you ever seen the ones that cave paintings where it's like a stegosaurus?
Yeah.
Like, how did you know what that looked like? What do you
Somebody
know?
exactly. They didn't Google it.
Right. Were there a few laying around? I mean, I wonder.
I'm so intrigued by that. I think I'm more intrigued with it hunting and traveling and being in these places. Like we went down. I love the turkey hunt. Matter of fact, I'm going to do everything in my power. And anybody that listens that ever knew my name knows everybody's like, dude, you got to get Cam and Rogan to go turkey hunting.
I went turkey hunting once.
Did you really?
I went with Ranella.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Ranella, dude.
It was fun.
Yeah, he's fun. I love turkey hunting. I just love it. And that's how I kind of broke into the industry.
It's
I guess.
definitely a superior turkey to eat.
Whew, they are.
They're delicious.
They are delicious to eat. And but anyway, with that said, we were down right out of the Yucatan Peninsula hunting ocellated turkeys, which is a different species. You can hunt all these turkeys and get different slams. They call them.
I think Ranella's got the slam.
Yeah, Ranella's done it.
He's
and so
a
I
big
went down there with actually Troy Link of Jack Link's Jerky, and he's a big hunter. So we all went down there kind of for the adventure and to say, yeah, we hunted the jungles. And dude, amazing. You know, you got all that Mayan civilization and all this stuff that I saw, even Graham Hancock. But what people don't realize, we're out in the middle of this jungle, and I'm walking around, and the guy I'm with, he don't know English. And I'm like, and Cohen Stone, our producer, he's standing there, and I was like, dude, this is one of those pyramids. Like we're walking up, and I'm trying to figure out if I can hen call, because nobody had ever figured out if you can hen call to these ocellated turkeys. I get to looking around, and so finally I'm tapping this guide on the shoulder, and I'm like, bro, you know, Mayan? He said, oh, see. And I'm like, there's so many of those structures out there.
Yeah.
And we're out there hunting turkeys. They don't think nothing about it. It's kind of like us walking around out in the middle of the woods in Georgia and finding an old whale. You know, we're trees. They're like, oh, yeah, they're everywhere. So I only knew about the ones that was on the postcards, you know,
Right.
that you go in.
Chichen Itza.
Yeah, when you're out there having a Corona on the beach and somebody kind of sell you engraving to your wife and some, you know, ring or something. I'm like, oh my God, dude. And like, I wanted so bad for a turkey to respond and to put my back against that. And so I did a little video on it. I was like, man, this is insane. But when would I have had a chance to see that had I not been a hunter?
Yeah.
So that gets you down the rabbit hole of like, well, what was this? And what is that calendar? And I wonder what Graham Hancock is. So when I'm seeing some of this, I'm like, dude, I was in that area. I didn't go to see that particular piece where he's talking to this authority, but I did go, you know, 30 miles south of there or 100 miles, and I had a chance to work a turkey around one that's not even been excavated. And it was just blew my mind.
They find so many of those too. The jungle just overrun all that civilization, just overcame it. And they find them with, you know what LiDAR is?
I heard, yes, I saw, I didn't know about it until I watched that on the Netflix show with Graham. And he was showing how they're flying over in those rings.
See if you can find that pyramid that they just unearthed in Guatemala. They just unearthed some huge pyramid in Guatemala.
And we were south. We were right there and kind of right on the southern tip of Mexico, just as you go into Guatemala. And I was just intrigued. And we're in the jungle and stay in these little huts and these little tents, like almost a screen porch. I was blown away. And the whole time I'm like, thank you, Lord, for allowing me to be the hunter to go see this, to experience this. And, and to, I don't know, it's just, I'm overwhelmed. I've never got bored with it. And the more I do it, the more humbling it becomes. As soon as you start thinking like, man, I got a bunch of elk with my bow and arrow. I got this figured out. I'm about to run a right through them. I know where they're going to be. And then you go out there and they just kick your butt.
Yeah, there's no real figuring it out. I mean, you get to your level or a level of Cam Hanes or Remy Warren. You become very proficient. You understand what to do. Here it is. Find Lost City in Mexico jungle by accident.
Holy cow.
Yeah, this is what it was. It wasn't Guatemala. So archaeologists found pyramids, sports fields, causeways, and connecting districts, amphitheaters in the southern central state of Campeche.
Campeche, yeah.
Campeche. They uncovered the hidden complex, which they have called Valeriana, using LiDAR, a type of laser survey that maps structures buried under vegetation. They believed it is second in density only to Calakmul, thought to be the largest Maya site in ancient Latin America. The team discovered 3 sites total in a survey the size of Scotland's capital, Edinburgh, by accident when one of the archaeologists browsed data on the internet. That's so crazy. They found it by accident.
See, that's amazing. And I got the same vibe when I was down there because we weren't too far out of Campeche when we was turkey hunting. And so as we're going through there, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of acres. I'm not even sure I set up. I don't know if it's, governmentally owned, in this case, Mexico, or if it's village. But when I saw that, even though we videoed it, I asked later, I come back and the main outfitter, he's very fluent in English. He said, yeah, we don't, there's all kinds of stuff out there. We don't talk about it a lot because this is our hunting ground. It's almost like the buffalo drop
Right.
story.
They
really don't want Graham Hancock down there with a team of filmmakers from California. Like, they don't want it. And
I
so,
see their point, but I don't.
I absolutely.
Yeah.
And they kind of, but I think that's what's fascinating about all that we're able to talk about and share now culturally.
Yeah.
Is we realize if you grow up hunting and fishing, well, I really assume everybody did. I didn't think there was somebody that hadn't eaten squirrel. I did a walk.
I didn't eat a squirrel until I was 45 years old.
That's what I'm saying. And I grew up to where, like, laying and eating with my papa, like, one day, damn it, I'm gonna buy me some ribeyes. It's like you eat enough squirrel and rabbit, and it's great, but it's almost like, man, I'm gonna get that big family pack of chicken.
Right.
And we ate plenty of that, but it was always a fallback to where you understood the good Lord's renewable resources and how to hunt them. So taking an animal for table fare wasn't anything at all to even cheer about, other than, almost in the blessing of blessing your food. Like, thank you, Lord, for giving us this opportunity to have a place to hunt. So it would be a chance to go put a fish basket out. I remember my papa taught me so many things. He made corn liquor and just country as a damn chicken coop.
Oh, wow.
And I look back, he passed away when I was 12. Both of my granddads did. And my dad, Edwin Waddell, same way. I mean, they taught me so much, but I just assumed this is what everyone was. And I figured this is what everybody knew.
That's how you grew up.
Yeah. And I remember I started working in the hunting industry when I was young. I remember, I tell this story, I just remember like going to a nice restaurant and people ordering appetizers. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like,
what does that mean?
Yeah, it's like, bring us some ceviche and some calamari, and you guys like cheese sticks? Oh, look, I know they're unhealthy. Anybody like cheese sticks? Like cheese sticks, and and then all of a sudden you sitting there chatting like we are, and everybody's having a cocktail. I'm like, man, I'm so happy. This is the funnest. I'm loving this, and I'm literally going back and at the end of the night calling my dad like, you ain't gonna believe it. Everybody's eating before you eat. Like we getting shrimp cocktail and and I'm over there, and it sounds crazy and almost like it's exaggerated, but I was so overwhelmed. I was so intrigued with the city and just people. I would be the guy talking to everybody, from the street people, like, what's up, dog? They're like, man, what's it like out here? Like, man, you ever ate a pigeon? Man, there's a lot of these pigeons. Go get you a couple ketchup packets from McDonald's and get you a rock. People should eat. And so it was almost like the exact opposite from some of now my city friends who have gotten just enthralled with hunting.
Yeah.
They introduced me to so much of the city culture that, I still get excited. Everybody don't think I would, but I still love to get excited to go. I had a chance. Joe Montana is somebody who's got a show on Outdoor Channel. So he has this big cigar dinner every night every year in Burbank. And saw all the Fuentes, and all these different, movie stars and stuff. And so he's like, man, why don't you get a table? Come out and join us. I'm like, yes. I took my wife. We're all country. I was so excited just to get dressed up, and everybody think I wouldn't like it, but I was like, man, this is cool. I'm out there having me a cigar. And there's the guy from Rambo. I forget his name, but it's in Karate Kid.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm like, I'm meeting some of these people, and I'm thinking it's amazing how culturally being so country, and how now I'm talking to some of these guys like, man, dude, you're the hunting guy. Why don't you take me hunting? I'm intrigued with that. you know? And so now having a chance, I know you had like Jim Brewer on, which what a cool cat.
I love Jim.
He is so fun. Man, I couldn't hardly hunt with him or Theo for just constantly laughing. I mean, I like to cut up and have a good time.
The first time I went hunting, I went with Ranella took me and Brian Callen. And it's the same
Okay,
deal.
yeah.
Brian Callen's fucking hilarious. We were just crying, laughing in Montana, freezing our dicks off, having a good time. My experience was the opposite. Always lived in cities, always, you know, and then the first time I went hunting was with Ranella. I had been camping before when I was a kid, but I had no real exposure to nature.
Right.
And I remember just after that week doing it, I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. Like, this
hit you.
Oh, 100%. I remember cooking the back straps over the fire. It was me and Ranella and Callen and the crew, and we were just like sprinkling some like seasoned salt over these back straps and cooking them over the fire, and we're eating them with our hands. And I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. This is like one of the greatest moments I've ever had in my life. One of the greatest experiences. I felt so tuned into it. I was like, this is something I've been missing. Like this is, and it's a whole new world. I explained it. I was like, it's like you're in a different dimension. The first time I shot a deer was on that show. Mm-hmm. So I had never hunted an animal before. I'd only been fishing. And the first time I'm looking at that deer through the crosshairs of that rifle, and I'm just calming myself to squeeze a shot. And I squeeze off the shot, and the deer drops like a stone. And I was like, oh my God, like this is what I'm doing forever.
Yeah.
I started eating it. I was like, oh, this is my new thing. I'm like, I'm obsessed. I was obsessed. Obsessed. And then obsessed with all I had been missing. Just the experience of being in the woods is so different than anything. The way people think of hunting, unfortunately, we've been poisoned by movies where the hunters are the bad guys. They're always douchebags. They're always they're always like poaching animals and harassing people. Hunters in movies, it's a trope that they've always been like cruel, evil people. Like there's Bambi.
The Walt Disney movies are the worst.
They ruin people.
Yeah.
They ruin this idea. People who buy burgers from McDonald's will look down on someone who hunts an animal in the woods. And it's correct. It's just our brains have been distorted. Our perceptions have been distorted by media. And I realized that being in the woods hunting, I was like, first of all, this is very difficult to do. Mule deer hunting in Montana in October, freezing cold in the Missouri breaks. Fascinating. Just the environment is so unforgiving and doesn't give a fuck about you.
No.
The quiet and the isolation out there. And a weird kind of loneliness, not loneliness, but a realization of where your place really is in the natural world. You're not special. No, you're not. There's nothing significant about you.
Grain of salt.
Yeah, you're just one of many living things trying to get along out here, trying to get by. And you have an advantage, obviously, because you have a rifle and you have binoculars and all that other good stuff. But the reality of it is it's very, very difficult to achieve success, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I was very lucky to have a guy like Ranella show me around. But once you do it once, you're like, oh, God, like this is incredible. And then to eat that animal, completely different experience than any other meal I've ever had in my life.
Yeah. It's such a peace that comes with it. And I try to explain that, but there's no way to explain it until you experience it.
Right.
And, I was even trying to explain it to Theo. I don't know if I got that across. We laughed.
Theo is a unique dude.
Man, he's one of the most. I've met quite a few people, not as many as you, but Theo by far is one of the coolest, unique people I've met. And I remember we get out and we're going to turkey hunt, and I knew, first of all, I think I ruined his whole excitement of it when I said, all right, man, I'll wake y'all up. We get about 4:35, He said, what'd you say, Waddell? I said, oh, man, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't say this in the brochure. And I was like, and so Caleb Presley, Barstool Sports, he was there. And I was a big fan of those guys. So I was trying to make sure I gave them the best experience I could, because I, just like Ranella did with you, I knew the magnitude of, okay, these guys, I hope they want to do it again. But we go out there, and Theo had not been around a gun a lot. And And so I figured it'd be easy. I had a 20 gauge. I can't remember if it was a 20 or a 12 gauge. I had a couple, but I put red dot, those Bushnell red dot scopes on there to make it really easy. Not have them shoot the bead. Just look through this optic and see the red dot, put it on the turkey's head, pull the trigger. So Theo's looking through that thing. So you want me to shoot now? I said, no, Theo. I mean, it's not even daylight good. He's got sunglasses on. And he says, he's looking through this, Joe. He's looking through this shotgun. He said, oh, man. He said, I see that red dot. He said, when I pull the trigger, it turned green. And I said, Theo, and so there's clips of it. And I literally, he said, and then he looked at me and said, who's on the other team? There he is. That's it.
No, don't shoot. Don't shoot. No. Don't shoot. No, keep right off the trigger. All right, let's see what I'm saying. You see the red dot. The red dot on his head. Get him on. All right. And who's the other team?
Who's the other team? I don't think I just look. No, I say I'll take it.
Bro, he lives in another dimension.
Yeah, so who's
Theo lives in a neighboring dimension, and he just comes and visits us.
Oh God!
Yeah, Theo and I went to the UFC 2 weekends ago.
Yeah.
Last weekend, when was it? 2 weekends ago. We were in Vegas, and then after the fights, we went to dinner. And I swear to God, the dinner was an hour and a half of me and Theo crying, laughing, I mean, tears. I'm wiping my eyes. I can't breathe. I go, dude, this should have been a podcast. We should have filmed this.
Oh God! I can only imagine.
We were crying. We were just crying. He was saying the most ridiculous shit, and I was laughing so hard. It was so much fun. He's so fun.
He's so fun. I had so much fun with that guy, man. And he said so much that I couldn't repeat. That was so funny. And then they said so much that I could. But I hadn't met anything quite like him.
No,
and, he's so unique.
a one of a kind. He's a one of a kind.
Such a big heart, too, man.
Oh, he's a sweetheart. Such a nice guy. He's such a kind person. And just a very unique talent.
And that's the thing, too. Caleb, on the other hand, he did getting the turkey, Caleb. And he kind of took to it pretty quick. Theo liked, but I think his attention, if it is attention deficit, he definitely had it.
He's got that.
Turn it on.
He was kind of cool.
No, dude, it's fine. So it's Theo Vaughn and this guy. Is that what you want to watch? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Wait. I got you. The thing I sent you. Oh, apologies. No, you watch it on. Yeah, that's fine. I've seen it. But they were talking about an interview with Theo Vaughn, and I'm like, wow, Caspian C's really into hunting. Apologies. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no problem at all. Dude, I'm doing this spamming of Discord, somewhat bad news. I can't spam my links anymore. It's almost like they have a thing to ban people's links. And so all I have to do is change up the text a little bit. Let's see here. You are banned from chat. You're unable to participate in chat until the channel moderator unbans you. Okay, that's fine. And I don't know. I'm at a point where if I so what I did, that's not a big deal. I still am spamming. But if I spam popular creators, the text just moves up the screen so quickly that it's like, I don't want to say it's useless, but it's not, you got to be really quick to see it all. And all these other people they've just got like bots in there that are typing all kinds of garbage. So my shit doesn't stay. But but these people have like supposedly like 800 people watching them at once. So I'm kind of at a crossroads. I could just continue to spam people who only have one person watching them. And if I do that, then my shit stays on there for a long time. Like it might stay the whole stream, which I think is pretty positive. But again, they only have one person watching them. Or I spam someone who has like 800 people watching them at once, which is cool. But then it doesn't stay that long. It just moves so quickly. But again, then there are a lot of people watching it, I guess. I don't really know. I don't really know. So I'm going to kind of see what works and we'll take it from there. Yeah. So you're mentioned twice at least, just in positive ways. Your name isn't mentioned, but a Flax Life references your discussions, and I just came back from the bathroom and I see that Flax was in here, so I wasn't ready to talk about anything. I didn't know what he wanted to talk about, but we talk about some cool shit. So yeah, feel free. It's 42 minutes. Oh. Hey, Caspian Sea. Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, that's okay.
Cool. And anyway, and I realized Theo had more fun just kind of walking around, checking out the cows. And
Yeah.
it just, I mean, dude, that would be a whole, you could do a special of Theo just walking around, maybe after a mushroom or something, just let him walk around and just describe what he's seeing. I mean, our producer come back and I saw him way away. I was tired, man. I've been hunting a lot. And he said, man, we're going to go take an adventure, walk around the ranch, farm. It was down in South Florida. And I come back, our producer was laughing. He said, man, I can't even tell you all I heard and what Theo was saying. He said, I've never laughed so hard. And I said, I can only imagine. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's just like that part. I think that's the most beautiful thing for me, coming from where I come from, and even, seeing all the different people from all these cultures. And there's so much, and I completely understood this too. There's so little that separate us all from the most rural country guy to the most urban city guy, no matter what race, ethnicity. It's amazing how there's so much entertainment and things if you just open your mind, not pretend to know it all, to want to learn, because there's so much you can teach me, so much I can teach you. And it's just amazing. And it's definitely given me a whole lot better perspective. And I don't know, that's been probably the coolest part of what I've had a chance to go on an adventure and the journey, is to be able to, meet somebody like Brewer, who's like, he was not intrigued with hunting. It was more the conspiracy of what was going down. And like, dude, I went to go get some chicken breast and some chicken wings to watch football. You couldn't find any. The government, Fauci, is making me learn what it'll teach me how to kill a turkey. On the other hand, first morning out, Jim kills one. And so, you've hunted enough, you and Cam, where you get an elk and it is a reverence. It's not like everybody reacts different. So, but if you played a good arrow, kind of the Ted Nugent, the spirit of the arrow, the spirit of the wild, and that arrow goes in there and you've worked for it, you practice, and when it's a good ethical shot, and you know that you got and essentially put the tag on that bull, it is almost like spike. Some people, it's almost like spiking football when you get a touchdown.
Yeah.
So I was so excited that Jim Brewer had just got a turkey. That me and I had Ira Dean, who used to be in that country group Trick Pony, who is just a trip in itself. He's good friends with Jim, and they live somewhere close down there in Naples, Florida. And me and Ira are just grabbing him, look like you wrestling jujitsu. I got him in there, like, you got him, Jim. And we're like, punching, like, you smoked him, you dude, right in the head. We high fiving, and Jim's just over like
overwhelmed.
Like the woman in the shower on Psycho. Like, what did I just do? I just killed something. and all of a sudden, I forgot. This is a guy in the movies. This is a comedian that I grew up as a kid watching on Saturday Night Live. He's never been there.
Right.
And so, and then we slowed down. And it wasn't even hardly any time after that. Jim's just sitting there. And he takes the turkey and he's holding it like a little puppy dog. And he's holding it. And Ira, my buddy, gets it. He grabs his beak and says, "Hello, Jim." And he's... And I think even Jim talks about it, but I just sat back and I'm like, man, how cool is this?
Yeah.
And then the same token, Jim's like, hey man, if you ever down here and want to come to one of my comedy shows, and for my wife and friend to go do that, or to see something I've never seen, or to go home and still tell my dad who's 71, like, you're not gonna believe what I saw in Austin. You're not gonna believe what happened in wherever, Las Vegas, we're at the SHOT Show. I don't know. It's
that's the beauty
amazing
of travel, right? Like, the more environments you could go into, the more completely different cultures you could explore. You get just a wider sense of humans.
Yeah.
And that you realize, like, we have more in common than we do opposed to each other. We have much more that we share than we don't.
Correct.
And what really is just like, what environment did you grow up in? You grew up in the country, I grew in the city.
Yeah.
But once you find common ground and once you experience it, like experiencing nature for the first time for people that are in the city, it's so overwhelming for them. It's so interesting to watch them just walk around the woods and just be confused and not knowing how to navigate, not knowing where they are, and being exhausted, not knowing how much energy it takes going up hills.
Or how are we going to get back?
Yeah.
Where are we at?
We're 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to walk 8 miles back.
Yeah.
When is that going to get us back? Well, probably at 11 p.m.
Yeah, it's going to be late. Yeah.
What? 11 p.m.? Yeah, we have headlights. Put on your headlamps. Like, what? We're going to walk in the dark. Are there animals out here? There's a lot of animals out here, and they know where you are before you know where they
100%.
are. Yeah.
It is so intriguing, and to think about
a different world.
It is a completely different world, and for me, it was so cool. I've over the years working for different. I call it more non-endemic. Like, you obviously, when you think of Hoyt, you think of Realtree, you think of these different companies that are around the hunting culture. But I remember one year I had a chance to work with Hormel Denny Moore stew. Hormel had Denny Moore beef stew, and so they did this sweepstakes, and it's like, win a turkey hunt with Michael Waddell, and so we did it, and they run 30-second ads. That was when, everything, bunch of 30-second ads. And so the guy wins it, him and his son. And, they get there, and I realized they'd never hunted. And it was my first time to experience guiding somebody that knew nothing. I mean, I guided a lot of rookies, but I'm talking about when I say had no clue of nature.
Never shot a gun.
Never shot a gun. I mean, immediately, had the big Rambo knife tied on the side of it. It's like, okay, And so I remember we walking, and I realized that, okay, this would be fun for me, because from the basics of everything, just the mountain, the streams to the tracks. And so we walking along, and me and his son and him are talking.
Welcome.
Look here.
How you living,
coyote track right here. Look at this. Cool.
What's good?
In this Sendero, a perfect coyote track. Oh man, that's cool.
I didn't want to talk to you.
Everything he would relate to would be to a cartoon, like the coyote on Bugs Bunny Rodeo Show. And I said, yeah, like Bugs Bunny Roadrunner coyote, but this is a real coyote. And I said, oh, this is cool. Check this out. This is a bobcat track. Oh man, I say, look, here's a turkey track, but this is a hen track.
Welcome.
This track
How are
is
you?
different. I'm explaining to.
What's good? I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, again, I didn't want to fucking talk with you.
to him the different things. I mean, we saw everything that day from hog, javelina tracks. So finally we're walking, and he's just so cool with these tracks, like taking pictures. He said, "Hey man, any Cheetos around here?" And I said, "What?" And he said, Cheetos, Cheetos. I said, "Are you talking about like Cheetos, like
Snacks?
snacks?" He said, "Oh yeah, I mean, any of those animals?" And I said,
What? What?
I swear.
Animals?
That just shows the disconnect. Cheetos, Chester the cheetah, which I guess is from a true animal, a cheetah, but Chester Cheeto, he was like, is any of those tracks? If you see one of those tracks, show me what a Chester Cheeto track looks like. I'm like, we don't have cheetahs, but there is no Chester the cheetah. But then it hit me, it's like he was talking about the movies. Well, Bambi is so real to them. The Fox and the Hound, I mean, it's so real.
Right.
It's like, somehow, they think that you go to Antarctica or North Pole and these polar bears are sitting having a soda and high-fiving and talking about
Eating
Christmas.
Klondike bars.
Yeah, eat Klondike bar. Like, what's up, Waddell?
Yeah.
Come over here, man.
Right.
Have a Coke with us. It's like, no, that's not. These animals will smell you and they come hunt you. Like, wait a minute, a seal that we got to wait days for him to come out of the hole and hunt them down? Or look, there's a dude that's been eating a lot of fried chicken and collard greens and cornbread. I bet that sucker, I bet he can't run fast. Let's go eat him. And so it's just a disconnect of not knowing and thinking that everything is almost like going to the zoo. And then when it becomes hard, and you're 2 or 3 days in and you're not had opportunities, like, dude, what is going on? Like, we're hunting. I mean, I've even had them like, dude, I thought you were good. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's just this animal, it does not want to get on your plate.
It's not an easy thing to do.
No.
And that's also the problem with hunting shows. Is a hunting show, if it's a half an hour show, it's 22 minutes of actual footage. And so you're boiling down a 10-day hunt to 22 minutes. And the reality is that gives a distorted perception to the people at home. Like, oh, it's easy. They just go there, they put the animal in their crosshair. That's not fair. Like, you hear that all the time. That's not fair. Like, survival's not fair. You think it's fair that the lion gets to kill the gazelle? It's not fair.
No.
Of course it's not fair. There's nothing fair in nature. Why are elephants big? Why are mice small? There's nothing fair.
No.
It's not. This fair doesn't factor in. This is what you're trying to do. You're trying to survive. Obviously, you can go to the store, but out here, there's no fucking stores.
No.
So out here, if you want to survive, if we lived here forever, this is the only environment you're ever going to be here till your heart stops beating.
Correct.
This is the only one way. You've got to figure out the wind. You got to figure out where they are. You got to pattern them. You got to figure out how to sneak up on them. You got to figure out how to execute a shot without getting buck fever.
Yep.
You got to do all these things. Like, this is the only way.
It's so deep. You're right. And it is difficult.
You just can't boil it down to 10. Like, Pedro does a really good job of showing like how difficult it is on these crazy adventure hunts that he does. But even still, it's an hour or hour and a half. Like, the reality is it's 10 fucking days, man. 10 days.
That's right.
10 to 12 miles a day, sweating your ass off, coming back exhausted, your feet hurt, your back's killing you, and you sleep so hard. You sleep like a dead man. And then that alarm clock goes off at 4:30 in the morning. Like, oh, you get some coffee in you with a jet boil, and you're freezing. You're trying to warm your hands up, and then you're off again.
Yep. But it still almost feels like, I always talk about hunting and opening day. It's kind of like Christmas. It's like, when you finally do get to that September, and I just use elk hunting as an example because I know you love elk hunting. It's almost like you are tired. You've been grinding. You've had, doing your daily gigs of whatever you're doing, the responsibilities of everything in your life. Finally, I'm in elk camp, and you're already tired. And that first morning, you maybe don't sleep good because you're anxious and excited. And then all of a sudden, you finally fall into deep sleep. And all of a sudden, you're like, but then all of a sudden, it's kind of like as a kid when you're waiting on Santa Claus. It's like, man, I'm not sleeping. I'm listening for him. I left milk cookie for him. And then, but then you fell asleep deep, and all of a sudden, you wake up like, oh, Santa Claus. So you jump up, and you're still tired. And so hunting to me is still that. But
that's amazing. It's still that after all these years.
I still get excited.
So that's the same with Cam. I mean, he's been hunting his whole life. He still loves it more than anything. I plan on it so hardcore that, like, when Netflix gave me a comedy special, I had to make sure that it was the beginning of August. I was like, I need time to get ready.
Yeah.
Because, like, I have a whole training routine and a shooting routine. And, I want to make sure I'm shooting 100 hours a day, seven days a week. I want to make sure my accuracy is fully dialed in. I have 100% confidence. My cardio's on point. I got to be ready. So I was like, any later than like August 5th. I'm like, I need, I need like 4 hard weeks of. I mean, I'm training for it all year round, but 4 hard weeks, almost like
I agree.
you're getting ready for a fight.
In some of those meetings, still, do you still have maybe executives looking at you like,
Oh, yeah, they ask weird questions.
I don't understand that. Like, so September 12th through
Yeah.
the
I'm like,
23rd.
you're not gonna find me.
Yeah. And
I'm
to
not-
them, they don't understand, like
Yeah.
you know, outside of people playing football, like you still see the Christmas games and the Christmas
yeah.
Eve or Thanksgiving. But for me, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, very rarely, you know, all of us kind of like, I'm taking that day. You know, I'm taking that day. And that's kind of like, unfortunately, now we get in these hobbies of hunting. Like, okay, I can't do anything the first week in April. That's turkey season. And then September, oh, man.
That whole month's gone.
Yeah. And November, oh, man, the deer are rutting. I don't know that. Y'all got anything in July?
I've had big guests, like important guests,
Yeah.
that wanted to come in like September 10th. I'm like, that's not gonna work.
Can't do it.
It's not gonna happen. Well, it's the only time he's in America. It's not gonna work. Sorry.
Let me know if you come back.
Yeah, let me know if you come back. I'm not missing that. It's just, it's my favorite time of the year. There's
I mean,
nothing
done
like
with
it.
it. Funny story that happened similar. You know, people wonder, like, do you ever get tired of it? You really don't. I mean, I'm sure, like, you know, obviously, say in the comedian world, to kind of draw parallels, that opportunity to go out for 30 minutes or an hour to make someone laugh and they're digging on the stuff that you're performing, there's got to be a natural high that comes with it. So there becomes an addictive quality to it. And it's not necessarily about the money. It's just a certain situation that feels good. So you wonder, like, when do I want to step down for this? And it's kind of like, you know, Keith Richards playing a guitar, maybe never. It's like, this is part of it. And I think hunting becomes like that. And to the point with me, like the things I love, and I've been blessed that inevitably my financial opportunities have came from promoting hunting and working for different partners, as is Cam's, and many of us, Remy, Steve, a lot of us. But I'm still so addicted to the point to where my wife, she loves country music, my wife, Christy. And so through people we meet, we've got invited to some really cool things, you know, from get-togethers to parties, to situations, awards, to ceremonies, to different clubs. And so a lot of times we'll try to go. And it's actually a cool thing for me because, hey, man, I met this person. Would you like to do this or that? And one thing in particular happened. My wife loves country music, and there's a lot of those country music guys that I hunt with. So I had gotten a text from a guy. They was having some award ceremony around the country music. I forget which one it was, but when they had it at the Dallas Stadium. And anyway, I got invited. He said, hey, if you want to come out, Waddell, look, man, we'd like to have you to, you know, man, we'll treat you like one of the singers, you know. And so immediately I said, oh, dude, what's the dates? And they said it's April, like it was, I forget what it was. It was whatever it was. It hit right in turkey season, like right when I knew. I hadn't even had anything planned. This was time, but I knew, kind of like, you know, September. Yeah. So I said, man, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the invite, but I'm not going to be able to make it. Well, my wife and I don't have a relationship where we're going through each other's phones and stuff like that. But that particular, my phone was sitting, it was maybe a week later sitting there. And that same gentleman had texted me on another matter. And so he had just texted me. I said, Christy, get my phone. So she did. And somehow she just happened to look at that text. And all of a sudden I couldn't figure out. She was just kind of giving me the cold shoulder. Like the rest of the day, I'm like, what did I do? And I couldn't figure out what I did, you know? So finally I was like, look, baby, you know, I figured out a lot of things about elk and turkey. I ain't figured out a woman completely. And so I know I done pissed you off some kind of way. I don't know what I did, but, you know, help me understand. She said, you know what? I do have a bone to pick with you. And I was like, okay, well, let me have it. You know, let me have it. And I'm already thinking, I ain't did shit. You know, I don't think. She said, you know what? I know you like to hunt turkeys. I'm like, okay. All right. And yeah, I love to hunt turkeys. She said, but you know what? We could take one night and go to a really cool award ceremony. Maybe we could hang out with Blake and have a drink and just chill and relax. And Luke was going to be, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then she said, well, I saw the text and we were invited to go to the awards. And you quickly just said no, didn't even talk. And I'm like, and I hit me like, what is I don't know how many turkeys I've seen shot or how many turkeys I've shot myself, but here it is. I'm 50 years old and I'm saying no, just like that, without hesitation. No, I mean, that would be fun. In my mind, I'm thinking, dude, if that was June or July and I had your number And I'd be texting everybody, dude, are y'all going? Can we have a drink, hang out?
Sure.
But it's like, nope. It wouldn't matter if Elvis Presley. It's going to be the show. I was like, and then it hit me. I'm like, man, I am
A little
selfish. Yeah. And it hit me there. And I did. I sincerely said, I'm sorry, because you're right. I could have just got a commercial flight. We could flew out there and spent a great evening, had a great date night, and saw the awards and come back. But in my mind, I'm thinking, why would anybody go to a big city in the middle of turkey season? I don't understand that. And I'm still learning, you know. So crazy.
Well, the reality of it is, if you haven't experienced hunting, you don't understand why people are so drawn to it and why the experience is so much more powerful than anything else you have in life, other than the birth of your children, you know, being in love. Well, there's a bunch of experiences that are wonderful in the regular modern civilized life. But when you get that bug, when you get that bug, when you hear the swat of that fucking arrow hitting the vitals, and you see the spot right in the golden triangle, you see the blood dripping down, and you see him stumbling forward, you're like, we got him. And every sense in your body is on 10. Your fucking goosebumps have goosebumps. Everything. It's just, there's nothing like it in the world.
You want to stand up and tie that bandana like on Rambo First Blood. Like it's just, I don't know. It's crazy feeling. And I hope more people get a chance to experience it. But it's
so hard to do.
It's so hard.
Especially like archery elk hunting or archery mule deer hunting. Probably even more difficult.
I agree.
It is so hard to do. To get someone addicted to that, boy, you've got to get a special kind of person that's willing to, like, the learning curve is so long.
And the physicality of that high desert mule deer. It's brutal.
And also, those motherfuckers are smart.
Oh, yeah. You think they've not?
Been ducking mountain lions for 5-6 years, and they know any little snap of a branch, any little, like, moving of a rock that sounds like it might have been a predator's paw.
Oh, yeah.
They're on a swivel. They're up, and they're bouncing. Boing, boing, boing. See ya.
They're gone. Yeah. And that's what the other thing people don't realize. You know, they think, oh, you hunters go out there and, you know, getting these animals. And, you know, obviously the hunters have such a responsibility in the balance of a lot of things. You know, and Mother Nature is, first of all, very brutal. And there's a lot to be learned through nature. There's a lot of things we think we know, but then if you really dig deep and you're in the mountains, you realize, wait a minute, that was all human nature. This is nature. There's a difference. You know, so many examples that you can get into. But at the end of the day, these deer also have coyotes. Now they reintroduce wolves in some of these places. And they have done studies that in some cases they feel like an adult male mountain lion can kill up to 100 mule deer. One mountain lion. So you're talking 80 to 100 animals that they kill. So when you're thinking about us, even if we're athletic.
Is that a year?
That's a year. That's one. And they've done all kinds of studies. I know the state of Utah has been really proactive, which is great. And what I love about Utah Game and Fish is what they're doing. They're listening to a lot of these mountaineering type of guys who are not, you know, have a doctorate in biology or balancing nature. They're just ranchers. They're outfitters. They're hunters. They're somebody that's immersed themselves. And, you know, they might not can sit there and recite Shakespeare, but they can certainly tell you what they've seen. They don't claim to know it all, but they can tell you things that they are seeing out there.
There's different kinds of intelligence.
100%.
Yeah.
And a lot of the Game and Fish, sometimes will get at times arrogant to say, well, what am I going to learn from a Joe? What am I going to learn from Michael Lauderdale? What am I, Remy? Come on, dude. Okay, you hunt a lot, but you know I got a doctorate in this.
Well, like California is a great example. Like a lot of their game and fish. I don't even think they call it game and fish. I think they call it fish and wildlife.
Correct.
Yeah, because they don't want the concept of game to be introduced, meaning hunted. Their thought is they want to get it to the point where the predators and the prey balance each other out, where there's no need for hunting, and they would like to reintroduce wolves to help them. They do. It's animal activists that have taken these positions that should be held by wildlife biologists who have an objective understanding of the populations and how to keep them healthy. And the way they're doing it in California is you've got mountain lions everywhere.
Yeah.
In this one ranch that I hunt, They had a water hole, they had a pond, and they had a trail cam. They found 18 different cats that visited this trail cam.
See that
18 different mountain lions.
that goes beyond what biologists will tell you. As a matter of fact, a lot of times, a lot of the studies are now it's been changed and everything. The goalposts are being adjusted. But there was a time, I think it was 28 square mile radius that I know at least in the state of Utah. So I'm not saying every game and fish department, I call it, or fishing game, or fish and wildlife would say, but they had specifically, they said a male mountain lion basically controlled 28 miles diameter. Only to find that in Utah, I've got some friends and outfitters that went out there when they did have the quota tags. Now you can just buy a tag over the counter and you can, or get depredation. You can hunt mountain lion all the time because they realize, look, these mountain lions are killing a lot of elk, a lot of mule deer specifically. On top of that, you don't know what the winter's going to be and what that's going to kill. Then you got wolves, you got bear, you got all this stuff. This outfitter took a business card and he put it down. He said, well, I know y'all think this, but I want to show y'all what I filled the quota. He said, I shot 10 mountain lions in this business card. He said, 3 of them was here. So your theory that one male mountain lion is in this 28 mile diameter is completely busted. This is not on anything I've studied. I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go to Auburn University in the wildlife department. I don't have trail cameras out there. I'm just telling you that with red bone hounds, this is a true statistic. Here's the photos. And so what has happened, a lot of those people got together, and what I love about Utah, they are listening and they're saying, okay, so hillbilly knows something. Let's listen to him. And so they're adjusting it, and now the deer numbers are going up, the hunting's getting better. And it's unfortunate that really some of these people might be right, that nature does have a great way of balancing itself. Way more brutal than what you and I would approach the management process. But everything's changing. I mean, you talk about California, you talk about how they reintroduced the wolf, say, in Colorado. Well, all that was voted in a very urban area, specifically Aspen, all the ranchers.
I don't think it should be voted in at all.
It shouldn't be.
Ballot biology to me is ridiculous.
It don't make sense.
You should have to have an understanding about what you're voting on from perspective of the people that are actually in the field.
Correct.
And the reality of mountain lions is, like, you're not going to get an accurate assessment from someone who visits it once a month.
I think you can go out there and sell tourist tickets to watch the mountain lions.
You can't find them.
I tell you,
they're there and they know you're coming. They smell you miles away. They're not going to be anywhere near you. And if you do see them, it's rare.
I heard Ranella, because Ranella spends a lot of time in desolate places. And I didn't specifically talk to Cam, but kind of in perspective, I started working in the area of either guiding or working with an outfitter, working with companies that were doing shows for, at the time, TNN, that turned into ESPN, now Outdoor Channel, now YouTube, so on and so forth. So as a young kid, in rural Georgia, I finally had a chance to start going and seeing these places, from Saskatchewan to all over Canada. I got to go to Africa, all over Mexico. And now I'm hunting all across the western landscape, not just in Georgia, hunting whitetails and turkeys and squirrels there. I've only saw one mountain lion in the daylight. One. Now, I spent tons. I think Ranella said he saw 6 in his lifetime in the daylight. So what you realize, if you see a mountain lion in the daylight, now I've seen a lot of mountain lions, but they all have been in a tree behind a dog or running behind a dog. I'm talking about just you and I glassing, looking for mule deer, and like, mountain lion.
Right.
You don't see them.
You don't see them.
And the same with wolves. I've seen 2 wolves in my life. Both were one was in the Yukon, one was in Alaska, in the daylight. I've heard them countless times. We've been camping in spike tents, and you hear the wolves. I've heard them all across places where the wolves exist, but you don't see them. Another perspective is even coyotes. I have 500, a little over 500 acres I live on in Georgia. And so I noticed I was finding all kind of fawns, and they did a bunch of studies from University of Georgia, Auburn University, talking about how many deer that coyotes eat, which can't blame them. Why would you not eat a fawn in the fawning time of year and feed your pups? So I decided, actually, of all people who got me into trapping, it was Blake Shelton. He was trapping in Oklahoma. He loves it. And so I'm like, my God, if this country singer who hosted the American, or The Voice can trap, I got to learn about this.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. I was asleep. I went to the bathroom and came back. And so, yeah, you can tell I don't have my normal energy. I was just kind of groggy.
Dirt hole traps and different things. And so I caught in 2021, I caught like 22 one year. 19 another year, just on 500 acres.
Wow.
And if we go hunting tomorrow, now think about 20 dogs that are smaller than a German Shepherd, but a small, you know, canine dog that lives on your property. Some are passing
There
through.
you go.
To think that in a 4-week period, I could catch 22 coyotes. That at times, you know, hunting a lot, I would see them time to time. Along that, also caught 7 fox and 2 bobcats, and I don't know how many coons and possums. So, for people to think that you see this all the time, you
There you
don't.
go.
I live there, and
Nap
when I'm
time.
home, every day I'm up and I'm riding, checking food plots, putting in food plots. I got bulldozers, I got different things, the tractors trying to make the wildlife habitat better,
do.
make sure I got better areas for my turkeys to brood, making sure I'm planting resources, and I don't see these things. And this is all I've ever done. So the people that live in Aspen or just out of LA, you know, not trying to throw shade on them, but you don't know, man. I don't know how to hit a half pipe like Tony Hawk either.
Right.
So I'm still learning. And so for me to say that and to think that you can just spend nearly $4.8 million, $5 million to reintroduce wolves and think you're going to get tourists to come out there and look at them. These wolves, if they could talk, they're like, these people don't have a clue. You're never going to see me.
Well, not only that, but they took wolves that were already depredating livestock.
Yeah,
That's
and
the ones
moved them.
that they captured, and they moved them to Colorado, where they're going to continue to do the same thing.
I read something the other day. You see they removing one of those herds? They're trapping them and removing them because of all the depredation of killing livestock.
Yeah.
Guess what? If a mountain lion kills 100 deer, one, and then he's, okay, God bless the fact that he is nature and he's hunting a deer or an elk. But guess what they do when that starts running low? They're like, man, that dog looks good.
Yeah.
As
We
a
were
cat?
talking about this yesterday, that San Francisco, when they kill mountain lions in the Bay Area, 50% of their diet is pets.
Ain't that something? And
Crazy.
all is well. All these PETA members, they're all fine long as it's your dog and your cat.
Yeah.
You know, but all of a sudden, you let a herd of deer come in and eat their $40,000 worth of landscaping, and the mountain lion kill their pet. They're calling me like, hey, bone collector. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little offensive, but
we need you.
So, how quiet is your bow and arrow? It's like, oh,
yeah,
hypocrisy. Is this hypocrisy.com calling me? It's like,
well, it's uneducated.
It's uneducated.
They just don't know what they're talking about, and they don't have any experience in it. And again, like we talked about, the idea, the mass media idea of a hunter is very negative.
It's very negative.
Very
And
negative.
It's sad because what you'll find too is some of the best people in society.
Some of the best people.
I mean, they're really down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sit around a campfire with somebody that's grew up very rural. Their excitement of talking about everything typically is pretty awesome.
Also, the appreciation of hard work.
They very much appreciate, and I think that's even my dad, man. He's 71, and I said, Dad, you ain't gonna believe it. You know, Joe Rogan texted me and invited me to come up on the show. He said, man, I like that Rogan. He said, that dude. It's funny anytime I talk about my dad, I gotta go into that impersonation. Like, that Joe, man, he's stout. Man, he work out a lot. You know, and I'm thinking, how does my dad know the routine? You know, knows that I like him. Of course, he loved that you had Trump on and that you had kind of bringing some light to that and give him an opportunity to talk. And so I find across the board, same conversation I had talking to some squirrel hunters, talking about Cam Hanes. You know, it's like Cam is a beast. You know, he runs and he does this stuff. And what brought me and Cam back together to even going out and talking on his podcast, you know, we grew up close to the same age, same trajectory. I'm the Southern guy. He's a West guy. He's a fitness guy. You know, I'm kind of a little Debbie eater, fried chicken, collard green, but we still figured out a way. I always said, somebody asked me, so what's the difference between you and Cameron Hanes? I said, Cameron Hanes runs quickly to the top of the mountain. And I sat down and I call him off the mountain. I'm going to figure out how to communicate with him, you know. And I said,
there's a lot of different ways to crack
There's a
it.
lot of different ways to skin the cat, as they would say. But at the end of the day, I was talking to some squirrel hunters over in Alabama. And these guys, prototypical, what you'd pull up, looked like Billy Coleman from Where the Red Fern Grows, you know, had squirrel dogs. And one of the guys, he had to be in his 60s. And literally, I had some chewing tobacco. He said, man, you friends with that Cameron Hanes? And I said, I am. I said, I've known Cameron a long time. He said, man, he seemed like a good dude. And I don't know why it hit me. Like, this guy, I wouldn't expect to mention Cameron. And so
Right.
quickly, I contacted Cameron. I said, man, I just had a cool conversation. And so he and I quickly kind of said, man, why have we not even hunted together? Like, we've been at trade shows and stuff and done some stuff. And so that's been really cool for me, an old friend I've known a long time, to get back in camp. And the conversations are so funny. We get to laugh and cutting up and I don't know, it's crazy. And so
Well, I
it's
think
fun.
one of the beautiful things about social media for hunting and podcasts for hunting is that people have an opportunity to hear a completely different perspective about what
Yes.
it is that wasn't available before that. I got into hunting because I started watching Spirit of the Wild.
Ted, dude, I love Ted.
That's when I got fascinated with it. And then I watched Renella's original show, which, oh God, I can't remember the name of it. He had a show.
It wasn't Meat
on
Eater, though. It
No,
was
no,
before
no,
Meat
before Meat Eater.
Yeah.
God, I forget the name of it. But his show, it didn't last very long, but I thought it was really interesting. And I knew Helen Cho, because Helen Cho, who worked with Renella on that show, she also worked with Bourdain. And so, you know, I was friends with Bourdain. And so I got introduced to them through that. And Helen got Steve on the show. He didn't even know what a podcast was.
He did.
He was like, what are we doing here? We were filming out of the Ice House in Pasadena at that time, the Ice House, the comedy club in Pasadena. And that's
Yeah.
where we had our studio.
Wow.
And so it was Renella sitting there. He was like, oh, kind of a little dismissive of this. Like, what is this nonsense?
Yeah.
And then now he's got one of the biggest podcasts in the space. It's
He's
funny.
done a phenomenal job,
Oh,
man.
he's great.
He has. I was when Renella reached out and I had a chance to be on his podcast. You know, I would say I'm a very secure person, but at the same time, I know I'm country. You know, I know I'm the, you know, for lack of better words, the guy that, you know, I kill a lot of stuff. You know, ain't no way to say it any better. I could say harvest, pluck, take, but at the end of the day, you know, I grew up where in Georgia we could kill 10 deer legally a year. So mostly with a bow. And then Alabama, the neighboring state, you know, you could kill a buck and a doe a day for a long time in Alabama. And there was people that tried to do it. It wasn't never, did you get you a good one this year? Like, yep, 47. Like, what? Like, yeah, you know. And so at first I was, you know, when I first started meeting and hanging with Renella, I thought, man, I hope you don't think I'm just this old redneck crazy dude that, you know. And then once we become friends, it gets back to the whole how everything is so much tighter than you realize, and how we all have so much respect for each other in different lanes of bringing it. And it's just like anything. I mean, you know, you got different players on the team, all playing for the same team, but they all have a different skill set. So we all grow up a little different. And so, again, I just assumed growing up in my small little area, just out of Manchester, Woodbury, Georgia, I really think the area I was from is called Booger Bottom, Georgia. And I just thought, well, booger bottoms are everywhere. Well, you find out there is a lot of different little names. There are no lights there. But I just really assumed everybody did. And I was just completely devastated when I went to the city. And, you know, and I'd tell somebody like, man, you know, what do you do? It's like, man, I work for a company. We do hunting shows, you know, TNN. You know, I'm so proud thinking, man, I should be able to pass out a business card and meet a girl with this. You know, like, oh, my God, you're a killer. You kill Bambi. And it just, bro, it just completely devastated.
Because you had never been around people who were anti-hunting.
I didn't know it existed. I mean, I was that naive. I did not know.
How old were you when you first encountered people that were anti-hunting?
I was in my early 20s.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in my early 20s. And
how hard was it to wrap your head around that?
It blew me away.
And people that eat meat too, by the way, right?
Yeah. I mean,
it's really weird.
It really hit me when I started traveling. I literally was like a kid that was just, you know, getting up every morning for Christmas. I was having a chance to work for Bill Jordan. And I met him through winning a turkey calling contest. And he asked me, him and David Blanton, I can't say enough of great things about Bill and David. David Blanton believed in me he always believed in me so much. And he said, hey, man, we'd love for you to help guide hunters. And back then, everything around hunting was media, outdoor life, field and stream. So there wasn't any hunting shows. But then about that same time, TNN, after these NASCAR races, introduced an outdoor block, which if you go back and look, people like Jackie Bushman, at the time.
What year was this from?
This would have been for me. It'd been a 92 or 3 or 4, somewhere right in there.
Did they even have rangefinders back then?
No rangefinders. I bought the first one I'd ever seen. It was a Bushnell, and I still work with Bushnell. The thing looked like a car battery. I mean, it literally, you know, I had safety straps. I had like chains. I like the strongest man contest to hold this thing up. But you had the little ones you could roll, and And it even tell you when the temperature changes, it's going to give you inaccurate. It's going to change with the weather. But no, it was, just guessing. But
Was it a laser rangefinder?
it was the first ones was like a roller. You rolled two things. I forget how exactly it worked, but it come and it gave you basically
a rough estimate.
A rough estimate. And it'd be like 40 yards. And then Bushnell, to my knowledge, come out with one. It was a bigger one. It looked, like I said, it kind of looked like a small battery. It was big, and it had a laser on it, and you could range it, and it gave you, the yardage.
And obviously, it wasn't angle compensating.
It didn't have any of the arc, the angle range compensation, had any of that. And the first person I ever saw that even talked about that was Chuck Adams. I was videoing with him back in those TNN days, and
Chuck, we should explain to people like the angle compensation is like an arrow is quicker going downhill. So if you're shooting uphill or downhill, the angle, you have to gauge how fast the arrow is going to go, the feet per second based on the angle. So if it might look like it's 50 yards as the crow flies, your rangefinder might say 42.
Correct.
And you got to put your sight at 42 yards, otherwise you'll shoot right over its back.
And it works.
Yeah, it works really well.
It's unbelievable. And that to me, I didn't know existed.
Have you ever fucked around with those Garmin sights?
No, I haven't. I've always wanted to try one.
It's great in theory and great when it works.
So when it works.
Yeah. I had a problem with it a couple of times and I gave up on them. And I'm hoping they're going to get better. And then they outlawed them in Utah. I tried to bring it to Utah a couple of years ago and they passed a law, maybe last year. And the best thing about it, though, it's like a red dot. You get that dot. You have a clear sight picture.
No post. Just that dot.
Just that dot on the vitals. It's amazing. And the fact that you can go to full draw and just press a button to range and then say maybe the animal moves 15 yards to the left, you just press it again and you get a range and you have a perfect shot. But some people think that that's cheating. But it's the same. It's just taking a step out. Instead of picking your rangefinder off your bino pouch and checking it and then changing your sight and then drawing back. With this, you're doing it right from draw. So from full draw, you can just keep getting ranges. And then you can also hit it once and then a second time and you'll get pins. So you get 20 to 80.
Nice.
Yeah. So even if
So then all your pins will come up based on that.
But if you just want an accurate range, you get that one button press and it'll give you exact range. And, it's based on everything is compensated into the sight itself. So angle compensation is built into the sight itself. You put in the speed of your arrow.
So if you're shooting 285 feet per second.
Exactly. It's all factored into your bow. It's pretty incredible.
I liked that a lot because, and I think I've heard you even mention this. What I love about archery is obviously you got these windows. Everything ain't just sitting out in the yard where you're shooting. Right. You're shooting through the woods, especially if you're out there elk hunting. You got these windows, and there was a sight years ago that I remember, and it worked in theory great, but it was simple. It wasn't like the Range or the Garmin, but they had these fiber optics that were glued to the middle of a piece of glass that went into the sight housing. So you would buy this glass housing that, okay, if your bow was 280 feet per second or 290 or 300, 320, and your pins were preset. So you went in and got your top pin dialed in. So then you had all these, but your sight viewing was good. The problem was when it rained or if it got dirty.
Foggy.
Yeah. And what I did like about that is the fact that the reason I've always liked pins, multiple pins, is the fact that I could see my whole sight picture where my arrow is going from 20 all the way out to even if I'm shooting 80. In this case, most of my sights are set up from, say, 20 to 60 or 20 to 70. I try to put as many pins on my sight as I can. A lot of people don't like it because they think it's cluttered, but once I've mentally got used to it, if I range a bull, say 65, when I pull back, without having to do any other calculations, I'm putting my 60-yard pin on that bull. It's in the clear. And then quickly, now it's like a memory of going back, and I quickly go back up to my 20-yard pin, and I'm looking all the way down through and estimating, is this arrow going to arc through? But basically from 20 all the way out to my desired where I want to hit, I can see the arc of my arrow based on my pin set. Good. So
if there's a gap in the trees,
I know the gap,
you're gonna be able to get
but
right
I know if I'm at 60 holding dead on that clear spot, but I got a limb at 30 and my 30-yard pin's in the middle of it, I know, oh crap, I won't hit that. So now I can just squat down. So that's why I don't like as much a single pin technology. And then quickly, what I like about the pins, it's clutter. It's kind of old fashioned, but I do like that a lot from that standpoint of trajectory of the ability to kind of kill or to take and fill a tag. And Cam and I talked a lot about those things. We talked a lot about the release. I definitely like I like the handheld if I really want to try to hone in and be a little more disciplined and kind of not feel it go off and shoot with completely surprise. I like that, but I don't think that traditionally works as great for hunting because of the fact I think you do have to know and to make that arrow go right now if you consistently have to. Even in Texas, I mean, we're shooting animals at 20 to 30 yards, those deer, and
sometimes the opportunity.
Sometimes they walk in, they're dogging a doe. They're coming in. Every deer ain't coming in just corn or feeding the food plot. They're coming in. They got one thing on their mind, and that's mama is ready. And so they're coming in grunting. So that deer runs, he stops, and you got to be at full draw. No, he's 27. Come back, and you got to send it right now.
You know what I describe it as? The difference between practicing free throws and basketball.
100%.
That's it.
Stephen Curry. Is not. It is. I mean, dude,
you don't get a chance to set up and have a surprise shot.
100%. Yeah. That's a great way.
Yeah, that's really what it is. I think practicing, sure, but I think there's moments where you got to make that sucker go off. But then,
oh man, yeah,
there's great hunters like Levi Morgan who hunts with a hinge.
Oh, dude, I mean, just an animal.
Yeah,
he's probably the most decorated archer that I know. I mean, that dude,
maybe of all time.
Yeah, because like Ulmer, Gillingham, all those guys are heroes of mine. I mean, like I very much look up to them, and if I can ever pull them aside, I just wear them out trying to learn,
Right.
And but Levi is right there, dude, as far as winning and what he knows. And he, what, another thing about Levi, I got to give him credit. That dude is a cold-blooded killer, man. He is a great hunter too. Sometimes they don't translate. I know some people that are great tournament.
Right.
I mean, 3D tournament ASA IBO winners.
Right.
But it doesn't go over into the ability to just
free throws.
It's
free throws versus basketball.
Yeah, no doubt.
It really is. Like you're standing weird. One leg is down, one leg is up. You're on the side of a hill. You got to cant your bow a little bit. You lean your bubble into the wind. There's a lot of shit going on.
A lot of shit. And then you got the nerves. You never get completely over that. People ask me all the time, do you ever get nervous or get buck fever? Like, man, almost every time. It's like, I think that's when, if some of that, yes, you get good at kind of somewhat like stage fright. I saw a clip of Elvis Presley. I thought it was so unique. I saw a clip of Elvis Presley the other day on this YouTube clip, and he was completely in panic. And this was like right in the prime of his career. He was walking around, and it was a narrator saying, yes, Elvis notoriously would get just afraid every time he went on parade. And I'm like, this is the king.
Right.
But he was just pacing, and he was being short with a couple of people. Anyway, he walks out there. I'm sure he crushes it. But I think it's similar to probably how some of those football players running out on the field. There's no way you got all this clicking in your head. Like, oh, man, I got to remember. Belichick has told me that he's introduced this new offense. I'm not sure. I don't know if I can read. I don't know how I'm going to read this offense. I think hunting's similar as to where everything has to click, but you still get that now is my opportunity.
Yes.
And, dude, it still is overwhelming. And then to control it, and then when you fit that arrow through that window, and then you can pick up the phone and call your family and say, baby doll, don't buy no steak because I'm bringing it home. It's again, it's just it's not like you want to disrespect the animal, but you just achieve something. Grocery shopping in the wild is what you do. Yeah.
I think it's something that's very difficult to do that you care a lot about. And anytime there's something that's very difficult to do that you care a lot about, you're going to get nervous.
100%.
And especially with hunting, there's one moment where you pull that trigger. This one moment.
Yeah.
This one moment. So you've been practicing, you've been preparing, you've been packing your gear, getting ready, all for this millisecond in time where you release that arrow and you watch right in there. And it's very difficult to master. I don't think you ever master it. You become proficient at it. You become good at it. But even the best hunters make bad shots sometimes.
Absolutely.
Animal moves, the wind takes the arrow in a weird direction, it hits a branch going in. You see it all the time. It's not an easy thing to do. So, of course, you're going to have those nerves. But that's part of the reward of being successful, is that if you can get through that nervousness, and I think it helps you in everything you do in life. I think anytime you do something really hard, very difficult, I think that ability to overcome that difficult scenario helps you with everything in life.
100%. And when it comes to archery too, you're on that ragged line to where in your subconscious you can go from, you can be the hero or you can be zero that quick.
Right.
All of that time, the money, the energy, the time that you did step away from the Netflix special in your case because, hey, I'm elk hunting.
Right.
You know you got to somehow communicate with your buddies. Oh, man, I missed. Or worse, I made a bad shot.
Right.
Let's let them lay. And so everything that you look forward to that whole year, you could let yourself down. So it's a very individual, lonely feeling.
Yeah.
And
And you can't think about that before
No.
you pull the trigger.
No,
You can never think, I hope I don't make a bad shot. Because
You
you'll make a
can't.
shot.
you can't. And I'm always, are you always positively thinking when you're like, I'm about to put it on him?
Yeah.
Are you thinking positive?
I have to.
I do too.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I was interested. I mentioned Chuck Adams. Chuck told me that he did that exact opposite. He said sometimes I would say, hey, I'm going to do my best. I'll probably fail. It's almost like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I said, you're kidding me. And then to me, this guy's the beast.
Right.
And the only other person in history I've ever heard that, there was a guy named Kenny Bartram as a motocross. He was the first guy to ever do a backflip on a motorcycle, and he landed it. And so he went hunting with us one time in Texas, and I said, Kenny, how much weed do you got to smoke to get on a bike and think you can do a flip for the first time? He said, man, I just always thought I'd probably kill myself, but I'd try. I said, so you never thought you would land it? He said, no, every time I try a trick, I think I'm about to wad it up. I said, oh my God, how do you do that? And I'm thinking about me and my buddy Boo Bishop building a BMX track and building a little something we jumped over and thinking I'd be scared to
Right.
I could do this.
Just jump over a little
I
ramp.
never thought, jumping the ramp, like I'm probably going to crash. I always would think I could. And then when I crashed, I'd be, surprised. Like, I can't believe that. That hurt, So Chuck and Kenny was the only guys I've ever thought that.
That's a weird psychology. I don't think that's the best way to approach it.
Me either. I've
Even though
often
they're
wondered,
really good at it.
is there ever a comedian that walks out and is like, hey, I'm probably going to bomb, but I'm going to do the best I can, or I'm going to play this guitar the best I can? I don't know. I just always
Sometimes
thought that's
people
tricky.
talk like that, but I think they're fishing for compliments.
For their own self.
Yeah, I think,
drive
man,
to-
I hope this works well. And their friends are like, come on, man, you're fucking hilarious. You're going to kill it. Like, you think they might be like fishing for compliments?
Yeah.
You
Kind
know?
of like you're tired and it's third down and this, like, dude,
Yeah.
come on, man. I'm
Yeah.
going to be open. Hit me.
Yeah.
Bust her through. I know you're limping. Hit me. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you need a little of that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think these experiences that we have, that when we relay it to people, it's one of the only places, like in podcasts, the only places where you can hear it this way. And I think that's what we're battling against. We're battling against the media representations of hunting, which is almost entirely negative. And these perceptions that people have that hunters are cruel. And then there's this term trophy. Trophy.
Yeah.
Like that's the mule deer that I killed with Rinella. That's the first
See, that's
deer I ever
awesome.
killed.
I love that.
And, you could say that this is not a trophy mule deer. It's not a very big. As far as mule deers go, this is, it's a mature buck, but he's not a big one.
Oh, he's beautiful.
Man,
Yeah.
to me, this is where it all started. And this is a
100%.
trophy. This is
It is a
not, if you went to a trophy unit and you shot a deer like this, people are like, what are you doing? Why'd you shoot this? Why didn't you hold out for a big mature one? But this is like the term trophy gets thrown around and unfortunately has a negative connotation. But
it does.
I think Ted puts it the best way, Ted Nugent.
Yep.
He says it's all the things. It's food, it's trophy, it's sport. It's all those
I
things
agree.
together. I don't think of it as a sport like you said. I think the term sport, it's sports are awesome, don't get me wrong, but it's not significant enough for what hunting is.
100%, I agree with that.
You're taking a life, you're feeding yourself with that life. It's more powerful than sport. And that's why I think when you call it this sport of hunting, I'm like, I don't like that term.
I agree with that too. As a matter of fact, if there's any negative thing, I think the hunting industry and even TV shows that we produce can put a negative vibe potentially on trying to kill these big trophy animals. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, you're hunting Utah, the places we get a chance to hunt. Absolutely. You're looking for, in that case, a 7 to 8 year old bull.
Right.
Sometimes they might score 320 to 370. At the end of the day, the trophy is for sure a mature animal. But you also got to keep in perspective, especially if you grow up where I did, where literally there's 10 guys sharing a 300-acre property. They just want to deer hunt, and they're trying to get away. Keep in mind, they're still managing a family. They're still dealing with the economy. They're still dealing with everyday strife of, man, how am I going to get off work, still get my kid to soccer practice or football practice? My wife is pissed off. I hadn't even took her to Applebee's in the last 3 months, and it's like I didn't take the kids to, Disney World, and the only family picture we got in front of the Shoney's big boy. So, man, what am I going to do? But in the back of my mind, it's like, I sure would like to get off. Maybe Saturday I could spend a little time and go to the hunt lease and hang out, maybe get a chance to shoot a deer. They're not necessarily thinking, I got to kill a deer to put it in Pope and Young and or Boone and Crockett. They're looking, it's more than just a hunt. It is a getaway. It's I call it, it's the cheapest, antidepressant you can get on, to where you can clear your mind, you can get away. Hopefully you can turn your phone off, get up in a tree stand or a saddle, whatever it is, whether you hunt public or private. And we miss that in the hunting industry so many times. And there's people that are literally busting their ass for their family. It's not a sport to hunt, but it's therapeutic. They grew up doing it, to be able to sit around a fire with other men and women sometimes and get away, to cleanse yourself of everything that's going on. And unfortunately, I think that's what drives people sometimes crazy even in the cities. Sometimes I walked around Austin today early, had me a nice breakfast, and I just walked around and ended up running to this children's network that was trying to raise money where you can kind of adopt a kid and give them so much a month. So, man, I did. Again, I talked to everybody. I just said, hey, man, what y'all selling over here? Like, oh, man, normally people don't come up and talk to us. We have to sell them. This guy from Europe and a sweet girl that was, you could tell, that born and raised right around here. Anyway, with that said, I ended up, I said, man, I want to pledge some money every month. So I picked me out a kid in Guatemala. And so anyway, with that said, about that time, here comes a street person, and he is cussing me and her, and that fell out. I mean, the most vile words you could, cussing like a sailor, as they would say, metaphorically. And I'm like, man, what's wrong with this guy? So I said, y'all get this a lot, and it was just not far from when I come over here. And the girl said, yeah, we do get that a lot. And the guy with the British accent or the European accent said, we get it quite a bit, He said, but I think there's a bad batch of something right now. And I'm like, oh, really? He said, he said, man, people have been really mean lately. They've been yelling and cussing and screaming at us. And well, by the time the guy comes back and he's like, you MFers, I know everything, and everybody's retarded. And I'm like, and he's right there. And and I'm at the point where, man, I ain't scared. And you can tell they experience it more than I do. And I'm sitting there watching this guy. And then all of a sudden, he's just yelling and screaming. I said, hey, buddy. I said, just so you know, we on your side, man. We love you, bro. I said, you're right. You know a lot more than people realize. You know a hell of a lot more than people realize. And I said, you cool. I'm on your team. So are they. And he said, and it was crazy. Joe, he looked at him and said, thank you. He left. Wow. And it hit me. It was so weird. I got a little off track when I was talking about hunting, but I thought, man, the dude don't even really want to be understood. He wants to be heard.
Right.
And I thought, how ironic that I'm going to speak with Joe today. And anyway, the girl and the guy says, I've never seen that happen. Like, that just got diffused.
You treated him like a human.
Yeah. And I said, and sometimes it's almost like, I've never figured out completely a lady, my wife, sometimes it's always a game. Like, and I've learned, I don't know that I'll ever understand exactly what it is she wants, but I know she wants me to hear and pay attention. And I think that's what society's doing, whether you're a hunter, whether you're from the city. But overall, what I have found, whether you live in the city or the country, whether you get a chance to go to a rave or go to the mothership, which I hope to go by there at night. I just want to check out the joint, and so anyway, when it's all said and done, there's something about the peace and tranquility that you can refuel out in the woods. And it brings everything to a focal point, and you can be still and be quiet, and it brings everything back. And so in reality, it's not about people going to think of you different if you shoot the biggest, highest scoring animal that you can put in the Bope and Young or the Boone and Crockett record books. I think those of us, once we learn to respect each other and love each other's goals, that, yeah, if I know that your goal is to shoot, say, a 390 bull, that one day, I'll get a call and you're going to be hyperventilating. You're like, I just did it. Like, what? Like, dude, I swear,
Well, for people who don't understand why that's so interesting to us, it's because they're the most difficult ones to get, because they're the older, wiser ones. And that's, and also, when you look at it from a conservation standpoint, those are the ones that you want to hunt because those are the ones who spread their genes, and they're probably about to get taken out by nature anyway.
Correct.
If you get an 8-year-old elk or a 9-year-old elk or a 10-year-old elk, how many years do they have left? I shot one 10-year-old elk once. His teeth were worn down to almost nothing.
Just an old tank.
How much time did he have left?
Not much.
Most likely, he was going to either starve to death or freeze to death or get stabbed in a fight with another elk.
Yep.
He'd get stabbed and wind up.
Mountain lion jump on him. Yep.
Mountain lion jump on him or freeze to death or, a number of other very, very cruel endings that, I shot that elk at 40 yards. It was a perfect shot. He was down in 15 seconds. It was no tracking. So it's like that elk died the best way
yes, he did.
possible.
Yes,
and
he did.
He's not, they don't live forever and become angels.
And that is a very good death compared to a pack of wolves or mountain lions starting to eat on you sometimes before they're even deceased. That happens all. There's so many videos.
Especially bears.
Oh, bears are brutal, man. Oh, bears are very brutal and selfish animals,
Isn't
man.
It crazy? Like hunting bears is the thing you get the most hate for.
Oh, everybody thinks they're cuddly. I don't know if it's a Winnie the Pooh type of thing.
100%.
But it's like
teddy bears and yogi and all that shit. We're all distorted. Like when people say you've hunted bears, I go, I've eaten bears. I've eaten 3 bears. They're delicious.
Yeah.
Like what? You eat bears? I'm like, I'll make you some bear sausage, and I'll tell you what, you will fucking love it. If especially if I don't tell you what it is, you'll go, what is this? This is great. It's like seems like beef, but different.
And then if they knew how a bear's personality was, they would want. I mean, you got these.
Kill them.
Oh, they'll kill their own kids.
Oh yeah, and eat
to
them.
breed mama to eat them. I mean, it's just a brutal world. And I there was things before I even had a chance to hunt that I recognized just domestically. I'm raising rabbits. Those rabbits would sometimes kill the little baby rabbits for the right and opportunity to breed again real quick with the female in the pen. And I realized, my pawpaw said, you got to separate them. That buck rabbit killed that. I'm like, man, I didn't know that. I'm 10, 11 years old trying to figure out how to raise some rabbits or watching hogs, pigs. They'd always have raised floor pen. He'd have raised a few hogs. Man, them jokers are trying to kill each other. Mean.
You know who does it? Dolphins.
Dolphins? Are they brutal like that?
Dolphins. We think of them as sweet, intelligent. They commit infanticide all the time. What dolphin females have to do is they have to breed with as many males as possible, because when a female dolphin has babies, she has to take care of that baby for about 6 years. So when the male dolphins recognize a female with babies and they don't know that female, those are not his babies, he'll kill those babies so that female dolphin will breed.
So he wants to breed her.
So she will breed with everybody possible so nobody knows who the babies are. And so since they're intelligent, they understand that they've bred with that female before, so that could be their babies, so they don't kill them.
So basically all the dolphins are hoes.
All hoes. Yeah, that's how they have to be. Otherwise their babies get killed. So they've adopted this polyamorous strategy to try to keep the male dolphins from killing the babies.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, you watch the breeding season during elk, like you were talking about those elk fighting. And ironically, they never get things confused. Those males are looking for the females. The females know that I'm going to breed with this dude and the strongest survive. And they are, a lot of people say, oh, they're really not trying to kill each other. No, you wasn't out there. Yeah, I didn't watch this on Nat Geo. They're trying to murder each other.
Oh, I've seen some amazing epic elk fights. It's some of the greatest things to see in nature. These big 800-pound animals running at each other with swords growing out of their heads. It's clash.
It sounds like an old, like some kind of Scottish fight back in the 1400s.
Like a sword fight almost. Yes. It's like cracking baseball bats together against each other. And you hear it loud. You're like, oh, shit, they're fighting. And
it gives you cold chills.
Oh, it's amazing. It's crazy to watch the brutality of it. And, you'll find them occasionally dead.
Yeah.
Because one of them would stab one. We found one, I think I have video of it on my phone. He had we were hunting him. He had a 6-inch tine sticking out of his neck.
Holy cow.
It was broken off, sticking out of his neck, and he's still running his cows and bugling. I'm sure I have it.
We had the same similar thing in New Mexico this year. Nick Munt, who hunts with one of my best friends, we hunt a lot together. He shot a good bull. Like first morning, I was calling it. It was classic, man. Bull come in, he shot it, and we was caping him out there on the side of the hill. And all of a sudden, he said, look here, man. He had a tine, again, about 4 inches, and it was broke off, just right, all pussed up.
Yeah,
And this dude still come in.
yeah.
like-
I'm gonna send Jamie this picture because it's so, or the video because it's so crazy.
It's so cool, though, to see that and experience it. And I think it's sad that most people don't know. And there's a lot of very smart people that, in some cases, they think it might be a little beneath them to understand what maybe hunting is truly about, other than maybe what they see on a Walt Disney movie. And I think that is definitely kind of fueled me to be able to help educate and talk about those things. And I know Ranella has done an amazing job of introducing that too. And there's a lot of great ambassadors we got right now doing that.
Yeah, it's a great time to be educated about this, and it's a great time. And there's a lot of people that have gotten really interested in hunting from those kind of conversations with Brunel and with Cam.
No
and
doubt.
yourself. How did you eventually get started doing it? Because like that's every young guy's dream that has ever hunted. Like, oh my God, imagine like making a living doing that. Like that's what I would love to do.
Oh,
Like,
man.
how did you pull that off?
One of the coolest stories, actually, and only in America. You don't hear the story in Turkmenistan. But, I grew up, obviously, like I said, rural. I love to hunt and fish. Very simple. My dad was a contractor. So I really thought that I wanted to maybe work with my dad or do what he did, hands-on labor. I knew I didn't want to be in office anyway. I try to keep it short. But basically what I ended up doing is just enthralled. My mom passed away when I was young, 16. And so my dad and I become more like brothers. And my dad, he had a ninth grade education, hardest working man I've ever been around. And so anyway, we love to hunt and fish and to become therapeutic. And so I got into turkey calling and had won some contests and met some of, my turkey calling heroes. And that's where I met Bill Jordan and David Blanton. And I started guiding when I was probably 19. And then one thing led to another, started working full time there at Realtree. And just as a guide, as a camera guy, they had that show on TNN. And so I was just literally camera jockeying it from skinning deer, guiding turkey hunters. And it was David Blanton who said, man, there's a lot more you could do. And so I kind of by default, Joe, how I got lucky too was when I hooked up with those guys, David Blanton and Bill, I got to do some of the turkey calling tips because I had won some contests. And so then I was this young kid and they were like, hey, we need a tip, the TNN tip of the week, brought to you by Field Line Packs, something like, hey man, I'm Michael Waddy. I want to talk to you about yelping at turkeys. I ain't know nothing about TV. So it was never top of mind. Like one day I'll be hunting on TV. I was just thinking, man, I love this enough that maybe I can do that. I can work for this company. And I remember they paid me like $100 a day to go guide somebody turkey hunting. And I told my dad, man, I'm about to get rich. Hey, listen to this. They'll pay you this thing called mileage. I had an old beat up Toyota truck, 4-cylinder. I said, Dad, them suckers will pay me a mileage. I forgot what it is, but heck, if I drive an hour, I make money. They pay. And then if you stop at a convenience store, you keep your receipt and they'll pay for your snacks, everything. I couldn't believe that because I grew up with my dad working, like, oh, Timmy just fell off the roof. Like, well, let's call his wife, tell him to come get him. And then my dad, you all right? Like, oh, I think I broke my leg. Hell, it's like, well, dang, well, you're probably going to be here tomorrow, are you? Like, I doubt it. I mean, it was just rough, almost cowboy shit,
Yeah.
And so I couldn't believe this, and so one thing led to another, and that was in the early 90s, right out of high school. And I'm 51 now, and that was in the early 90s. And then 1994 and 5, everything started heating up. And in 96, David Blanton offered me a full-time job to work in production /
That had to be
guide.
so surreal
It
to
was-
be able to make a living doing this thing that you love
Couldn't
when
believe
no one even thought it was a job when you were a kid.
Yeah.
It was not a thing you aspired to.
No. And my family took it hard. My grandma and my uncles were like, I might as well just got on crack than on the street. They're like, I went to heating and air school and got a degree and worked a year with Barringer's Heating and Cooling out of Zebulon, Georgia. And I had me a truck, had my name on it, Michael, and had me my refrigeration tools. And every Christmas, my dad, oh boy, I got you another flaring kit. I mean, just blue collar culture. And all of a sudden, I'm coming in telling the family, like, hey, I don't know if I'm going to keep doing the heating and air deal. Like, what? Like, you got a truck, son. You got your own uniform. You got benefits. I'm like, yeah, but there's this camouflage company want me to take Dale Earnhardt turkey hunting. And And my dad was the only one that got it. Everybody else was like, it was an intervention. Like I'd go to Christmas and like, hey, nephew, let me pull you aside. Now, you know you can't make a living at this hunting and fishing thing, you know. Like, well, I don't know, but I'm young and, man, this would be really cool. I love this more than anything. But it was kind of that whole situation of
It wasn't a job before.
it wasn't a job. And
Yeah.
I was trusting him, but I was sitting there thinking, like, I'm pretty sure Bill Jordan's rich. I mean, I saw him with a Mercedes. He had a Mercedes Benz. And matter of fact, there's a real funny story about that Mercedes Benz. But I couldn't believe it. And so my grandma was like, son, when you get tired of this, just go have fun with it and come back to it. Almost no different than if you're a young kid, like I'm going to Nashville, I want to play guitar and sing.
Right.
Maybe I can be the next Luke Bryan.
Yeah.
And somebody in the family was like, oh, when it gets right, he'll come back, jump in the family business, start putting these shingles on the roof. You know?
Yeah.
He'll get back into sheetrock and just give him a chance. Hell, he was one of the best concrete guys I knew. That kid would work. He could run a bull float like a sumbitch, you know. And so that was me. And all of a sudden, they offered me a full-time job. Wasn't a lot of money. And I remember going back and saying, you know, hey, they got all these things, 401k, they got benefits, help. I got eye and dental, and I get to go on all these epic trips. And I met amazing people, hunted with people that I was just shell-shocked. I remember I met Leonard Skinner band in a NASCAR suite one time. Maddest ever got it, Bill Jordan. Maddest I ever got. It, of course, you know, Ronnie had passed on and half the members, but it was Van Zant, and it was Rossington. And I'm sitting there, a redneck kid, I'm at Atlanta Motor Speedway, like, I can't believe it. There's Martin's wife. And I'm like, man, I have made it. I'm over here chicken fingers. And, bro, so all of a sudden I look, door opens, and there was just people in that, and there's the Leonard Skinner band. Looked just like, you know, like what I pictured. And I'm like, oh, my God. You know, I'm freaking out. And Bill said, hey, that ain't band. I said, that's not only a band, that's Leonard Skinner. And Bill Jordan said, what are they saying? I said, I swear to God, I ain't never hit my boss, but I'm about to knock you out. And are you kidding me? And I never forget, I went over there, and I was just, you know, I got a chance to meet them. But so many people I met, and I couldn't believe it. And one thing led to another, and really what the biggest break I had was David Blanton. It was like a big brother. I mean, like a father. And he was just such a good guy, good Christian guy, good hunter. Outdoor Channel was just coming on. Outdoor Channel was really kind of coming on. But at the time, you know, the kind of beat your chest kind of pride was the fact that you could be on ESPN and or TNN. And then TNN had been through a situation where I think it was Viacom had some big merger. It was part of the MTV thing. And so they quickly, through their kind of culturally said, hey, we need to kind of do away with this hunting thing. These guys are killing stuff. And it become the Nashville. It was the Nashville network. Then it became the national network. Then it becomes Spike TV. Yeah. And so everything moved over. All the big Sunday night block moved over to ESPN, but you couldn't show Impact. Well, about that time, they started the Outdoor Channel on cable TV. They were looking for distribution. And so it was David Blanton. He said, Michael, we need to come up with a cool hook, and we need to create a show over on Outdoor Channel. And so getting back to meeting these people, and what I found that was fascinating, and it's just the same with these conversations you have, these people that you just look up to. Yeah, you meet some people that are interesting and weird, but for the most part, you're like, wow, these guys are super cool, super talented. And that's what I was finding when I would run into a country singer. I remember Mark Chestnut sitting around and drinking whiskey and him playing the guitar and singing Hank Williams Jr. song, running into Bo Cephas, running into, you know, to Leonard Skinner and all those guys. And I'm like, man, these guys are so down to earth and cool. And I realized that there was more to this hunting than just this staunch, you know, here we go with the Encinitas Ranch.
Right.
Today we're hunting the mesquite flats of Encino, you know, and the coyotes abundant. There's a big buck around the corner. How are you going to? Yeah, and it was just like, at the time, it was
so
classic.
sanitized.
It was so sanitized. Everybody was starched.
Yeah.
You go to a hunting show, everybody had on khakis. I mean, it's almost like it was a facade. And I remember telling David Blanton, I said, I think what we're missing is the culture and the fun. And everybody was very serious. And you should be serious if you're going to go take a bow and arrow or a rifle and take the life of a wild animal. But the camp life was so amazing. And we'd have different personalities, different NFL athletes. We would have comedians, people like Jeff Foxworthy. And I was just so pleased that these people that I adored and was big fans of was people that you could sit around and and have a glass of sweet tea or a cold beer and just laugh. And they were as real, possibly more entertaining in person, kind of like you talk about Theo. People ask me, it's really funny. Well, you should have been with us at this UFC fight. We couldn't even watch the fight. The guys, cracking us up. And so I told David, I said, I think most of these people, if we could do a show kind of documenting just the camp life and the reality of how much fun you have, I think we could sell that fun. And so David said, do it. He said, matter of fact, you host it. And I'm like, no, I'm not coming here to pitch you for me to host a show. Behind the scenes, I'll guide, I'll run camera, I'll help edit, produce. He'd sent me to Maine to this International Film and Art School to learn how to edit on nonlinear, the first Avid. So
wow.
I'm up there. I'm big. I got my business card. Like, yeah, I work for Realtree. Out on TNN. I'm over there, and I found out that was where it really hit me that a lot of people didn't like hunting. Like, oh my God, you kill animals? And I had all these beta tapes, and I remember I had Dale Earnhardt killing a deer on there, and I told the instructor, I said, I need to learn how to put this in the computer and build a hunt out of it because everything was A/B roll editing, and I knew how to do that pretty good. I said, but I know it's nonlinear. He said, oh my God, we struggle to get footage. Y'all got these $80,000 cameras because Bill was one of the first people to buy these really high dollar beta cameras that was out videoing with and put them in the wild. And so anyway, as I showed the footage, he said, man, can we use this and let the class use this footage as a project to build storylines? Because I had the cutaways, back then you'd shoot the animal, you'd video that, then you'd go back, okay, push your safety off. Like now, like
you'd pretend.
You'd pretend. Yeah. So it was like a reenactment. Now let's go back and build a pre-hunt, and it'd be like Dale Earnhardt walking through the forest with his gargoyles on or however, and he's camouflaged like, yeah, we're going down here to a ridge flat, a lot of acres up there. And, well, the deer has been dead a long time ago, obviously, by the time we shot that. And so he loved that, the instructor, because it gave us a chance to put the storyline. And I thought, man, I'm going to be the hero. All these little girls up here in Maine, and I ain't never seen a lot of people with purple hair and stuff. And I could tell it was kind of that cool hippie trend, and it was artsy. But in my mind, like, I'm just having a good time. And anyway, dude, immediately, Joe, it become a protest. There was 2 or 3 people stood up in class. Like, we're not using this. We cannot. We will walk out. These animals are getting dead. If you can prove these animals were not harmed. And I'm like, no, they're all dead. They ain't harmed. I mean, they're dead. I mean, and finally I had a little bit of a meltdown because that was one of the first times that it really hit me where I had a mass of people saying, almost felt like the Antichrist because I'm the guy that killed a deer. Right. And I thought it was going to be the opposite. I was ready to name drop. Like, look, I got Dale Earnhardt. I videoed him shoot a deer. Right. I was ready to name drop, and it just all.
You just had never experienced anti-hunting.
Never. And so I learned that, and then one thing led to another. I remember I went to the instructor. I said, man, look, I'm a little bit bothered. It is what it is. But even if you have to teach me after class, I need to learn how to do this. I'm a student, but I come up here. My employer sent me up here. I got to learn how to do this. So I came back pretty efficient as a nonlinear editor. All of it didn't have any desire to know that that's what I wanted to do, but I was just wanting to, sweep the warehouse. You want me to edit? You want me to take somebody hunting? You need me to put up a fence, skin a buck, whatever. And then when David gave me that opportunity to do Realtree road trips back in the day, it was in 2003 it aired. We shot it in 2002. That's when everything for me, because it was all about personality. It was all about having fun. And that's we come up with the tagline, this is a different kind of hunting show.
Well, you were the first guy to bring fun and personality to hunting television.
Oh, yeah, we tried so hard.
You were the first guy. It looked like you were having a good time with your friends. It wasn't this stuffy presentation of like hunting, like here he goes in the wild of Montana.
He won't go far.
Where grizzly bears abound.
Yeah.
Hunting for the elusive mule deer.
Exactly.
It wasn't
the Valerius whitetail uses secondary scrapes as he approaches his staging area.
Exactly. You were having a good time. You were laughing and cutting up, and I think that's what made you famous in that world. It's like you were representative of what people really liked. It's just someone having a good time and enjoying themselves, which is really what a lot of the hunting is. It's a lot of bonding and camaraderie. Like the camp time is almost as fun as the hunting time.
Oh.
And you're all just sort of winding down at the end of the day, having a good time together, relaxing, telling stories and laughing. And
it was. And even to this day, it's kind of still where we kind of settle in. And it's like, honestly, I'm not really trying to out-hunt anybody, but we'll try to out-fun everybody. And so if you come to camp, and it's myself, big old T-bone. He lost his leg, so he's not hunting with us as much. He can't get around to cancer. He lost his leg, but Nick and I mean, we're going to have a good time. And if you desire to get serious, which we do encourage, hey, it's time to buckle down. There's a time for fun. There's a time to hone it in. But we just tried our best to make it fun. And I've learned that if you do that and you can make friends, that's the biggest form of the trophy you'll ever get. Yes, that's a trophy, but the stories you got with sitting with Ranella and the people around the camp and that experience, you meet people from all over the country, in our case, the world, and then next thing you know, it's like even more special. And so I know people, I say it a lot, I know people that's got some amazing trophy rooms, but they're lonely, they dusty, and they really ain't made a lot of friends because they were so beating their chest to kill the next biggest thing that they forgot that the trophy is relationships and the adventure. And yes, inevitably, this deer that's hanging on the wall that your family has enjoyed over a period of sometimes a year. Sometimes it'll take you a year or two to eat an elk, a full elk. It's a lot of meat, but I don't know, man. It's just an amazing journey, and I mean, I never felt like I was that talented. Is other than the fact I just had a lot of good work ethic my dad put in me, and I was really had a passion for it, and I didn't have really any weird opposition pulling me away from it. It pulled me toward it. But growing up so rural and blue collar, I had to prove to my family that there was a livelihood here, because they literally looked at it like, I need to get that boy drug tested. I don't know. Listen to this. He thinks he's going to video deer hunts. That's what he thinks. And he's going to skin a few. He's going to take a few celebrities hunting, and he's going to get free camo, but you can't eat that camo. You know, and I ain't going to buy the Salisbury steak. How you going to go to Bonanza?
Well, it's interesting because fun and personality and camaraderie are infectious. It's like people, they're drawn to it, but it's not something you can manufacture. You either have a great personality or you don't. But having a great personality is very marketable. So it's kind of a weird sort of catch. Like, you can't pretend you're that person because people won't buy it. You have to actually. For the reason why it worked with you is because this is who you really are. That's you.
Right.
And so you didn't even know you had this thing that was marketable.
No.
It was just you being a person.
That it's a great point, because to this day, I'll go to, and it's odd because I'm now, you know, when I know you love classic cars and I hear about the things you talk about, and obviously I'm a big fan of the podcast. And so one thing that draws me in is the fact that culturally we're into the same things, you know, Rubik's Cubes and 80s. And my favorite car was a 70 Super Sport, you know, Chevelle. And so
I have one of those.
Dude,
black with white stripes.
Oh my God.
I love it.
The same one like on John Wick, basically.
Yes.
That's exactly. A 70.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was just so amazed by, I don't know, it's just all of it. And even now when I meet people, that's the first thing they'll say after we hang out. And I just had it up with Cactus Jack with Cameron. I had 2 or 3 of the guys like, hey man, and these are older guys like, appreciate you, Waddell, man. You just like I thought you'd be. And it kind of takes me back. It's not offensive, but I'm like, what was I supposed to be? And I guess I realize, and Cameron and I've talked a lot about that, about like it's odd that there is a thing that is fake, that people can't be transparent, that people can't just talk their feelings. And everything we say don't mean our assessment is always correct, but at least it is something to be heard and told. And then the more you talk, I think that's what reshaped the politics this year. When you look at Trump coming on, JD, Harris passed. Well, it proves like, well, did you really have something to say? And could it be valid? And could you be real? And everybody, I think, appreciates real, even if they don't like the person that they see necessarily as real. And now everything's in question. It's like, you know, it's like these rappers, are they really as tough as they say?
Right.
Was Diddy gay? I thought he had done shot more stuff than I have, you know? And it's like, you know, I don't know. It's just like it's.
When people ask me all the time, like, oh, you met Jelly Roll, what's he like? He's exactly like you.
The same.
Like.
That's right.
That's why he's popular. That's a genuine, real human being. It's
like Luke Bryan, just like you like. Funny, goofy, good, cool cat.
Yeah. Luke Combs, same thing. That's exactly who he is. And that's what people are worried about, is someone not being like that. Like, you see someone who's real fun on TV and they're real friendly, and then you meet him in real life, like, oh, that guy's an asshole. He's mean to waitresses, and, you know, he's shitty to the fucking the valet driver, you know? it's you want people to be what you hope them to be, but oftentimes you prepare for them to not be that.
Yeah, you represent that too, Joe. It's like, I remember going to Utah and hunting, and I was like, hey, man, this was before I ever knew I'd get a chance to meet you and talk with you. And I said, how's Joe? And they was like, and then the first thing I asked Cameron was like, dude, he's unbelievable. So you meet and you are that person. And a question for you, I've often wondered, do you think that's starting to affect Hollywood a little bit, to where now if you look at the most successful people, it's the realest people? People might not even like, say, a Donald Trump. People are gravitated because they think, hey, man, this is him. This is real.
I think the best thing for people in Hollywood that are entrenched in that world is to shut the fuck up. Because as soon as they start talking, people like, as soon as Robert De Niro starts talking, I'm like, Jesus, get that fucking microphone away from him so I can enjoy Taxi Driver.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. I love De Niro. I love those mob movies. It's like,
I don't want to hear him that he's a moron. I don't want to hear him talking about politics and about Trump supporters, and just shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't think this through. Like, this is, and he's getting yelled at. He's doing an outside press conference. Like, Robert, you're 80 years old. Don't ruin this thing. You've had this life where you were a fucking raging bull. You were you were in The Godfather. Like, stop doing this.
Man.
Don't do this.
I'm terrified to meet some of those people I looked up to now.
You should be.
I mean, like,
I've met a few of them, and it's actors in particular, because their whole business is pretend. Their whole business is pretend. One of the things about guys like Theo or comedians, you run into comedians, their business is the opposite of pretend. Their business is just being a real person talking shit. Yeah. They're professional shit talkers.
Yeah.
Having fun, being silly, talking shit about things. And actors are not that. They're weird people, man. And the one thing that's harming them in Hollywood is that they get exposed for being who they really are. And a lot of these people that pretend to be all, clean cut, and you find out they're into freaky shit, and it's like,
and it's easier to expose stuff now because social media. I'm sure, like back in the day, I can only imagine the parties that Waylon Jennings and Merle Haggard. Can you imagine some of these pictures on the wall in here? Can you imagine some of the stuff? They didn't have to worry about nobody.
Right.
I mean, they was really
rock stars. Leonard Skinner.
Can you imagine?
Led Zeppelin. All those people. The parties.
Hendrix.
Oh yeah.
Jim Morrison.
Crazy.
Oh God.
Craziness and no accountability.
Nothing. And all they got to do is like, I was not there. Prove it.
Yeah.
And now.
Yeah. Now
you can't go on an elk cut and everybody knows you're there.
Well, everybody's got a fucking camera in their pocket.
Everybody.
Everything is being filmed, and so many people get exposed for who they really are. It's weird, but it's also probably good for humanity. It's good for, one of the things that I think is the rise of podcasts is people get to see real people having real conversations. And some people can do it and some people can't. And I think the Harris thing was they were worried that she couldn't.
I think they made a good assessment that she couldn't.
I don't know, man. I mean, I've seen her have fun with people. There's this one very funny conversation where she's talking about meeting her in-laws for the first time, where her mother-in-law grabs her face, and it's really funny. It's funny listening to her saying she's laughing hard, but a real laugh this time.
Maybe she could now, though. Maybe she's so, if there is a machine, because you know what, it's fair to say, even on Harris, I'll say this, or Kamala, and that's what's amazing to me. I didn't think she had a chance to win because I didn't even know. I still don't know what her name is. I mean, so I don't know what the hell is it. Kamala?
I think it's Kamala.
It's Kamala. Well, it's like, I'm probably gonna screw it up. It's like, and then CNN is gonna be like, yeah, you heard Rogan didn't even call her name right. It's like but today, maybe now that she's out of that whole situation, because you see, and I think the world's changing, like where record producers and stuff are controlling music, and if you're going to get on a radio station to where, everybody walks a tightrope. You have to you're working for this machine. Yeah. Hollywood, I'm sure the same way. You got people that I remember Ted Nugent tells a story. Was it Kurt Russell? He was one of his best friends was Kurt Russell, and Kurt likes to hunt. And this was Ted just telling me in a hunting camp. And I asked him, I said, man, how is Kurt? I love his movies too. I'm a big fan. He said, dude, Kurt is amazing. He said, but he had to a degree during that time frame, bow to that machine because he couldn't do these things. So I think now it's like you don't know what's real because you don't know if they are trying to do this for a career or if they can be real. And then at times, I believe De Niro in his case is finally his true colors and finally like I'm enough to where I can be real. But the real you do see in him I'm like, go back to being fake. Just go back to being fake. I don't want to see this asshole you really are.
I know. I don't want to hear someone lecturing me that I just. Oh, it's so sad.
It's
sad.
Crazy.
But I think real conversation, like celebrities were always people that were on a pedestal, and you didn't think of them as real people. You know, you never got to see John Wayne having long form conversations where he explains his position on this or that. You just never saw any of that. And I think more of that is being exposed now. And I think it's probably good for all of us to not have these ridiculous perceptions of these people and think of them as being larger than life characters. They're just humans.
They're just regular people.
They're all just human beings. And some of these regular human beings are really fucking good at playing bad guys. But you meet them in real life and they're real super sweet. They're really nice people. They're just good at their job. Their job is pretending to be an asshole.
That's right.
You know, and it's what we the more conversations we have, the more conversations that that we have access to, the more we get to see the patterns of how human beings think and behave, and the more we get to see what we like. And generally, what we like is nice people being real.
That I totally agree.
That's what people like.
And that perspective you shine. You know, obviously you got a lot of respect for Mike Tyson. I think he's the baddest boxer, toughest. I mean, I idolized him as a boxer. I didn't know much about him as a man or what he was going through at the time, but like when it come time to watch a boxing bout, Tyson's on the card.
No one like him.
But what a sweetheart of a man. You know, I listened to it, and just the things he says, he's so sweet that, you know, he says things that you don't even know if he's playing. Like he was talking about, you know, Joe, you ever get erect when you fight? You know, and I think you giggled, and he's like, no, I'm serious. You know, and I'm like, whoa, you know, whoa. And all I'm sitting there thinking is like, I feel you, Tyson. I was hunting elk in, you know, New Mexico, and bull come bugling, and I was kind of getting like $5 worth of jawbreakers. It was getting there because I was getting excited about this adrenaline of this elk. So, okay, you doing it fighting. But in my mind, I thought it was kind of a joke too. But he's such a sweet, deep thinker.
He's a sweet guy, but there's a monster in there.
Dude.
And he can hit that switch.
He's scary.
Yeah.
Still scary.
Oh, he scared the shit out of me. Meeting him the first time, like, I think Kevin Hart was the first one to say it. He said it's like you're in the room with a lion. It's like, you're like, okay.
Probably petty.
Is this lion cool? He's not going to kill me? Okay. You know, like, Jesus. But there's certain people that I meet that, like, you know, I meet them and like, I can't believe I'm in the room with Quentin Tarantino. Like, that is bizarre. There's a few of those people that you meet them. You know, like Trump's one of those people.
Yeah.
I mean, you're like, yeah, he's right there.
Amazing. Presence is undeniable.
That guy, unlike anybody else, can be himself.
Yes.
That guy can be himself no matter what. He can be himself at press conferences. He can be himself on a podcast. That's a huge strength that he can be himself. You either like who he is or you dislike who he is, but you have to respect that guy could be himself.
He is. And guess what? The more you talk about somebody like Donald Trump, like him or love him, he has pretty much, as now, you know, the second time he's going to be president, he is accessible to the people in a weird way, meaning I had a chance to even meet Trump. He talking about the hunting industry. He came to Las Vegas. We used to have this thing called the Golden Moose Awards. And I knew Donald Jr. He was a big hunter. And anyway, the word got out that, hey, Trump, this is prior to the election, the 2016 election, he came to Las Vegas to say, hey, man, there's 13 to 15 million hunters out there. I need to see what the situation is here. I think they're good people. And I hear this from my sons, Eric and Donald. So he comes there, and I had a chance to meet him, and same thing. It was like, wow, this is before he's president. He's still Donald Trump. And I remember I didn't know much if I could, you know, in my mind, is this the guy I'm going to vote for? He was still in the primaries. But I remember the first thing he said to me, he said, his Donald Jr. introduced me to him, said, Dad, you know, this is Michael Waddell. He works in the hunting industry, does hunting shows. He said, man, immediately, so nice. But I remember with the words he said that I knew he wasn't a politician, was real. He said, so you do a lot of hunting. And I can't do the impression, but I said, yes, sir. I love it. That's all I love to do. He said, I'm not good at it. I don't have the patience. My son, they're very efficient. They're very efficient. They're very good. They hunt all around the world. He said, but I got a question. These wolves, what's the deal with the wolves? They're killing a lot of shit. And I said, Mr. Trump, it really is a problem. I got friends and ranchers out there. These wolves, they reintroduced them. They're spending millions of taxpayers' dollars out there. And this is, in my mind, if I am playing this role of inferior or redneck or insecure, in my mind, I'm trying to talk humbly to kind of help him know what I know some friends out in Colorado have gone through, from cattle to domestic problems to the elk population. He said, well, it's simple. If they're causing a problem, we need to do something about the wolves. And I remember thinking, I'm voting for this dude.
Right.
I'm voting for this dude. I don't care what he's talking about grabbing, because I've been to a few little nonprofit, in Washington, D.C. with lobbyists and stuff where we're trying to get some money from a bill for the NWTF and Brood and Habitat or Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And I found most of the politicians were decently fake, almost similar to a California, L.A. actor type of deal, where it's like, okay, if I need to be nice to this guy, I will be, but
Yeah.
I need to figure out who he is and if he's got credentials and what power he has.
Yes.
And so for me, here I am feeling like I'm the lowest person in this room. All these other guys are, heads of major corporations within the hunting industry. And I'm just this guy who likes to turkey hunt. It's got this show on the Outdoor Channel, and I'm getting a chance to shake his hand. But he's just as real with me as he is the guy who maybe the richest guy in the room or possibly the most famous guy in the room. And I found that fascinating that he was that way. On the other hand, I'm over there talking to a senator at Washington, D.C. at a party a lobbyist put together. And it's like, everything looked good to meet you. I too like to hunt, and so gratifying to see the sunrise. And I'm like,
just a fake person.
Just come.
Yeah, weird, right?
Yeah.
It's weird when you're around them. Because if you're capable of talking to people fake like this, what other things?
What are you capable of?
Yeah. You're a strange human.
That's exactly right.
And your whole aspiration is to like stay fake and to make as much money possible while being fake.
Exactly. And the whole time, again, I never dug into politics. Like, I'm talking to a guy that once I do go back and Google, he come into office, he was making, he's making as a senator, I don't know what, 50 to 100 grand a year. And now he's worth, and it's all he's ever done, now he's worth $10 million.
Right.
Like,
how? Like, where'd that come from?
I don't think my grandmama would understand that either.
Nobody understands it. It's like so transparent, and it's right in front of your face. Like the Nancy Pelosi situation. She's never made more than $175,000 a year. She's worth $100 and something million.
How does that happen? It's like
corruption.
It's corruption.
It only happens through corruption, and it's transparent legal corruption. It's very strange.
And it's on both sides. It happens.
Oh yeah.
Everywhere.
If you look at the stock trading and the red versus blue, they're both right up there. They all have inside information. They're all.
And they put Martha Stewart in jail for it, didn't they?
Yes. Well, they actually put her in jail for lying. She lied to federal investigators. That's what they.
I got you.
It was Comey. It was the same guy who went after Trump. It's real wild. It's real wild when you see what it really is all about. And there's politics on both sides, and it's not a right or a left thing. It's a power and corruption thing. And
I feel like there is a little bit of momentum that feels like there's a little bit of a cleansing process. It's going to take a long time, I think, to get there. But I think everything that's happening now, it feels through opportunities and outlets like this that people can talk and people can understand what's real and fiction, or at least debate.
Yeah.
It seems like everything, I don't know, the political world to just everything about the truth about whether it's hunting and fishing, the truth about the cosmos, possibly, some of the stuff about ancient civilization to people and people that love Jesus Christ. You can really dig deep and you can have good conversations, and it's not just dictated by a certain machine. And I love that. That's pretty amazing that all of us can come together and have a conversation.
Yeah, cool. It's a good time. It's a crazy time to be alive, but I think it's a beautiful time.
Oh, it's amazing, man.
I really do.
And only in America, baby. I swear.
Only in America.
Only in America.
I have more hope for this country right now after this election than I've had in a long, long time. I do too. It feels like with this crew of people, with J.D. Vance and Elon Musk and RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy, I think there's a real chance that things can change. Real chance that we can expose some of the deep-seated corruption, some of the problems that we've had in this country, and move us onto a better path.
I do too, and I find I still got friends that are diehard Democrats and pretty darn liberal. Believe it or not, even me that works in the hunting industry, and even them, I feel a sense of almost like
I was having a conversation with a friend of mine from New York about this, and he's liberal, but he was like, "Listen, everybody pretends that they're mad that Trump won, but there's a recognizable feeling of relaxation in New York.
Yeah,
like some sense of logic has prevailed. No one really believed that she was going to be a great president, and they certainly didn't believe that Tim Walz was going to be a great vice president. That was crazy. That was crazy that guy was supposed to be one heartbeat away from the fucking president. And then they also knew that there was so much corruption involved. Everybody knew what they were doing with the Twitter files and all that other shit. There's so much that like this.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, and people were paying attention that had never been intrigued.
Yes.
And I think a lot of things happen there. It's like, most people, somebody asked me, how do you know when you're rich? And I said, well, when you don't know what a gallon of milk costs, that to me.
Right.
Because I remember growing up in that same rural area and, my grandmama and stuff. But when I could sit there and talk to my youngins, my son Mason, I said, Mason, when you come down, run by and get us a gallon of milk. And, get us some cereal. We'll just have cereal. And I got some sausage. But get us a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread. Well, that never was the case when I was a kid. Grandma said, hey, run by, look, don't go to Big Star. It's 25 cents more over there. Go over there to Giant Mart. They got a deal right now. As a matter of fact, go buy me a couple packs of that Ground Round. They're running a special. Gallon of milk, they knew. Their drive over here knew where gas was the cheapest. And when you get to a place to where you're doing pretty well, so it's like, I need some gas. Pull over.
Yeah.
You ain't worried about driving across town to save a quarter.
My friend Brian has this thing. I say it all the time. He said, this is how rich you want to get, where you can go to a restaurant and order whatever you want and not worry about it.
Yep.
Everything after that's bullshit.
And then look and say, hey, I want to tip 20% or 25%. You do the math, just write it on there.
Yeah.
That's you are rich and you are blessed if you can do that.
Everything else on top of that, you don't really notice it. It's kind of bullshit.
I 100% agree with that. And I think that backfired on a little bit of the whole Harris thing when she said, no, everything's good.
Yeah.
And she's telling that to people who know exactly where the cheapest milk is. They're going to vote for her. And they're like, wait, no, it ain't. I'm struggling out here, you know. And then you're telling, like we blessed to go to these hunting places, but they're not cheap places to hunt, to be able to technically trespass on these properties that are privately owned. And or if you were to go on a public elk hunt, the private public. Well, look, go get us a yurt. If we did right now, me, you, and Cam and Remy planned us a good DIY hunt. Like, but Joe, you going to get the yurt? I'll go get the mountain house.
Right.
Cam's like, hey, man, I got plenty of mountain ops and whatever, and I'll bring some coffee.
Can you imagine putting a yurt out in the middle of
Can you imagine? But I promise you, if we just Dutched it, we still got $3 or $4 grand a piece.
Yeah.
And we're going out there to go hunt.
Yeah.
Just in supplies and setup. So,
oh, yeah. Just in your bow and your arrows and your broadheads and your fucking rangefinder and your binos and your gear and your clothing and your boots. The tires on your truck and gas and this and that and then tags and it's not cheap.
No, it's not cheap. Like I said, you could either buy you a small farm in Kentucky or just get you a new boat. I mean, that's what it feels like these days, But I tell you, it's absolutely so amazing that we get a chance to even do it and even get back to hunting. I tell people all the time, it's like, I've always stood by the fact, I don't think you're a badass that you hunt. I think it's just badass that we can have that opportunity in America and that we can fall back on that. And if times do get hard, there's a certain piece once you understand the craft of it, a little bit of that rural living and knowing how to skin a deer, knowing the best parts. And yes, you can't eat it all. You can eat organs, you can eat real meat, you can do all those things. But at the end of the day, there's a certain piece as a man, especially. And I think overall, even though we're in a world to where, we got these equality and women can do what men can do or supposedly, but at the end of the day, I've always looked at it that my job is to provide, safety, some type of structure, food and care for my family. And any man that's out there that knows nothing about nature, that if these cities shut down, that would be a terrifying experience. The Mercedes won't start. The Wi-Fi don't come on. You can't run down to Starbucks and all of a sudden you can't go to the market or call Uber Eats to deliver you sushi or your favorite pizza.
You got to walk to where the
now you got to walk. You have no skill set. Yeah. Yes, I sometimes, but guess what? I've gotten pretty good at the cities. I know how to work these apps. I can grab me an Uber. I can go talk to somebody, or I can Google it and say, man, I'm gonna walk down here to this steakhouse
You can
tonight.
certainly navigate their world a
I
whole lot
can.
better than they can navigate yours.
The world that me and you love the most is hard to navigate for some people, and I think they're starting to realize it. And
It's
I really
a
know
long learning curve.
it takes forever. And there's a piece. I told somebody a while back, I said, man, I'm going to tell you, when you become a hunter and you understand it and you become simple, all the financial situations you might gain, money's nice. I agree that it don't necessarily bring you happiness. It is great to be able to have the money to do those things we talked about, just eating, or maybe it is that 70 Chevelle. It's like, I've always wanted it, and you can buy it. But at the end of the day, there's a peace comes to know that I could potentially lose it all. But if I got my wife and my kids and I got this bow and arrow, I might actually gain a little bit, because now there's no, I got peace and tranquility. I got a certain stillness that is more valuable than anything I could find at the rave or in the middle of the city. And so I've often told people, even if you love the city life, which what people might not realize, I love the city life. It's so fun to visit, but that's just it. I want to visit. I'm ready to get back out. Like the thought of things I could do in Austin, there's a million things. Wide open, like, man, I'd love to go to the comedy club. Well, I'd love to, man, I heard the steakhouse is great. They got this, they got that. This place got the best martinis and this cigar bar. But once I do all that, I'm ready to go back to the campfire, hear whippoorwills and coyotes howling, like, you ain't gonna believe. And I'm puffing on me a Fuente cigar, like, you ain't gonna believe this steakhouse that Joe told me about. It's heaven. It's heaven.
Well, I think, Michael, one of the things that people really enjoy about you, and I've enjoyed talking to you, is you have a genuine gratitude towards life. You know, it's infectious, it's real, and I think appreciation for this beautiful, chaotic world that we live in is it's a virtuous thing. It's a very important thing.
Well, that means a lot, and to be able to see that, it means it's more to me than anything, because I do. I mean, I don't even know how and why. Sometimes I ask myself, and I mean, like I said, I've just been so blessed, and it's been amazing. The people I've met and learned so much. I mean, it's just, I don't know how it happened. Going back to that thought in my grandmama's living room, like, what are you doing, boy? You know, it's like, you got a brand new flaring kit.
That's also one of the reasons why it's so cool.
Yeah.
That it worked out that way. It wasn't like it was all easily planned out and just a natural path for you to go down. No.
Did you have much of that, Joe? Like, obviously growing up where you did, and I mean, a same amazing opportunity. You had so many cool things that's happened. Did you ever have any people like, what's Joe doing?
Oh yeah, everyone. My parents for sure.
Could be a comedian.
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? It's not even funny. They didn't want me to fight when I started fighting. They're like, you're gonna get hurt. They didn't want me to do comedy because I was good at fighting. Like, why don't you stick with that? It was just, no matter what, there's always going to be people that doubt you, especially if you want to do something that's high risk, low probability of success.
You know, it made me dig deep, because I think of that. And the reason I ask you that is because that experience I had with my family was kind of mind boggling, because I thought they would see it as I did. And I think there's a difference in perception or the way we perceive things and the true reality, possibly, because you got to sometimes bring yourself out and look back in from their point of view. And I learned it as I become a parent, because now I got kids and they're wanting to do something. I got a boy, Mason. He moved to Charleston, South Carolina, and all of a sudden I become a grandma. In my mind, I got, hey, when I get back, Christy, we're going to have some cornbread and collard greens and fried chicken. I want to come back and tell you, because he listens to every episode. My son, McCoy, Meyer, all of them. So in my mind, I got him pictured living in a little house right there around the farm. Well, he ups and moves to Charleston, South Carolina. I'm like, what are you doing? Are you on crack? Now you tell me. What are you doing? And then it hit me. It's like, man, I'm being my grandmama. I'm being Uncle Tommy. And the reason they was that way, the same with your parents, people love us so much that they don't want us to fail. And I think inevitably we can fail the people we love the most, because we want to keep them safe.
Yes.
I don't want I know it's a world where a woman can go out there and cut wood. I want my damn wife cutting wood. I'll cut the wood. Let me get the calluses. I don't want my wife going to the door. If the villain's at night, I'm not saying she couldn't shoot more better than me. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I love her enough. I don't want her hurt. I don't want my kids to fail. But in reality, why not? Somebody's got to do these small percentiles. Somebody got to be a Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
How did Michael Jordan? What was his trajectory? Somebody say you can't make a living. I'm sure somebody. And so I think we want to put everybody in a safe spot And if you think about it, if 80% or 90% of people can do these things, well, guess what? Go try the 10, 20%. If you fail, jump back into the 80, 90%, and you can at least say you tried.
Yeah.
At least say I tried to make somebody laugh on the stage. At least say I tried to sell a Hoyt bow and enough to make money, and they'd give me a percent of something or have my name on a bow. I don't know. You can at least try it. I don't think it makes you arrogant or overzealously confident. It's just, why not?
Well, I think there's people that are afraid to try that will try to attack you for trying.
Yeah.
There's that. There's crabs in a bucket. There's that. There's people that don't want someone to take a risk and succeed because they never took a risk, and they don't want to confront themselves with that thought. They don't want to be confronted with the reality of what they've done with their life. Like maybe they did have a dream. Maybe they did want to be like Luke Bryan. Maybe they did want to be on stage singing. Maybe they did want to, they wanted to do something extraordinary, and they never really took the chance. And so when they see you taking the chance, they want to fill you with doubt.
They do.
It's a unnecessary and unfortunate aspect of human nature.
I see that, and I feel that from time to time.
But it makes you appreciate the people that encourage people.
It really does. And I texted several people all the time, especially when I think about it, people on the way who said, hey, buddy, let me pull you back. Stay away from this stuff that you're special in this. You go do this and keep doing this. Man, people don't realize what that means. I think about that. Think about that street person. It's like literally me in the right mood, especially with this young lady right there, I'd have wanted to hit him. And I don't know mixed martial arts, but I know a goddamn haymaker, and he didn't see it coming. And he was calling this girl all kind of names, and you MFers, y'all. And all it took was me to say, hey, bro, I'm on your side. And immediately he was just like, he just wanted to be heard. And maybe that's it. Maybe I don't know. And
they just get tired of being outcasts. People want community. They really do. They want friends. It's like you were saying before, that like the relationships you make in this life, that's the real trophy.
It is. And that's the one thing, I guess, the last thing I'd want to leave about the hunting community. And I think you felt it just from people you've seen or maybe researched. And like Cam had said, he said, man, you don't find a better student than Joe. He said he knows more about broadheads than the companies themselves. He researches this stuff. He knows the geometry of bows and brace heights. He's so deep. He said he loves it. And it made me feel so good to know that you're that deep into it. And but when you start looking at so many of these things that's out there for us, what I find about the hunting community, it is a community of people that welcomes all. It doesn't matter.
It really does.
And they want you to learn, and they're so appreciative that you would just take a look into this culture that sometimes can be criticized, that sometimes be judged and think we're barbaric or we're hillbilly or uneducated or are just ruthless. And what you'll find is there is a part of that with dipping into nature, Mother Nature, you have to kind of become an animal with that and be like the bear, like the predator. You are a killer. You have to come to full draw to feed your family. But it's so welcoming. And I've never seen anybody alienized. I've never seen anybody that I've thought that was a solid person within the industry and are just people around my house that wouldn't bring in, feed you, and say, come on, let me show you what this is about, boy or young lady. And I'm proud of that, and I'm confident. And I know that there's nobody, even the people that might talk bad about them, they're going to treat them good. And I remember one thing that was epic that happened, Joe, and it hit me pretty hard. My daughter, Addie, had asked me, said, Dad, what in a situation if we're at school and there's something bad happening, was talking about some of the school shootings. I saw we just had one. I'm like, what should I do? And I was like, was there any kind of mandate or what you should do? And I said, well, they say do this, this, and this, hide under your desk and sit there and wait and lock the doors. I said, well, I'm about to go against protocol, Addie. I said, and I knew her school. They had these outside doors that went out and quickly there in Harris County, Georgia. It goes off into the wilderness, Matter of fact, my farm is right across from the high school. And I said, Addie, I'll tell you what I want you to do. If something goes awry, I said, you've hunted with me a lot and you understand, how to hide and slip around and stuff like that. I said, if something happens and you can see that exit door and you can get out and you can hit the woods, I want you to go right then. Don't wait around. I want you to go. Figure out the situation. Like if a bear's coming in the tent, you get out of the tent and get up the tree or what you got to do. And I said, but here's what I want you to do. I said, you go, and I ain't never told you to judge somebody because I don't believe in judging a book by the cover. I don't believe in that. But I said, but in this case, in this adverse moment, you go out and you find a beat up old Chevrolet truck, RA sticker on it, maybe a beat up minivan with a mom riding around with some, maybe it is that old 70 Chevelle, because that guy appreciates good cars, and you jump out and you stop it. It's going to be a complete stranger, but I want you to pick out that person. I said, and find out. And I said, if you find somebody with a 4-wheel drive truck that it probably resembles your granddaddy or me or Nick Munt and all these guys, you jump in there. They're going to have a little snap. They definitely going to have a gun in there, and you tell them what happened, and they will protect you until they can find me. And when I thought about that, I was dead serious. But then I thought that goes beyond my daughter. Anybody, it wouldn't matter if you was Muslim, Christian, or goth or whatever. If you did that in the country, somebody's going to stop and say, hey, man, what's going on? They're going to quickly evaluate it. And I'm not saying everybody won't. I think most people has that opportunity. But if you raise around that culture to where you're ready to help and you're ready to assist, love is so deep, and the nature and the human nature is to protect and to make sure this person is doing good, even if they don't align in thought process. And so I'm proud to come from that. And that's probably my biggest joy, whether it's taking a Jim Brewer or a Theo, is when they see it. That's always, even if they don't get something, they're like, man, this was cool. This was fun. This was good folks. A little scared of y'all. And Theo and all of them said, man, something happens, I'm coming to your house, Waddell. And Caleb Presley was at this little function. He said, Waddell, my wife, his fiance, I don't think he's married. He said, my wife said, hey, if something happens, we're going to Michael Waddell's house. He said, you don't even know where he lives. She said, well, I'm still going there. And so anyway, that's just cool. I'm proud of that. And that ain't anything to do with me. It's a culture. It's just such an amazing
amazing culture.
To share that.
Michael, I really enjoyed talking to you, man. Thank you very much.
You too. Thanks for having me.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, man.
Tell everybody what your social media is, where they can find your hunts online.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, bonecollector.com. We're on Instagram at Official Bone Collector, I think it is. And then there's a Michael Waddell page. There's a Bone Collector page. And heck, I'm on TikTok. So, yeah.
All right.
I'm dancing around over there, too. So I'm on everything. It's China spying on me, too. But anyway.
For sure.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, brother.
Been a fan a long time. Appreciate it.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh shit! I didn't know we had bells.
Yeah, bro, we got bells. It's probably super annoying to people listening.
Bro, it's fucking Christmas. The war on Christmas must end.
How dare we say Merry Christmas?
How dare you say that? It offends me.
Did you ever see Kamala Harris do that? When she had the
She
speech?
said, how dare you say fucking Christmas?
You've never seen it?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, let's start with this because it's so crazy. I don't understand the context. So, like, I wish I could be charitable and say, well, there's probably a context where this makes sense.
Yeah, Satan is the Lord of the earth is the context.
But you see something and it's only a 15-second clip and you go like, okay, let me just be the nicest person possible.
Yes.
Like, what could be the reason why you would say, how dare we say Merry Christmas?
Yeah.
Unless you're playing a character.
Right.
Well, she's on stage doing a play. She's like, I want to read from my college play where I was the Grinch.
Can you imagine saying that? Like, it seems like a nightmare that you would wake up from.
It says, Harris fumed at Americans saying Merry Christmas before illegal migrants were protected in resurfaced clips.
Oh, you're not allowed to say it until there's absolute peace and harmony on the planet. Then we can start saying it again.
This is so scolding and weird.
Only when they cleared that vent did we give them DACA status. And now we're talking about taking it away. It is morally wrong.
No, thank you. I didn't know.
And when we all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas, these children are not going to have a Merry Christmas. How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we? They will not have a Merry Christmas.
Who are you to say that?
They don't know they will be here in a matter of days, weeks, and months. Since September 5th, over 12,000 have lost their status.
This is here's why you can't be charitable, because it's just a bad perspective. It's just a bad perspective.
Charitable, even.
Because if you wanted to like, what this shit, anything she's saying makes sense? They're not mutually exclusive. All right, you can't. It's like celebrating joy and happiness, and some people suffering. It's like you can't say no one is going to suffer anywhere before I celebrate.
No,
because that's crazy. Yeah. Now you're taking in the entire Earth's consciousness and all of its decisions.
Yeah.
As to whether or not you will or will not be happy. Like, you and I didn't force anybody to work at the cobalt mines.
Not yet.
We buy these fucking phones. Right. And we know that electronics that have cobalt in them were probably pulled out of the ground by slaves. Should we never celebrate anything again until those people are free?
No, never. We should just be shitting in our hands, rubbing in our faces, whipping our backs until the whole world experiences a simultaneous orgasm. Then, Merry Christmas to you.
But if you were a drone, so let's just say they really are intergalactic beings, and you're watching all of our hypocrisy and our scolding of each other and these like untested perspectives just jizzed out into the world, and you're looking at all this craziness, like the manufacturing of almost everything that we have that comes from overseas is probably from horrible conditions.
Yeah.
We've just accepted that.
Yeah.
Like if aliens were watching this, they'd be like, who are they bullshitting? Who are they bullshitting each other? Are they bullshitting themselves?
Right.
They're trying to figure out how many genders there are. They're trying they're trying to decide like who's the most protected status who you can't discuss about anything.
Yeah.
Currently that's illegal immigrants.
Yeah. Well, I was just dude, I don't know why I started doing this. Highly recommend it. I started listening because I forgot a lot of the New Age ideas. So I started listening to New Age channeled audibles, aliens channeled through New Age people.
Oh, cheers, my brother.
Cheers. Merry Christmas.
We're off to a great start. Isn't that Seth Speaks? Isn't that...
it's a whole genre.
But is that Seth Speaks person? That's the whole deal behind that, right?
It's, okay, so it's, again, I'm... Like, my mom got into it briefly because she dated this New Age dude, and I fucking hated it. He wore Birkenstocks. He'd force us to go on hikes. He wouldn't let me take my fake gun. You're a kid. You want to take your fake gun on the hike? He's like, we don't do that on hikes. The fucking fascist hike where you're forced to recognize the beauty of nature. And it's like, dude, don't put that on me. I'll find it on my own. But he got my mom into New Age stuff. And this was prime New Age time. This is like, this is when they all killed themselves. It's like they were part of it too. You remember they were wearing the sneakers. What were they called? Heaven's Gate. That was the New Age cult. So I remember like watching these old grainy VHS tapes with my mom and this dude, and thinking they were cool, and like there was some sound that was playing in one, and my mom looks at me like, hopefully, like, do you recognize that sound? Because I guess.
Here's the thing about all this. I think some telepathy is real.
It is real.
I think it's real. Have you listened to the telepathy tapes?
No.
You haven't?
I haven't listened to it.
It's a new podcast that's out. And it's all about this scientific research that was done with nonverbal autistic kids and their parents. And they were able to go into another room and they would bring up things to one, whether it was, I think they would bring things up to the mom or the mom would say things. The kid was accurate 95% of the time.
Wow.
With numbers, with colors.
Yeah.
Like like 3 numbers in a row.
Yeah.
Like, you know how crazy that is? Just to guess 3 numbers in a row 95% of the time.
Yeah.
Like whatever it is, they think it's real. I'm only on episode 2. So, but it's really fascinating, man, because it's a dismissed thing. It's a woo-woo thing.
Sure.
But if it's real, shouldn't scientists study it like it's real? And it seems like through scientific study, it's real.
Yeah. I think it's definitely, you've probably experienced it. I've experienced
I
it.
think it's an emerging part of human consciousness that we don't agree to, or we don't admit to. Like, we know there's something there, but we're not like, that's too silly. It's just, there's so many people that fake it. That's the problem.
Right.
Because everybody like wants to have some special thing that they have.
Oh,
Just have a special thing. You have a special thing, Duncan. You have a special talent.
I mean, think of all
Yeah.
Firestarter, Carrie,
Yeah.
Stranger Things.
Yeah.
This is the fantasy. When I was a kid, dude, I would sit when my dad was working in his apartment and try to make shit on the table move with my mind because I've been reading books on telekinesis. One day, you know, like when like you've got a cold drink and it gets a little wet on the bottom. One day, as I'm doing that, because of that, it slid forward, and like I was like totally freaked out because I thought I had used telekinesis to slide. It was just luck. It was just luck.
It was just a badly balanced floor.
It was just a shitty fucking apartment in College Station.
Yeah.
But you know, that's that once you recognize the flaw in the operating system in humans, is so, like, as a kid, like for a few days, I was like, shit, I might be telekinetic. But like once you know people want that or want to believe in it, and how easy it is to manufacture those moments and then claim responsibility. Holy shit, dude. You can really pull some strings on people because there's an assumption. Let's say I do know, I really believe in telepathy. I'm positive it exists. But the assumption there then would be like, you get around a telepathic person. Well, they must be good because they're telepathic, right? They're magic. So we should trust them. This is where people get real fucked up. These are called, in India, they call them siddhis, which is if you meditate a lot,
right,
you begin to like, well, I would say comedy is a siddhi. You know, it's not special. I was talking to Luis Gomez about sales. You know, that's the really good people who get into your head and get you to buy shit. He was saying it's basically magic, and it's like so hypnosis. Yeah. But man,
have you ever been hypnotized?
Yes, I have.
It's interesting, right?
Dude, my mom hypnotized me when I had a wart because she had heard you could hypnotize people and the wart go away. Hypnotized me, said something about the wart going away. Within a couple of weeks, I swear to you, that wart fucking dried up and just fell off my hand.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What the fuck?
Whoa. What the fuck? So that's the placebo effect. The placebo effect is, you know, I had a guy tell me this once. He was like a kind of a wacky healing chiropractic type guy.
Yeah.
And he was telling me that if you believe what I'm saying, it's true. Because I was asking him, like, how does this work? Like, how is this working? Like, how are you healing people? Like, by working on, like, passing on things. If you believe it works. Oh, so it's a lie. But if I believe the lie, so what are you selling? Like you're just like fucking manipulating people and saying mumbo jumbo muscular structural words.
Yeah.
And you're doing hypnosis kind of, because you're sort of admitting that by healing, like a person who's going to heal you with words and talking and touching you, they're tricking you into doing it yourself.
Well, I mean, the placebo effect
is real.
I've heard it's one of the most powerful effects in medicine.
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. You think of like the new cancer drugs. They tell your immune system what to attack, right? So if somehow you could do that without the drug, if there, and that's where it gets interesting, right? Because these are our bodies,
right?
Perfectly metabolizing, transforming so many things instantaneously. The heart effortlessly beating all the fucking time. So theoretically, purely theoretically, you got, what if you could control more of it? Right. Like how much of this thing can we actually control? And by the way, that's a really fun thing to think about because like not much. And so you ever think about that? Like you sort of think like, okay, like how much of my body can I really do anything about? I can eat good food, I can exercise, but all the quantum processes that are happening within, all of the things, you kind of realize you're just the tip of the iceberg. You're just the little yappy tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And underneath it is all this stuff that is you, but it really isn't you if having control of yourself is like a way to identify this is me. So what are you in that swirl of particulates? Like, what are you in there?
Yeah, what are you?
Yeah.
That's most people. And that's one of the reasons why ideologies are so interesting. Because it's the same thing. It's the same person. It just they've agreed to one thing or they've agreed to the other thing. And it could be how you were raised, or it could be you rebelling, or it could be, but people find a way to fucking slip into a groove.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier
Yeah.
than trying to look at, like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this thing we're doing where I'm making noises with my mouth? You're reading my mind.
Yeah.
And we're like broadcasting it to the world. By making noises with your mouth, we're speaking through each other's minds.
Yeah. And also, though, you know, when you get into the telepathy idea, which is sort of like the question is like, you know, right now, we identify our minds as some kind of neurological process, right? So the idea is like we have this like biocomputer, and somewhere in there is our mind. Everything out here, not our mind. Even though everything out here, from a neurological perspective, is our mind. Right. Everything you're seeing is an instantaneous interpretation of a variety of phenomena that gets compressed into reality. And then you say, oh, out there is that's not me. But It is you. It's like it's you in the way if you put on VR goggles, you know, except in this case, the VR goggles, it's your neocortex. It's all the processes that are making color, light, sound, etc. So if we're sort of sharing a dual reality, which is all the phenomena that's being interpreted into our minds, somewhere in there is the possibility that we kind of share a mind. So from that perspective, all these other things become possible. Telepathy, all of this stuff. Like, you know, you get around funny people, you get funnier. When I was doing the Midnight Gospel, I was around all these artists, I got better at drawing. Like, you share a mind. It's the Gestalt, or, you know, where two or more of you gathered, there will be, that something else comes in the room. And
I think we're collaborating with something that we don't truly understand because we're still trapped in primate bodies.
Yes.
So I think we have these moments of recognition of these connections, you know, in great moments in life and these beautiful things that can happen. And it's all being twisted up by this ape, this wild ape that had to survive for thousands and thousands of years by killing its neighbors.
Yeah.
And eating monkeys and fucking running around and clubbing things to death and eating raw meat.
Yeah.
Until it figured out how to harness fire. And then it had to deal with neighboring tribes coming in with hordes of people with swords and spears. And you had to run for the hills. They killed your kids in front of you. They fucked your wife in front of you.
Yep.
They cut your dick off and stuffed it in your mouth. And this was thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
This thing we're doing right now is so recent.
Yeah.
This thing where you can meet strangers and you don't have to worry about killing them.
Yeah.
That's super recent.
Dogs aren't there yet. No. That's why dogs freak out when someone comes to your door. They're not there yet. They still remember the old days. Mm-hmm. And
that's a great point.
They're still like, dude, usually if someone's coming up, we have to kill it. Like, and they're reminding you of that. You know? And it's true. I mean, and if you look at that collective epigenetic trauma as an egregore, as a ghost haunting the planet, the ghost of like not that long ago.
Yeah, the ghost of primate past.
The ghost of primate past haunts us.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so easy to slide into aggressive patterns and defensive patterns that are completely unnecessary.
And that's what they are too. This is what you have to realize. It's not you. It's patterns that you've selected, and you've selected them over and over and over again, and they've become you. It's like you went down a groove. You don't have to stay on that groove.
No.
You don't have to. But I think you have to find something in life that's physical that you enjoy. Because I think that's one of the best ways to manage this fucking weirdness. The absolute best way is through getting physically exhausted.
Sure.
Is get on purpose, get physically exhausted, and then you can manage to craziness
Right.
of existing.
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to pretend that it's normal. Everyone wants to pretend that existence is like, oh, you know, you
Normal.
get up in the
No
morning,
deal.
you fucking have your eggs and your bacon, and you do your
Did you hear
thing.
what Chapel Roan said?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like every day. It's like, oh my God, this is happening. What do you think the drones are? What do you think the drones are? You know, how much did Nancy Pelosi make this week in the stock market?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what is this?
Right.
What are we doing?
Did you see the new shit that they found out about consciousness in the human brain? This popped up on my feed. This dude, Penrose, this guy used to be an anesthesiologist. He already knew about these neurological structures that are these quantum tubules that apparently anesthesia impacts. And he began to think maybe consciousness is not associated as much as we thought with the with neurons, but is a microstructure within the brain, these quantum tubules that get shut down when there's anesthesia. And so there's this new controversial sort of emergent theory of consciousness, which is that when you are awake, you go from being a wave to a particle. You, in other words, whatever you want to call it, the I am, the all one situation that we actually are experiencing gets compressed into a particle, which is your experience of reality. But when you fall asleep and take enough acid, you go into a superposition. When that's that feeling of being connected to everything, part of everything, not even being there anymore. So we're those things simultaneously. And I guess as far as the default reality that you're talking about, that's a situation where it's a bunch of particles that have focused in on like a buffet of moments that the news curates. So the news is like, okay, be mad at this person. This person's wrong. This person's right. Here's what you should be afraid of. Here's a celebrity that sucks. You know,
that's the whole business model.
The business model.
And that's the way we get the news.
That's it.
Isn't that crazy? And sponsored by pharmaceutical drug companies.
There you go.
And everybody else. I was watching a regular movie the other night. I was in a hotel, and so it was the only thing they had in the hotel was regular movies on TV.
Yeah.
So I was watching John Wick on TV, and it's every 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
You're bombarded with nonsense. They stop the show and give you 5 minutes of nonsense.
That's right.
Just nonsense about and side effects.
It's unnerving. And also when you realize we think the show is John Wick. That ain't the show. No. The show is the nonsense that's happening in between John Wick. Because when you go out, when you're watching a good movie, you relax, you calm down, you open up. It's the perfect state of consciousness to manipulate people.
I also thought it was incredible that they bleeped out all the bad words when the commercials were far more offensive.
Yeah,
they bleeped out fuck. They bleeped out this. I'm like, how are they going to handle this scene? Because there's this scene where the Russian mobster, his son, comes home from this job in Atlantic City, and after he did this thing with John Wick, and the guy's like, "Who the fucking nobody?" And he goes, "That fucking nobody is John Wick." And it's like the whole setup of John Wick, and it's that nobody. I'm like, no, you're gross.
Can't say fuck.
It's got the fuck. But meanwhile, you're telling me about a bloody diarrhea that might kill you if you take this drug.
Yeah.
You're telling me about side effects that are like suicide, like all kinds of like wild shit, depression, anxiety, fear, violent tendencies,
dude,
gambling addictions.
This is, so when you think about the idea that if what a group of witches is called a coven, a group of Christians is called a church. The idea is sort of simultaneous prayer causes change. Now, there's different words for some people call the prayer spells. Some people call the prayer a pep rally. We're gonna go, go, go. You look at the football game, you're seeing covens of witches cheering to direct energy at the team they want to try to like move the needle a little bit. But when you consider the power of directing little bubble universes, which is every single human, focusing that beam of attention onto certain ideas, dude, you not only are you going to create whatever it is you want to create in the case of an advertiser, make some money, but theoretically you could guide history that way. And the last thing you want them to figure out is if they all stop focusing on what you're telling them to focus on and trust themselves enough to focus on what they want to focus on, which is usually not bad, then all of a sudden you would lose that kind of magical control. You lose the actual steering wheel of the weird vehicle we're in. You know, and we, you know, they're like, it's democracy. The steering wheel is your vote and the president and the elected officials who guide the country. But the real steering wheel is, here's what we're going to get you to pay attention to. You need to pay attention to this right now. And if we all pay attention to that, it, like, where attention goes, energy flows.
You know what I think it is? I think it's like if we're in a factory. If we're in a factory and there's certain gears that turn certain machines, and they think they're the only thing that exists.
Yeah.
But it's a chain of things that have to take place in order to manufacture something, like a Tesla.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if we just don't realize it, but if everything has a consciousness, at least in some sort of a limited capacity.
Yeah.
Literally everything, even tables.
Yeah.
Everything has something.
Yeah.
We're super egotistic, and we believe that only we possess this. But we know dogs have it too, which gets weird.
Yeah.
Animals have it. We know that. You know, but this whole thing that we're doing is trying to understand how we interface. Like, how are we doing this? Like, if we're in a world where it's 2024 and there's drones flying over New Jersey and they're gaslighting us, saying they're all airplanes. They're saying we have it under control.
Yeah.
And then it appears there was a satellite that was shot out of the sky.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
No.
No, you haven't seen that?
I missed it
So
somehow.
this is the big conspiracy. And again, I have done no research, so do not believe me, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Alf.
The big conspiracy is that these are Chinese drones, and they're being piloted by a satellite that they shot out of orbit. And this is a conspiracy, unfounded conspiracy.
Unfounded.
But I'm just for funsies.
Well, I mean, do you remember when those weird green fucking lights showed up in Hawaii?
Well, I remember where there was a ship, right? And there was like these triangle-looking things that were flying over a
Those
ship.
laser lights that shot out of the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
What was that?
What are the drones? I mean, that's what I love about the drones is, I mean, aside from the obvious, like, you know, getting to imagine, fantasize, it could be they're chasing orbs and the orbs or whatever. What I love about the drones is that it's another step in shaking people awake. You know what I mean? Because it's like part of living in default reality, I think, is you sort of lean into the idea is you could trust. You can trust the government, of course. Like, you have to
trust the people that make the weapons.
You could trust them.
They're really good guys.
Sure, yes, some of them, you know,
are hyper violent.
A little, yeah, but ultimately we can trust these people. And so then you have over fucking New Jersey experimental vehicles that people are filming. Welcome to Earth, bitch. Do you see that one? And it's so funny. People in New Jersey are reacting to them.
Did you see the guy shooting into the sky at the drone?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm surprised more people haven't.
But the problem with that, you fucking idiots, is that bullets fall, okay, and they fall with almost the same kind of velocity. I mean, I'm sure that they lose a lot of steam, but it's enough to kill people. People have definitely died from bullets falling.
You know what else falls? Drones, experimental fucking drones. The government's flying over fucking New Jersey, hoping those fuckers don't crash. They're apparently half the size of a car. You know,
some of them are bigger, bro.
Right.
Some of them are suburban size.
Yeah, and
they're
these
like
are flying over houses.
Oh yeah.
So it's just like, no, listen. Number one, most of what you guys are seeing, it's stars, or you're seeing commercial vehicles, mostly, and the other stuff, we don't really know. And so at that point, you're like, wait a minute. I'm paying almost half of my income in fucking taxes, so you know what the car-sized mystery things flying over the cities are, and you don't know what that fucking is? What am I paying you for? You know what I mean? You're making a lot of money, man. You should know what the drones are. And so, but then when you see, what's his name? Is it Bolton? The
guy with the mustache.
Not Bolton. When you see, I don't know, the DOD dudes up there, in the way that they're just lying their fucking asses off. Did you see the press secretary talking about it? And she's wearing a necklace that looks like a UFO.
Is it Corinne Jean-Pierre, that lady?
Not Jean-Pierre. It was another one. It was some
new one?
It was a.
How do they just shuffle new people in without announcing?
No, I don't think they got rid of Pierre.
Okay.
I hope not.
Because most of them don't last as long as Pierre. She's like the marathoner.
Oh, dude.
Most of them, they quit that job. They're like, fuck this job. I just gotta lie all the time.
Horrible.
Imagine like Duncan, this is what you're gonna sound. War with Sudan.
Okay.
Here's the reason why.
All right.
The rebels, children, problems, economy, pollution.
Okay.
You know, we gotta vaccinate them.
Got
tell
it.
us.
There's a lot of data right now, but I got.
And then
what about the data showing vaccinations are bad for you?
No, fuck that data. These people are in trouble, and we need to help them. We need to help them. So war, Sudan.
War, Sudan. Got it. Okay, no problem.
So
okay, I got it. I'll sell it. I'm going out there.
You just put on your Rachel Maddow glasses.
The Rachel Maddow glasses.
Everybody's wearing them to look super serious.
Well, it's part of the costume, isn't it? Like, and you know, we also, by the way,
we're wearing costumes while we're saying this.
Yeah. We are in elf costumes, but I don't understand the Rachel Maddow glasses phenomena, but I have done research into it because I wanted to create a vision board of all the people wearing those glasses, and it's a thing. It's like a thing on the left. They wear those fucking glasses. It identifies that you have a certain set of beliefs if you're wearing the Maddow glasses. I mean, it's a real thing.
It is a real thing. Yeah. If you have those glasses on and you're a Republican, you're an assassin. Like, you're a guy who kills people for a living.
Yeah.
You're a very strange person.
Dude, isn't that? But that's, to me, the Invasion of the Body Snatchers experience. I love. Have you seen that movie in a while? The remake?
I saw the remake, but it was a long time ago, right? Wasn't it like 5 years ago? How long ago was it?
I think it's from the one I like is from the 70s.
Oh,
it's
the Donald Sutherland one.
Yes.
Yes, that one's amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, right.
They point at you and make that noise.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, Sutherland killing it.
Look how creepy his eyes are.
Yeah, that's it.
Can you imagine that reality? And by the way, not that hard. You know what's way harder than that? Building a planet. Okay?
Right, yeah, right.
There's plenty of planets.
Yeah.
That is not that hard. That is essentially what happens all the time.
Yeah.
In like the insect kingdom, where they get infested by another parasite that controls their brain.
There you go. Dude, I went down a deep rabbit hole with this shit because, I was like looking right after Trump won, which, by the way, I want to remind you, I'm sorry, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but when we were hunting for Bigfoot, do you remember I said to you, one day you're going to get a president elected?
Did you say that?
No.
Back then, that would have been the least likely scenario. I'm in the woods with the Fear Factor guy. And we're legitimately looking for Bigfoot. Legitimately with Bigfoot experts.
Dude, that was one of my favorite camping trips I've ever had
it
in my
was
life.
Fun. Dude.
I would love to do that again. Hunting for Bigfoot. It's like, because hunting for animals, which I know you love, I have nothing against it, but you still got to kill an animal. Hunting for Bigfoot, you just like look for a twig out of place and you get to imagine he's nearby. And that it's really fun. Squatching is fun.
Somebody asked me if I saw Bigfoot, would I kill it? Because if I kill it, then I could show people that it's real.
Interesting. Would you?
No. Why would I kill Bigfoot?
Well,
but just like, why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Just to prove that it's real? Well, guess what? Guess we can't prove it. There's no other way. It's not like I tell you where it happened and you fucking close off 1,000 square miles and start pushing in with soldiers.
Well,
don't kill it. Why would you kill it, stupid? I'm telling you where it is. Why do you want me to shoot an arrow through it?
Man.
Why don't you just trust me and spend $1 billion on drones? And imagine, like, why did we spend all this money? Joe said he saw a Bigfoot, and so we went looking.
But by the fucking way,
no one would spend any money to go look for Bigfoot.
If you can fly a swarm of drones over fucking New Jersey.
You could find Bigfoot.
You could fly them in the Pacific Northwest, and we'd know once and fucking for all. See, this, they talk about democracy. Sometimes I like to think about what would actual democracy look like. And, it wouldn't look like some dude getting in front of a microphone and gaslighting your ass about experimental crap. It would be like, all right, I'm just going to tell you guys, we've figured out anti-gravity.
Yeah.
That's anti-gravity drones. We wanted to show you, and tomorrow we're going to drop ketamine on the neighborhoods. Democracy. But you know what I mean? Like, that would be true democracy versus what we have right now, which is sort of democracy. It does work. The voting works and all that stuff, but ultimately our impact, the non-political class's impact is very little. And the political class's impact is very little when you consider now there's a security class. So you have the politicians like Harry Reid trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with the UAPs, and even they can't do it because there's another level. And that level is like, those are the people controlling things because they know the secrets. It's just so infuriating to me that now they feel comfortable enough to fly whatever the fuck these things are over a major city and not tell us what they are, and then say we don't know what they are. Because if the reality is they don't know what they are, if we're going to believe them, which you're not supposed to, you know what I mean?
Are you supposed to?
No, I don't think you're supposed. I think at the point where they're just telling you it's like stars.
Okay, but let's be honest. If you are in possession of the actual information, you know what it is. You know it's China, or you know it's aliens, or you know it's a combination of both.
Yeah.
Or it's U.S. government, or it's all three.
Sure.
Maybe it's all the above. How the fuck do you tell people that? How do you tell people that while you're also governing? You're also doing all these different things. You're very busy. How does the president get on television and say,
Just do
ladies
it.
and gentlemen, aliens are real?
Just do it.
We are being visited on a regular basis by non-human intelligence that is far superior to our own.
Sure.
We don't understand why they're here. We have been working with them. We have back engineered their products.
Yeah.
And that's how you got fiber optics.
Yeah.
And capacitors.
Right.
And all these things that sort of emerged
Yeah.
after Roswell.
Yeah, everything.
That's the most fun one.
You were
The things
bioengineered. They
everything.
seeded your culture with your
Everything.
religions.
Everything.
It's for a good cause.
Everything.
Yeah, you.
We're a piece of the fucking factory, dude. That's what we are.
Right.
We're a piece of the factory that doesn't recognize that there's a whole other building connected to this that's filled with machines.
Yeah.
We're a piece.
That's so okay. So that is exactly what you want pieces of your factory to think like. And that is why at any moment anybody can actually just turn the channel. You're not a piece of the fucking factory. Actually, you're the universe.
You are the universe.
And you're the universe who has been, dude, I mean, look what they could do to lions at a circus. It's a deadly fucking thing. They can make it jump through hoops. They can make it catch a frisbee, right? So think of this.
Most of the time.
That's
When
right.
they can't. Those make some wild Instagram videos.
Oh, they do. And
There's a
when
lot of those out there.
there is, it's the assassination of a fucking CEO. And by the way, like, I am not like assigning any kind of like, I think it's a slippery slope if we start publicly fucking executing CEOs. Like if you start you know what I mean? That's a real slippery slope.
It's super slippery.
But I'll tell you, if you sort of look at the factory, the way it works is like number one, you really aren't supposed to identify the actual like what's causing like a lot of suffering. Like once you start making those identifications, then and you follow through with some kind of action based on those identifications. Number one, the action can't be based on the rules of the factory. Of course, the factory is going to create rules. You can go out with your fucking signs or whatever if you're at the right place, not at Amazon where they arrested those people protesting. But there's places in the factory where you can go and be like, I need more oil. I'm squeaky. But only once in a while and only the right way. It's a peaceful protest is what we call it. You do it at the wrong time, it's a fucking insurrection. You know what I mean? So the factory's got rules about how we do this.
Right.
So the moment you go outside of those rules, the moment you like actually, and to do that, you have to somehow really think outside the factory. Then you see something like that happen, and then you see the way the factory responds, which is the perp walk they did with that dude. They've got fucking SEAL Team 6 walking that guy in.
He's handsome. He's like a movie.
Oh, it's like, yeah.
In a movie, if you saw that handsome guy getting arrested and there was like SEAL Team 6 behind him protecting him, you'd be like, that's no way they would do that.
That's right.
It's just a regular killer.
Yeah.
There's no way they would have that many guys guarding that guy.
Well, they're not guarding that guy. Look at that. They're sending a fucking message. They're saying, listen, we will surround you. And like that. So, because like what's really scary about what he did is like, and I think if you want to like take murder, cold-blooded murder, and just for a second call it activism, what that guy did is he didn't just like, send a message, which is really scary for people like CEOs, which is saying, listen, man, like you can't keep fucking us with the insurance. If you do, you're not safe. And so that's scary as fuck, because that's the CEOs, of course, are the ones who pay for the lobbyists, who pay for the laws. And so he sends a message of a methodology, which again, I think if we're going to get into a better place, using violence, I just don't think that's the path. But just as an analysis, dude, I would say you could expect more of that to happen, and that is going to lead to the Darth Vader people coming out more.
Yeah, you're not co-signing it.
I'm not co-signing it at all. No.
But it's a realistic assessment. Like, there's something going on. People are very upset, and they've been able to do this to people for so long, deny people treatment for so long.
Like, you remember when your dad had to come downstairs? Like, you're fucking up, or you're like misbehaving with your brother. You're doing something really bad. You set something on fire.
Right.
Your dad comes downstairs. He's been at work. He's fucking pissed. That's how you know you're really fucked. When people start doing stuff like that, then the dad has to come downstairs. And when the dad comes downstairs, it looks like the dude's in the Darth Vader outfit. All of a sudden, this facade, for a second, they have to stop the show, turn on the fucking lights. These guys in fucking full body armor come out, spray chemicals into your face, and drag you away. And then, all right, start the show up again. It gets memory hold. So that is an example of what happens when the factory is imbalanced. And right now, the factory is imbalanced, dude. It's just, that's the problem. There's a reason we need the middle class. There's a reason you need some path forward. There's a reason you need to be able to buy a fucking house. And aside from like the human comfort and starting a family and all that stuff, the moment you pull that away from people, now what? It's like, so wait, what am I supposed to do here? Now, again, I am not advocating violence. I think that if we keep doing violence, we're going to keep getting violence. But it's a really scary thing when shit gets so imbalanced. And when you hear about like the health insurance, like, I'm lucky because like I'm on Crapopolis on Fox. I have incredible health insurance, dude. But like you read about the people denying like really important medication, really important procedures to people, sending them stacks of paper explaining why we're not going to pay. Well, I got my colonoscopy recently. It cost me $100. You know how much they charge my insurance company? $9,000.
Have you ever talked to Brigham Bueller about this?
No.
You should. Because he understands it from top to bottom. He can tell you exactly what's going on. He's talked about it on the podcast. But it's a giant machine. It's a giant money machine.
That's right.
That's really what it is. It's not really about making you better. It's a giant money machine.
That's right.
Making you better is what they sell.
Yeah.
But it's about making more money.
That's right.
And they can make incredible amounts of money for surgeries that maybe you don't need.
Yeah.
I'm not saying everybody does it, but some people do it. There's a guy that just got arrested recently. I don't know if you heard about this guy. I sent this to Peter Attia. I could send it to you, Jamie, or maybe you could find it. This dude, he was telling people they had cancer and they didn't. And there's like a ton of cases. And he'd give them chemotherapy, man. And he'd make them like severely ill.
Yeah, demon.
He did it to like, I don't remember the number because I think the number stunned me so much I didn't want to remember it. But this guy told a ton of people they had cancer, just scared the fuck out of them, ruined their lives, and then gave them poison that's designed to kill cancer.
A few, like 10 years old.
It could have been. Somebody sent it to me on Instagram. It was a news story.
Oh my God.
He got 45. That's all he got was 45 years.
It says
a pretty long
13 counts.
He's 50. That's a life sentence. Well, yeah, man.
I don't know if this is the same guy. Maybe more doctors have died. You know, this is one of the things that I found out. I was doing a bit about this fertility clinic doctor that was using his own jizz. There's not one case. There's fucking shit ton of cases. Like, I wonder how many of these doctors were. There's this creepy doctors. Just like there's creepy carpenters. Like just like there's, you know, like some doctors don't give a fuck about people.
Why do they use their own jizz? Do they run?
They want all the babies. They want everyone to have their baby.
Oh, so it's not
They're
like
just psychos.
People aren't coming in.
No, there's women that went in with their husband's jizz. And he's like, yeah, I got to butter her up for you, sweetheart. That's what this guy did. He ran a fertility clinic, and I think people started figuring it out when 23andMe came around. And this is just one of these guys. There's been a ton of those guys.
Yeah.
That fundamentally is the difference between men and women. Could you imagine a clinic where a woman was getting other people to carry her babies?
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Not a chance in the fucking world. No woman would want that. Yeah, take my baby.
Oh
you
my
take
God.
my baby. I trust it
So
with you.
funny.
You don't. The guy I don't even know. Have a baby
Oh
with
my
me.
God.
Have the most precious thing. You can have it. You can have it. You can have it. It's literally the fundamental difference between men and women. That a guy could run a sperm clinic and think that I'm gonna get away with everybody having my baby,
Yes.
and he doesn't give a fuck what happens to those kids
Because they might fuck.
They might fuck. They might not know. They might find out through 23andMe they're cousins.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, we're cousins.
Yeah.
And then you find out everyone's a cousin because this creep's been just using his own jizz for 35 years.
Dude, that guy could be like, you know, based on the depopulation that's happening, based on population decline, that guy could be like the next Genghis Khan. Like in the future, like we want to get 80% of the planet's related to this dude.
I think he's got a lot of catching up to do to get it where Genghis Khan's numbers were.
I mean, how much? It is interesting. It's like, you know, you read Elon Musk is the top Diablo player in North America, right? Which
I think in the world, dude.
In the world.
I think he's the number one in the world, which is fucking insane.
And dude, and I know you, and I'm not trying to high road you here, but unless you've played Diablo 4, you can't understand what that means.
I absolutely accept that. I do not understand what that means.
It is insane. Like when I was addicted to that fucking game, like I just wasn't sleeping because, you know, I had to do dad duty in the day, Diablo at night, and I sucked. So when you realize this guy shooting rockets into space, making e-vehicles, starting a new fucking department of the government is also the top. It's so crazy. It's the one time I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien, because there's just no way, unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not. That is insane, man. Yeah. That is insane. So, dude, when you consider, I don't even know where I was going with that. I got lost in Diablo 4 just thinking about it.
Well, we're just talking about how he's the number one player to Elon. How preposterous it is.
It's
that I don't know. I don't play Diablo 4, so I really don't know what that means. But I believe it's huge. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's crazy. Like, it's crazy because, you know, Diablo 4, it's all about your build. It's all about like eye-hand coordination is obviously a big part of it, but then it's just, and then you see the chopsticks catch the fucking rocket. And it's like,
that's a side job. He's had more space innovation in the last 5 years than NASA has since the Apollo missions.
It's amazing.
I mean, I'm just saying that. I don't know if it's a true number, but he gets rockets to land and rockets get caught with robot arms. Like what?
And that, to me, it's like, my God, you get those feelings like, okay, I'm on the right timeline. Because if the guy who's going to make us a galactic civilization is also a master Diablo player,
the number one,
we're in the right timeline. Because
it seems so unlikely that if it was in a movie, I'd go, shut the fuck
Shut
up.
the fuck up.
He's not the number one Diablo player. I don't care how smart he is with rockets and electric cars and satellites that give broadband internet and tunneling under the earth, and also owns X.
It's suspicious, I must say.
And he's tweeting 48 times an hour. He's so prolific.
Well,
it's like where's your head?
One of the
it's like he's in another dimension.
He could be bilocating. Like, this is one of the ideas.
Yeah. Where are you actually physically? Is this an avatar?
Okay, here's something I just
He
thought.
fully believes it's a simulation, by the way.
Oh, he does.
Oh, fully.
Well,
not only does he say fully, but he says the chances of it not being a simulation. He said this publicly. The chances of it not being a simulation are in the billions.
I mean, okay, so we talked about this in the green room. Willow, the new quantum chip that Google has, right? So, and I think you and I both do the same thing with our minds. Like, I think anyone who is exposed to the Atari 2600 does this naturally, which is like, we played the Atari 2600. Did you have an Atari when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah.
And you remember how that blew your mind, right?
Yeah.
You control the thing with the
Crazy.
joystick. It was insane. You can control the TV.
Buttons.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
like,
incredible.
You'd been going to arcades. You could only play for a second. You didn't have enough quarters. Suddenly, you could just do it at home.
You could play till you fainted.
Oh my God. And so we got to witness like every phase of that technology to where it is now, which is just fucking insane. And so you just take the Atari 2600 model and apply it to any new thing. And so you think, all right, what's it going to look like in 10 years? Then you take Musk's neural lace, or some kind of brain-human interface, mix that in with some quantum chip that, yeah, right now, it's apparently unstable. It's like you got to keep it at, like, you have to keep it at the low, I don't know what it's called. It's like colder than space or something. Like, it has to be basically below freezing. And then suddenly it can do things that all of the supercomputers on the planet couldn't do. But there's a trajectory here between the human brain and this technology, and it's getting closer and closer and closer together, meaning that we are, and a lot of people are like, look, that's probably like 20 years away. That is not that long. When did Teen Wolf come out, man?
I don't think it's anywhere near 20 years. I think it's way closer than that.
That's right. So that to me, when you just do the math and you realize humanity is about to merge with a thing that is solving equations that take a supercomputer, what is it, double?
Septillion amount of years.
That's going to be us.
Yeah.
And so then, to answer the simulation idea, of course we're in a simulation. If we were just monkeys, and now we are using qubits, using superpositioning to create some infinitely faster way of calculating data, then obviously, once we get that thing connected to our brain, we will be able to simulate any reality we want. If this is truly our past and you wanted to, like right now, the way I remember something, having done acid for most of my life, is very foggy and kind of like, my memory isn't the best. Every once in a while I have a very clear memory of things. But with this, theoretically, it could reconstruct memories in your mind, and not just that, put you into them and allow you to experience them in real time. Meaning, in a few minutes, you could live your life over 1,000 times. Easily, we could be in the future, and this is a memory that some quantum computer neural interface is allowing us to experience totally, all-encompassing memory. And that would be a form of eternal life, because in every second, how many lifetimes could you live based on merging with that kind of chip?
Right.
And you wouldn't want to know it was a memory. You might be like, you know what, let me just live that life over again. I just want to feel the whole thing.
Well, that's one of the scariest things for people to consider is there's this, I asked someone once, would you rather die or would you rather live your life over and over and over again forever?
What they say?
They're like, oh my God, I couldn't do this forever and ever and ever. I'm like, why not? You can do it now. Like, it's not even hard. Like,
Yeah.
are you enjoying life? Like, I love it. I'm having a great time. I have great friends. I have a lot of fun. Lots of amazing things. I have a great family. I enjoy what I do for a living. Like, why would I want to keep doing this? But the thought of keeping, even for me, the thought of me doing this forever and ever and ever is fucking terrifying.
Well, yeah.
For some weird reason.
Well, that was like Nietzsche had this whole thought experiment, which was, I don't remember what it's called, something like infinite return. But basically, the way he put it is, you don't live it again and again and again and make changes within the echo. It's exactly the same over and over and over again. And so, in other words, like whatever it's just it's a rerun over and over again forever. That's what we're in. And his point in that was like, therefore, if most of your life you've been miserable, you're in hell. Yeah. Dude, I know. But he wanted to use that more as a kind of to leverage people out of despondency, to make them understand. Get going now. Make it happy now, because if we do repeat, but dude,
I think that by all this measure of talking about like quantum computers and artificial intelligence and all these emergent things, isn't it more likely then that a lot of this shit that people are seeing is human created? Because isn't it more likely that if we really do get to some sort of quantum computer AI civilization, so you attach quantum computer with AI like 20 years from now, like, what does that even mean? Did you just make a god? And if you did, can this thing just completely travel between dimensions and understand like everything about every subatomic particle that exists in the entire universe? All at once. Like, if that's the case, like, why do you need people anymore? And maybe you don't. Just to make think maybe Australopithecus isn't around anymore. That was our guy.
Right.
He was our guy. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here, allegedly.
Well, I mean, I think the model you could use for that theory would be the various, like you look at an embryo, and then you watch the way the appendages change, then you could look at it that way, which is like, well, I mean, you don't want. I met someone who had a tail, by the way. Like, what? Some people get born.
I think I was at that party. I met someone had a tail.
It's because something happens.
How big was it?
I didn't look at it.
What did it taste like?
Oh, it was cinnamon. It tasted like cinnamon and whiskey.
Yeah, dudes are born with like a stub.
Right.
You know, like a regular tailed monkey, be like, look at this bitch ass tail.
Yeah.
But there's something to it.
Something there. So, you know, there it is. There you go. God.
That's so weird.
There you go.
That is like an ancient sig. By the way, if you're born with a tail, I'm not trusting you with my taxes.
Oh, come on.
I don't care if you got the surgery.
Well, I mean, it's weird how there's like some of those tails look better than others, but
gotta be fake. Yeah. Some people probably got surgically put the take off my big toe and stick it on my ass. I'm afraid to look at psychos out there.
Oh,
man.
dude, your lion's fucking bit. I still think about it sometimes. What would you do if you had a tail? Like, give me a break. If you could get, like, if it, you know, they're already getting these bodysuits you can wear to help you lift shit. They have the new things for your legs that, like, you know. But dude, if there was some cyborg tail that you could attach with a belt.
What if there was a way? What if genetic engineering and AI merge in a way like, Duncan, we can switch you one time to anything you want. And one of the options is you could become one of the Na'vi.
What are the Na'vi?
The Na'vi from the movie Avatar.
I don't want to be a Na'vi.
The blue people.
Not interested.
Giant blue people who fucking live in the forest and sleep in the trees and they're connected to the earth. And they dance together in a psychedelic ritual.
I'm gonna pass on the Na'vi. I don't like it.
Dragons. They ride dragons, bro.
I don't know, man.
Dude, I wanted to be one of them people so bad. Everybody did. There was literally a psychological condition called avatar depression. Do you know about that?
Yeah, I do.
How many people? Let's just have a guess. If I said we could do that to you, how many people do you think would sign up? I think the streets would be filled with giant blue people.
Well, I mean, if it's only once,
you have to stay. We can't do it again. It's too dangerous. Your DNA gets volatile. It melts down. You can become a frog. We can't control it. but we can switch you one time.
Yeah, it's not going to be one time, man.
It's one time. One time.
Why?
Because you either stay a person or you become a werewolf or we turn you into a Navi. Imagine if that was an option. Every time the moon goes black, you have to lock yourself in your house.
Yeah, or
you
you'll
have to
kill.
let people know, or you
can be a
tear
Navi.
everybody apart. You might just jump through the windows of the second floor and roam the streets.
And it's going to hurt when you change. It's a painful
Oh yeah,
transformation.
you're screaming in your back.
Yeah.
Remember the movie American Werewolf from London when he's like on his back?
Dude, the best. Oh my God, Joe.
Fucking great movie.
Here's a movie you got to watch.
Really?
The Substance.
What is that?
Dude, I don't want to ruin it for people because it just came out. But it's you ever watch any like Cronenberg movies?
Sure.
Like, okay, so it reminds me of that. It's got Demi Moore in it, who, by the way, looks so great. And she's like, dude, it is so fucked up. This movie is so fucked up, but it's got the effects. Something that happens in it is very similar to An American Werewolf in London. And it's basically this star, she's a fading star. And so, and he kills it too. But like, she's like a fading star.
So it's called The Substance.
Oh my God, it's fucking trippy, man. It's so good.
I'm going to make a note, Duncan.
You will love
Make
it.
a note. I had to take my gloves off.
But it's really wild, man. And it's very, like, there's parts of it that are so disturbing.
Really?
Oh, maybe they're going to show
The
it.
Substance. No spoilers.
What? You've seen it?
No, but like if you say it's that good, then why?
Okay,
why
yeah.
see
No
stuff?
spoilers.
I'm sorry. So what is it on again?
We had to get it on Prime.
Oh, okay. So it's out. It's out.
But dude, like this is again like, and I think one of the fun things about being alive right now, and it's a fun time. And one of the
It might be the funnest time anybody's ever had.
dude, really, because like if I had to pick time periods,
Oh, we picked the right one.
well, the second one I would pick is when cocaine was legal.
No. I think you would have been dead already.
I would, well, yeah, but I mean,
Did I tell you about my buddy Steve? His ophthalmology. He was his residency. He did in Miami in the 80s during the cocaine days.
No.
Oh my God, dude! He said every day it was just gunshot wounds and guys with things stuffed up their ass. They would get coked up and they'd shove something up their ass
Wow.
to try to come harder, and they just got things stuck up their ass.
Wow,
Like
that's a problem.
GI Joes. Oh yeah, dude. He was my friend. Shout out to Steve Graham. He told me like all kinds. They find light bulbs. Guys that have light bulbs,
Why a
like
light
those
bulb?
twisty little pine coney light bulbs. They stick those up their
But
ass.
you know it's gonna break. Like that's
Yep.
gonna break.
Part of the fun. Part of the fun.
The risk.
Yeah. Well, they're coked out of their fucking minds, dude. They don't know what they're doing. This is the 80s in Miami.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and there was more banks per capita in Miami at the time. I don't know if it's still the case, but more banks in Miami per capita than anywhere else in the country. Because it was all just moving in that yayo, son! Moving in that yayo!
Yeah.
It was a cocaine city.
That was where it was probably somewhat common to find like a bag of coke on the beach, right? That was where it
Probably
was just,
every day.
you have to get your kid.
Yeah.
Your kid would bring you a bag of coke.
Like seashells. You've seen Cocaine Cowboys, right?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's so, and both 1 and 2, both are equally good.
Dude, I've
But
heard.
that story is so insane.
I mean, again, like I would never. I'm too much of a pussy to live that kind of lifestyle. But when you think about the possibility that once we do get interfaced in some way or another with these new computers that are just right around the corner, we will be able to simulate experiences like that.
Yes.
I would be into simulating the experience. And then when you consider, you're going to simulate the experience, you know it's a simulation. At some point, you're going to be like, you know what? Let's just turn that off where I know it's a simulation. You know what I mean? We would all be doing that shit. Like,
Right.
yeah, and I don't just mean like, literally, like, I mean, at some point you've done 20,000 lifetimes. You've experienced what it's like to be George Washington, Genghis Khan. You've experienced what it's like to be Joan of Arc. You've experienced being one of Jesus's disciples.
Imagine if that's one person and that's your backstory.
That you've done all of those things.
What a timeline you're on.
That's going to be everybody. That's going to be everybody.
Because it's going to be fake.
Well, I mean,
Is
Is
plug
it?
into it.
That's where it gets really.
Right. Is it?
Is it going to be
What
fake?
is reality anyway?
And what is data?
Right.
What is data? That's the real question, because it's like, how much of data can we recover from light? And if we get faster than light travel, can we get ahead of light? We know that when we take a picture, that's just light. So if we can get ahead of light, and we can go faster than light, if we can go exponentially faster than light, theoretically, you're basically moving into the future, I guess. Then couldn't you take pictures of Earth in the past? If you could take pictures of Earth in the past, why couldn't you recreate them with this new technology? There's your time machine. You don't have to worry about fucking up the timelines. You're just taking pure data, having it interpolated by whatever the next computer is after quantum computers, right? And then simulating that reality and traveling into it as whoever you want to be. I mean, it's pure hedonism. You know, it's like right now we think of hedonism as fucking a great meal, making some money, nice car, red wine. But future versions of hedonism could really just be like, I just want to be a dinosaur for 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Well, there's going to be, look, think about how many people play video games most of the day. Like, how many young guys?
So many.
Young guys with no girlfriends. 100% you're playing some kind of video
Absolutely.
game all the time with your friends.
There you go.
And you're probably having the most fun you're ever going to have in your life. So
Yeah.
enjoy it.
Yeah.
Before the prison comes.
Ah,
For the
God.
marital.
Why'd you say it?
Before you get told that you're a toxic piece of shit.
You can. And that is, by the way, I think there's a new phase in recently married dudes who, I think there's a new phase that happens. I think I went through it actually, which is like that experience you had. And when I reminisce on my life in the past prior to having kids, which I fucking love, but when I reminisce on the past, the memories that come to mind, a lot of them are like snorting rails of ketamine and playing God of War. It was
Good
amazing.
times.
But nothing like, and I really mean this, it sounds cheesy, but I really mean it. Like, what I was going for there, that's what I get just on any given day when in the most.
Right, you're looking for highs, and the highs of the love of your family is above and beyond anything else.
Unquantified.
Did I ever tell you Chappelle's take on it?
No.
He goes, not only did it increase the love in my life, but it increased my capacity for love.
Yeah, that's right.
It's wild.
And that can hurt. This whole like romantic hippy dippy version of love, I don't think that's quite what love is. Fairy tale love, real love. It's like that expansion. Like, you know that thing where you go from one size butt plug to the next.
You know that thing.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's like it stretches you out in a way that nothing else could have. And when you consider, and when I think of like the past versions of me and realize in this confused way, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that. And that impulse is being subverted or captured by, hedonic technologies that are paradoxically probably keeping you from having that experience. They're getting in the way of that experience. But and then like new dads, you got to shed that skin. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had to like fucking like let go of that. That it's such a habit, that form of life. Video games, drugs, like, you know what I mean? It's a real like,
you have to be responsible now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But and that probably sounds like a bummer to a lot of people out there, but it actually, this is the way, and it feels good when you're in it.
It's just hard to convince people to do it. And that's why there's Elon's terrified of this population crash. This idea that young kids today are not having babies. And then as they're getting older, you're less and less fertile. And so people are choosing to have kids later in life. Or not have kids. More people are choosing to not have kids. And by the way, I'm not judging. Do whatever you do whatever you want. You should be able to do whatever you want in this life. And no one should force you to fucking live with somebody, have a family. I don't know what kind of anxiety you have, or whether or not you're a real legitimate loner. You like being alone most of the time.
Yeah.
But it's just like the amount of people that are like super bummed out all the time is quite terrifying.
Yeah.
If you really stopped and think about just the number of people that are just running through life bummed out.
I know.
And there was some, obviously, polls. Who knows who the fuck's running them? But there was some poll about liberal women and mental illness. it's such a meme. It's so unfortunate that it seems to like hold up to the meme.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate. But the numbers like crazy high.
Well, man, this is the thing about mental illness. Like, and there's lots of studies that have been, what do they call it? A folie à deux, right? That's the name for if you are around a crazy person. You can actually, like, if you're around a paranoid person long enough, you really might start thinking the walls are bugged if they're charismatic enough, right?
Sure.
So
yeah,
there's a quality to people who are charismatic and distorting reality that is contagious. And then when you add to it, it becomes a fashion statement, right? So basically the idea is if you have some form of mental illness, it's not like I should shame you for it, obviously. Like, you need care, you need compassion. But one of the really, I think, very dangerous things that has emerged into the zeitgeist is that compassion has been confused. Like, so in other words, what you might call enabling, they are calling compassion. Because the idea would be, right now, you need to get better. Let's get you fucking better.
Right.
Not like right now, this is just how you are, and you really don't have any hope. So this is where, and also, I congratulate you on your courage, and all that's good, by the way. It is courageous if someone has mental illness to announce it. But when you go to the next step, which is actually the fact that you're trying to lose weight, the fact that you're trying to balance your life, that is an aggression. You know what I mean? Like, now you're aggressing against all the people who have this. It is a slap in the face to the people who have it. What I'm saying is there's a culture where the normal societal pressure to try to make yourself healthy, which, by the way, if you go back a long time ago, if it's just like you and me and everyone in the green room and we have to survive in the wilderness or something like that, there really isn't time for somebody to, it's dangerous if someone is doing things that keep them sick, because we have to carry them. You know what I mean? We have to carry them through the fucking wilderness, and that means we might die. That lowers our survival chances. So the idea is, you don't want to enable people who are hurting themselves.
Right.
You don't want to enable people who have a chance to no longer like continue the patterns or to take the medicine or whatever the fuck it is to feel better. You actually want to help them feel better, not keep them frozen in this thing, which is a demonstration of their enlightenment. Because that's the thing, when sickness is health and health is sickness, well, that's the ant-death spiral, dude. Like, if
right,
that's how you create a very sick, unhealthy world. And then you wouldn't want, like, in other words, like, if you met some like raving paranoid person who was convinced that there were nanobots inside of them that were reading their minds and controlling their thoughts.
Duncan, I told you that in private.
I'm sorry, Joe. It's just not good that you think like that. That's scary. That's a sad place to be. We got to get you out of there.
We got to get you on Reddit.
Exactly. And
nanobots are legit, dude. Shut the fuck up,
dude. The main. This is.
Well, you know what I'm really scared of, legitimately though. I don't think nanobots are controlling us right now, but that this technology that they have, where they have these like little miniature robots that they can send into your bloodstream to repair tissue.
Yeah.
And repair. You've seen these, right? The concept
Absolutely.
behind it. Once that becomes an actual thing, like, what's to stop someone from injecting a few of those inside of you at the hospital next time you go in for a procedure?
Right.
And if it gets to that point, like 20 years from now, where they could do that, they could just like, oh, we Chip Duncan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where this guy goes.
Yeah.
We have to track him.
Dude.
Everywhere he goes. And
Absolutely.
then you're linked up to some GPS computer by these fucking nanobots inside of your body.
And by the way, if you and I are talking about this shit in elf suits, you better believe somebody in the DOD, somebody in the Raytheon or Lockheed Martin is like,
mention these little robots. They do work for a while.
whatever.
But after a while, they decay inside your body and they create rampant inflammation. Horrible rheumatoid arthritis destroys all of your joints because they die inside of you. Well, you know, it's like we didn't know that.
Yeah, didn't know. Got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, man.
That we regret.
Yeah.
The Tuskegee experiment.
Sorry.
We regret it. Sorry.
Fuck.
We infected people with syphilis.
I'm really sorry.
Didn't tell people they had syphilis. We're sorry.
In retrospect,
Whoopsies.
it was a mistake. Like, we shouldn't have done
Sorry.
that. I mean, again,
How crazy is that? That's a real thing.
or when they release some shit in the subways, you know?
Whoopsies.
Whoopsie.
Wuhan lab. Whoopsies.
Whoops.
That was a big whoopsies, boys.
Gain of function research.
Whoopsies. It was real.
Whoopsie. No,
Whoopsies. It was true.
dude. So this is where, to me, if you do want to align with a classic paranoid state of consciousness, the way you align with it is you and without having to go on InfoWars, without having to go on Reddit conspiracy, just look at what is true, like is verifiable. Like, what do we know right now? So what we know right now, there are unknown drones hovering over New Jersey. We know that the president of the United States has been incapacitated for years. For years.
No way. Who saw that coming?
Dude,
we were conspiracy theorists.
Not anymore.
We were conspiracy theorists.
Now our shit is like mainstream, just basic journalism. The fucking president of the United States has apparently been out of commission for years.
By the way, I welcome him on my podcast. He has an open invitation.
God damn it, that'd be awesome.
Anytime.
And he would be fun. Like,
I hope so now.
Dude.
We'd have to give him a little nap in the middle of the podcast, but then wake him up, throw some water on him.
When like he's all there, when they got the cocktail right, and he's like dialed in, and he turns into a warlock for a second, like you know what I mean? It's scary.
Well, the eyebrows move up.
Dude, it's that's like something, that's a lich. That's like if you were in a cursed tomb and that thing comes around the corner. That is scary. Like whatever the Sauron that comes out of him before he like goes back to sleep is terrifying. But even more terrifying is the network of people around him. You know, you see those. It's really cool. The dancing dragons. It's like 6 dudes in a dragon suit dancing, and it looks like a real dragon dancing.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Biden is the dancing dragon of presidents. Wow. He's got God knows how many people just fucking like working so hard to get that thing to function just in like brief moments. You only need him to function for like 10 minutes at a press conference, 20 minutes here, get him off the plane, get him in the fucking building. If we can pull that off, we'll have power for a little bit longer. Dude, when you consider that we apparently live in a democracy, you elect this dude who makes decisions because in some way, shape, or form he aligns with what you want the country to be. And the people fucking puppeteering that poor old man are just like, no, actually, fuck you. He's not going to make any fucking decisions because he's incapacitated. He's gone with the fucking wind. And now we're in control and you didn't vote for us. That is terrifying. That's it. In a way, that's worse than a coup. Because at least with a coup, you see the military, they come in, the tanks are in front of the White House, some dude is suddenly the leader, and you know it's not the guy you voted for.
Well, it was certainly, by definition, it was a coup against Biden.
Oh, with Kamala.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that by definition? Or does a coup have to be military?
Oh, no.
What's the definition of a coup?
I think a coup is just when you...
Is it just like some sort of a conspiracy to...
overthrow the leader and install a new leader.
That's it, right?
That's it.
It doesn't have to be violent, right?
That's right. And what a brilliant coup.
It does have to be violent?
Sudden, violent, unlawful.
I guess we have to redefine that.
Yeah.
But because, again...
That's interesting. Is there any other coup d'etat?
Maybe.
Right. I know it comes from that, but...
is there a difference between a coup and a coup d'etat? What's a coup?
No, I think it is coup d'etat. That's the actual definition.
What's coup?
It's the same thing.
It's sudden violent.
But yeah. Yeah, it's essentially we shortened it. But so it does say violent, but if there's a bunch of people that conspire behind the scenes and they force you out, and your wife doesn't want you to get forced out, and then there's all these arguments, and then you wear a MAGA hat, and then your wife wears red when she votes.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you send
and
the
then
signal.
your wife gives a speech where she's mocking Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
She's talking about joy and like the joy, like just nonsensical fucking word salad.
Dude, I know. I saw that. It's like they're so pissed.
It's kind of a coup. It seems like it's kind of a coup. And also, the right thing to do. That guy should not be, he might have won. I mean, it was the right thing to do in terms of like, you can't have a guy who's just a figurehead. That's not what the deal is. The deal is this guy is going to be doing his best to look out for us and to make sure that he navigates this world of finance and environment and international relations perfectly, where he doesn't blow anything up, and he makes our economy happy.
Yeah.
Go.
That's
the deal.
Yeah. Well, but
you can't like have only a mask. Like, who's running the deal?
Well, that was so okay. So again, it's like, and this is the fantasy of any hippie or whatever. So the idea is, predicted in the New Age movement, and I think you would argue in a lot of religions, is the consciousness shift is happening. The age of Aquarius, whatever the fuck you want to call it, consciousness shift. And so the idea is that what we're witnessing is essentially the collapse of a way of doing things that is collapsing, and as it collapses, it starts making big mistakes. One big mistake would be people figure out that we have had a president who is basically incapacitated, meaning we don't really need a president. The whole model starts falling apart. Also, when you realize, like, if you watch basketball or skateboarding, watch skateboarding now versus skateboarding when people started skateboarding. Like the tricks like people are doing now versus what they used to do, right? And you see how quickly people, when something's fun or important, how quickly it evolves, right?
Right.
So the coup is problematic in that, again, a coup has happened. The ultimate coup is to have a figurehead. Now, it's a hacky trope, I guess. The idea being that like every president is just a fucking puppet, right? But the problem with that puppet is that like these are puppets who actually do have power. They will make decisions, even if there's a lot of pressure from God knows whatever the web of unknown people is that tries to like grab the steering wheel. They can say no. So that's a problem. So if I want to control the steering wheel completely, dude, what's better than an old man who has dementia? Because I could tell him shit happened that didn't happen. I could show him news sources that aren't even real. You know what I mean? I could literally
He probably pretends to be able to read. His eyes are probably gone.
Dude, absolutely.
Probably pretends.
Absolutely. And then the other side of it, aside from it, it's a coup. It's completely unconstitutional. It's a fucked up takeover of the U.S. government. If you just look at the abuse of like the right thing to do when you have a president, a bus driver, whoever who's got senile dementia, is to say, hey guys, he's really sick and he can't do the job anymore. And we have to find somebody else to do the job now. That's the right thing to do. But these motherfuckers are like, no. We'll lose our jobs. We're in the fucking cabinet.
Exactly. They're like, we don't want a primary. Because if another Democrat comes in, if Shapiro comes in, if Newsom comes in, whole new cabinet.
That's right.
Everybody knew.
That's it.
Everybody wants to keep their job.
It's so fucked up.
Even if you are sad that Trump won and you wish Kamala Harris won, if she did win, it would be the first time that anybody won without winning a primary.
Right.
And that's kind of crazy. And it's not a good precedent to set. It's not good to let people weasel around the system that we have in place. And by having a vice president and then immediately appointing them as the Democratic candidate, That's kind of illegal. It seems like it's kind of illegal. Is it illegal?
Well, dude, I mean,
should it be illegal? How about, let me say this. That should be illegal.
right.
You should have to have a vote from the people to decide who their Democratic elected person who's going to run for president is.
Right.
That's the whole deal.
Yeah.
Like, maybe people didn't vote for you when you were running for president, which is a fact. And so then when you ran for vice president, or when he chose you as vice president, all of a sudden we're supposed to pretend that you're a really good candidate for president when, like, let's find out what the people think. If you guys believe that she's the best person for the job, the whole idea is supposed to be sell it and then people vote. Like, really vote. Actually vote.
Absolutely.
Don't fuck with the vote.
Yeah.
Don't. The mail-in ballots seem kind of odd. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
Nixon was talking about how they could be rigged in the 70s.
Yeah.
Let's just do it in person, like we always do.
That's right, man. I mean,
Let's just vote.
The idea is, like, if I'm a kidnapper and I kidnap you, and I don't know, knock you out or something, you come to and I explain we're married, I need to pull that off. We're now married. I've just kidnapped somebody, but now they think that we're married. What I'm saying is, you know, if you're gaslighting,
yeah,
you really need to execute perfectly gaslighting. And so
Right.
the problem with the, and I think this is the buried fucking headline in the drones, in the Kamala coup, the president with senile dementia, is that all of these actions taken by the federal government have not just corroded people's trust in the federal government, but potentially like annihilated
it.
Meaning now,
yeah,
you know, if I'm kidnapped by somebody and they're like, no, here's why I kidnapped you. Oh God, there's that great movie where like somebody ends up in someone's survival bunker and you wonder, is it really the end of the world or is this person kidnapped? You think you can't go out there. But it's like, the idea is the moment, if I've been kidnapped and I actually buy into your shit, that's going to create a lot less anxiety for me. But the moment your kidnappee stops believing you, whoa, that's not fun for anybody. And right now, I feel like that's the general mood, is people just don't trust. Like, when
the people that do have Stockholm syndrome.
That's it, dude.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Those are the people that are still getting boosted.
And
I am up to date. I have all 9 of my boosters.
Jesus Christ.
They got boosters in their eyeballs. You can see them swimming around behind their eyeballs.
And then
eventually they're going to be disappointed.
Dude,
you haven't had your boosters.
That is. 6 feet distance.
That's what it felt like, man. That's what it felt like being unvaccinated in the pandemic.
Well,
it felt like some people looked at you like you were the dirty. Like, I heard dudes I know them. I've hung out with them. And they were calling people plague rats.
Plague rats.
Calling unvaccinated people plague rats.
Listen, this is, and you know, maybe you're not supposed to do this. Like when you're saying, like you try to find the compassionate way of looking at Kamala Harris.
I try to find that with everybody, man. As like an exercise that I've been doing more and more over the last few years. I try to push it all day long.
Yeah.
There's so many things to get upset about, but there's so many good things in the world too. And we can't fall into we're not designed to soak up 8 billion people worth of bad news. We're just not designed that way.
That's right.
And if you suck all that stuff in, you're going to have a lot of negativity in your life. And it's not about forgiving people for, like, even like CNN people that are spitting out propaganda. Like, your demise is self-created. You will be punished by your own doings. The world is responding to all. Have you seen this crazy interview where Don Lemon interviews some dude on the street?
No.
You haven't seen this?
No.
It's so funny because Don Lemon's doing like these on the street interviews, and he's talking to this guy about the news, and the guy is essentially telling Don Lemon, like, I don't trust all these sources you're saying. He's like, look, here it is, Washington Post. I forget what the subject was, but he got Don Lemon to say, I don't listen to mainstream news either.
What?
Yeah. Play this from the beginning, because this is so crazy.
Who is the real president-elect, do you think?
Donald Trump, I believe.
Democratic lawmakers in Washington are calling Elon Musk president. Musk, and they're saying Donald Trump is vice president, or the head of communications.
What's? Wait a second. No one said that.
Really? Have you not watched and paid attention to the
Absolutely
news?
not. I'm paying attention to what I'm doing during my day so I can try and get a better life.
Okay, do you have your phone with you?
I do.
Why don't you Google right now?
Yes, tell me.
President Musk and see what comes up.
No, but that's already a loaded question. You realize?
Tell me, give me the sources.
Axios, Business Insider. We don't trust
Keep
any of
going.
these. The common man doesn't trust any of these.
Keep going.
ABC News,
Oh,
Washington
keep
Post,
going.
New York
So
Times,
what?
Oh, keep going.
The Atlantic.
Oh,
I don't trust any of these.
oh.
I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of these. We're the common man. We don't trust any of these.
Yeah.
No one trusts the government. No one trusts the common news. We don't trust any of that anymore.
Well,
Independent news. We are the ones that own the news now. People trust me. They don't trust MSNBC because I can't actually want to disagree with you. Okay. Well then.
I get a lot of people coming to me saying, I only watch
saying.
I didn't watch public media anymore.
Right.
Oh, he said a lot of people coming to him. I misunderstood. I got a hard on when I saw that.
Dude, that is incredible.
Well, that guy just geniusly broke down this illogical assumption that because it's on these accepted sources, it
Right.
must be true.
Right.
Like, oh, he's President Musk. Maybe we have the good guy super genius on our side. And this idea that he's doing it for money, hey, you fucking half-wits, he has all the money.
Yeah.
He has more money than anybody.
Right.
He's simultaneously running multiple businesses that are at the peak, the cutting edge of technology.
Sure. And
Shut the fuck up and let him cook.
But yeah.
Let him cook.
Also, though, when you realize, like, this is like, you know, when the DNC starts astroturfing Reddit, when the DNC starts astroturfing 4chan, when the DNC started doing that, using all that fucking money, and it's so funny because the astroturfing, after she lost, it just stopped.
Explain astroturfing.
So the idea is like I infiltrate message boards, post political messages disguised as like somebody just putting a post up. I try to redirect the conversation or essentially imply a consensus that doesn't exist. And so there's ways of manipulating the algorithm. Apparently on the DNC's Discord server, they were talking about the best ways and times to post on Reddit to attempt to move the fucking needle. So
it's kind of amazing, isn't it?
It should be illegal. It's so fucked up. If like you or me,
full-on propaganda.
Like if I don't know, we did a Renegade Rogue commercial for nicotine pouches on Instagram, you have to say this is a sponsored post. So why is it that if you work for the DNC or volunteer for any state entity, you don't have to say, also, I'm doing this as a volunteer for the DNC. That's why I posted this. You don't have to do that.
Right.
So that's invasion of the body snatchers. That's the I'm pretending to be a normal person. I'm infecting the data sphere with propaganda. And if I do it enough, it will create the illusion that this is the consensus. And the reason you want to create that illusion is because people like to sync up. That's what they know.
They love to sync up. And really smart people like to get really good at syncing up. They like to get really good at it and really good at correcting others who don't sync up correctly.
There you go. Sync up.
Yeah. And you know what it is? It's just dorks. It's dorks. And dorks have found a thing.
Right.
They found a thing. Maybe your thing could have been chess. It's not. It's politics.
No.
And maybe, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like whatever your thing is, that's what's really going on. And your denial of objective reality in order to win, it exposes you. It exposes you to people in this new world that are recognizing that we are the only people that have ever gone through this. And we are in this insane moment of realization about how much we've been bullshitted and manipulated in the past, how much of all of our resources are going to things that we would never agree to.
Yeah.
And how much of this chaos is being pushed upon us by people who are profiting from it in a fucking spectacular way that's almost indescribable.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of money and control of the narrative, and it's not working.
It's not
still
working.
not working.
It's
not working. You and I and Jamie in a fucking room are working.
Right.
That's not working. What they're doing is not working because people are getting information from multiple sources now. And the sources that aren't reliable, like that guy listed off, they're dying off.
Yeah.
You know, the New York Times app is more people use it for Wordle than anything. Like New York Times has essentially become a gaming company.
Crazy.
See if that's true. I don't want to get sued. I'm pretty sure it's true.
Well, I mean, Wordle is fun.
I'm sure it's fun.
It's a separate app.
Is it a separate app? Or is it that
Do you mind
Wordle
if I
gets...
mind?
I do mind.
That's good.
I'm tired of you drinking. No, thank you. Is that what it is? So that Wordle gets more activity for the company. That's what
Right.
essentially, yeah, there was a graph. I was too lazy to read the whole graph, but it was breaking down how Wordle is more used than anything.
Well, listen, this
Is that
is
true? Let's make sure that's true. Otherwise, we'll have to cut this out. I don't want New York Times on my ass.
Oh my God, that would suck. It sucks so bad.
They've done it before. It's just, that's their job. That's their job. You know, it's just like, that shouldn't be a job where your
There you
New York
go.
Times games are more popular than its news. If that's what you want it to be, but here's the thing, it's not necessary anymore. And I think that through the rise of independent journalism, one of the things we're really realizing is that all someone has to do is be consistently objective and intelligent and post things and post takes on things, like Coleman Hughes or some of these people.
Yeah.
Consistently intelligent, objective, and then you'll develop a following.
Yeah.
And then you'll become a reliable source of news.
That's right.
Because I know that if I ask Coleman about X, Y, or Z, and he's informed, he's going to give me a very intelligent breakdown of what it is. Now, there's a few people in my life that are like Andrew Huberman. If I have some sort of health-related question, Peter Attia.
Right.
I have some sort of like, how are they doing this, and what is this legitimate?
Right.
And they'll look at it and they'll analyze it.
Yeah.
I've sent Huberman stuff, and he goes over the data. He's like, this is fascinating. It theoretically should work, you know, and then this will explain why and what the pathways are and how interesting this is.
Yeah.
It's an amazing resource that wasn't available before to any person. It's too difficult. You'd have one line of inquiry, like you have one lane, or whether it's archaeology or language, one lane where you're like super well read in.
Yeah.
But you don't have access to all these other professors that are working on quantum physics.
Right.
You don't have access to the James Webb Telescope people. You don't have access to all this data. It's like it's too hard to get.
Right.
Now it's fucking everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's everywhere all the time.
That's right.
It's a question away on your phone.
Yeah.
It's a question away. You pick up your phone and you just fucking press a button
Yeah.
and say, hey, Google, why don't you tell me what the James Webb Telescope's been up
ChatGPT.
to? Yeah, hey, ChatGPT, why don't you talk to me like Santa Claus and explain to me why these drones are fake?
The best.
Dude,
It's the
I
best.
don't know if the drones are China's or ours or water people. They're
No
coming out of
telling.
the water.
No tell. I mean,
Imagine if there's a civilization under the water.
I mean, that's where I would hide if I was like trying to hide from a
100%.
civilization. It's the ocean. It's clear. They can't get in there. They can't breathe under there. It's a perfect place to hide.
You know what I've been saying for a while, the last few weeks at least? I think maybe what the aliens are is custodians. I think maybe they're just here. They're like some sort of a autonomous creation that's designed to accelerate our evolution, stop us from blowing ourselves up, and make sure that we build the quantum computer with AI.
Right.
And
Well,
this is like, it's all a part of this like endless cycle of integration in the great universe. This, and like, we're at this like, oh, I don't want to get out of my cocoon. We're in that stage. We're in this like bizarre, strange, Australopithecus wandering around the grass fields. We're in this weird stage where we're gonna launch into some completely new way of interfacing with the universe itself.
Yeah.
And it's gonna happen whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
And this is just what's happening right now, and that's why everything's so chaotic.
Okay.
Like McKenna used to talk about this.
Dude,
He used to talk about how the end of civilization, it's not gonna be a whimper. It's gonna be people screaming in agony and
that's it.
flailing and trying to hold on to the
Hold
past.
on to
Hold
the
on
way.
to Norman Rockwell paintings.
Even
I
if
want to
you're
bake my own fucking bread.
You're
This
trying
is
to do a waltz at a rave.
How many fucking genders?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
Why are these fucking drones? They're drones, goddammit.
It's the meltdown. And what you're saying, like, so if you look at like Crick, and I think it was Crick wrote the he wrote a paper theorizing about directed panspermia, which is where you so okay, directed panspermia. I get some kind of nanobot, which is, I guess you could say that's what DNA is. Nanobot precursor, essentially like. Well, I think it's weird and maybe I don't understand what he's doing completely. It's weird to me that Musk wants to send humans to Mars because it seems like it would make way more sense pre-sending humans to send drones, robots to construct whatever it is you need to survive on Mars, to go in the caves, build the fucking.
Well, that's the plan, Duncan.
Oh, really? So it's not people
The
first.
first voyage to Mars is going to be unmanned.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
That
I
makes
think they
sense.
have to do that. They have to have a certain amount of supplies because I think they can only come back in 2 years.
But I don't even mean supplies. I mean, if we jump for 20 years,
How about missing that bus?
the Mars bus.
The 2-year bus. Oh, Duncan, you were late. You slept in.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, you missed the
You
bus.
watched the rocket go up.
No, nobody woke me. You
Fucking
cocksuckers. Imagine like Duncan is such a fucking douchebag. Let's leave him here. Let's leave him on Mars. There's plenty of potatoes. He can live.
That is
Let's
so
leave him
fucked
here.
up.
Fuck him. Make him fertilize his potatoes with his own shit, like
So Damon,
like Matt Damon did in that Martian movie.
dude. So so obviously, like the way you're gonna want to colonize habitable worlds is you create not just this nanobot, but you make it so the nanobot can only survive in environments that you would live in. Meaning, and then encoded in the nanobot is the end destination, what you're talking about, the quantum computers, some kind of AI that then will naturally uncover faster than light travel, wormholes, whatever the fuck it is. And then when the wormholes open up, you can instantaneously travel to habitable planets, right? So
Can I tell you Terrence Howard's idea?
yeah,
It's a great idea.
yeah.
He thinks that we have it all wrong when it comes to the formation of planets and the creation of life. He thinks what happens is the sun is constantly ejecting things, right? You
Yeah.
see these coronal mass ejections, crazy,
Yeah.
millions of times like longer than, the distance between whatever and whatever. I don't know.
Just scary.
Crazy, bigger than Earth, right? That he thinks these particles coalesce in space outside of the gravity of the sun, and they orbit the sun, and very close at first. But then as time goes on, they move further and further away.
Whoa.
And they get to a place where they're in this position like Earth is, and then they people. They flower, just like when you plant a seed, when the water comes,
So cool.
and then it has to be sophisticated enough to adapt because the planet is eventually going to move out of the habitable zone.
Wow.
And he thinks that Mars, at one point in time, probably had civilization and life. And then as Mars got further and further and further out from the protection of the sun, it eventually got too cold, and it eventually got hit by something. It lost its atmosphere, and now it's just desert.
That's so cool.
Well, now they know there's water on Mars.
Yeah.
They know it. It used to be just the craziest of conspiracy
Right.
theories. Oh, there's no water on Mars.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of water. How could a society live there? But, this is the nuttiest of nutty. But some remote viewer went to Mars 1 million years ago and said there were pyramids there.
Sure.
There was a civilization there.
Yeah.
And there's tribes. No, actually, they think they came from the planet Sirius, right? Like the Dogon tribe.
Yeah.
They believe that all people came from another planet.
Yeah.
Like, if you were in Mars and you're 1,000 years advanced from us, and they never figure out AI, so they just go in a different direction. They're like super, super advanced though, where they could travel through the space between the planets. And you get to a point where you're like, hey guys, we got about a decade.
Yeah.
We got about 1 decade where life can exist on this fucking planet. We got to get off of this now. Earth is ready. There's some monkeys there. There's a bunch of shit
Yeah.
there. It's like, we could just go there.
Yeah.
We should just go there.
Well,
And then we just monked around with. Now these guys are developing like really slowly. Like one of these, and then Homo
Work on
sapiens. Yeah,
there you go. Man, listen, the whatever it is,
Definitely
I'm
not what I
sure-
just described.
No, whatever it is not that.
I wasn't believing it as I was saying it. I was like, that's crazy.
But dude, I
But
think
maybe.
you look at just the concept of epigenetics and what we're doing right now. You look at the statistical probability of DNA evolving based on the age of the planet. You look at these things, and not just that, you look at the mythologies of the world. It all points towards some kind of advanced intelligence, bioengineering a planet for some reason or another. I mean, even like Have you ever read the parable of the sower? You know that Jesus said. Do you mind pulling that up, Jamie? I don't have it memorized yet. The parable of the sower. When you think
How do you
of
say yes? How do you spell
sower, SOWER.
Oh, like a sow, like sowing things.
No, like planting
SO,
seeds.
sower of seeds. Right?
Planter, the parable of the sower. But when you think about this, generally this is the idea of like there's people who are going to like understand Jesus as God. But if you look at it as an extraterrestrial intelligence planting seeds on planets versus it becomes this like crazy, the sower is the pair of the sower. Though seeing they do not see, though hearing they do not hear or understand. And then where is it? Then he told a farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was scattering the seeds, some fell along the path and the birds ate it up. Some fell on rocky places where it did not have much soil. It sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow, but when the sun came up, the plants were scorched and they withered because they had no root. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plants. Still other seed fell on good soil where it produced a crop, 160 or 30 times what was sown. Whoever has ears, let them hear.
Whoa. Listen to this. The disciples came to him and asked, "Why do you speak to the people in parables?" He replied, "Because the knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them. Whoever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. This is why I speak to them in parables." I'd be like, "Bro, what the fuck did you say? Can you break that down?" If I had that guy on the podcast, if I had God on the podcast, I'm like, okay, do you have friends? Okay, when you talk to friends, like you should, when you say like complicated things, you should make it make sense. So I know you're smart. You made the whole universe. I'm not being disrespectful, sir. But what did you just say?
Well, let me answer it. In a parable, you see, imagine a flower growing from stone. Sometimes the stone is angry at the flower, but sometimes the stone glows with light. This is why.
Is it because we teach kids that way, kind of? We kind of teach kids almost in parables.
Well,
we teach kids like a simplistic form of everything.
Well, I think it's an acknowledgement of a kind of spectrum of intelligence, right? It's like,
right.
The idea is like, let me give you a little data fractal here.
That's why it's so rude when someone talks down to you.
Oh, the worst.
When someone's like, "I don't know if you know, but let me explain to you."
Oh, please.
What's wrong with the way you're thinking?
I can't wait to hear.
It's the grossest way to talk to people ever.
It is. It's an absolutely a sign of low intelligence if you're so idiotic that you think
and you're being mean.
Yeah, but how do you
feel
think?
But you're deciding to be mean about a point of discussion.
That's right.
That's what it is. You're deciding to be mean instead of saying, I have a lot of knowledge about this. If I could tell you what I know, like this is why I believe what you're saying is not true.
Yeah,
because I actually have a PhD in this, and this is how we know this, and this is how we know that.
Right.
And then you go, oh, that's essentially what Eric Weinstein did to Terrence Howard.
Right.
So when Terrence Howard was on the podcast, there's a lot of things that you're saying that were true and really fascinating and very interesting. He's a very brilliant guy.
Yeah.
Eric Weinstein is a legitimate PhD in mathematics.
Right.
He's super fucking crazy, scary smart. And he said to him, he said, "Look, I'm not giving you peer review." He goes, "I'm not a peer. You're not my peer." He goes, "I'm an expert. I'm giving you an expert review. I'm saying you have a lot of really interesting ideas. Just stop teaching people. It's offensive to the people that actually do this for a living. That's all it is. It doesn't, you are like us." And this is what he said of him. He said, he's one of us. He just went down a different path.
That's right.
He's a brilliant guy who has a strong desire to understand the universe.
Yeah.
A strong desire to understand things. But he's not, you have to go down the path of peers. You have to go down the path of, you got to be with all these other legitimate people to bounce these ideas about. And the only way you're really going to get in, you have to find some online community of legitimate people that accept you. You have to be invited into something, or you have to fucking attend a university like all the other ones did. That's how you find out, especially when it comes to shit like mathematics. Boy, when you're talking about like things like physics,
yeah.
Boy, these are cold, hard, fact-based disciplines. Like you need to be around the people that are the cream of the crop of that. That's it.
Yeah, that's right, man. And I watched some of that. And I loved it because, that's what compassion looks like.
You got to see also that Terrence is a good guy.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't get upset. He didn't get angry.
Yeah, it wasn't designed to
handled
humiliate.
It wasn't at all. And it was also an acknowledgement that a lot of his ideas are really fucking tinkling ideas, really fucking good.
Dude,
the other thing that he has that he invented,
cool.
You've seen that linchpin thing that he invented?
I saw something like
It's
that.
like modular drone technology that can like be used for construction and fucking moving giant girders
creates
and shit.
a vortex or something.
Well, they all link together. It's like a geometric pattern, but the nerdiest of nerdy things was Weinstein calling him out on the degree of the angle of one of the like fucking calculations that he made. I don't even remember exactly what it was. It was, you had to cheat that, right?
Right.
And he's like, yeah, I did. I did that to make it work. And he's like, and they were like fucking with each other because he understood why there would be something problematic about linking all these specific geometric patterns. And then he had to make some slight adjustment to make them link up perfectly.
I love that.
Super nerd talk.
Inside baseball, comedians do it too. Like when we're breaking down a joke and to a minute pause or something. Yeah. It's the same thing. But yeah, man. I mean, this is what I love when you read about the history of science. You read about like famous physicists getting in real like intense fights with each other. And you see that the process of discovering the truth does involve a kind of mutual curiosity, but not being afraid to say this is fucking wrong, but allowing the other person to fire back because you both know that via this conflict, potentially you discover something new. And that was the attitude. I mean, like this whole thing where suddenly normal people aren't supposed to engage in science is really fucked up when you look at like the history of science, which used to be maniacs like Newton, who they analyzed his hair, mercury in his fucking hair.
Bro, everything had poison in it back then.
Well, no, but he was experimenting with mercury. It was interesting. He's like building scale replicas at the Temple of Solomon. You know, like you look at that and you see that. Now, Newton today, you know, somebody like Don Lemon would be like, oh, really? So you're gonna believe Isaac fucking Newton with mercury in his hair and his little dollhouse like the Temple of Solomon? Oh yeah, he's a real scientist. That's not what they look like. It's like these people are out of their fucking minds. But Sigmund Freud just injecting fucking liquid cocaine into his veins. You look at like the history.
Freaking out about his mom.
Freaking out about his mom, fucking shoving cigars up his ass. I don't think he really did that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But you know, you look at the history of what brilliant people who have shifted the culture actually behave like Tesla. Yeah. Fucking Tesla did like, I don't know, like
he's in love with his pigeon.
In love with a pigeon, didn't want to like the thought about castrating himself because his sex drive was getting in the way of his research. So he's like, I'll just chop my dick off.
I think he did, dude. I think there was a description of him destroying his sexuality.
Yeah, dude. So you sort of like realize that for whatever reason, the priest class of default reality, of which Don Lemon is a high priest, have suddenly created this ridiculous version of scientists, of philosophers, of intellectuals that are domesticated people, normal fucking people, is actually really awful in the sense that all of the like philosophers and scientists out there today who are like, you know, in their filthy fucking apartments, who've been staring into a candle for like 5 hours, they're not thinking like, I'm a scientist. They might be, you don't know. Like
right.
this new, basically, like it appears that the power structures in the world want to create this homogenous version of humanity within which there's all these declawed people who completely align on a few ridiculous facts.
Absolutely. And you can make those people very clawed if you bond them together to attack anybody who doesn't stay in line.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And that is what, again, like a coup where you get rid of the president, at least you know it's not the president. Tyranny, where you don't have soldiers in the streets, but a kind of societal pressure, an unending pressure trying to
online
push.
bots.
TikTok. The reels, the algorithm, like, dude, have you ever looked at pendulums? Think
But I don't watch TikTok. I don't have TikTok.
I know it sucks because I try to send you some TikTok shit and you
won't
can't
do
look at it.
I won't click on it.
But I don't.
They probably already infected my phone just because you sent me those links.
I'm sorry.
That's probably in the user agreement.
I still send
We
them.
agree to infect other people's phones every time you send them a link.
I keep hoping you will. If like I try not.
I'm not giving in.
Well, it is so incredibly hypnotic. Like it is so advanced in what it does, but
not interested.
It's really creepy though, because like it's syncing us, it's homogenizing people, and that's what I don't like. Is like it's creating this synced up, and it's creepy because like the TikTok dance is actually, if you think about it, it's really a symbol of what it's doing for a lot of other things. Like maybe you're not doing a choreographed dance with your family in front of the Christmas tree to some dumb song, but why is it that everything you say, I've seen written exactly in the same way on Reddit? Why is it that every opinion you have matches, not just like the idea doesn't match, but the way you're verbalizing the idea is like a sentence that I've heard over and over and over again in different places. That is so spooky to me.
Yeah.
And so to me, like that, and also that it's called TikTok, which in my fucking paranoid universe, I keep thinking, is that the TikTok of a metronome that they're talking about? Getting people to dance to a certain cultural BPM.
Jamie, I'm going to send you something. I'm not sure if it's true, so I want you to find out if it's true. And someone was saying that there's a whole series of, I saved it on Twitter. There's a link on Twitter. That's what it is. There's a whole series of people who were claiming to be doctors saying the exact same thing.
I saw that. I know what you're talking
is that
about.
Real though?
I don't know.
The problem with those things is like people bullshit. And when people here it is. I'll send it to you. When people bullshit, it's really hard to tell. Because if you change this and, create this in Photoshop and then people start spreading it, then all of a sudden that narrative gets out and most people don't ever hear, oh, no, somebody made that in Photoshop.
Right.
So by the time it gets around, it's like, I don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
These are one of those. So it's like, if that's true and if all these doctors were tweeting out the exact same verbiage, exactly, I wonder if that's a mandate. I wonder if they're sent something like a mass email that says copy and paste this, perhaps
Discord server,
or I wonder if they're fake doctors, or I wonder. I don't know if it was real, so I don't want to I want Dr. Jamie to look at it real quick.
Thank you, Jamie.
Jamie's super skeptical to the point of being a liberal.
Why is that the end result?
He's triggered.
That narrative gets around.
I know. Jamie's not a liberal, folks.
Yeah.
Jamie's very down the middle.
Hey, Jamie's not a liberal.
You're a centrist. Is that correct?
Sure.
I think so, right?
This is weird. I'm just looking at the account. I'm trying to figure out a way to research it. I might have to like Twitter's or Google search the image, but
see if the thing has been community noted.
I do see one different. Here's what difference I'm noticing just looking at it. That the third,
different font.
Well, the third thing that they're saying is a little different because it's starting to be a joke. Sugma is a joke. It's something that's Sugma nuts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sugma variant.
Is another one.
Hilarious.
It's hilarious.
That's
already,
a brilliant troll.
That's very funny.
It's already in troll space. But.
Okay, so it does mean. Oh, so it could be that a bunch of people just decided to retweet it for funsies.
Some of them are.
Well, why don't you go to their accounts?
Well,
look up and
that's what I was going to do.
Or it could have been one of those things where someone got caught. Do you remember when there was this like misinformation video that got out? There was all these local news anchors giving the same exact speech in verbatim.
Yeah.
In tune, in time.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Play that, Jamie.
Do you know how that happens?
Yeah, they get given.
You just get the same script.
Yeah, it's like local news stuff. It's like it usually happens.
I know.
Sinclair Media.
Right, but it's about misinformation.
Oh yeah, right.
And it's weird. It's
Right.
weird because they're basically protecting their job. So
Sure.
what is it? They've been caught stealing money. They've got a big fucking pot of gold. And and the people are at the door like, I heard you got gold in there.
Yeah.
What you're hearing is misinformation. It's all misinformation. We are the #1 source of news, and we're dedicated to give you the true, objective.
We're all reciting the same script.
Right. Is it what company is it that makes them?
Sinclair.
So they make them. Let's just play it though, because it's so crazy. that these people are the people that are in charge of giving you the news, and they're reading off this thing, pretending that these are their thoughts. This is what's bizarre about that, where it's untenable, because people know that those are not their thoughts. They know they're reading off a script.
Right.
Everybody knows it. So it doesn't work. You're just making noise with your mouth, and people are still on Twitter.
Well, they get
you know what I mean? They're
yeah.
still like reading what's actually going on versus what you're saying.
Also, the idea is you get these people to dress up like humans and then just get them to like in tone whatever the fucking thing is you want them to read, and we think they're one of us, and so we believe them.
Jamie, did I send you the thing where the girl is, the woman is giving a press conference on the UAPs and the drones, and she's saying we don't know what they are. They're not ours, and they're not an adversary's.
I think
I tweeted. I sent it to you.
That's
right?
the one where she's
The
wearing the
text
UFO
message.
necklace. You'll see she's wearing a UFO
She's
necklace.
a kook. Is she a kook? Who is this lady?
I don't know.
Is this
who she
like
is.
a legit press conference?
All I know is she's in front of a podium, so I trust her.
That's what I go by.
It's a
If you
podium.
can get all the way the fuck up there and nobody tackles
you
you.
must be telling the truth.
You gotta be legit.
Yeah.
You're at the podium.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're at the Sacred Scrolls.
There's a flag behind you.
I'm gonna buy Aria Torah. You ever see the Torah? It's like or the Talmud. It's
You
in a
can just
big long
buy.
scroll.
You're going to buy the actual scroll.
Hey, get someone to write for you.
That's a terrible responsibility for him because you have to like treat it really carefully.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have to
yeah.
put it in a vault.
They have dudes. They no, he's gonna keep it in his living room and jerk off on it.
Did he say that?
No.
No, he
I
won't.
said that.
I promise
He
you.
still believes.
He's not going
They
to
got
jerk
him.
off on Torah. I promise
no,
you. He's going to
Talmud.
put it. Oh, Talmud. The Torah he won't jerk off. Dude, how about this one? Jamie, can you find, you remember that lady they hired for the Ministry of Info? It wasn't called that, but it was like
Ministry of Disinformation.
Okay, can you find the Ministry of Disinformation lady singing Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Yeah.
You've seen
Yeah,
that.
I've
Of course
seen it.
you've
Yeah.
seen that.
Yeah.
That was
Cindy
crazy.
Orwell, I think her
Cindy
name is.
Orwell.
That's not her name. I just made that up.
Oh, that would be awesome.
She's like such a loon, and this idea that this person's going to be in charge of what's legitimate and not. There's too many things. And this is what people are realizing. There's too many things that they told us were not legitimate just 3 years ago that are 100% fact now, and everybody knows that. And this is this latest, what is the House committee thing on with COVID and the Wuhan lab leak, and this lady.
This is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Nina Jankovic.
Ah. Can you imagine?
It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. It's how you hide a little
They think we're idiots.
Giuliani shares that income from Ukraine. Or when TikTok influencers say COVID can cause pain. They're laundering disinfo and we really should take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice, or vote. Oh, information.
It's kind of catchy.
I mean, she's beautiful.
Isn't this what Animaniacs did?
This is real.
This feels like Animaniacs to me. You guys might be.
No, I think it's really her.
No, I mean, but that they would give information out in songs like that, song form. And it would be informational, but if you weren't
But
paying
this was
attention-
like something that she released when they were talking about her being the ministry of the head of the.
I'm just saying it's
disinformation.
But how about
I think it's honestly just her trying to go viral with a video about this thing that she's doing. That's what it is, and it's a good way to go viral. I mean, we just talked about it.
I mean,
people share it, even if it's preposterous. It's a good way to get attention to this thing that you're about to do,
It's
and why.
It's fine if the United States isn't literally trillions of dollars in debt, and partially because people like that are getting hired to sing fucking Mary Poppins shit songs about misinformation. Then it's an atrocity.
She should get Nancy Pelosi money.
Dude.
She should get.
I mean, look, Nancy Pelosi deserves
Bathtub
every
full of diamonds
penny that
money.
she- Bathtub full of diamonds.
Just crystal and
Ugh.
diamonds in the bathtub. Just waddle around. And just hang in there until that fucking genetic engineering comes. You could be young again.
What was it she said? Joe Biden should be on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, good call.
Dude.
Good call. He's definitely not going to send you in jail. That guy is, this is what I want to talk to you about. Pardons. I'm not opposed to the idea of being pardoned. Because I think that there's governors can find out that someone legitimately got railroaded and they can pardon someone.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. I like that the president can pardon some people. Like, I wish they pardoned Ed Snowden. You know, there's a bunch of Julian Assange. They should have pardoned Julian Assange. I wish there was, a way to stop someone from pardoning 8,000 fucking people. And some of them are like murderers. Some of them are the kids for cash judge.
Kids for cash.
One of them, or one of the people. We talked about this the other day. He's one of the people. He had 2 years left in his sentence. But still, like, it's the principle of the thing. How many lives were destroyed by that kids for cash thing? How many dehumanizing decisions were made where you decided to lock young people up in detention centers where they would get raped and beaten up and tortured and separated from their family and sent down a horrible road of distrust of law enforcement and of authority and everything else. You're basically setting them up for a life of being a fucking loser unless they have the strongest of wills and they can figure out a way to stay positive and get through it and then use that to fuel whatever the fuck they do. That's so rare, man. Those people are so rare.
Well, here's the problem, man. I mean, the problem is, well, number one, I think, okay, like you pull someone over, you breathalyze them, they're driving drunk, right? So you're like, you can't drive now because you're drunk. So also you can say to them, I'm going to give you the ability to pardon as many people as you want for any crime that you want, right? So if somebody has dementia,
right.
Why did they do all the pardons? It's
That's so
weird.
crazy.
It's
That's
crazy.
such a great point that I never even thought of.
Yeah, wait, so
why would you still give them that power?
Well, the other thing that's really fucking crazy about it is, I don't know what the president makes a year, but it's not enough money. We barely pay the president anything. So
I think it's like $400,000.
$400,000 a year.
You
So,
can't say that's barely enough. That's
dude,
barely enough.
I know. I mean, for the actual job. I mean, literally every day you're shitting blood. Because no matter what you do, you say the wrong thing, 5,000 people accidentally die. It's the most stressful job on earth. I'm saying the actual thing, theoretically, in my mind. So I would say, in the way that we pay our football players a shit ton of money, baseball players a shit ton of money, the dude theoretically keeping our country from getting nuked should make a lot of money. Why not?
How about this? How about we pay them more, but they can't do speeches? No speeches afterwards. No paid speeches when you leave. You can write books. You can write books, but none of those paid bank speeches. Dude, none of those $500,000 speeches.
That's so to me, it's like on your way out, you sell pardons. On your way out, you via some God knows what mechanism that's probably been in place for a long time.
Right.
People are able to give you this or that, and you pardon that person.
Yeah.
That's where it's fucked up. It's like, dude,
come on, bro.
Like, come on, man.
That's trading. That's how it works.
That's how it works.
I give you a little this, you give me a little that, and we do it right in front of the world.
And dude,
we're gonna let out murderers.
And then especially if you got cooed. So especially you got cooed, you got humiliated, they didn't give you your drugs.
Why isn't he letting out Joe Exotic?
It's insane.
Let him out.
Why not?
Let him out.
You're gonna do Kids for Cash, you're not gonna do Joe fucking Exotic.
Yeah. And how is Joe Exotic DMing me? How's this happening?
I think because he knows, because you will say things like this.
Does he have a phone in jail?
Dude, I feel like.
Are you allowed to have a phone in jail? Can you have a Twitter account?
Joe, I feel like right now, because of you aiding Trump and getting elected, and I don't think you're the kind of person to do this, but I do feel like you could probably call in like at least one favor.
Get Joe Exotic out.
Dude, why not? For all of us.
Russ Albert first.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm obviously there's probably some people.
I think Trump committed to doing that, to releasing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
does that find out if that's true, Jamie? I believe it is. I believe it was one of those Bitcoin fucking things that he did.
It was Dan or Dave said that, the libertarian thing. He said,
yes, that's right. Libertarian. That's libertarian and Bitcoin are the same fucking category in my brain. When I'm barely tuned in, it's all the same. It's like NFT, libertarian, Bitcoin. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, I'm a libertarian. Like, sure, it's on in paper. It's a great idea. It's not a real party.
I'm a sovereign citizen.
I'm a sovereign citizen too.
Really? Yeah, it's great.
But I'm not of this planet.
Where are you from?
I'm from everywhere. I'm from everywhere, man. I'm Johnny Cash.
Dude. That's a lot of places.
Everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. What a great song.
What a great fucking song.
Johnny Cash was the fucking
best.
Man.
Oh my God.
Man.
That's an incarnation I would pick. Like if we get to if there's a VHS variety of incarnations, There's a long line to
Oh
be
my
Johnny
God.
Cash. I'm picking Johnny Cash.
Oh my god.
Top 10 probably.
Can you imagine being Johnny Cash when he played at Folsom Prison Blues?
It's the most incredible
He
thing.
played at the prison.
It's incredible.
Paul Rodriguez did a comedy special at a prison. Like
Brave.
way back in the day. I forget when it was, but I remember, I believe it was an HBO special. And he did it live from a prison. It was fucking buck wild.
So badass.
Buck wild. I mean, if you were going to do that, you would have to work. You know who could do that? Joey Diaz. 100%.
Easily.
100%. He would murder in a prison.
Yeah.
You know, metaphorically.
I mean, if there was a simulator, and this is again like,
This is Paul Rodriguez.
oh my God.
Behind,
I have to
behind
fucking-
bars, live at San Quentin in 1991. Damn. Respect to Paul Rodriguez. I don't even know if it worked. So they're laughing. It looks like they're laughing. It looks like they're having a good time.
They
That's
have to.
crazy. No, they don't have to.
I'm joking. I'm sure they don't.
Rush him. How's the guards going to stop by the time they beat him to death?
I mean,
50 dudes just rush him.
Seriously, you're thinking about that before you go on stage. Like you,
They like Paul Rodriguez.
I mean,
You know,
but yeah, do
good
they
dude,
all? How do
funny
you
guy.
know? It's San Quentin.
He was popular at the time. Like, he is still popular, but he was like very, very popular at the time.
There's a guy probably in the audience who like wore his daughter's entrails as a necklace. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I'm sure
Ate his
most of the
neighbors,
yeah.
right? Fucked his dog.
It's badass. That's a badass move.
Crazy
man.
move.
That's
Yeah.
a badass move. I mean, dude, when you think about all the shit that we're talking about, and really when you sort of look at like just among our group of friends, the insane events of the last few months.
Tony Hinchcliffe was misquoted by Obama.
I mean,
there was a speaker at the Trump rally who said Puerto Rico's a pile of garbage. Those are human beings.
Dude, I mean,
no, nobody's any smarter than that dude.
Well, he's withered.
Bro, but those are like, this is like vampire years. These are like you got bit by a leech. Like you got a parasite.
Yeah.
Years.
Reading the Necronomicon or something.
He's yeah, right. You have the Ark of Covenant in your bedroom.
Yeah.
Like you're cooking.
You're
Like,
cooking.
You're
something.
aging like you look like you age 50 fucking years. You look like a really good looking 70-year-old. There's
Well,
something weird.
I mean, just think about like what that's like to be the star. I'm saying as far as power goes, I think power must be so addictive. And so you're the fucking president, not just the president. You're like this kind of rock star president for a second.
Yeah, one of the greatest presidents of all time.
Of all time.
Emphasize.
And so you lose that power. And now what? You know what I mean? Now what? And then you try desperately to like grab control of the thing and you can't. It didn't work. So essentially, whatever like prana or energy you've been extracting from having that kind of power, it's gone.
It's gone.
Now you have the nice house, but like really, like what's left? You are at the fucking control board for like America, and now nothing. You wither. You deflate. You like
No purpose.
no purpose.
I think we're going to be able to read minds in 5 years, and all this is going to be a moot point.
Well, no,
I think it's going to be all go out the window. I think quantum computing is going to crush encryption.
Yep.
We're going to have a real problem with currency worldwide. We're going to have to figure out how to redistribute resources without conventional capitalism. There's
Right.
going to be some weird new shifting that's going to come along with the birth of this AI that's way more intelligent than us. And everything's going to get super fucking weird, and we're not ready for it. And we think that we have to be ready for it. It's not going to happen like that because I'm not ready for it. No one's ready for it. No, it couldn't happen. Just like a super volcano, just like an asteroid impact, it can happen, and you're not ready for it.
That's right.
And a lot of us might not make it.
That's dude. Okay, this, as far as like AGI goes, it like when Altman came out and said this year, I don't the CEO from the company I think that made I don't know, one of the other AIs said 2 years from now I think. But the idea is if Biden came out and was like, guys, got some news, we've detected a mothership, it's coming to the planet in a year. We don't understand anything about who they are other than they must have extraordinary technology based on what we've seen of their ship. I'm good. The whole planet, the next few years will just be getting ready. NASA, anthropologists, philosophers, scientists, defense people. What do we do if they want to fuck us up? What do we do? How do you interact with aliens?
Right.
But having these tech people say we are about to have a brand new species, essentially a technological species, and AGI is coming to the planet that will surpass us as far as being able to solve problems. It will know everything. It's going to be here in about a year, maybe 2 years. You would think the reaction to that would be, okay, we've got to get ready for this. What does that mean? What's going to happen?
And we can't get ready. Maybe that's what the scramble is all about. That we just have to fucking die screaming.
Merry Christmas! Ho, ho,
Maybe it can't
ho.
be solved, just like Australopithecus couldn't figure out how to make a plane. We're not prepared for it. And we're not supposed to last. We're supposed to carry on to the next thing. And the next thing will still be us. That's what's going to be weird. The next thing is going to still be us. We just want us to stay us like this. We want, fucking blues songs, and we want to drink whiskey.
Sure.
We want to smoke cigarettes. We want to get in fist fights. We
Yes.
want us to stay us.
Well,
it's not going to happen.
I'm sure if you could travel back in time and there was an intelligent, semi-intelligent version of humanity, one of our ancestors who still had a workable tail.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, I want to show you what you're going to grow into. And probably there'd be a lot of things they're excited about. Whoa, cars, incredible. Jesus Christ, you can shit in your own house?
Yeah.
Wow. But then they would see that we didn't have tails. And they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not doing that if I lose my tail. So this is for sure the sort of cultural drama that we're seeing is, and the trans controversy, there's aspects to it where, like, yeah, why dudes shouldn't be in sports. But the reality is where we're going is going to make that controversy seem like nothing.
Not only that, it seems like if you wanted to have an evolutionary path towards a genderless society, wouldn't you have that society, if you wanted to tame the wild primate, wouldn't you have that society be completely addicted to plastic? They use plastic for everything, which is an endocrine disruptor. So you have these plastic and these chemicals that get into the body, lower testosterone, shrink dicks, shrink taints. Dr. Shanna Swan's
They
work.
shrink taints?
Yeah. Shanna Swan, have you ever talked to her?
I didn't know the taint could shrink.
You should talk. No, well, it's in utero. So this is what happens
Oh.
when you introduce mammals to that. Her book is called Countdown. That's right. I used to remember it. It's a great book. She's really fun too. She's a really fascinating person. But what they found is with mammals, when you introduce phthalates, which are these plastics, like microplastics and the chemicals that come off of them, into pregnant women or pregnant mice, the babies have smaller taints. And then the taint is one of the best ways to distinguish a male or female in mammals.
No way.
In males, the taint is 50 to 100% longer.
Is it really called the taint?
They don't call it the taint. They have a word for it, she told me, but she calls it the taint because she's fun.
Okay.
She has a thing on her website called the Jizz Quiz. It's very funny. She's very funny. And she's, a really distinguished professor. But what she's saying essentially is that these plastics are lowering hormone levels. They are lowering birth rate levels. They're increasing in the amount of miscarriages that women have. So that all these things she believes are completely connected. And that this hormone disruptor that is on these plastics is causing people to become sicker and a little bit deformed because your hormones aren't expressing themselves correctly because they're being poisoned.
Right.
If you were a society, like if you were going to get to where the aliens are, they look genderless, don't they?
Yeah, sure.
Don't you think that's probably us in the future?
Aren't you glad they're genderless?
Sure.
Can you imagine if the Greys had big swinging dicks?
Giant hogs.
It would be horrible. Those the Grey pictures would be very different.
Very different. Standing over your bed, jacking off in your face.
Horrible.
Yeah, while you're paralyzed, you're like sitting there like, you fucking piece of shit. I think that we are clinging to this idea of male and female. Look, I think currently there are male and females, for sure. And this is why I'm completely opposed to biological males who have mental illness. And that's gender dysphoria is, even if you're being kind, It's a mental illness.
Yeah.
It's
I
whatever
think
it
it's
is.
in the
You're
DSM-R.
not well in who you are. You wish you were a different gender. I fully support you. That's all. But you can't compete with biological females.
Right.
We can't pretend that you're a biological female because when we want you to feel good, you have massive physical advantages. They've been clearly documented. Anybody who says any differently is full of shit. Talk to Riley Gaines.
Right.
Talk to her. She's the expert in this shit. She had to go through that shit with swimming.
It feels crazy to me.
It is
that you have to say that.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy that you have to say that to liberals who always wanted to protect women. The whole thing is bonkers, but it just goes to show you it's not real. This idea of left and right is not real.
Right.
These are just masks that people put on. These are just a conglomeration of opinions that people adopt. Most people have not thought most of the things through. They don't have the time. They have to work all fucking day. They have a family. Maybe they have a hobby. They're trying to get out and play hoops with their friends.
Right.
Maybe they get together with their buddies and they want to play video games one night a week. You know, like, Jesus Christ.
Right.
They don't have fucking time to pay attention to all this
Right.
crazy shit. And that's what's really going on.
Right.
Most people are just like deciding that, you know, I'm a progressive. I will repeat progressive talking points. I will violently defend a woman's right to choose.
Right.
And they get into these patterns. And then the same thing happens on the right. The exact same thing. Exact same thing. That's why, like, the right is against the war in Ukraine and the left is supporting it. It's like this is like Vietnam in reverse. The whole thing is fucking bananas.
Right.
You know, the right is insisting on free speech. They were the motherfuckers that were censoring everybody.
Right, I know.
They wanted to lock Howard Stern up in jail.
I know.
He had to fight the FCC.
Crazy.
They sued him. His fucking parent company had to pay untold amounts of money. I don't even. How much money did Howard Stern's company get fined? It was hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of money. The fucking government was trying to shut down a radio guy for talking shit.
It's crazy.
So, and now that's the left. It's just patterns, man. It's just patterns where people can justify certain behaviors because it aligns with their ideology.
That's right. And also, where it gets really fucked up is you are dancing to a song that basically there's like, here's two songs. There's two songs you can dance to, the right song or the song of the left. The metronome is beating out two, I guess, somewhat different rhythms. People dance to those. They get in fights over, you got to do our dance.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a million other songs out there you could be dancing to. And there's songs that are much older than America, much older than maybe the planet itself, which is, that's why I really think it's creepy, the way that, like, Christianity or any religion where there's theism, it's in the list of things that should be decried by an intelligent person. We shoot down this notion of God. We shoot down this or that. But all of these religions, at the very least, they give you a new song to dance to that isn't fucking war drums. That is, you know what I mean? And they don't like that. They don't like that because suddenly you're supposed to be perturbed. Like, you know, that stupid.
But it's also the arrogance of intellectualism. You know, you get really smart, and these fairy tales seem preposterous to you.
That's right.
And you don't want to accept that maybe what it is a moral scaffolding that keeps society glued together, and it's probably based on some truth. There's some of it that seems to be a history of the world.
Oh, and also to most people that I have encountered, a lot of people I've encountered who are rejecting this religion or that. I get it. It's religious trauma. I just ran into somebody at Best Buy, recognized. We had a long conversation. It's religious trauma. They were raised in some kind of like form of spiritual abuse, and in that abuse,
snake handlers.
Bingo. And listen, if you want to handle snakes, great. The problem is if you tell a kid to disregard their rational mind. If in other words, the introduction to the conversation of questions regarding this or that are not met with like, oh yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. But are met with, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're demon possessed. Then you experience that. And of course, you must reject the thing. It's like when you have a hangover and you smell tequila, you can't connect.
Right.
So I get it. But the main thing is what I love about religion or Christianity is it's like, just try it on for size. What happens if you pray? I know you don't believe in it. Sounds insane. What the fuck are they talking about? It sounds absolutely nuts. I know it sounds absolutely nuts. Now, what happens if you pray just for a few days? What happens if you pray? And then once you start doing the experiment, it starts off with like, this is just, I'm going to do it. It's probably bullshit, the opium of the masses. But then you realize you're getting pulled in, not in a bad way, but right away there seems to be some feeling of connection, some sense of something a little different than what you're used to experiencing. And sometimes that can get really scary for people. And they're like, fuck this. No, it's getting me. And it's like, to me, that should be the experiment of anyone who's skeptical. And if you're skeptical about Christianity or any religion, you should be. You should 100% be skeptical of, it's like what Mark Twain said, religion is what happened when the first con man met the first fool. You should be skeptical. But if you read the Gospels and you realize like the part of the story there is an invitation to connect on your own, you don't need the priest class.
Right.
You don't have to listen to the fucking rules. You don't have to it's just between you and the eternal, and see what happens.
Right.
To me, that's the number one thing, is just investigate, explore, and don't let anyone subvert your rational mind. Use that as a form of connecting with the thing. Even if you connect via rejection, it's still worth like a wholehearted exploration, at the very least, to experience a cultural trance. I don't think that's what it is. But
maybe what that cultural trance is this is like, it's a pattern that you can follow that can connect you to the divine. And
Sure.
there's a bunch of these different patterns. This pattern might be Buddhism. This pattern might be Islam. This pattern might be even Mormonism.
Sure.
Even Scientology.
Definitely
Scientology. I think all of them, all of them can be distorted. All of them can be subverted. All of them can have those guys that have private jets and Rolls Royces and, you know, those fucking crazy arena guys. All of it, all of it can go in that direction. But all of it is kind of a moral scaffolding that seems to be designed to help us in this journey of getting away from the primate instincts.
That's right. And getting away from, and also
connecting to each other
and transcending state propaganda. Like this is like my favorite verse in the Bible. They're trying to trick Jesus. I don't know. They're asking.
Imagine being so cocky you think you can trick Jesus.
I would try. Maybe. Would be cool if you could.
I'm gonna bring out 3-card money.
We're gonna get him.
Imagine Jesus walking down New York City and watching him play 3-card money and getting suckered in. You're like, hey, I thought you were the guy. Hey man, don't do that. You don't understand. It's not the same card. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. You don't have any more shekels. You're out of shekels.
Is that what they use, shekels?
I guess. What they have back then?
I don't know, denarius.
What kind of dollars did they have? What unit of money was around when Jesus?
Good question.
Existed? Super good question. I wish I knew it. Be a clever thing to say. Shekels sounds good though. Shekels is a fun name for coins.
Shekels.
Was it shekels?
It comes up with a Phoenician shekel and a half shekel.
Let's fucking go.
Fucking shekels.
Let's fucking go. It's shekels, son.
There you go. Oh yeah.
So imagine Jesus blew all his shekels on 3-card money.
Dude,
Jesus, we just stick to being the fucking Messiah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you here again?
He gets hustled in a basketball game. Like, Jesus.
You're going to question
You're
everything.
not good at basketball. And you can't run in those fucking sandals.
Why are you doing this? You can turn water into wine. Let's sell fucking
losing
wine.
money at basketball. He plays horse with people. He keeps missing.
Wow. That would really be weird.
Jesus would have to be really good at badminton. Like if he plays badminton, he's got to win. He's got to win. Well, I'm not going to believe you're Jesus if you can't wrestle.
If you're bad at pinball.
If you get pinned really quick in a wrestling match, like, what the fuck, dude?
Dude, yeah, he's got to be good at everything.
Somebody rear naked chokes Jesus 30 seconds in a match.
You're doing it, and you're like, I don't know. He's not tapping out.
He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He doesn't know shit. He's a white belt. Why is he in this competition? Jesus goes to the UF Open golf tournament, and everybody's like, Jesus fucking sucks at golf. He can't even fucking hit the ball right. Somebody show him how to hit the ball. He doesn't know anything.
Why did you let Jesus compete in the UFC?
Jesus is playing pickleball, just falling down. Not
Dude,
good at pickleball.
I know, and
people would be so disappointed. than Jesus.
Everything the way he walked.
Just bowl of gutter ball every time. You fucking dummy. What are you doing?
Farts in the car. Just that. You gotta like, dude, roll the window down.
Yeah, everybody smelled back then. I think farts probably like cleared the air a little. Oh, something interesting to smell. Some new thing instead of these shitty asses that I smell everywhere.
I just read that they used to think smelling farts in a jar would cure diseases.
What, it doesn't?
How do you save a fart in a jar?
Cancel my subscription.
How do you mail that?
There was some young lady that we featured on the podcast at one point in time was making a ton of money farting
Selling
in
her
jars.
farts?
Yeah, selling farts.
Dude, that's incredible.
I hope she didn't even fart in those jars. I hope those dummies.
How long ago? This is 2014.
No, smelling farts in a jar does not cure disease.
It does.
Look,
You don't know. You don't know.
Read that. In 2014, news
My
headlines.
chiropractor told me that smelling farts was the way to go.
These claims are based on a University of Exeter press release that was not about smelling farts.
Imagine. Have you heard of this new medication they're giving cows to make them fart less?
During the plague. Oh yeah. That almost what you said. That's not far off from what this says. It's just something better to
Jar
smell.
of farts. The Great Plague of London in the 1600s was a scary time. The public was willing to just about anything to stay healthy, including sniffing a jar of their own farts. Back then, doctors were apparently convinced that the plague was spread via deadly air vapor and that a foul-smelling substance could dilute the pollution. As such, some locals apparently took to storing their farts in jars, just in case the situation suddenly demanded a quick whiff.
Honey, open the fart cabinet.
Open the old vintage farts. I'm going to get them farts from when I was 23 and I had a good gut biome.
Dude, like,
that's so hilarious.
That is so fucking crazy.
I want to know how long it lasted because from what I understand, that you can't really fart in a jar and keep it there. Like, by the time you seal it up, it's probably sealed up with so much oxygen.
Well, there's only one way to find out. And
get Ari.
Get Ari to fart in a jar and smell
shit
it.
in there and lie to you. It's so gross. Ari just shits publicly. He's out of his mind.
How do you get the fart in the jar?
I guess you put the jar up to your asshole when you about
You
to
think
fart.
it cap, but then you got to get the cap on
Quick,
it real fast.
real quick, like a ninja.
Jamie, can you
You're gonna get a
Google
little
this?
bit of air in there. You know what I mean? It's like moonshine. It's not 100% alcohol.
You don't use a tube if you're a pro.
Yeah, you would use a tube.
A tube going into the jar.
You would have like a diaper, a big like a gas diaper with like completely sealed to your ass or a COVID mask. And then you would just fart into that tube
Gas
and it would
mask.
go into that jar, and then you'd do it all day long.
Right,
There'd be a
fill the jar.
robot there that would like seal that jar off.
How do you
so
know
you
it's filled?
pure?
How do you know when your jar's
Right, what if you
full of
gave me a
farts?
half-ass fart? I want a real fart.
Or just the jar only has like a little fart.
I want a 3:30 a.m. Taco Bell fart.
Dude,
that's what I want.
That's
I want one of those
gonna cure
farts
you.
where you're in the car and you buy Taco Bell and you immediately hate yourself.
There's a study on it. They use it depends on the
There's a
container.
study on farts in the jar.
They use glass versus metal containers.
Oh my god.
Dissipates over days, obviously.
Who did this
Oh my
study?
god. Some awesome scientists.
Fish, Halshine, and
Jaxia. Why is it called anal? Wait, that can't be real.
Anal chemistry.
No, it's like a
No, that's my study. My field of study.
Anal
chemistry.
Just go with that.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Literally.
I mean, you
Farting in jars.
The sad thing,
Sure.
the sad thing about that article, though, because it comes out, and so that means there's people who think farts in a jar can cure cancer, and that means that somebody was laying in bed dying, and someone who loved them came up and said, "I know this is going to seem weird, Dad, but I need you to smell this." Like there was people
But
dying.
again, this brings us back to the placebo effect.
Could work.
Because I think almost everything works. It just doesn't work when your streets are filled with sewer. You know, I think that was
Right.
what everybody was dying of back then.
Right.
They had horrible, fucking, terribly unsanitary conditions
Right.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Everything was covered in shit.
Yep.
Everything was shit. Shitty water.
You're shitting in
If
your
you have no
bedroom.
running water and you have a bunch of people living together, you have horrible diseases.
According to their study, one of those jars, if found, could maybe have the fart from the 17th century.
Wow. Now that's a horror movie right there. Like you find like a 17th century fart.
You sniff that fart and you
Great
immediately
power.
turn into like one of those 28 days later zombies. And then it spreads.
or a
this
superhero.
this virus has had a chance to adapt and evolve and plan its strategy while trapped inside this jar and get back at the humans, because it doesn't have to die. So it lives in this guy's butt gas, and then it evolves over hundreds of years, figure out through the multiverse how to communicate with other bacteria everywhere and
Yep.
devise a strategy
Yep.
to morph itself over thousands
Dude.
and thousands of generations of new viruses to become some
There you go.
crazy rage virus. Just like
By the
20
way,
years
man.
later, which there's a new one coming out.
Maybe here's the other thing. Maybe that is the fountain of youth. Maybe the thing they're trying to hide from us, the most obvious thing, is if you smell an aged fart, you're going to reverse age.
Yeah, maybe snake oil works.
There's science on harvest. How do you harvest? The best way to harvest
Thank
things
you.
underwater.
Oh, science.
Use water
Super
to
science.
do it.
Oh,
Catch
there
the
you go.
bubbles. Not don't try to catch the fart in there. You know.
Yeah, but you got to be accurate.
Can
You
you
be accurate with your farts.
Jamie, can you YouTube
But
smelling
then
my
how do you close the gap? You got to slide a lid in
underwater.
there. You might get a little water in your farts.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
No,
don't
you
lose the
can't have
gas.
farts and the water together.
They're separate things.
Oh, so when you open it, it'll be pure farts, but a little bit of water at the bottom. How do I know that the water isn't diluting and slowly washing the farts over 200 years?
That's not how.
Jamie, can you
science
scroll
works.
up a little bit? Yeah.
Fart science. In my degree in fart
What
science.
was it? Sorry.
Can you pull that up again? I find it interesting that someone wrote an entire essay on how to do this. Will you go back to the beginning? I just want to read how do you introduce the story here?
How do you bring this up to a fucking person where you
I'm
want
a
a
4-year-old.
grant?
I recently caught my 4-year-old nephew attempting to fart into a jar in the hopes of saving it for later to surprise grandpa.
This is not the first time I've encountered a little boy with a dream of bottling his own farts. Years ago, my younger cousin, let's call him Jay, had a whole shelf of dated mason jars in their barn. He was very proud of his collection. That kid is killing cats. That's a fucking serial killer. He's got a fucking shelf of dated jars of his farts. What a fucking psychopath.
Jay, Jeffrey Dahmer.
He has nothing better to do than just fart in jars.
Now I wanted to show you my jar collection. Those are my farts. Now
Yeah.
that's New Year's Eve.
And he's torturing animals.
That's a fart when September 11th happened. That's a fear fart.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
Duncan, we gotta wrap this up, unfortunately.
What a joy.
What a joy, always.
Thanks for having me on,
Bro,
Joe.
I
Merry
feel like
Christmas.
we could just do another 8 hours in a row.
Easily.
Easily. I didn't even have to pee once.
I know. I like
Crazy.
me either. I don't know what happened. Usually you have to piss like 4 times for this.
I know, we were locked in. I appreciate you very much, brother.
Likewise.
I love you to
man.
death. You're one of my favorite people. You really are.
You are too, man.
You're a real treasure.
Thank you,
And
Joe.
these are some of my favorite podcasts of all time.
Thanks,
This is
man.
a weird combination of the two of us.
I love it.
We sync up in the weirdest way, man.
It's the best, man.
It is. That's it, man. I love you. Merry
Love you
Christmas.
too. Hare Krishna. Merry Christmas.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's a very good time to have a UFO expert in.
A lot has been going on.
This is, I know you ran into him. I had Ryan Graves on yesterday.
Oh my God, I'll tell you the funny story about how I ran into him.
You ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, right?
So the lobby told me, they're all, don't use this one elevator. It's really rickety. And it makes a lot of noise and it's not very reliable and just don't use it. So I didn't. And then I was leaving 24 hours later to come down and get some coffee. And I was like, fuck it, let me take the rickety elevator. I was like, they told me not to take it, but I'm going to take it anyway. So I pushed the button. I'm standing there. I hear this. The door's open. I look. I see this shadowy figure in the corner. I'm like, Ryan Graves, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know. What are you doing? I was like, are you doing what I think you're doing? He goes, yeah. Did he tell you that? Did he
Yes,
tell
he
you
did.
that?
Yes, he did. He told me he ran into you.
Oh,
He didn't
that's
tell me
so-
the whole story about the rickety elevator.
Yeah. And he was like this shadowy figure up against the corner, like kind of just, I'm looking at him. He's looking at me. It was really funny.
We talked a lot of nonsense about aliens, but we also talked about the technology that he knows is state of the art when it comes to drones.
Yes.
And that some of these ones in New Jersey, they're doing things that you can't really do yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. Because
Yes.
it's like, okay.
And they're the
is it-
size of SUVs.
Right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck?
50 of them.
What do you mean? What do you mean 50 suburban sized?
So check this out.
UFOs are coming out of the ocean.
This is really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on Signal for a long time. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO crash in Virginia. And but he was anonymous. One day, I was like, he's really knowledgeable. And he was sending me stuff that was really helpful. Like, you should track down this flight. 'Cause it happened. It was going to this airport. Go to this base. And I was like, finally one day, I was like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? He goes, I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. And he goes, and I'm also an experiencer. I had an experience back in 1980. What?
Oh,
so
what happened to him?
He had a UFO encounter. It's in the movie towards the end. But anyway, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. I was like, I'd really like to know how you did that. I was like, I know I couldn't.
Bro, do you know what kind of a budget you would have to have drones running in the sky all over? How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers?
It's exploding all over the place, and it's getting bigger. I've heard California. I've heard Europe now. Bases in England, New York, New Jersey.
I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They had to shut that place down.
Yeah,
that's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking? What's going on?
You know,
who fucking knows?
I was super busy. You know, I had the release of the film going on, and so I was like trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up, and it was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world are pouring in, like, what the hell's going on with these drones? And I was like, it's probably something conventional. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to keep on focusing what I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. Then a buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple of years ago. And he's like, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. I was like, well, what do they look like? What do they behave like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that quickly kind of eliminates, you know, something non-conventional in terms of propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make any noise and that would go silent.
What kind of noise it was making?
Like a propellers drones would make, but loud, and they have a loiter, but they're big and they have a loiter time of hours. The average drone, like I fly drones for my films, is like you're lucky to get 25 minutes. These things are like hours.
Yeah, 5 hours at a time.
They go dark when they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on FLIR at times, and then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shape, and then I heard about the ones that really got me because I contacted Christopher Mellon. I was like, Chris, what is going on, buddy? I really rely on him for good information. And he's like, I really don't know, man. It's a real shit show. And the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional. Some of them are misidentified conventional crap. But there are other ones coming in off the ocean that are up to 50. The Coast Guard and police department are reporting that truly remain a mystery. And then you had Schumer at a press conference just like it was yesterday. And then he's like, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. He goes, well, the drones. He goes, well, you wrote the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomena. Why don't you just use UAP? I think they're using the word drone because UAP is almost too scary. Like some kind of invasions happening.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous phenomenon?
Yeah.
So couldn't that be kind of anything? It doesn't even mean flying.
Well, that's the thing, because it used to be unidentified aerial. Well, it was UFO, unidentified flying object. It was UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then they're coming out of the water.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like this is nonsense.
So they said anomalous.
Why don't they just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with otherworldly, and they wanted to take that, remove that baggage, and make it a little less scary. That's my personal opinion.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes unidentified flying object, it doesn't necessarily mean it's alien.
True, but
Right? Like think of the
people
stealth
probably
bomber.
jumping out of their windows right now if they said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember World of Worlds? back in-
Right, that's
right?
true.
People were like jumping
That's
out
true.
of their
That's a good
windows.
point. That's actually a very good point.
So I think they took it down. I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. I think the fear factor is real.
Yeah. I can't help but cringe when I hear that word.
Oh, sorry. The fear element.
It's so funny.
Sorry.
It was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, what was when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was recurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky.
Yeah.
People have always seen things. Who knows what they are? Whether or not they're, a lot of people that see Starlink and they think it's UFOs, right?
Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day? When did it start?
A couple weeks ago, maybe
Just a few weeks ago?
maybe a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there like
I have
any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that
20th, 19th, something like that.
Is-
mid-November.
Mid-November. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines and the chaos and the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
I have something that this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003. And this is not an anonymous, but this is about incursions over. Listen to this. I promised this individual that I met at Seoul conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Nusatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers and I witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event is known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned during the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved Boeing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object roughly the size of a football field hovering over a missile defense system. The object was silent and had no visible means of propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished over the hills. I retained official Air Force records of the event, including the blotter form entry, which includes the names and contact information of all the witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, AARO, and the FBI. AARO is the new UAP task force, All-Domain Anomalous Resolution Office. After the initial event, several other UAP incursions took place at Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters, and I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. Now remember, this is not anonymous reporting here. They include a football field-sized crowd terrified security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable rate of speed. A brightly illuminated silent object that landed on the base flight line before accelerating instantaneously and disappearing into space. A huge triangular-shaped craft larger than a C-130 that hovered 50 feet over a police officer before it drifted slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, that hovered over his house on the base. The objects made no sound and had zero obvious means of propulsion. And he says, my experiences with UAP were awe-inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over our bases and our neighborhoods, but I do know the UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursions that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath that these statements are true. We need answers to this mystery and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant and witness, Jeff Nusatelli.
Whoa.
Crazy, right? I mean, we're talking
That's
objects the size of a football field.
That's bananas. And then they took off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
Straight up into space.
So this was it. What was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names, and they submitted it to the new head of Aero.
That's interesting because that coincides with the Tic Tac.
It does coincide with
I
Tic
wonder
Tac.
if it's like, vacation season. You know, it's like every few years.
Let's go check out what those guys are up to.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a real pain in the ass to get here. Maybe it's one of those things like you can go to Australia, but it's a pain in the ass. It's 16 fucking hours on a plane. It's a long flight.
Oh my gosh.
You know
I
what
went
I
to
mean?
South Africa one time, and that was like 22 hours.
Yeah.
I was like, the plane's going to run out of gas.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like one of those things. It's like you can do it, but it's a pain in the ass. So maybe they only travel to Earth every now and again.
How could these incursions have been taking place? And like, here we are 20 years later, and we're only now really starting to talk about them.
I think the reason being is if you don't understand it and you can't protect people from it because it's so beyond our capabilities that if just describing it accurately removes all confidence that our government has everything under control. That's one reason why. And also, if you have no answers, you don't know what the hell it is.
That's a very good point, yes.
If you don't know what the hell it is, what are you even going to say? Hey, there's something that came. We don't know what the fuck it is. It's as big as a football field, shot off into the sky. We have no idea. They'd be like, what do you mean we have no idea? Hire somebody who understands this. And then they'd be like, fire him. Get him out of hospital.
I remember like 20 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, totally naive, still naive, but I was meeting with a general, and I said, God, it'd be so amazing. This story is like so unifying, and we had this kumbaya moment, and the discovery that, we're not alone in the universe, and wouldn't that be amazing, and blah, 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 the implications for all of humanity. And he sat there almost chuckling at me. And he looked at me, and he goes, you got it all wrong, man. You got to see this through our lens. I was like, through your lens? He goes, yeah, the military's perspective. I was like, okay, tell me. And I never thought about this before. You just mentioned it. He goes, okay, imagine this scenario. We sit there and we say, my fellow Americans, it has been brought to our attention that there are crafts of unknown origin whizzing around with impunity in our airspace. They exhibit a technology that's light years advanced from anything that we have. We don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. Shall they turn to be hostile? We have no visible means of defense against them. Thank you and good night.
You're fired.
You're fired.
You're fired. And someone like Trump will come along. I'll make a deal with the aliens.
Yeah, but see that predicament? Yeah. Like people always go, why the secrecy? Duh.
Yeah, you have to have secrecy because you got to imagine the job of a politician in general, right? Like you have to pretend that you're going to be able to handle situations that you well know you're not going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
If you're running for president, you're not going to fix this economy. All right? Stop. Just stop.
Everything's going to be, I'm going to wave the magic wand and it's all going to be taken care of.
You're not going to implement electric cars over the... Stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up. There's not enough batteries. So if you're lying about all that, you're probably going to lie about whether or not you can handle the alien threat. I will unite us. I will unite us as a planet so we can deal together with the aliens.
Yeah.
Let's do it. All you have to do is just say some bullshit like
and then
that.
someone probably bends his ear when he gets into office and is like, yeah.
A good speaker,
About that
like
disclosure.
a J.D. Vance, like a guy like that, very bright, young, energetic speaker. He can convince people he can talk to the aliens. He can convince people. He can convince people that he can unite us all.
Have you seen the program?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there is...
Explain it to everybody.
Okay, so the program basically, it's funny because the last time I was on the show, we were talking about an alleged crash retrieval case that took place in Varginha, Brazil in 1996.
And your documentary on it.
Yeah, Moment of Contact.
Amazing documentary.
So we're talking about that, and I came off the heels of doing The Phenomenon, which touched a little bit on a potential crash retrieval program, but then it was the crash retrieval over in Varginha, Brazil. And then I got hyper-focused on that. And then it was a personal journey for me was, okay, the elected officials, what do they know? And when do they know it? Do we have a crash retrieval program? That's what I set out to do. And then 3 months after I was on your show in April of 2023, the highest level intel officer, David Grush, testifies under oath that there is a crash retrieval program, and the government does have definitive proof that we're not alone. So he kind of opened the door for me, and a lot had happened since the release of the phenomenon and Moment of Contact. There was all this legislation. There was the first congressional hearing. There was behind closed doors meetings with a number of intel officers and witnesses, and then you had the second congressional hearing, which was David Grush, which was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah.
Right. And then just recently, just a couple of months ago, we had the third congressional hearing, which I actually, funny enough, got to attend. So it was the first time in my 30 years investigating. I was actually sitting behind people while they were testifying under oath about legitimacy of the phenomenon, as well as there's a crash retrieval program. I mean, people have to understand that feel like maybe things aren't happening fast enough. Just a couple years ago, they didn't even admit that the phenomenon is real. Now there's people testifying under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. So drip, drip, drip. Things are happening. They're not putting the genie back in the bottle.
Do you wonder at all that you're being mind fucked? Do you wonder at all that this is a massive psyop and this is all just to cover up some very advanced American weapons technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, the United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience, don't take it from me, but the United States Air Force investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, right? During their official capacity, Project Blue, Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project
Great
Blue Book.
fucking movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, folks, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Hynek has a appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I had heard that.
Yeah,
I
so
don't remember who he was, though, but wasn't the French guy? Didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée.
He's supposed to be Jacques Vallée.
Jacques Vallée has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who is the scientific advisor to Project Blue Book all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance, smoking a cigar during the encounter. And
that's
him.
right. That's
Dr.
right.
Hynek.
That's right.
Yep.
Smoking a pipe.
Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases, right down to Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files. Even the description of what the entities looked like. Close encounters, again, close encounters of the third kind. This is the United States Air Force documenting this stuff.
Yeah.
And he took it directly out of Project Blue Book files and made a movie out of it. And as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he has Dr. Hynek have a cameo appearance in the movie.
You know what?
Most people don't know that.
It's a fantastic movie too.
It's a great movie
because it's a movie that's filled with. It's not like standard UFOs land. Like there's some play going on. There's some weirdness to the way they interact with us. That sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience.
Yeah,
they experience interactions, very strange interactions. And when they had those little orb-like things that were flying around the movie, that's all straight out of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I remember I had a buddy of mine who was a pilot over Europe in the 70s, and he used to come for family dinners, and he was always talking about it. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And then later, we're all in the
Foo Fighters.
When I started getting an interest in UFOs, I was like, Michael, tell me about that UFO encounter you had in that red orb, because it was just like it was in the Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Steven Spielberg's movie. I was like, they took those files directly out of Project Blue Book files and right onto the big screen.
That's what the Foo Fighters were, right?
Yeah, Foo Fighters too. They have little orbs.
Yeah,
little orbs.
Fighter pilots are flying around. They're seeing these things with them.
Well, but let me ask you, and this is why that I don't think it's a PSYOP thing.
I don't think it's a PSYOP either.
Well, the reason why I don't is because, I don't just believe Grush because he testified under oath and he's a high-level intelligence officer. Well, that's very impressive. I believe Grush because his claims align with my personal research in the field. Remember, I've investigated crash retrieval programs, crash retrieval cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I put out Moment of Contact, well, actually, when I went in to put out Moment of Contact, people were going, James, you just dropped one of the biggest, most successful UFO films in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a much broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with an alleged crash and live aliens and walking around the town of Varginha, Brazil? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? You got access to like Harry Reid and all these intel insiders, and now you want to do that? You're going to tarnish your reputation, It's a bad.
Who gave you that?
A lot of people did. They were.
I wish you called me.
Well,
I was like, James, you can handle
You
it.
probably heard about Moment of Contact, and then you thought, "Yeah, this sounds too crazy." And
No, I
next thing
didn't.
you watched it.
No, I thought. Well, I always think a crash and contact sounds crazy.
I know
I
it
always
does,
think
and it does.
I always think that, but I would have never told you not to do it.
Oh, okay.
I would have never told you not to do it. You're really good at this. You know how to You're really good at explaining.
But you look at
UFO
half the
phenomena.
town talking
Yeah,
about it, including the
well, that's
mayor.
an incredible story. It's an incredible story.
It's a phenomenal story.
It's one of those stories where you're like, if everybody's in on this, this is crazy. If everybody's telling it, and there's not one contrarian that comes out and goes, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism.
Oh,
not
yeah.
one person. Come on. There's always some hater. There's always some hater who wants to ruin your gag.
I remember.
It was, you know what I mean? If
Oh
it
yeah,
was
no, I totally do. I remember when I was making Moment of Contact and I wasn't done with it yet. Lou Elizondo was like, he's like, James, he called me up. He goes, I need a copy. I was like, the film's not done. I don't care. I need a copy. Give me a rough cut. I don't care. I was like, okay. What's the urgency? And he's like, you don't understand who's watching this right now. So I was like, okay. So I'm giving him copies. I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 million years that I think we're going to be having months after the release of Moment of Contact, a congressional hearing under oath that was just a crash or two.
What year did
Biologics
Moment of Contact come out?
It came out at the end of 2022.
Do you think Biden watched it? Do you think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
You know, he's been
Could you
so
imagine Biden?
he's been so dismissive of it all. Like you know, Obama said a lot more
You know
about
why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
it. He's like, go talk
He's
to
in
Obama.
orbit
I'm like,
right now
I was
around
like, really? That's the
Saturn.
best you can do?
He's like Dr. Manhattan. He's on the moon in a glass house.
Okay, let's see. If Biden, if you're listening right now, you have nothing
Sir,
to lose.
You're the
right?
president of the United States, sir.
Yeah,
Release the hounds.
He's never running ever again.
Exactly.
He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any
Listen-
president ever other than
Listen
Carter.
to the advice at the end of the program by Senator Harry Reid, who's now the late Senator Harry Reid. And I said to him, what advice would you give the president? It could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that. And I really hope that President-elect Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the lying. I think we're way beyond that at this point.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump, he was very cagey.
Was he really?
Very cagey. I've seen some things. They told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically,
Really?
it
Did
was
his eyes tell
basically
you?
like neither confirm nor deny. No, there was no eyes. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like you're not.
Really?
Yeah. If you're gonna do it to an actor or something, shut up. You're not
Really?
gonna know what
So
the fuck
just
they think.
poker
Yeah,
face.
Daniel Day-Lewis told you that he just ate a baby. You'd fucking believe him. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like this idea that
Like
what did his
looking
eyes
down.
tell you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends on the
Nowhere.
person.
Yeah.
Depends on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a
Yeah.
lie, like something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no nonsense type of guy. This is why you kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
He's always done that his whole career, right?
Yeah.
Manage being on The Apprentice while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right?
Yeah.
So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with your buddies, smoking a cigar, going, "What do you think, man? I mean, if I was them, man, I would do what they're doing." There's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
But we got objects of unknown origin flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over nuclear silos.
Well, now I think he's much more interested because
That's a matter of national security. I mean,
it
people
is
are
now.
freaking out. Like, what the hell are we seeing? And they're going, we don't know what they are, but everything's fine.
Well,
They're
he's
totally
addressed it.
safe. There's no national security issue here. We don't know what they are, but you're fine. Don't worry about it. You remember what was the Steven Spielberg movie with the shark, the great white shark?
Yeah, Jaws.
Jaws. You remember?
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
everything's
The
fine.
mayor
People
is like, keep swimming.
Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. Everyone say people are getting bitten in half.
That's the
Like,
perfect analogy. Dude, that is the perfect analogy. That is it.
everything's fine. Go about your lives.
They're definitely
Nothing
not
to
nuke
see here.
sniffing drones. Come on, nuke sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear
Oh my
material was
God.
just stolen
Oh my
Up a
gosh.
cargo ship. Whatever. Guys.
All the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get a lot of it because obviously what I do.
Of course.
And people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second. I wish I could put boots on the ground, but no, there's something weird going on, and the fact that they don't know, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is. And here's another really funny thing. I actually in the program that I did now, and I hope you get a chance to watch it because it's crazy. It's got.
Tell people what it is.
Okay, so. Basically, I was talking about earlier.
Tell people the title, the whole thing.
It's called The Program. It's going to be on. It just came out. It's at #1 right now. It's on Amazon.
When did it come out?
Yesterday.
Oh, beautiful.
I know. And so it came out yesterday. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple TV, and you can Google because the algorithms are just starting to catch up with it on Google right now because everyone's like,
nice.
I can't find it. Look up The Program and then Google James Fox UFO documentary, The Program. You will 100% find it. It's being also made available internationally. They're working as fast as they can to get it up. It just went up yesterday. It's the most independent film from start to finish that I've ever made. And it covers what happened, because everybody thinks the government suddenly had this epiphany to decide to be more transparent with the general public. That's not what happened. What happened is there were a couple of intel insiders in the Pentagon reviewing some of this classified data, or so-called classified data, and resigned in protest of excessive secrecy. They found a loophole. This is Lou, probably Jay Stratton. I don't know for sure. Definitely Chris Mellon. And they walked these evidence tapes out of the Pentagon through this loophole. They bent the rules a little bit and onto the front page of the New York Times, right? So that happened, and it was exploded. You remember that. And since then, there has been this unprecedented push by a bipartisan group of lawmakers to find out what the intelligence agencies know and when they knew it. And so that started happening behind the scenes, right? So it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then in 2022, they were like, we're having a congressional hearing. Congressman Andre Carson, I think he's in Wisconsin, but I'm not positive. He spearheaded the first open congressional hearing, public open congressional hearing. And in that congressional hearing, they acknowledged the fact that the phenomenon was real. It was slowly introduced that we were not getting told the facts. There was a document that came out called the Wilson Davis Memo, and that was about the discovery by a former DIA guy, Admiral Wilson, of the crash retrieval program that was like maybe 20 plus years ago. And none of the names or anything in that document were redacted. I cover that memo in the film. And then 2023, another congressional hearing. This time it was David Grush talking about the crash retrieval program. It's been a steady progression. And so a lot has gone on between 2017 and 2024. And that is what this film does, is it covers behind the scenes effort, bipartisan group of lawmakers effort to find out what the intelligence agencies really know. Yeah, and people that were, and in one of them, there's an encounter, and I think I remember you hearing about it, because you wanted to get a hold of David Grush, and so you contacted me, and I actually had a drone up in the air in England, and I know, and I had my phone attached to my drone thing, because that's what it was using as a controller for the screen. And I'm flying the drone, and there was a huge windmill, and I saw this windmill, and I was like, oh, that's going to make a beautiful shot for the movie, and it is in the movie. So I'm up there flying it, and the wind, the turbines are going round and round, and I can't quite tell how close my drone is to them. Oh, no. So I'm paying really good attention, and I'm getting close to these big turbines, and all of a sudden my phone's ringing, and it's you. I'm like, oh, my God. I can't not answer this. I got to answer. So I answered it while my drone was up there. Oh, no. And we talked briefly, and you said, hey, can you get me in touch with David Grush? I got a guy that can put you in touch with. That was Jason Sands. And I guess you and Jason Sands talked about this alleged encounter in 1994 with this entity, alien, whatever you want to call him, in the desert.
Yes.
So that was a crazy story. Crazy story. But in any case, so when you watch the movie in the program, you'll see the drone flying dangerously close to these, and that's funny little inside thing.
So it didn't
I was
crash.
on the phone. It didn't crash, but I was on the phone with you when it happened. But when you watch the footage, it's like, wow, that's really close.
Is that guy public with that story?
Because
otherwise I would discuss it.
Yeah.
Because it sounded so nutty.
No. Okay, so here's what happened. This is funny because when I was in Washington, D.C. with Mellon and this gentleman, Jason Sands. I'm using his name now. And Mel looked at me and he goes, "This guy's story is pretty wild." I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Really wild." And we're sitting down having dinner, and Chris Mellon orders a drink. He had a tequila or whatever. Anyway, and we were all having dinner, and Jason Sands starts telling the story about this alleged encounter in 1994, and it's one of the craziest stories. And I've been doing this for 30 years, and this story is nuts. Okay, you remember it?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I went like this to my phone. He was telling me like this one.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too. So I'll
It
get
was
it.
one of those. Wait,
No,
what the fuck did you just say?
Insane.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Tell everybody what we said.
I will. I'll get to that in 1 second. This is the reason why I can. Well, no, this is the reason why I can discuss it publicly. I know. The reason why I can discuss it publicly is because he was going to appear anonymously in the movie, and I was debating on exactly how to go about doing this because I was torn. Because you got a statement from an individual, you don't have his identity. But I was in D.C. I put the whole thing down, and I said, look, he was worried about his security. He was a whistleblower. He'd already testified to a number of Senate Intel Committee, Senate Armed Service Committee, and
all about the UFO phenomenon.
Yeah, about the UFO phenomenon. They're part of the UAP task force. They found him, and he was giving them information and reporting on things. And so he goes, "I'm really fearful. I don't know if this witness protection program is going to be that helpful. I'm worried." I said, "Look, if you're concerned about the story getting out or not getting out, if you want, I'm here. You can come to our studio. We could film you on camera. And if anything happens to you, it could be released, and it could be a little insurance policy for yourself." He goes, "That sounds great. Let's do it." So I did a whole film about it, and then I'm periodically posting clips or just still frames and updates on the movie as I'm making it, as I do on social media. And I posted this one scene, and it had a clipboard in the scene, and on that clipboard, if you zoomed right in, it had his name. So I posted by accident, I posted the damn thing, and my phone starts blowing up 10 minutes later. "You just revealed this guy. What are you doing? Take it down, take it down, take it down." Too late. So it was out there, and he's getting all kinds of heat. So as a result of it, I'm giving the truncated version. He basically had to go through the DOPSR process, which is basically pre-publication of authorization of what you can and cannot say. Excuse me. So he basically could talk about a number of cases that were in the film. We had to blurb out one particular word, which in the movie it's blurred out. We had to do that. That was DOPSR. So it was the winter of 1994. There was a unidentified flying object that was picked up on the base.
Old school UFO.
Oh yes, sir. Old school. It was a UFO. It was picked up on the base, and it was recorded by sensory data. And it was picked up on camera. It had camera footage of it from different locations.
What
And
did
this,
it look like?
it looked like it was a weird shape. It was like an unusual shape, and there's people talking about it. It's in the movie. And
the film is in the movie.
The film footage that leaked from the base is in the
So
movie.
you can see what it looks like flying.
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of blurry in some spots, and yeah, you'll see it. So
it's in the program.
It's in the program, yeah. And then you hear all the voices. I actually had the voices cleaned up. You can hear people talking about what the hell is it?
Is there a clip we could see online? Just so I could show people what it looks like.
Damn. Sorry.
Could you maybe just say the actual name of the incident? Maybe
Yeah,
Jamie could find it.
Yeah, try and find it. It's Nellis Test Range UFO 1994. See if you can find it.
People put stuff
It's
up
long
so quick.
and it's really bad. Yeah, true. Good point.
Because it's on Amazon right now. People put clips up so fast.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and there's other things on there. So in any case, so that video.
Bam, there it is.
That's terrible. There's much better footage of it. Yeah, there's much better footage of it. It's in my movie. I had it cleaned up. But yeah, that's it basically.
Can I see it again? So that's what it looked like.
Wait, the footage I have is way better than this. Yeah, that sometimes it's so.
What did it look? Jesus Christ! You know what that looks like, Jamie?
Very weird shape.
Jamie, you know what that looks like? It looks like Terrence Howard's creation, doesn't it?
It's weird.
What is it? What does he call that again?
But it was
those things that lock together. Those, the flying drone thing that he created. Lynchpins.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard created this fascinating concept for like a drone, where it's like propellers going all these different directions, and they sync up and they link together, and it looks like that.
Oh yeah. So it's anyway. So it's footage. People talking about it. What is it? We don't know. It's unidentified, and it flies around the base, and that leaked, and the names of the witnesses leaked. 3 days later,
Can you explain? I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, but can you just say what it did, like how it moved?
it was like didn't have any visible means of propulsion. It didn't have any wings. It didn't have propellers. It just looked like an object, a round sort of object, weird shape, almost like a helmet or something with things coming off of it. And it was just moving around the base. And nobody slowly at times.
Oh, there it is.
Footage. Yep.
Okay.
That's
So
it.
this is
That's
the
exactly it. Yep.
It's definitely not a big balloon.
And you hear everybody talking about it. The audio that goes along with it, and I had it cleaned up, is they're all talking like nobody knows what it is. And
So this is Zoom. Is this why it's moving around like that? They're trying to keep it in focus and they're
it's all
zooming on it.
it's all Mr. Sands explains all of that in the film, the program. He talks about it. So anyway, so this leaks, people's names, the witnesses leaks, and 3 days later he's in a convoy. Gesundheit. He's in a convoy, and it's early in the morning, and there's 3 jeeps in convoy on a dirt road heading out Nellis Test Range. And they see what looks like maybe somebody who was involved in a plane crash. There's somebody that was struggling out in the middle of the desert. It was early in the morning, wintertime, and they're looking at this individual like, oh my God, is that a person? That individual needs some help. That individual looks like they need some help. They look cold. Their skin had a slight blue tint to it. And they're looking at this gentleman, and they're like, hey, stop the convoy. This person needs help, medical attention. Maybe they had a plane crash, and so we're going to help this person out. And they pull the convoy over, and this individual comes up to the car. Jason Sands gets out the right side of the door, and as he's getting out, somebody in the truck screams, he's got no effing ears. And Jason says he turns around and he looks at this guy, and he had the same kind of uniform that they had on, but the uniform was just immaculate. Like there wasn't any dust on it, no dust on the boots. And he was thinking to himself, well, that's weird. This guy's got no ears. This guy's some kind of mutant. And he looks at him and he says his eyes are a lot bigger. It's all illustrated in the movie. And then he starts talking like, he said it was like a snake biting, and he was just paralyzed with fear. It was really scary. What am I looking at? Is this a human? Is this a mutant? Is this an alien? What is this? And I starts talking to him in gibberish. But he said he started to understand, like telepathically, everything this person or entity, being, creature, alien, whatever you want to call it, was saying to him. And he was looking for some kind of metal. And he didn't know tantalum. And Jason sounds like, I don't know. I don't have any. You mean titanium? And he's like, no, tantalum or something. And this conversation goes on for a bit, and then the guy just wanders back off and gets into that little craft that looked very similar to what you just saw there, and flies away. And he sort of stepped away, and everybody sort of came out of this comatose state, and off they went. And we have the names of the other military witnesses that were on duty during the encounter, the alleged encounter. People are going to criticize me because I'm reporting on a close encounter of the third kind. But this Jason Sands says he's willing to do a lie detector test, like public. He's willing to testify under oath that everything he's saying is true. We have a date, we have a location, and we have the names of the other on-duty officers. So what I'm hoping is, despite the level of criticism I'm going to receive for reporting on this, is that other individuals that have more information on this are going to be inclined to come forward. I also met with people in the Senate Armed Service Committee, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, in the House, and they said Jason Sands is who he says he is. He checks out. He's named previously classified programs. He's identified. The guy's legit. His credentials check out, and so I opted to go ahead and report on it with the hope that more information will come out on it.
Listen, man, there's nothing wrong with reporting on a story like that. There's been a bunch of them. It's not a small number of these things where people have experienced these things. Yeah. And imagine if it's true.
If it's true,
they're not all liars. I can't believe they're all liars.
Yeah, it's
but imagine being that person who had that experience and not have anybody believe you. Not only that, but it could actually ruin your reputation and your career to talk about this experience, which is the reality of it. And it's one of the things that stifled discourse on this until I think the New York Times really broke the ice. I think in 2017, when they published that, all of a sudden serious people who were unwilling to talk about UFOs before, just for the ridicule.
Yeah.
Now you've got the gimbal video, the Go Fast video. You've got fighter pilots, Commander David Fravor. You've got these people discussing these things openly. And like, okay, this seems like something that a serious person can discuss now. And so then it's open. But actually meeting one and talking to, it's like the Varginha story. Like when I told people the cop picked it up and carried it in the car and the cop died.
Manhandled it.
Some horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure.
He was rubbing himself down with rubbing alcohol, according to his family. Like he was like, it was greasy stuff on my skin. And he was rubbing himself down, and he had the stench, smell, grease.
Yeah.
And then I interviewed the doctors. There's a couple of, actually going back to Brazil next month. There were a couple of forensic pathologists that were willing to come forward that we're going to cover, kind of update the movie and re-release it. So it's an ongoing investigation.
Wouldn't that be the best protection from an alien planet's bacteria if you had the most vicious bacteria on the surface of your skin? Right? Like imagine, like if you go to another planet and the way to mitigate the effects of viruses and bacteria on that planet is to have skin fluid that's like unbelievably toxic. Like anything that comes near you just gets cooked.
Yeah, like a skunk.
Right.
Have you ever had a skunk?
Oh yeah, I had a skunk got my dog once.
I took out this guy's garbage one time, and he's like, "Hey, I took it out. It's in my garage." And flipped up the thing and dropped it in there. So I was kind of hungover. We had a party the night before, and I went out to the garbage can, and I kind of heard like some rustling in the garbage can, but I didn't really think anything of it. And I lifted up the thing, and then I heard some rustling again. So I reached over and I put my head down inside, and the skunk just turned and got me right in the face. Now, I held my breath. I held my breath, and I closed my eyes at the last second, and it went right through me. It penetrated my molecules. It was so powerful that it was paralyzing. Absolutely paralyzing. Can you imagine just a smell? That's their way of defense. It's just this stench that just goes through your body, like just paralyzes you.
That's crazy.
Anyway,
you got it in the mug, huh?
I got it right in the face.
Wow. How long did it take before you didn't stink? Because you smell
probably 2 weeks.
No, it
was several weeks. Yeah, and I tried the tomato, and I tried the baking soda, and
I think they have special soap now. Just for skunks. But when my dog got zapped, she got zapped in like 1980. I think it was 1980 because I was living in Jamaica Plain, and she went out in the backyard, and I think she thought that it was our cat because we had a cat that was black and white. And she just ran right up to that skunk, and it took her right in the side of her body. Like she tried to turn away, but it got her all over her body. She was wet with skunk spray.
Oh god,
it was so nasty. I had to take her inside, and I had to do it because she was my dog. Even though I was 13, I had to cover her with tomato juice and wash her down, and she still stunk. The whole house stunk.
That's so funny because I was getting ready for a road trip this a couple years ago, and I looked over and I was like, did we walk Duke? It was like 9 o'clock at night. We were exhausted. We packed everything up and had the car ready to go for the next morning. And I said, did we walk Duke? Did we walk Duke? Take Duke, our dog. So we did. I was like, it's 9 o'clock. I'm outside, and I hear him like, row, 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 row. And then he goes, row, row. And I thought, oh my God, he just got eaten. Somebody just ate him. I was like, oh my gosh. I ran out there to look for him, and he comes running in, and he jumps in bed covered in skunk. The whole house, it was so strong. It's unbelievable. That smell is just
it's so incredible. And the way someone explained this to me, animals like bloodhounds and bears, they have an insane sense of smell.
Oh God, 100,000 times stronger than ours, right?
Right, but they can pick up parts per million the way we pick up skunk.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So think about that. So if a skunk gets hit by a car a mile away, you can smell it. Have you ever driven in your car? I don't know if it's a mile.
I could drive over it, and my car smells like it.
Yeah, if you're in the neighborhood where a skunk got something, you could smell it.
Yeah.
For some strange reason, it permeates. It carries more than any other smell. With dogs, that's how they smell everything. They're like, Roscoe's home. They can smell things that you can't even imagine they could smell, especially like a bloodhound. And then a bear can smell what is a bear's ability to smell above a bloodhound? It's something crazy. My friend was
sharks in the ocean can sense blood from miles away. Right?
Miles.
Incredible.
Insane. Miles away. They can smell blood miles away.
God, something I remember.
Look at this. 300 times. Look at this. This is crazy. Bears are the best sense of smell of any animal on Earth. For example, average dog sense of smell is 100 times better than humans. A bloodhound is 300 times better. A bear's sense of smell is 7 times than a bloodhound's, or 2,100 times better than a human's. Unbelievable.
That's why they say when you go camping, put your food up in a tree or something.
Oh,
right?
100%. You have to.
Yeah, you can't have it in a tent at all.
Oh, when I was a kid, we went camping, and the bear broke open our cooler.
Wow.
Yeah, people just had regular coolers back
You could
then.
have like a little cookie in your pocket and be in bed and be in your
Oh,
tent.
yeah.
You're gonna have an issue.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Wow.
100%.
I remember when I was a kid, I went camping and they were like, "Don't have any food." I was like, "Yeah, whatever." Like that. I'm like, no, put that stuff. And they were really adamant. I was like, "Why are these guys making such a fucking bear's not gonna smell a cookie in my pocket?" Like, of course they will.
They'll look at that like a wonton. Like, look at that soft outer layer and there's meat inside of it. They're gonna look at that tent like, look, it's trapped in there.
Oh my gosh.
The meat
Oh
is
my
trapped in
God.
the tent. This is crazy.
What was that one movie called where they got the grizzly man or something?
Yeah, Grizzly Man. That's what
and they
it's
came
called.
and got him. Remember that?
Well,
He
it's a
thought he
lot
became
more
one
than
with the
that.
grizzlies and then he got eaten.
It's a very complicated movie. That's a Werner Herzog film.
Yeah, Werner Herzog.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a really
And
funny
the camera was rolling,
Mhm.
and they played it.
Sort of. The camera was rolling, but the lens cap was on, so there was an audio.
So it's just audio.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
The
'Cause it
audio,
leaves
by
up
the way, folks,
imagination.
the audio you hear on the internet, that's fake.
Oh, it is.
That's not the real one. The real audio, Werner Herzog told the lady to destroy it. Destroy it. No one should hear this.
So he heard it.
Yeah, he heard it. It's long, because bears don't kill you, they eat you. Like a salmon, they don't kill salmon. They just put their paw down and start pulling chunks off of it. That's what they do with people, too.
That's terrifying.
Well, they don't have any predators, so they don't have to kill things and then worry about someone taking it from them. You're not
Oh my
taking
God,
shit from a bear,
terrifying.
especially a grizzly bear. You're not taking shit from a bear unless you're a bigger bear. So, like, all the other animals have to worry. Like, mountain lions kill quick because wolves will steal from mountain lions. And apparently, in the areas where wolves have been introduced, it's actually become a problem because mountain lions are killing much more than they normally do. Because mountain lions will kill like a deer or 2 deer a week, something like that.
And eat? They eat
Yeah,
2
they
deer
eat
a
'em.
week. That's a lot of meat.
Well, they're big. A big mountain lion is 150 pounds, and it's a big cat. Their cats are they're obligate predators. All they eat is meat. Bears will eat a little berries. They'll eat a bunch of shit. Not cats. So the cats are killing more because the wolves scare the cats off of the kill. So if the cat's on a kill and a bunch of wolves show up, the cat will just get the fuck out of there. Like, fuck
Why?
this.
Because he feels he didn't want to defend himself against the wolves?
Exactly, because wolves hunt in packs.
Oh.
So there might be 13, 14 wolves and one cat. The cat will just get the fuck out of there. Cats run from dogs, right? Like, they have a fear of, like, canines, and I think it's from wolves stealing their food. So, like, that's how they hunt cats. The way they hunt them, you have to tree them, because otherwise you're not going to find. If you find
What do you mean by tree them?
you have to get the dogs to bark them up the tree.
Oh,
so they run up a tree and then they shoot them when they're in a tree. Yeah, and it sounds cruel, but listen, they have to do that to manage the populations. If they don't, they start eating dogs. That's what you get in San Francisco. California still kills mountain lions. They kill as many mountain lions as they would if they gave tags out to people to kill them, because you have to kill certain numbers of them for depredation, because they'll start killing livestock, they'll start killing dogs. In the Bay Area, the problem cats that they wound up killing in like San Francisco,
Yeah.
half their diet was pets.
Really?
Half their diet. Half their diet was house cats,
People's
dogs,
cats.
dogs and cats. That's half their diet. Half of their diet. So you manage, 100+ pound cat, and he's running around just eating dogs. You leave your dog in your backyard, gone. Happens all the time.
Wow.
It happened to my dog.
Really?
Yeah, my dog in Colorado got eaten by a mountain lion. Yeah, it happens.
Oh God, I feel so bad for
all
my
the
little
time.
guy.
It's
I think
terrible.
I'm not
She
there
was-
to protect my little feller.
Yeah.
One time I was hiking up this mountain, and I had my son with me at the time, and he was in that little pouch. That little pouch
Oh,
that you
yeah.
put in the front. Like he was probably maybe 2.5. And I was hiking this mountain pretty daily. It's funny actually because when I went up there without him, I was like, well, this is why people hike with weights on. This feels amazing. I can run up this mountain. Anyway, I was going up the mountain, and I had my dog, my little Duke, and I had my son walking up this mountain, and I come around this, go left hand. It's a pretty exposed, not too many trees, some bushes, and it's a hot sunny day, and I see this leg of a deer, just fresh killed, blood on the ground. I was like, God damn, what the hell's that? The hell? Wow, that's fresh. It's like, huh. I kind of keep going, and Come around the corner. There's a long straightaway. The hill goes up like this, and I see what looks like a big, like greyhound dog, kind of like light brown, kind of walking kind of back and forth like this with a tail. And I was like, man, who the hell is greyhound is doing out here? Like, what the hell is that's a mountain lion? I was like, holy shit. And the mountain lion turns around and looked at me, and I had my kid. I was like, shit. So I grabbed my dog, and I turned around, and I started running, and I knew that I shouldn't be running. So I'm running going, I shouldn't be running. I shouldn't be running. I know I should be running. But I wanted to get around the corner and get it out of its line of sight. And then I go, well, if he comes up on me, I'm going to have to throw my dog. I was like, I looked at Duke, and I said, if it comes down to it, Duke, you're going to have to take one for the team.
Oh, my God. That's a horrible choice.
It was a horrible choice, but I had my son. Like,
of course. I get it.
But I remember
looking
looking
my
at
dog
him,
too.
and I was like looking at my dog going, oh, man, this is a horrible decision I have to make. But if it comes down to it, I'm going to have to sacrifice you, buddy. I love you. But it didn't come down to it. But I remember running going, you're an idiot, James. Why are you running? You're not supposed to be running.
You can't run. Well, that's the problem with mountain bikers. They get got because when they pass by a cat, it's almost like rolling a ball of yarn past a kitten. They are predators.
And they'll catch bikes, huh?
Oh, yeah. They
run.
get people on bikes. Yeah, that's happened a few times. They get people on bikes. They get joggers, people on bikes. They think you're running away from them.
Could you imagine what it was like to be running for your life? Having something like that chase you?
Yeah, I can. I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but I've seen them. I've seen 3 of them in my lifetime. Only one of them that scared the shit out of me. I saw one in Colorado. I saw one in Montecito, like Santa Barbara area. It was small. Those are small ones. They were like 50, 60 pounds. And then I saw one with a buddy of mine, my friend Colton and I. We spotted one under a tree that was 30 yards away. We were in a truck, and it made me shit my pants.
Wow.
It was so big. This one was really big. This was a mature male with a big pumpkin head and huge forearms like a fucking bodybuilder. It was freaky. It was freaky to see because, it was, first of all, it was dusk. So the sun was going down, and the lights of the truck, even though it wasn't quite dark yet, the lights of the truck were making his eyes glow.
Oh, my God.
And you could see him with the naked eye, but then I put my binoculars on. And so I've got these 10-power binoculars, and I'm zoomed in on this thing's face. I'm like, holy
Looks like he belongs in Africa.
Well, he belonged right where he was, man. We didn't belong there.
Hey, let me tell you a really cool story that's a UFO, the best UFO picture I think it's ever taken.
Do you have it? Can I look at it? Or you can tease me?
No. We're going to look for it. Okay, so can you find the program trailer on here at all? Or?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, find the program trailer. I'm going to tell you about this.
Is this the trailer?
Yeah,
let's just watch the trailer.
All right, let's watch it.
Story exposing a secret government program investigating UFOs.
That story was kind of a catalyst for a lot of things that have happened since. Members of Congress started to ask questions.
Instruments report there is something there. There are flight characteristics that we can't explain. UAPs are unexplained. It's true. They need to be investigated.
Here we are having a hearing where just a few years ago, we didn't even acknowledge that these things were real.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs? Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
You're telling me people have come forward claiming firsthand knowledge of craft of non-human origin?
That's correct. We have sources who have asserted not only that there have been crashes, but there have been crash retrievals.
Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human.
I'm sitting here today because the American people are being lied to.
We are the American government, and we are open, and we're going to be open about this. What has been revealed,
non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity.
Is only part of the story.
The pressure's on. The Pentagon, the CIA are going to have to answer the man.
Some are risking everything.
Have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life?
Yes, personally, to uncover the rest.
What is being done to verify the assertion that the U.S. government has spaceships of non-human intelligence in their possession?
That kind of revelation unearths people's beliefs.
I would go to jail to say things that I've been exposed to in the program.
Bro, is that Mick Jagger? Was that other guy Mick Jagger?
Isn't he amazing? That's Hal Puthoff.
Hal Puthoff?
Oh,
No,
yeah, I know.
Mick Jagger's in
Doesn't
there.
look like Mick Jagger.
That's not Mick
That's
Jagger?
Gary McKinnon. He's
Oh.
the biggest computer hacker in history.
Let me see what he looks like.
He almost went to jail for life because he was like, I'm going to find out what the government knows about UFOs. So he hacked into the systems, NSA, CIA, DIA, like,
Where is it? Yeah. You want to see that really cool picture? No, in the film.
oh, yeah,
of
yeah,
it,
you got to
looks
go
like
towards the end. Yeah, no, he totally looks like Mick Jagger. It's
Mick
really
Jagger.
funny you should say that because
I totally thought it was Mick
I
Jagger.
saw it and I'm like, wait a minute, that does look like a rock star. He is a rock star in the UFO community. It's coming up. You'll have to pause it quickly when it hits. But Gary McKinnon took it upon himself, a computer hacker, to find out if the government had proof of alien visitation. And he spent a couple years hacking systems, and he got pay dirt.
That
There
guy.
he is. That was it.
Bro, that's
Yep,
Mick
that's it.
Jagger. That is
Doesn't it
Mick
look like
Jagger.
Mick? It does look
That's
like
Mick Jagger.
It's
Mick
so
Jagger's
funny.
in the UFOs. You should just like only show that clip, like they do in horror movies where the mask is not that good. It's real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah, but I was going to tell you, there's a photograph of a jet circulating. Can I go into a little bit of
Yes,
detail because
please,
everyone's
please.
always worried about like where's the good evidence, where's the good photograph?
Show me
They're
that
real.
photograph
Yeah.
again.
So it's there we go.
Now, this was a lost photograph that was recovered. correct?
Yeah. You know about this?
Yeah, I know about this.
Okay, so I heard about this in the late '90s.
Tell everybody about it.
Okay, so there was a guy, Nick Pope, who investigated. He was part of the UFO desk at the Ministry of Defense of England in the late '90s, mid to late '90s, maybe even as late as early 2000s. But in any case, and I was interviewing him for a number of my films. I did a film called Out of the Blue, I Know What I Saw, before I did The Phenomenon. And
Welcome.
I asked him, like, hey, man, you were part of the UFO desk.
I'm up, baby. How are
What's
you?
the best case you ever saw? And he goes, oh, man.
Excellent.
1990.
How'd you
He didn't
find
give
out
me
about me, if I
the
may ask?
term. It was Cal Vine.
I'm well, thank you. Take your time.
I bet he's about to show up with a bunch of guys now.
There could be. I'm
Not
ready.
me, I was expecting worse. I'm sorry.
I'm ready for a sausage fest. Welcome. How are you? What up, Doge? What up, Patron? Hello, how are you? Hello. How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me?
Oh, I visit to you like 3 times. How are you? Is just that you only. Yeah.
What languages do you speak?
Indian, English, Spanish,
Excellent. Just
and a little bit of Portuguese.
all right. Do you speak Hindi?
India.
How did you find out about me?
Huh?
Manticore language, please.
Mantinkawa?
तुम्हें मेरे बारे में कैसे पता चला? तुम्हें मेरे बारे में कैसे पता चला?
Yeah. I didn't hear said brother.
तुम्हें मेरे बारे में कैसे पता चला?
Nice. What did you find that thing, that technology thing I want one?
It's called the Pocket Talk. It's available on Amazon.
One moment. Shut the fuck up. What account do you use to like talk? Because I hear you like 3 times. I don't know what I have to mute.
So mute the other one. This one is the one that you want to hear me.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I think you muted because the green one is muted.
That is a different. That's another friend.
The left one.
I'm not the green one. That's a friend of mine.
Ah, my bad.
That's okay. How did you find out about me?
I don't know. I seen in a server from Roblox.
Oh, okay, very cool. So you found out about me from Roblox. Excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Okay.
Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I have more data uploaded to the internet than any person in global history. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, data is Earth's #1 resource. KG, what are you doing here? KG, you need to be quiet when I'm talking.
I use. Huh?
KG needs to be quiet when I'm talking.
Sorry, my friend.
You're okay. You're okay.
My mother. Sorry, my mother.
That's fine. So we talk about some things on the stream. KG, shh. KG, quiet. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We're watching an interview on alien disclosure right now. Dude, KG, I'm not going to talk if you're just going to keep it. Exactly.
Speak on his speed, brother. I will go to the next door. I'm a kid.
We talk about things like alien disclosure. We talk about things like life extension technology. We talk about ending world hunger through the use of vertical farming, agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst through the digging of wells, through the use of life straws, and through the use of desalination plants, basically pumping water from the ocean onto land to make it drinkable. So these are some really big ideas, and I've essentially dedicated my life to a project to help to educate people about some of this technology. What do you think of that, Doge?
I like the concept because I was poor when I was like 5-year-old. My father left with other money to government. I'm now in UK, but I feel better now.
I'm glad you feel better now. That's good to hear. Well, you should know that. What's KG's issue?
Huh?
What's KG's issue? Why did he just come off mute and say sex?
I don't know. Right. I now remember. I think he has how it's called here in English. Mental issues. I think it was.
Okay, well.
Like.
Exactly. Okay.
You can't get him like a kid, but it's like a little take he has every time. It's not like Tourette, but it's similar.
I understand. Well, he doesn't have to come off mute, so stay muted, KG. So.
Yeah,
Be friends. One moment, bro. One moment.
So, Doge, do you like playing games?
Yeah, I play Roblox with my friend and I play Impact Ball with my friend too. But it's too much. So I have to play with other people to.
Okay.
Like it will be interesting because he's too bad. But yeah, I play games.
Excellent. I'm going to send you a friend request, Doge. You seem like a very interesting person, and I'm glad that you were able to find me. If you ever need me, I'm here to help you. I am here to be a voice of reason. I can give you advice to the best of my ability. And just if you're ever lonely, just know that there are people out there who care about you and want the best for you, and I'm one of them.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. We're currently watching a documentary. You can, the Joe Rogan Experience, a podcast. Feel free to watch it if you'd like. If you have questions, I'm here to answer them. And I appreciate you being here.
Ravi.
Yeah.
Ravi Shrub. Real or fake?
What is real or fake?
What the fuck? Bro, look. Later we're gonna eat. stay.
Sorry, my
Later,
friend.
I will say to my mama to cook you something.
Mama,
You like curry, right? Okay, shut the fuck up now.
Hey, chill, my.
Thank
You can come back in 60 seconds if he stays on mute.
So Doge, you should
But
just.
you are staying, my friend.
We were just watching a podcast. You can feel free to watch it. It's on alien disclosure, if that's a topic of interest to you. I don't know if you're aware, but there are many drone sightings, at least in the United States, that are causing news. And Joe Rogan has had some whistleblowers and documentarians on the subject. So we're just watching some of those. We're relaxing, having a good time. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have. And if you don't have any questions, feel free to chill. And if you have other things to do, I understand that too. I sent you a friend request. So you should know that whenever you're bored, you can come in here and say hello.
Okay. I will say hello from Macavia, but I can't see general, bro. I can't tell you.
Yeah, I used to let people type in general, but unfortunately that was abused. That's okay. Just stay on mute, KG. That was abused, so I don't let anybody talk in there anymore.
Okay. I understand that.
But we're always in here 24/7. So if you'd ever like to say anything, feel free to. And just know that you have a friend in me. And if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay?
Okay, but what thing? Why you have an account named Captain of Mills Ship?
Because I'm the captain of the MILF ship.
Do you like Mills?
Hell yeah, I like MILFs.
Yeah, mate.
There you go, Doge. You know what's up. They're experienced. You don't need to teach them anything. They don't play games. My kind of women.
Yeah. They go and weep when I like that. I like that type.
There you go, my friend. Excellent. All right. Well, in the meantime, we're going to watch this podcast. Feel free to enjoy. And if you... Okay. That sounds good. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I know you're hungry.
Syndrome of Tourette. Sorry, my friend.
Okay. Very well. Excellent, Doge. Well, anytime you need to talk to someone, I'm here for you, okay? Excellent.
Fine. But he said Scotland, there were
Adios,
two
my friend.
poachers.
Take care.
They called them hikers, but they were actually poaching. And so it made me think about this when we were talking about animals earlier.
Bye-bye.
And he said it was late in the afternoon. They were in a place, I now know it's called Calvine, and they came upon in this relatively remote area. I know because I hiked out to the exact spot. It's in the movie, and they came upon this diamond-shaped or disc-shaped object that was quite large, that was hovering silently, really close. I mean, close. And they were scared to death, and they were kind of hiding out underneath this tree, and they're looking at this thing. What the are we looking at? And they're just looking at this thing as it's silently hovering. Remember, this is 1990, okay? And one of them had a camera. And just as he was considering taking his camera out, a military jet came in. Turns out it was one of those Harrier jet. They think it was a Harrier jet. And it came out into the scene, and it flew all the way around the disc. And as it did so, the guy mustered up the courage, came out from under the tree, and he snapped 5 or 6 photographs of this object suspended in the air. And it went, so the disc is here, and the plane is flying around. It's click, 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 click. And the reason why I know this is because the individual who kept one of the prints, thank you very much, Craig Lindsay, RAF press officer, and thank you, David Clark, for uncovering this, because it's the